RJ, right here on The Fan.
Hey, it's Sean and RJ. Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif today. How's Sean feel about that one?
I don't know.
Irritated a little bit, probably.
Probably irritated by it.
The last night was the big shock. This is going to be the big story of the day. We'll have Jared Sandler on later on in the show, like 15 hours from now. But Jared Sandler will join us, and we'll talk a lot in depth about Kumar Rocker and maybe even a little Juan Soto there too. But Kumar Rocker was the draft pick for the Rangers last night, and everybody's kind of in this, oh my gosh, I can't believe this moment, because you were expecting probably, like as we were going into Friday, RJ, Mike was saying Elijah Green was the guy. That's the guy that has the potential to be an all-star, and that's the thing that Mike says has to happen, is in these drafts, these specific ones, because you have Seager, because you spent some money there, and you're going to spend money eventually at some point whenever you know what your team is. But these guys have to become all-stars so that you can be a contender in 2-3 years from now. And they want to be a contender next year. So it was interesting to see that they drafted Kumar Rocker, who I have always had the pipe dream of having both Rocker and Leiter. And now here they are in this situation.
Dude, this when I because I wasn't watching the draft live. I don't usually. It's first of all, when did it start beginning on a Sunday? It used to be like a Tuesday night.
Tuesday, yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, kind of weird nights.
Yeah, so like, so I wasn't watching it live, and then everybody started texting me. Oh my god, they got Kumar Rocker. They got Kumar Rocker. I'm like, whoa, like this was. They got the two best pitchers from last year's draft going into last year.
Yeah.
Now, like Rocker dropped off a little bit for, a number of reasons. Not least of which was he wanted a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the other one was there was always that little, I wonder what his arm's doing. Because, Bassett had talked about Kumar in the dugout between innings throwing with a weighted baseball.
Yep.
Which is like one of the craziest things.
Yeah, it's a big no-no. Like you don't need to do that during the middle of a game. No. You're okay.
Chill out, man. Like you don't need to do that.
Put a jacket on your arm.
There you go.
And take your jacket off later.
And then take it off later. And it was like, well, what's he really doing there? But like this is a huge. I'm an upside guy. This is huge upside. You got a horse. You got a guy who throws high velocity. Who was among the top of the draft last year, and is there concerns about a third pitch? Sure, deal with that later. You can't teach a 99. You can teach a changeup.
That is a fact. The when it comes to that specific part of it, the high velocity kind of things, the high strikeouts, low walk ratio. He was an 8 in the independent league. Yeah. I know that doesn't mean a lot to a lot of people, but that's kind of, you're walking into minor leagues right there at the kind of talent that you're up against.
Yeah, like the guy is he's got rare ability, and rare ability is what you try to find.
We did a study a few years back because I was like, man, what do you want as pitching? You want hard throwing strikeout guys.
Yeah.
And we did the study and found out, Choppy, the top 6 that were in the playoffs consistently almost every year were the top 6 leaders in strikeouts for pitching. That was the one thing that signified you're going to be a good team because you have guys that can strike guys out. That's what you need at starting pitching. So you're gonna have a guy like that. Now the medical thing, this is interesting because Chris Young did say the risk is on the medical side. We understand that, but we feel comfortable there. I don't know what you need to feel comfortable because we don't know anything about it. And when Kumar Rocker was asked about it on his Zoom call, he said, "Yeah, I can't really talk about that, bro."
I don't care about that. There is no you're taking a major risk in the MLB draft anyway.
Mm-hmm.
The chance of this kid, that anybody that you pick, that Elijah Green or Drew Jones or Justin Crawford or Kumar Rocker, the chance that any of them are going to make the major leagues are still probably less than 50%. That any of those guys are even going to make it. It's just the way it is. It's the way the history of the sport's gone. You're taking a risk somewhere. Either the risk is going to be that this guy doesn't materialize to have the stuff that you thought. That's the risk you take with high school kids. Or this one has got injury issues. To me, you can't worry about it. Give me the high upside, and I'll worry about all that other crap later.
Yeah, because it might be something. I don't know that the injury history is going to be something that just plagues him for the rest of his career. It could be something that was just like, hey, he threw a bunch while he was in college and needs to be cleaned up, and he's good to go for the next 6 years or so.
Yep.
Let's get him up in the majors at some point.
Let's see what happens. Yeah, let's see what happens. Their last 2 first-round picks now. We're both the Golden Spikes Award finalists and shared the Division I lead with strikeouts the year they did it.
I'll take that.
I mean, there you go. Let's go.
Now,
let's go.
Just kind of keeping an eye on the farm system at that point, though. Jack Leiter had his moments of struggle, has gotten back to kind of what he's supposed to be doing because he's pitching against a different level of pitch of hitter at this point. Cole Winn has been pretty bad the second half. Since he got injured, he's been pretty bad the second half. And Owen White, though, is doing his thing right now. All right, so Cameron Smith, he wins it. He wins it for you. And did you expect that run from him?
Oh,
right
no.
There, man? That was a big one yesterday.
Yeah, it was.
For him.
He is. This was maybe one of the greatest, major championship performances of the last 20 years.
Really,
it's fantastic. Rory didn't make a mistake. Rory hit every green. He literally hit every green in regulation, and he was under par. I don't think he bogeyed a hole, and he still couldn't hold this guy up. He had a 4-shot lead, did not bogey a hole. I'm going to say that again. He had a 4-shot lead and didn't bogey a hole, made no mistakes, and he still got whooped. Like, this was remarkable that Cameron Smith was able to do this. And, first guy in 20 years to birdie the first 5 holes on the back 9. This was one of the best final round major championship performances in the last 2 decades.
5. Have you ever birdied 5 in a row?
3 in a row.
3 in a row?
Yeah, never 5.
And on the back 9, that's when you're supposed to have that turn of, okay.
Yeah.
Now refresh, reboot, and he's just like, I'm just going to go ahead.
No, there's no explanation for it. It just doesn't happen. Guys don't birdie 5 holes in a row.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody does. And not in a major, at least. Not the first 5 of the back 9, where you're chasing down a guy who's trying to get into that 5th major. That 5th major really kind of separates you because it puts you in the top 15 of all-time majors, and then half of those guys are were around in the 1800s. Don't even count. This was remarkable from Cam Smith, and it's an awesome mullet.
All right, what's up with
creepy mustache?
What is up with the mullet? By the way, like, listen, Mike had this on our show a while back. He was like, mullets and mom jeans. These 2 things have made their way into our world, and I don't know why. Does your kid, his whole baseball team have mullets? Because I see so many of my kids' baseball teams that they're all just rocking the mullet out.
One has a mullet.
Okay,
one of them does,
and the rest of them are like, I have to get one too.
No. The rest of them have either that really kind of bushy, shaggy hair, or, just normal, what you would consider a normal kid haircut. The bushy,
the shag that kind of comes down, covers their eyes up. That's what my kid has right now.
My youngest has that Bama Bangs covers the eyes, but it's also just bushy and
it's all over the place.
All around, popping out the side of the hat. They got to get a hat 2 sizes too big. I don't get the mullet. I don't know what's worse on Cam Smith, the mullet or that creepy flesh-colored mustache he has. I don't know which one's worse. They're pretty bad, though.
Yeah, that is pretty bad. Whatever happened to high and tight? Just the kids high and tight, and you got a haircut that you can set your watch to, like Johnny Unitas. That's what we're looking at. Did you see Chris Sale's pinky? Did you see what happened whenever he had a comebacker hit him right in the pinky and broke it? And it looked nasty, man. He showed it too. He was like, "Hey, look what's going on here." Chris Sale, who had 2 broken ribs during the offseason, was working his way back in, pitched for 2 games, and he gets back for Boston, and now he's out right at the All-Star break, and they're still trying to kind of figure out a timeline on his return.
Oh, man, bad luck that these guys always getting hurt. Always getting hurt. I can't say that I'm not happy about it because I hate the Red Sox, but, dude, this what a bummer for Chris Sale, because he is always bit by the injury bug.
Aaron Hicks hit a 106.7 mile liner back at him. It deflected into right field.
Oh,
the ball deflected into right field off of his hand.
Oh,
can't imagine. But you know how Mike's always calling Chet Holmgren bone and skins? That's what I've always thought. Like, Chris Sale he's a bone guy.
Yeah,
he's out there gassing people and throwing nasty sliders from the same slot. It's amazing to watch what that guy does.
He's got no body. He's got no fat on him. Nothing. Not that it would help there.
In your hand, fat hand guy.
Are you a fat hand guy? Yeah, fat. Those are sausages.
I don't have sauce like the short stumpy sausages, though.
Yeah, you're like you got Smokies. Those are Smokies.
I'll tell you this. One thing my wife's always said that she likes is she does like my hands. So that's something that she's always said, you have attractive hands.
Well,
yeah. Her hand,
hand model.
a little bit less attractive at the moment, and I'll tell you why next in the fan.
Right.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday.
Back here on Sean and RJ. Corey Majors filling in for Sean this morning. RJ is back from vacation, so we'll get some vacation conversation going on in just a few minutes. I don't know how y'all do this every day. Where's the air conditioner in the studio? What happened?
Yeah, I was going to ask because I know we were talking about Kumar Rocker being the latest addition to the Rangers and everything else, but what the hell are you doing here?
Well, I don't know.
Why are you here?
I have no clue.
Why don't we have like Will Chambers or Bobby Belt or Pat Doney? Does he have an early Bible study? Why can't he make it in? Why are you here?
I have thoughts.
You have thoughts of what?
I have thoughts on why. There's multiple reasons. You want me to give you all the reasons, I think?
Okay. Right. I think I know why, because of your true intentions.
It's the Corey Majors Show on 105.3 The Fan.
I always wanted my own show,
Yep.
And I've been trying to get the 10 to noon slot for quite some time, or whatever 2-hour slot I can. If they just wanted to go 1 hour, I'll take the same salary. There's one of two reasons. One, company's cheap. And they're like, hey, we don't want to pay another guy $25 to fill in for 4.5 hours of morning radio.
That's an important $100.
or hold on, that's $25 an hour? Is that what you're saying? No, I was saying like $25 for the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the other part is They're trying to make Sean mad. They're like, we're going to put somebody else in that seat and just see if Sean will get irritated enough to never go on vacation.
Yeah, I think that might be it. Like I think that might be the answer. They're trying to piss Sean off.
Because out of all the people, I piss Sean off a lot. So that's definitely something that happens a lot.
Crosstalks are great.
Yeah.
They're great, man.
I'm interested to see how crosstalk goes today. Whenever my show is in the crosstalk.
I know.
I'm just gonna say, you know what, Mike? Let's do a Friday bit. You just do your Friday crosstalk.
No, I can't do that. No.
It's so much fun though.
No,
to just
I
see
can't do
where
that.
Mike's gonna
Can't
go
break
with
tradition. No. Friday crosstalk. Mike is only allowed on Friday. Which, by the way, RJ, I know you missed out. You guys were at the Dallas Card Show.
Man, it was awesome out there.
Man, I am getting the itch
To go card shopping?
to go card shopping. I know it's drastically different today than it was back in the day. Like back in the day, I could go out and spend $1 on a Harold Baines, 87 tops with the wood grain sides. Now it's like, oh, you need a pack of cards? Okay, that's $400.
Yeah, man. Well, this dude brought over an optic pack. It had 6-8 cards in it, and it was a $600 pack. And I was like, what? And I opened 2 packs of one card. That Mike was like, yeah, these are about $100 for one card.
That's crazy.
Really?
It's insane. And you know what card I ended up getting? I think I still have it in my backpack. That's how much I was like, oh, okay. I ended up getting a Spencer Howard card. Here it is. Yeah. Bam. There it is. A Spencer Howard card that was autographed. And I know he's a future Cy Young winner for the Texas Rangers. Oh,
Sure.
crap.
Oh, man, he dropped it.
Oh, no.
It's now a 4.
Oh,
It's now a 4.
That's
He
a
hit his head
PSA
on the way
4
up.
now.
I know he's a future Cy Young winner and everything, but that Spencer Howard card, that's not an $80 card right there. So it was kind of crazy to see how that all went down.
As the kids say, did you peep my story on Instagram this week?
Which one happened? Peep
I was
your
at
story.
I was in Cooperstown, and there's a card shop I went into, and check out the memorabilia in there.
Oh man,
There's like all kinds of baseball cards, and it had everything.
See, and that's what's crazy. Like growing up, the cards that you go after the big names. You go after the Griffeys. You go after the Bonds. Now, it's like Corey said, you're spending all this money. Oh, who did you get? Oh, I got Willie McDougalheimer. He's a 22-year-old from a series. Like, who is that? I don't know. I spent $400 on it.
Yeah, man. I did whenever we were out at the Texas Card Roadshow, and I did grab the Magic Johnson Larry Bird Immaculate combo. And Mike, I called it a set. Mike was like, "It's not a set. Those are 2 cards." And I was like, okay.
He card shamed
So
you.
now here's what I'm doing. I'm chasing them. So I was like, because I know there's a Kareem Abdul-Jabbar one. There are a couple of other of those Immaculates, and they were and that's I think they're beautiful cards. So I was like, all right, let's go ahead and rock with this thing. Had something weird happen. This is interesting because Choppy came in this morning and said his foot's killing him because he has a huge gash in it. Chop, how did this happen?
First night. Well done. First night in Cooperstown. We're staying in the bunkhouse. So it's me, 2 other coaches, and then the 11 kids.
The bunkhouse. What, you at Dutton Ranch?
Dutton Ranch.
Okay.
So like there's
Lots of poker and drinking.
Yeah.
there's no AC in this thing.
Okay.
There's no
like,
AC.
Like the studio. Gotcha.
Right. And first night, so I'm on the bottom bunk because I am not getting on the top. And I go to raise my foot to scratch. I had to pop my knee because I pop my knee a lot, and I had to scratch the top of my foot. So I kind of raised it up. I was going to just kind of do like a kick. Well, I kicked the underside of the bunk, and on the underside of the bunk, there's a bunch of hooks that are stuck around.
Yes, to keep the springs on.
And one of the spikes went through my foot. Oh! Right in the ball of my foot. And it was it's about an inch long gash.
RJ knows what an inch is.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And every inch counts, man. And it kind of stuck in there. I had to pull my foot out.
Oh.
So I'm like, crap. I'm like, this thing's going to start bleeding. Now, fortunately, it was on the callus part of my foot, like the ball of my foot and the callus right in the middle. And I started to look, oh, crap, it's bleeding. So I start getting all the napkins together and everything. And the infirmary, I'm like, the infirmary's not open.
You don't travel with a first aid kit? Why
Yeah.
don't you?
I don't.
Yeah, everybody
I
travels.
do that.
I don't. I
Keep
had
it in your fanny pack.
I put my sock on.
Don't wear a fanny pack.
I wanted to put my sock on it just to cover it up for the night, and I went to sleep.
Ugh.
I woke up the
It's
next
a stiff
morning.
sock.
Yeah, I woke up the next morning. That sock is just covered in blood.
More than that.
Yeah, it's just
Dirt
disgust-
from
yeah, right.
walking around.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
I go to the ER, and they're like, "Yeah, you probably need stitches, but this is like on your bottom of your foot. Hard to do stitches there because you're going to break them open. Plus, you've waited too long now. You should have come in. We were open." I'm like, "You were open? Nobody told me they were open. All the lights were out." So I've still got this open wound 7 days later on my foot.
My gosh.
Hurts like hell.
So the reason that I was like, okay, I want to hear about that just a little bit. And Troy, I think you were actually there. We were in Oklahoma when I told the story about my buddy who was cutting a pizza. And he was cutting a pizza. My old roommate was cutting his pizza. He just made it. And
diagonally?
Yes, of course. Yeah. You cut your pizza diagonally. He cut the tip of his finger off, and it was on the pizza.
Yeah.
And we ate the pizza anyway. He had cooked the pizza. We never found the tip of his finger. It was just part of the tip. And we never found it, but we were like, we kind of know where it was that he cut it. So we don't know exactly where it was. We ate the pizza anyway. We were in our 20s, and we'd been a long night of inebriation probably. And we were all hungry. And so we ate the pizza anyway. Last night, we have a couple of friends who are from Israel, and they moved here. My daughter, they're best friends and everything. Anytime you eat with them, they are going to have maybe 3 different types of bread, like sourdough bread, something that's going to be and everything. Well, I had some barbecue at the house on Saturday, had them come over, and they brought big old loaves of sourdough bread, sat down. Now, after a couple days, those breads get hard.
Yeah.
The sharpest knife in our entire house is the serrated bread knife. I know it should be the knife I use to cut all the steaks and meats and everything, but because I use it so much, it is not as sharp as typical. The bread knife, however, is sharp as the first day we got it.
Yeah.
My wife walks into the kitchen, and the next thing I hear is, Corey, oh my gosh, I think it's all gone. Oh my gosh, take me to the ER right now. And I was like, what is going on? And I walked around the corner. She sprints because we currently have no countertops or a sink in our kitchen. She sprints to our bathroom down the hall, and I see blood dripping all the way down the hallway. And I was like, what is going on? And I walk around to the bread, and on top of the loaf of bread, the knife is stuck into it. And there is a piece of fingertip stuck to the knife and the bread.
So clearly you thought, I got to eat that.
Yeah. No, I was like, well, I'll just cut that part off and go to the next one. I couldn't, but I also couldn't wash the knife, so I had to wait till tomorrow to clean it.
Well, I mean, it is like, it is your wife's finger.
Yes.
Like you would eat her finger before you eat somebody else's.
I'm sorry, what? What'd you say?
I think you would eat her finger before you eat somebody else's.
I'm not eating.
See, everyone
this
thinks.
Is a good point.
No, it's not a good point. Everyone thinks like I play random drops. Sometimes these drops have a lot of truth to them.
I am 100% a cannibal.
Yes, you are. And we are realizing that right now.
I'm just saying, like, if you were going to choose all the fingers in the world to eat, the number one finger you would probably eat,
steak fingers.
I'm assuming would be your wife's.
Chicken fingers. And then my wife's, I guess. No,
yes, that's fair. Chicken fingers, steak fingers is the first one.
Yeah. I've never
I need
thought
to eat your entire body.
Thank you, Archie.
I've never thought about this before.
So did she have to get it reattached, or is she just
pretty sure? Because no. So it went through like the tip of the nail.
Yep.
All right. So she cut the nail off and the tip of the finger. And
she's gonna have a hell of a curveball now.
Absolutely.
So much movement.
It was her left hand though. So
watch out, Kumar.
I was looking at it because I was cleaning it up for her. I was doing the peroxide, and we had one bandage left in the entire house. I had to go to Walgreens late last night. That's why I'm even more exhausted right now. And to go get. I found out they have tubular gauze.
Yeah,
they have gauze that just is shaped like a finger. And so you can just put the gauze
over that goes over your finger?
Tape that sucker up. Man. And I was like, this is great. They also have the finger condoms, those too. That's restaurant biz kind of thing. Yeah.
Dude, that's amazing. Like I didn't realize they had those that tubular gauze. But by the way, one thing I found out this week, and maybe you guys found this out too. Remember Bactine? When mom brought out the Bactine, it was like I ran. I would run away because it's gonna sting like hell.
Mm-hmm.
And I was thinking this with the peroxide. They make Bactine now that's got like numbing agents in it, so you don't even feel the sting.
That's a great idea.
Oh my God. Like they sprayed it on me all week. I was like, thank God.
She screamed
When you put
whenever
the
I pour
peroxide?
that on her finger.
Yeah, I
and
bet.
and my first thought was, come on, let me blow on it. Because that's what my mom would do.
Clip that.
If you are, somebody just texted in from the 903. If you're, they said, I'm not hungry anymore. Good. You can fast until lunchtime today.
Yeah, you may not be hungry
I helped
anymore.
you out. If you're trying to, keep lean and everything, I helped you with your fast this morning. And then from the 903, damn, when are all the hosts going to be on their actual shows again?
Hey, listen.
September.
Yeah, September. Hey,
Tomorrow.
listen. I know it's crazy. I know it's odd for some guys, but this is still, even though it's not to us, this is still a place of employment. So people need vacation.
We do take vacation.
So people do take time off.
I am kind of curious if the company, if the station, if the boss will ever be like, you know what, we're gonna give you guys a specific time. All y'all just take off. Or if it's always going to be like very sporadic kind of we don't know what's going on.
In that third world country known as Europe, they do that in August.
That's a great idea.
Like all of August is just off.
I'm on holiday.
Well, hey, all the guys will be together next week in Oxnard, California.
Baby.
Cowboys training
I'm
camp.
taking another
Almost all of
vacation.
us.
Yeah, almost all of y'all, but
Almost.
still.
We're
in
going to have an
Oxnard-
awesome time.
In Oxnard, where the high today is 71. Meanwhile, in the Metroplex with the heat index, the high today, 110.
Oh, dude, I saw 111 or 113 tomorrow.
It's insane.
Why?
Can't get to Oxnard fast enough. Coming up next on Sean and RJ, the Juan Soto trade. Choppy says he would trade for Juan Soto, and he'd give Jack Leiter away. Would you do the same thing after what just happened last night? Next on The Fan.
Text away your Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
With the third pick of the 2022 MLB Draft, the Texas Rangers select Kumar Rocker, a right-handed pitcher from Farragut, Tennessee.
6'5", 245 pounds of 99-mile-an-hour fastball coming at you for the Texas Rangers. Sean and RJ here. Corey Majors filling in for Sean for today. Sean should be back tomorrow, and the station should be kind of lined up the way it typically is. You got RJ Choppy back off of his vacation this week, and I think this is a big story for a lot of Rangers fans because there are a lot of fans that are frustrated that they get a guy that was drafted last year because it's weird. This is weird. It's not typical for something like this, all right? But it's in the NFL draft. It's typical for something like this in the Major League Baseball draft where guys get drafted and then they don't go and then they'll go do something else and they get drafted again the next year. His is a weird situation because of a medical concern, which we know very, very little about. Rocker won't talk about it. The teams won't talk about it. Scott Boras, his agent, which is weird because all of the Rangers players, I think, are like Scott Boras' clients. But Scott Boras' agent said, yes, he did have this. He did confirm it, but that's it. That's all we know about it. Chris Young talked a little bit about it and the uncertainty of Rocker's arm. Let's go to cut 7 on this one. Hear what Chris Young had to say.
In my mind, it's not. I mean, I think that Kumar has answered the questions. I think certainly he faced a lot of adversity last year with the draft and the way everything transpired. He had a procedure. He's come back from that healthy. I think this is an incredibly hard worker, someone who we're very, very comfortable in the character, the makeup, the drive, and from seeing him pitch this summer, I think it's just the beginning steps of what's going to be a really successful career, and we're very fortunate that we had this opportunity to pick him.
I like the pick. RJ, I like the player. I'm probably more excited than most about getting Kumar Rocker on the team.
You have to be excited. They could have gone different routes. I mean, this was a very good draft. This was a very good, strong top 10. First time ever 4 sons of major leaguers were picked in the first round. Which, by the way, how Carl Crawford already has a child who is able to play like that blows my mind.
Seems insane for that to be.
Luda. But man, this was an absolute no-brainer to me. You know, if he was available, this was one of the best pitchers in the draft last year. You've already got one of the best pitchers in the draft last year on your roster in Jack Leiter. And you have to take shots like this. Like the chances that both Rocker and Leiter become these standout studs at the major league level are probably slim. That's why you got to take these darts. You've got to have as many darts you possibly can get, and you've got to find a way to make sure that you get in your pipeline good young pitching. And they don't have that, and they never have, and they've never developed. They've never been able to develop pitching ever. And now we'll see. Maybe they do now.
Yeah. No. And I do want to confirm this too. This is the 3rd time that he's been drafted. He was drafted by the Rockies in 2018, but then decided to go to college.
Right.
And then he got drafted last year and then drafted again this year. So that's 3 times this dude has made his journey to eventually become a Texas Ranger. And people weren't considering him a top 10 prospect at this point because you're looking at the Drew Joneses, you're looking at all these other guys that were coming in, and I was hearing whispers of 11. I was hearing whispers of even further at the back end of the draft. Or the back end of the first round. And I know people will get all caught up in that. But with Major League Baseball, it's very different. I asked Mike the other day to try to give me, because he gives a good breakdown. He says the first of the NFL draft, the first round, compared to the NBA draft, that's like your top 3 picks in the NBA. And then it's the second round in the NFL draft is like 3 through 10. And then but I said, now compare it to Major League Baseball. He said, I can't. He said, it's so weird because guys at number 1, they'll just take a guy that's like $500,000 so that they can save some money. And the Rangers do save $2 million by getting him. He is 5.2, I believe, is what he agreed to immediately with the team. And that is actually, I think, $416,000 less than what the Mets were gonna pay him last year.
Yeah, they were
when
paying
he
about
was
$6 million.
lower.
It was going to be close to $6 million for them last year. You know, I hope that they drafted him because he's healthy and it was a steal, and not because they could get him under slot and save some cash and spend it elsewhere. But teams do this. They'll underpay one guy so they can overpay another. They'll take a guy in the second round and pay him,
I hate.
And pay him over slot and say, hey, look, I know you already committed to Vanderbilt, but come here. and we'll pay you extra money to go and forego college, which now with NIL money, I don't know how much and how often that's going to happen. If I was a pitcher, I am definitely not going to college. Save my arm as much as I can. I'm only going to pitch for when I get paid for it.
So you don't have to burn up your UCL surgery?
I'm not burning up my arm, my throws on some college coach trying to win a title. It's meaningless.
Yeah.
Piece of metal, as Rob Manfred would say. I'm going to do it. I'm going to get paid for it. So I would go right to the pros. But I'm big on this one, man. This is a Knoxville kid.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting, too, to see, like, these were two dominant pitchers at the college level at Vanderbilt together in Jack Leiter and Rocker. I'm interested to see how the friendship helps them be competitive against each other.
Maybe they hate each other.
Maybe they didn't seem to hate each other. When I watched and was scouting him last year, the only reason I decided I wanted to pick up Leiter was that Leiter last year, his swing and miss rate was better. And so I liked the fact that I liked swing and miss rate for the pitcher. That's, Choppy, I know you love stats. You're a stat nerd. And I will use stats here and there. But whenever I see a swing and miss, I like that because that means that's a strikeout. If Major League Baseball, if it's two things, they want home runs and they want strikeouts, and they love those kinds of opportunities. So I like it. I hope they are competitive with each other, but that they push each other and that it can continue to be strong. There are lots of very interesting picks. Jet Williams from the Rockwall area goes last night as well. So that's awesome to see what he was able to do.
Yeah,
Troy.
Jet Williams, Rockwall Heath is on. Jet Williams won state championship for the Hawks, and this kid's special. I mean, obviously being in Rockwall is, I mean, it's pretty much the mecca when it comes to Metroplex baseball. I mean, that's where it's happening in Rockwall. There's other parts of the Metroplex where baseball's outstanding, but Rockwall, it's pretty big out there. And Jet Williams has been one of those names that's always been mentioned over the last couple of years as the guy that is going on to do something else. Really cool last night when they had the watch party. He's there with his parents. He didn't know he was being selected by the Mets.
Oh, really?
Because the Mets called his father.
Oh, no.
And told him they were selecting him. So it was all a big surprise for Jet last night. So really cool for Jet Williams.
That is
Leave it to the Mets to not know the right number.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, that's good.
It's all right. After the end of the night, they'll have the three-time home run derby champion in Pete Alonso. So the Mets will be fine. I think everything's going to be okay for them. Now, the story that broke, and I don't know that this was a breaking story as much. It wasn't a surprise to me. Juan Soto says, I'm turning down your $75,000 a year, $8 billion contract. Actually, it was $400 million for 15 years, I believe. He said, I'm not going to take that long of a contract. I'm not going to do that. And everybody across the world goes, okay, it's time for the Rangers to go ahead and load up. Just pay everything you can to go get this guy.
Everybody wants him.
Juan Soto,
everybody wants a piece of him.
He is... I mean, Albert Pujols is like a great comp for this guy because he's a lefty. That power hits, and I know Pujols is a righty, but he power hits, but he also hits for average too. He is the best hitter in the game.
He one of them, depending on whether
Trout shows up,
or Betts or Judge or any number of guys. There's a lot of great hitters out there, but he's in that category. And he's 23. He's got 8 to 10 more prime years left. This is one of the rare 23-year-olds. You give up whatever they ask to get him. That's what some team is going to do. Now, the difference is that, if you're going to make this move, let's just say you're the Rangers, you have to get him to agree to a long-term extension.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just trade Jack Leiter for him for 2.5 years.
This man just said, hey, I will not take your $400 million. Like that's the mindset that the point here is he said, I'm not going to accept your $400 million because I don't want to play in your town. I don't want to play for your organization. So you have to figure out how to get this guy, which 12 for 500 maybe might be that range that you work with on him. You have to figure out how to get that guy to come to this state and play here at whatever price you're doing, because you're right. You can't give up a guy for a couple of year rental. You have to give up a guy that you're like, okay, I'm getting 10 years of this guy. I'm getting 10 years of service.
You got to get him till he's 30. You got to get him till he's 30. So you do the contract where you buy up the rest of his arbitration years. So he's got two left after this one, right? So 2.5, and then you give him a 5-year extension. So you get him to 30 years old, and you give him $50 million a year if you want to. You give him 5 for 250. What the hell do I care? You make sure that he doesn't leave, and if that's the case, then you do give up if they ask for Jack Leiter, then you do give it. To me, you give it up. because this is, like you said, one of the best hitters in the game.
But it's not just like I have a problem with this. I do have a problem with this.
Okay.
Because this team just invested $500 million in their middle infield.
Yeah.
All right. They could potentially get a very poor hitter in Joey Gallo back on for nothing, essentially, and he can be your right fielder. Adolis can move to left field, and Leote is on fire right now. Leave him in center field. You go about your business on this. I'm kind of curious, and I don't know how you feel about Nathaniel Lowe at first base. You're poor at pitching. Martin Perez is not Martin Perez. This is a great year. I'm happy for him. This is great. Maybe he did find it. John Gray is an inconsistent burner, dude. I love the dude from time to time. But after that, I mean, it falls apart very quickly for this team. And I know they have a bunch of young arms they're kind of trying to figure out, but Leiter and Rocker now are supposed to be those guys that are next year, 2 years from now, are becoming all-star pitchers for your team. And so I can't imagine that you have a good unit out there and you're like, let's burn everything. You're going to have to pay him and then still somehow figure out how to get pitching on your roster.
Yeah. I mean, you are going to have to figure that one out. The interesting thing is, like, you know, they don't develop it well, though. Like, that's their biggest issue is they don't develop pitching well.
You're right.
And when you don't develop it well, like, you have to take other people's pitchers and you got to sign them. Like, you know, they spent the money on the middle infield last year.
Yeah.
You know, instead of maybe this offseason they spend the money on the pitching. Instead, now they're trying to obviously go in the draft route by just taking what is seen to be no doubt surefire. Let's go. These guys are ready to go. But even guys that are ready to go are still long shots to be what we expect them to become, and that becomes the issue. Well, now
if you're probably looking at $1 billion for those three players,
I know,
right there,
I know,
over the next 10 years, which is a great investment because those players are going to give you opportunities to win every night. Heart of your lineup is, like, I would say that would be one of the best heart of lineups in all baseball.
It would be fantastic. Like, their lineup would be tremendous with Simeon, Seager, and Soto. You put Soto in the middle of them, break up the righties. Or you put Simeon in the middle, break up the lefties, and let's see what happens.
Yeah,
you know, let's see what happens there. But dude, like, this would be one of the better lineups in the game, and they probably actually wouldn't even do that with Simeon. They probably would just put him leadoff. And then Soto, or Seager 2 and Soto 3.
The from the 972. So why not give up one of your top middle infield prospects, since that's already solidified for the next 5 years, and throw in Josh Young and let's go again. Like Choppy was saying, you got to figure out how to dance with the Nationals first. All right, and more important, maybe first is you got to figure out if Soto wants to be here.
Yeah, and then look, he didn't sign, with the Nats who just won a World Series 2 years ago.
Yeah,
or 3 years ago, whatever.
Yeah,
like he's like, nah, I'm good. Why would he sign here? What would he's probably everyone assumes he's going to go to the Yankees or the Dodgers or the Mets. One of those teams.
Those are beautiful baseball cities.
Those are the teams that spend the money. Historically, they're the Dodgers and the Yankees are always good, and then the Mets are like that team that they know and everybody knows around baseball they're going to spend. Their owner's just so rich. So he's going to go to one of those places, Boston. He's not coming here. Let's be real. But, I mean, like, if you somehow get a way for him to agree to a 5-year extension, I mean, I'm doing it.
Yeah, no, he is one of those guys that I think it would be a massive for your team, especially a team that over the last 4 days have been very bad for the Texas Rangers. Mariners, who are on, a 14-game winning streak right now, came in here and swept the Texas Rangers to go into the All-Star break. That's a Rangers team that was hoping to be right there at 500 around this time of the All-Star break. I was thinking that because based on their schedule, that they would be about 6 games over 500. Judged that wrong. Didn't expect that what happened against Baltimore. But that shows you right there that this team is still that far away. As good as Simeon and Seager are playing right now, they had a poor April to start the season, and they're that far away of being a really good baseball team. They're okay. But a really good baseball team right now is the Mariners. And you just saw, they swept the Rangers that way, and that's kind of the expectation. Sean and RJ
straight, dude.
Yeah.
And now they're in the wild card. They're in the playoffs, right? If the season ended today, they're in the playoffs, and they have the longest playoff drought in sports.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's 2001.
Man, what a wild team that's been throughout their history. All right, coming up next here on Sean and RJ, we're going out to Oxnard, have a little conversation about that, but which players are playing for a contract and need huge seasons this year? Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to the Texans Can Academy.
hosts of the KNC Masterpiece in for Sean this morning, and the segment brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, aka Soda, also Frankel and Frankel, 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
All right, here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean today. The KNC Masterpiece will have their regular show with Kevin and Mike today, and then I'll be popping back in tomorrow. Sean will be back tomorrow. Glad to be here with you today here on the Fan. Now, guys, we will be heading out to Oxnard next Tuesday, I do believe, is when we're going to be heading out there. We'll be the first station there, the last station to leave, by the way. So we'll have the entire amount of coverage for the home of the Cowboys, and I'm expecting – I'm not sure what to expect out of this one because this is the first time I have ever gone with the entire station.
Well,
usually, like we had, I think, we had one time. I think Sean or RJ, whenever we went with you and Sean and Roy, and it was like 3 days we spent together, and then we came back. And you guys spent the rest of the week there. This is the first time that we'll ever actually be out there for the entirety with the entire station. I'm really looking forward to it. Lots of storylines to kind of keep an eye on throughout this thing. I think the first one that pops for me, it's going to be, and I think everybody a lot of people might argue with me about this. I do want to see how the health of Dak Prescott versus last year. Last year he didn't throw. You know, he was like he threw for day one, and they shut him down after that because. I think it's pretty obvious. After the ankle injury, he pushed himself a little too hard, and then they wanted to give us the shoulder injury and everything, and that became another problem to question. But I think they needed to give him a little more rest on that ankle in addition to that. So the health of him is the first thing, and then everything will kind of grow from there. But really looking forward to getting out to Oxnard again.
It'd be nice to see the health and how he's throwing and how he's moving around, although – it's different now. You don't see the same things that you saw, back in even 2010. It's just a different NFL. But yeah, it'd be really, really nice. It's going to be nice to see what kind of shape he's in, what kind of, how his arm looks, all that stuff. So that's going to be fantastic. And we're excited to have you out there. We just got to see, are you going to party with us? Are you going to be able to hang?
I mean, I can hang. I'm fine. I'll be.
It's Kevin that's going to be the problem.
Well, and actually, it is a little bit of a problem. Kevin's not going to be there. I'm going to go ahead and tell everybody now.
That's right. I forgot about that. Yep.
Why, oh, that's right. I heard him off the air. He's like, I'm not wearing any damn face mask. You know what, California? You're going to raise the alert level? Oh, man.
Wait.
Science, Kev.
What?
No, what? Kevin's having a...
Did they put the mask mandate back in California?
Oh, yeah, it just popped back on.
Yeah.
the city of LA said, bam, it's back.
So for indoor usage and everything. I know, RJ.
I remember going into the hotel last year and they asked me to put my mask on. I was like, whoa, I haven't been asked to put a mask on in a long time. I had it with me, but I hadn't been asked.
But before you get all irate, RJ Hannity, let me remind you that when we were in the depth of the pandemic, you were wearing the gator. And you were like, you know what? Even after all this is done, I'm probably still gonna rock this because I like the look. So don't get frustrated. You look good with the gator on. I think you can rock that.
I'll wear the gator.
There you go.
Back to the gator.
Are you bringing the hat again this year too? Are you gonna
I get a new hat. That hat broke.
Oh no!
I get a new hat.
I got one, but it has a big South Padre Islands patch on it. So I don't know if I'm gonna rock that in California. That seems a little weird because they're gonna be like, "Oh, Texans are now moving to our state."
Trust me, we are not, Cali. You're moving here
to 111 degrees. There are a couple of other things I got to see. I'm not going to see a Zeke. Like I'm not going to see the Zeke that we need to be interested in. But I do want to see how they're using Micah Parsons differently. Like if they have more options, more things lined up for him to come off the edge. Or if he's playing a little more rover position. The dude played freaking safety at one point and made a legit elite play against a wide receiver out there. So I just put him on the field and just let him go. Just let Micah go call his own play and let him. That was one thing. I was talking to George Teague and Darren Woodson about this. And Darren Woodson said that every once in a while, because he's so smart in the game, right? Darren Woodson was one of the most knowledgeable dudes in the game. He would tell George Teague, "Hey George, I'm going to go make a play. You got it covered, okay?" And so he would just leave George Teague back there by himself, and then he would go make a play. But George knew that if Darren Woodson tells me, "Hey, I'm going to go make a play," it wasn't, "Hey, I'm going to go take a risk on this." he knew that he had something
Right.
in mind, and all I got to do is take care of my job. So, like, that's when it comes to Micah, I know a lot of guys are like, just rush him off the edge all day long. You are one of those. I am not. I am hey, let this guy use his instincts to make the best play for this team. But we'll see how that's something I'm very interested in seeing how they line him up throughout the camp. But
yeah, I want to see that too. How they're going to line him up? They're going to line him up, mugging from the A gap a lot like they did last year. They're going to line him up on the outside, which I would like. And I hope Micah wants that eventually because it's going to get him more money.
Yeah, that definitely will. Yeah.
But he probably doesn't care about that today. And the Cowboys certainly don't want him to get any more money than he has to. This cheap franchise.
Yeah.
But they have a unique situation because they do have options with him. And if, Jabril Cox comes along, he gives them more options.
Yes, absolutely.
With him.
Absolutely.
If Leighton Vander Esch plays like a first-round draft pick, it gives them even more options with him. I know they like to have him with the green dot. Maybe that can be given to somebody else. If he's an edge rusher, maybe he doesn't have the green dot. Because usually it's a linebacker that would have that anyway. But look, there's a lot of options they could do with Micah Parsons because he's talented. He's got unique, rare ability. He is the ultimate athletic freak, like the ultimate athletic freak. He could probably play half the positions on the field.
Yes.
Not just on defense. He could probably he could
be a
figure
running
it out.
back. He probably a tight end.
If you need a single play, he could probably figure out how to do something.
He could line up for Tyron. I bet he could block some of those defensive ends just as good as he could. Go after them. The other thing too is Dalton Schultz's contract is still undecided. They said we're not going to meet this deadline on Friday. They didn't meet the deadline on Friday. Dalton Schultz will be playing this season under the franchise tag, so his title is going to be uncertain going into this season because he doesn't know if he's going to be back with this team. I see a number of guys though that are playing on contracts this year, and I wanted to go through a list of these because Dalton Schultz, obviously, I think people are split on this guy in DFW. Some are like, this is a guy that was like a third, fifth round pick. He's outproduced his draft spot. Does he actually change the game, or does he benefit from the offense called for him? And can you find a guy like that for a dime a dozen? That's the big question on him. Right. Or is he that good? Is he a Travis Kelce type guy? He gets lots of receptions. Well, what is that guy exactly? This year, without Amari Cooper on the field, the Cowboys will probably try to find ways to isolate him in a single coverage or no coverage by moving CeeDee Lamb around on the field a little bit, and that should help out a lot, especially if Michael Gallup gets back. So I think there are a lot of questions you have about where Dalton Schultz's contract situation is.
Dalton Schultz, I think he knows and he recognizes that what you said is probably what's going to happen.
Yeah.
He's going to hit a lot of benchmark numbers this year that are going to elevate his contract and elevate the amount of money that he thinks he can get, whether it's warranted or not.
Yeah, or whether it's from the Cowboys or not.
He's going to get that money, and he's going to get those receptions out of necessity. He's going to get those receptions because Dak likes to take sometimes the easy route. He's a safety net, and he's open. So he's going to, would it surprise you if Dalton Schultz has 85 catches this year?
No.
Wouldn't surprise me at all if he has 85 catches this year. And that would be the worst thing for this team because now he's going to want like $14 million a year.
Yeah, and you have to decide if that's worth it at the tight end position.
It's not. It's worth it for Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
It's worth it for George Kittle. Kelce might be the one of the four best tight ends we've ever seen at this point.
And it is pretty fascinating to see how many tight ends are kind of in that world now where they are. Darren Waller said it the other day. He was like, we can lead the receiving for teams nowadays. Like there are that many more. It used to be Tony Gonzalez. You got Gates. You got Jimmy Graham, and that was about it. If you were going into a fantasy draft, you had to get one of those guys as early as you could because that was about it back in the day. And now you got a selection of about 4, maybe 5 guys that can be leading receivers on their teams. Pitts being the new generation of it all. So very interested to see how that goes. By the way, from the 201, I forgot about this. They did change the green dot to curse last year, so they gave him that last year. Here are a couple of other names I wanted to keep an eye on this year. Do they need big seasons? Will they give you the big season because they have a contract that they are playing for right now? And Saquon Barkley is the top of the list here because this is a guy who I loved coming into the league. He's a great running back. cannot stay healthy for anything, and that's been a problem for him. For usage has been a big deal. Is he going to get that second contract? Is he going to be able to produce enough for the Giants to say, yeah, we're going to pay a running back?
Oh, man,
we'd love it.
I would love it. I would love it for them to happen. I loved when they picked him because I knew it was a mistake. Just like any running back at that spot would be just kind of, I'll say a waste, but a waste. Let's be fair. And then he's been hurt a lot.
Offensive Rookie of the Year, his rookie season, and then since then 3.7 yards per carry. Like, that's just not enough. I mean, he was a guy that you were like, you could throw it, he can run it, whatever it is. Jesse Bates for the Bengals. I thought he was a key factor for the Bengals last year. Our show became the DFW home of the Bengals for a little bit because one of our listeners predicted that they would win the division. We laughed at him, and then they did it, and we were like, wow, this is crazy. So we became Bengals fans. And Jesse Bates, I really like what that player is. I'm interested to see if the Bengals are that invested because he's an older player too. Are they that invested in saying, yes, we have to keep our defense as well as all these offensive weapons we have around Joe Burrow? They got T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, Joe Mixon, Boyd. In addition, do they keep the defense rocking? Well,
the defense, it was actually really good at times.
They invested heavy in it last year.
Yeah, they did. And, is that going to carry over year to year? Like, this team is going to figure out how to protect Joe Burrow. How many times did he get sacked in the postseason?
Mm-hmm.
That offensive line was not very good. That's where they need to start spending some money. That's where it needs to happen.
They got Lyle Collins. We'll see if that pays off for them. And then they invested a couple of draft picks to make sure that happened as well. Derek Carr is up on contract here, and this is interesting.
Is he? Wait, didn't he just sign?
Well, maybe my list is a little bit off here. Then
okay, I thought Carr signed.
All right, I'll keep rolling down this list a little bit too. Then, but Lamar Jackson's name is on this one, and Lamar Jackson is probably the number one person on this list too, because Lamar Jackson is the epitome of polar opposites when it comes to opinion on him. You either love him. Then you're going to die on that hill of Lamar Jackson, or you think he is garbage and not even an offensive, he's not even a quarterback. That's where the opinions are on Lamar Jackson.
Yeah, there really is no in between. Carr got 3 for 121.
That's right. The extension.
Look, I think Lamar is doing himself a disservice by not having an agent. That's great when you're a rookie, but when you have, because a lot of things are just slotted at that point when you're drafted. But now it's time to get yourself an agent and make sure this thing is done, because this thing should be done. It should be done. Give him the $40 million. Let's go. Now, I don't know what Lamar wants, what his asking is. I don't even know that there's been a contract offer. But I think Lamar's tremendous. I mean, I don't think he is an all-time great. He's an all-time unique, but he is a better thrower than people give him credit for. They look at the Ravens and not throwing. They say, well, that's because I guess Lamar can't throw. Well, their philosophy is let him run. That's their philosophy. I don't know why. I would let him throw much more than he actually does.
Yeah.
But no, I think he's a good player.
Okay.
I would definitely give him the contract.
I often wonder if he's just waiting to have another MVP season to kind of hang his hat on and say, this is why I deserve this, because all those questions exist. I am curious why Baltimore is letting it ride this long too, other than, hey, we get to save money. Why they're sitting there going, hey, do we want to lock this guy up? We want to go ahead and say that let's make this marriage happen and continue with it. I'm always kind of curious why they keep rocking along with it instead of saying, let's go ahead and make this stop.
Man, I don't know. I don't know why teams do this. I don't know why they don't just, sign the players. You need especially at the quarterback position.
Yeah.
They're hard to find.
End up with
when you get a guy who's been an MVP or a guy who's been let's just say it's you got Dak who's led the league in passing one year. What are you waiting for? Oh, we're waiting to see. What are you waiting to see? You waiting to see another MVP?
Mm-hmm.
Another year where he leads the league in passing? What are we trying to see here?
I wonder also if they're saying to themselves, we're the reason he was the MVP that season because we changed our offense, we created it. He can't go any further than what we built, and we might have to go another route. Jimmy Garoppolo is another name on this, who we heard last week was potentially in conversations being traded to the Seattle Seahawks.
Yep.
So that's another name that kind of stands out there. And then then Baker Mayfield's, the Sam Darnolds, those guys that are kind of looking at, hey, I want to really make that name. I want to reboot myself and get back into the action on all of this. Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean today. He'll be back tomorrow, and we'll move along with things. It is time to talk about the funnest athlete ever.
Oh, the funnest.
The funnest athlete ever. I think that's a real word. John Daly, and your foursome. Next on The Fan.
All right, let's get you over to Zero Res. Get that carpet.
20 under par, a fist pump to the crowd, hat off, a 64 on Championship Sunday, 30 on the back nine.
The Australian gives a Sunday finish to remember at St. Andrews.
Man, that is Cameron Smith charging his way into history on the old course at St. Andrews. He gets his first major title by overcoming Rory McIlroy to win the Open Championship. And the stage was set for McIlroy to end his 8-year drought. Like he was on an 8-year run of and they cap off the weekend of celebration on home golf at the 150th Open, but it didn't happen.
He has 17 top 10 finishes in majors since 2015. He's got no wins. Number 2, tied for second, is Brooks with Dustin Johnson at 15. They combined for 6 of them, 6 wins. Jordan Spieth is third with 12 top 10 since 2015. He's got 3 majors. Rory doesn't have one since 2015. Despite the fact that he got the most top 10s. We're talking about a legend of the game. The guy's fantastic. He never wins.
Yeah.
He just never wins major championships anymore. And it's not because he did anything wrong yesterday. He was fantastic. He hit every green. He hit every green. He didn't have a single one putt on the day. Not a single one putt birdie on the day. It was one of you can't. You don't lose 4-stroke leads without making mistakes. He didn't make a mistake. It's like Greg Norman lost a 6-stroke lead in 96 at the Masters. I mean, he was bogeying holes left and right. I mean, Nick Faldo had the thing made up by the turn. And Rory did not make a single mistake. Not all day.
Somebody else just comes roaring back. And does that the way that Cameron Smith does. Congratulations to him. Very interesting for him. We'll keep an eye on what he's done, and we'll talk a little more about that and everything in just a little bit. But, man, a guy that didn't even make the cut made maybe what I think is the most fun story, and that's John Daly, who I know, listen, man, John Daly's story, his life is wild. He may have the wildest life we've ever seen. His connections are crazy, too. It's amazing how many people want to be around John Daly and the personality, maybe the party lifestyle of it all. But John Daly ends up saying, you know what, while I'm across the pond.
While I'm here, yeah.
And I love this. He posted a picture of himself in front of the 150th sign. And he said, saddened to not be playing this weekend and still shocked how the wind switched on us. Every great guy always throws in the wind.
The wind.
I got to come up with some excuse that I didn't make it, even though it was the wind that got us today. Yeah. But he throws that out there, and then he goes out and he's
the old joke on John is he doesn't like to work on the weekends.
Yeah, nobody does,
no.
Especially a golfer. Peyton Manning, Eli Manning, Eric Church, John Daly. They go play. He was like, you know what? Let's just go play some golf together over here in Britain.
Yeah, they were just playing. There was 9 people at King's Barn, and 9 people in this group, which I don't think is legal.
Okay,
I'm just throwing that one out there.
Yeah.
I've never seen a 9-some before.
But nobody's going to tell that
Who's
group
going to tell him? Who's telling John Daly and Eric Church? Now, the Manning brothers probably don't mean a damn thing in England.
Interesting. Because they don't have the same commercials, because those are commercial actors.
Like, do they watch the NFL?
I mean, they have NFL teams over in England. Yeah, it's the Jaguars. Yeah.
They have an NFL team.
Yeah, they got
the London Jaguars.
Yeah.
Right.
The Bengals were vying for it for a little bit too.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think the Manning name carries the same cachet that it might in the Deep South.
Maybe so.
You know, the Deep South might have a little bit more.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's what are they going to say to John Daly? I mean, the dude's out there looking like Santa Claus.
Mm-hmm.
This was amazing though. Like, I love these photos of foursomes or ninesomes in this case. I would kill to play this guy. I think he is one of the cool. He has to be the coolest athlete or one of the coolest athletes in sports. Like the guy. I mean, he has not been relevant from a golf standpoint in 25 years.
But he's still around. And people are they can't wait. The dude will play barefoot for one while he smokes a cigarette and drinks all day long out on the course. I'll go drink. I don't usually like Broadus asked the other day, when does your game start going to crap? And I was like, usually about the time I crack my first one. A lot of people, they're the opposite, where once they start drinking, they start loosening up and playing a little bit better. Once I start drinking on the golf course, I'm now focused on drinking on the golf course and not playing golf. And I'll hit shots and just be like, I'm driving past the ball. I don't even care anymore.
Yeah.
I'm just,
No.
I'll just meet you guys at the green, and I'll be there. I'll wait for you.
Pick up and go.
Yeah.
Pick up and go. And I've done that. We've all done that. Pick up and go. I'm not bothering with this hole anymore.
Who is your dream foursome for golf? 877-881-1053. I'll text in your dream foursome for golf for whatever reason. Like, do you want to? Because I know Mike loves to go out there and play competitive golf with himself. Or what he said the other day was he wants to play with somebody that's like-minded and about as good as he is, that wants to talk trash all day. He wants to have somebody that he can just go have a one-on-one basketball pickup game against, but on the golf course.
I want to find. That's a good question because the trash talk golfers don't. You can rattle them. You can rattle. You talk some trash to them. You can rattle them. I think. So I want to play with somebody. I want to see if I get under their skin. I want to get in their head.
Like Tiger, that's the thing. Like, do you think? I don't know if anybody ever talked trash to Tiger because he was so good. Were they ever like, man, we got to try and rattle this guy, or did they just go, man, I'm rattled by what this guy's doing? I've always wondered that. Like when he was on the course, was he a guy that was just nice to you the whole time, or would he say things like under his breath as he walked by you that you were like, man, forget that guy?
I think you got to find guys that you could joke with. Like, what kind of jokes can you make to rattle them?
Yeah.
Like Tiger almost died in that car accident. I'm not making a car accident joke.
Nope.
I mean, I have jokes I can make for it, but I'm not going to do it.
Maybe he would laugh.
Maybe he would laugh. I don't know.
That day.
I don't think he would, and especially once I start beating him.
Yeah,
because the way he's playing now, game on, brother. Like, so he's the guy I want to play with. I want to play with Tiger.
Okay, Tiger's on the list.
Tiger Woods. Tiger on the list. Other than that, how do you not have John Daly on the list? And then I need somebody non-golf.
Oh, you need a non-golfer? Because I was going to,
you're just going golfers.
I was going to throw Barkley in there, but he likes to play golf, but he's a non-golfer. But Barkley would be like, that's trash talk all day. I'm going to have a blast with Charles Barkley out there. But I'm probably going to have to get involved in this, but I don't have the money to do it. I would want to watch him and Michael Jordan gamble on golf while they're playing all day. So obviously, I think I would take those two guys as my non-golfer golfers, because they like to gamble so much, and then they like to talk trash to each other. Now, obviously, I don't know how I'm getting on a course with Michael Jordan either, but
you're not.
This is the dream scenario.
You're not.
Obviously.
You're not getting on the course with him.
Yeah.
He's not letting you on there. He's not letting you on his course. The one that's got drones that fly you your drink.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh, his course, it's called the Grove 23. Their cart girls, I guess, I think they have them, but like they don't necessarily, if you order food, they drone it out to you.
That's insane. I love it.
I can't imagine. Like, first of all, Troy, do you have a drone?
No, I do not have a drone.
I had one time, and it flew away.
Yeah,
it flew away.
No,
I can't get it back.
It didn't fly away. You made it fly away.
No,
I had my. It was one of those things. It was controlled by an app. I shot it in the air. I was like, all right, let's go. And I started going and moving it, and then I didn't realize it had like a 30-foot distance radius where once it gets past like 30 feet, it just keeps going. And that damn thing just kept going and getting higher and higher. I couldn't stop it. I was like, oh, crap. And it was the only drone I've ever had where I could figure out how to actually fly it. Mm-hmm. I can't fly a drone. All the other ones I have, I don't know how to fly them. That was a sad day. It was a sad day for me.
I think it was Christmas a couple of years ago. We took Avery, my oldest son, and he was flying his out in the school, and it took off and got stuck on top of the school. And I was like, man, how did we get it up there? And when I say we, I'm definitely talking about me, not Avery. And then later that day, my wife's always on, what's the neighborhood app? What do they call that?
Nextdoor?
Nextdoor. She's on Nextdoor. 3 people posting questions of, hey, we just lost a drone if y'all see one. 3 different people, because nobody can fly those things. I can't imagine those sitting there on a golf course and having food and whiskey delivered to my hand via freaking drone. That's too classic.
I'm surprised the house that drone landed on didn't have a lien put on it by the HOA, because you know how that Nazi organization is.
Oh my God.
Going back to like who you would golf with. By the way, I haven't played like a full round of golf in maybe 20 years.
Okay.
25 years. I mean, seriously, I'm not a golfer at all.
You got a lot of things going on too, Troy, with all your kids' school. And
a lot of things going on. Not the ability to play golf. Although RJ has seen me drive it at Top Golf.
Yes, I have.
I can hit the hell out of the ball.
Nice.
Just have no point of reference as direction. But if I had to pick 2 guys, number 1, Justin Timberlake.
Oh yeah,
Justin Timberlake's a great golfer.
Yep.
Plus, I'd fanboy. I'd be like,
everything he does, he's good at.
Hey, remember that time NSYNC performed at Texas Stadium? That was awesome.
It was
I
awesome.
would totally geek out, and then I would probably definitely John Daly because, you guys said, yeah, we're all going to pick John Daly. He's a legend on the golf course. He's a legend when it comes to party. Plus, he's going to bring his acoustic guitar. Have you not heard his country album?
I absolutely have heard his country
Whiskey
album. I just thought you
and
had
water?
something to play for it, and I was like,
of
no,
course.
you don't.
Do you mind if I pinch your ear and tell you how I got here?
This is John Daly.
Pretty wow. It's better than Troy Aikman's was.
Who did nothing but give.
I no
That's
idea.
actually awesome, dude.
It's pretty solid.
That's actually not bad.
It's not bad.
Wow.
And he's singing from the soul too.
It's got a little Dierks Bentley
Man,
vibe.
it does.
And that reminds me of the 105.3 Young Country days back whenever I was a kid listening for Top 7 at 7 from Stooby Doke right there.
Stooby Doke.
Oh man.
Stooby Doke.
From the 469, my dream gold foursome is RJ Corey and John Daly. From the 469, Pauline Gretzky, Lucy Robinson, and Paige Spearneck.
How nobody said Paige Veronica blows me away.
Yeah. Paige,
yeah.
She actually
I gotta
was.
Google that.
I think her Instagram is Paige Renee.
Yeah.
Why I know that right off the top of my head, I have
do
no
too.
idea.
Yeah.
Paige.
She popped into the studio shorter than I thought she would be in person. Yeah, that was definitely something I didn't expect. You know, all the angles on
She
her
was here?
Instagram. Yeah, she was up here in the late afternoon, and while we were still working nights. So yeah, she popped in up here, and it was she was nice. She was very nice. She asked me what course I should she should play on in DFW, and she said not Tennyson. Tell me another course, and I said go to Keaton. Keaton is a gem of a hole over there. I love it.
5 million golf courses in this town.
You got a huge, and I said it's not the greatest, but you're gonna love it. She went and played. She liked it a lot. All right, coming up next on Sean and RJ, it's time for we do headlines at 7, right? Let's rock some headlines. We got a bunch of stuff happening in baseball over the weekend next on the Fan.
Well, let's get you healthy. Let's get you and keep
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
With the third pick of the 2022 MLB Draft, the Texas Rangers select Kamar Rocker, a right-handed pitcher from Farragut, Tennessee.
What a amazing moment for Rangers fans, whether they liked it or not. That's that. If you look at Rangers Twitter, which is kind of starting to get a little like despondent right now, they're starting to turn into Mavs Twitter too, because the Rangers had a 4-game losing streak, and they're just like, oh, this is just a bad team. They're a bad manager, and people want to keep throwing that out there. The Rangers, though, they say, you know what? We're going to get Kumar Rocker, and we're going to add to this pitching rotation in the draft, and it was a shock to everybody. Sean and RJ here. I'm Corey Majors filling in for Sean today. That was a big shock to me, but I like it.
I love it.
I like the pick a lot.
Love the pick. It's high upside. If he's got injury problems, injury history, whatever, I mean, that's fine. Like the other guys that you take are going to have other issues. Like maybe they don't ever reach their potential, and maybe he doesn't. Maybe Kumar Rocker doesn't. Although I do know one thing. That is proof that Rob Manfred hates baseball.
Why is that?
This is the second time this dude has announced Kumar Rocker as a Major League Baseball draftee.
And he got it wrong again?
And he still got the name wrong. and it's not like this is some fringe high school kid prep player. The guy was one of the biggest stars in college baseball for 2 years. And you can't pronounce his name right. Kamar?
Kamar Rocker.
Kamar Rocker. He sounds like Mickey out there.
Oh. Yeah, they actually did
not
kind of
because,
sound
not
like
because
Mickey.
Mickey mispronounces things, just the voice.
Yeah, no, that definitely did have a Mickey sound to it. This is a guy, though, here are a couple things I do want to add. Kumar Rocker was touching 99 again after his surgery, going back out there for the Tri-City Valley Cats. By the way, managed by Pete Incaviglia. If you're a longtime Rangers fan around here, he was an amazing rookie and a home run slugger for the Rangers for a while. So he goes out there and he's doing his thing. He looks good again. He looks like he's in really good shape, kind of quote unquote best shape of your life kind of stuff. So I think the Rangers fans are always looking for a way to get excited about this team. I think that was the bigger story going on. He also saves them about he saves them $2 million. And we'll talk with Mike Bassick about this a little more during Crosstalk. Jared Sandler coming up here about 8 o'clock as well. But he saves them $2 million on this, picked a lot higher than anybody expected. And that's another thing too, is if the Rangers could have traded down and they wanted this guy this bad, they could have traded down, just not in this top grouping because the way the picks are.
Yeah, you can't trade picks
right
in the baseball draft, which I don't like that. I've never really cared for that, but they did save themselves. I hope they didn't make the decision based on money.
Me too.
I hope they didn't take him over any of the other. This is a very, very strong draft in the top 10. I hope they didn't take him over some of the other players because he was willing to sign for under slot. But it does give them an opportunity to overpay some of their later draftees.
Yeah.
And maybe you can just persuade someone not to go to college.
Right. Which maybe you get a guy that's a little bit better in your 5th, 6th, 7th round. They didn't have 2nd and 3rd rounders. So it's a weird, that's a weird spot too. But what Mike was discussing with me last week about this, and I really took this to heart, is get the best player you can in the first round and then figure out what to do in those other rounds there.
Absolutely.
Because you want to have the talent, not just the ability to say we have a lot of players. Even though it is important to make sure that some of these guys do hit. This is also a historic group for the
major leaguers.
That too. There's another thing there. This is the first time that 4 of the first 6 players drafted were black. And when we talk about like the different community and how it's down in urban communities, this is an example. Now, Drew Jones is probably not growing up in that type of community, right? Like he's a son of a former leaguer, former major leaguer. He's got probably all the best advantages to go for him. But they came from high school and from college, 3 hitters and a pitcher, and that would be Tamar Johnson, who was at Pittsburgh, Elijah Green. Those were 4 of the 6 that were black, and that's historic for Major League Baseball.
And baseball's been missing the American-born black player for, quite a while now. We're running on a couple of decades where the numbers just continue to drop. This is also the first time ever 4 sons of major leaguers were chosen in the first round, which kind of really highlights one of the major issues with baseball, and I'll talk about this when I talk about my trip a little bit later on. The cost of sports,
tough,
of youth baseball. This is becoming a sport of the rich almost, and you're seeing more and more. Like, no other sport do sons of major leaguers make the pros at the rate baseball does.
Vlad, Bichette, Biggio. That's one team right there. Bobby Witt Jr.
Oh, they got more on that team. Don't they have David Weathers' kid on that team? Or maybe that's I think maybe it's San Diego. But
Fernando Tatis Jr. Yeah.
I mean, dude, it's all over the place. Cody Bellinger. I mean,
well, I mean, and think about this with Mike. Mike talks about that all the time. Grew up with a guy who gave me the best knowledge already, right?
And the money to be able to spend on other coaching and equipment and travel ball and private lessons, even though you may not need private lessons, but it happens. And now you got Jackson Holliday was the first overall pick. Drew Jones went right after him. The top two picks were sons of guys that we watched 15 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
Not even 15 years ago that they were playing Major League Baseball.
Yeah, no, it is fascinating to watch this, and I say this every time I can. Keep an eye on Adrian Beltre's son.
Of course.
Watched him crushing home runs whenever he was just practicing with his dad at like 7 years old. I was like, that's ridiculous. Kids hitting the ball over our heads, and we're out in the outfield. There's also another in this draft as well. A lot of prominent selections were teams that were injury issues, guys that were bouncing back. So Kumar Rocker at 3 seems like a shock for a guy that was 1-1 at one point. He could have been the number 1 overall draft pick last year. And so now you're like shocked that he went number 3 because of the injury. The Rangers say they're not that concerned about it. I did want to hear this, Troy. Chris Young, cut 8 here. They said, was Rocker a riskier pick than the other top 5?
Max, it's a great question. It's a discussion we've had in our room. I think that there were a group of players that we felt like the risk was less in terms of that. Kumar fit that. And even within that small subset, we tried to assign that. That's what our job is. That's how we assess it. But Kumar's risk is on the medical. And we recognize that, but we are comfortable with what we've seen. This is an elite competitor, an unbelievably tough, strong person who, if you talk to anybody who's been around him, he's just a winner. And we're comfortable with the medical. We're excited about where he is physically and looking forward to a great future with the Texas Rangers.
If nothing else, since Chris Young has gotten here in the last 2 years with the draft, they've done something that people thought was interesting. And that's something that I don't know that we've had around here for a long time. It was like, they're just going to draft some kids, stash them away. We're never going to hear from them again. They said, you know what? They've got Josh Young. They got Jack Leiter. Now they got Kumar Rocker, all former college guys, big-time college polished prospects. We'll see how that goes from there. The other name that popped up over the weekend, Juan Soto. I'm not sure how surprised you were that this guy turned it down because it seemed like he does not want to be with Washington anyway. They offer him a massive $400 million contract. He says no. A lot of people are like, well, I mean, obviously it's because he wants shorter money so that he can get his other contract at 30 years old. He's only 23 years old right now. Get the shorter contract, and then 30 to 32 years old, cash in one more time. But man, turning down $400 million, I'm not sure I could do something like that. Of course I couldn't because I'm not a home run slugger.
You already don't have millions of dollars right already. That's a lot. But 15 years, I mean, that was going to lock him in. That was going to be the only contract he ever signed. And was Juan Soto really wanting in 7 years when that contract would be worth, half what it is now, because somebody's going to get $500 million over 10 years and he's only getting $400 million over 15, is he going to be bitter?
Right.
So let him sign his 5-year extension. He'll get him to 30 years old, and then because he's got 2 years, he'll buy up the other 2 years, give him his 5-year extension or whatever it is, 7-year extension, get him to 30, and then see what he does if he gets another contract, another big payday. It'll be a way for him to make more money. He'll make more money this way than he would with the 15-year deal.
Here's what's irritating to me is it's the franchises like the Yankees, it's the franchises like the Dodgers that have everything to go ahead and make something like that happen because they're good at pitching, they're good in the field, they're good at the plate, and then they're also good in their farm system.
Yeah.
The Dodgers, their farm system
always
is
good. It's always
so
good.
juiced.
It's always overrated, but it's always good.
But it's overflowing with talent right now to the point where Dustin May is injured, and they still got all-stars coming out of their roster.
They've got a tremendous farm system.
And if you're a Rangers team, you have to battle with that in order to even get in the conversation.
Well, you also have to battle with players may or may not wanting to play in a certain location. Like the Washington Nationals, they can go to their fan base and say, dude, we offered him $440 million. Like, what do you want us to do? He doesn't want to play here. It's pretty simple about that. Juan Soto doesn't want to be in D.C. And, let's just say that he was here and the Rangers offered him the same 15 for $440, and he says no. It's like, okay, what are you going to do? He doesn't want to come here. We offered him that this wasn't a fake Anthony Rendon offer. That was a fake offer. That was a real offer from the Nets. 15 for $440, that's a real contract offer. And he said no. What are you going to do?
Just trade him away. That's the only option you do have.
You trade him away. You try to rebuild and restock your team and farm system.
And that's why the Rangers, I do think the Rangers, like, in order to entice, maybe not the Juan Sotos, but the guys, because selling Texas is difficult. Like especially for the
it's easier now with the roof.
The roof makes a difference.
Maybe.
You added the roof, you added Seager and Semien so that you could entice and say, hey, look, we are willing to commit. We are willing to say we want some stars to come in here and play in Texas. We need the stars so we can go ahead and win. So you're hoping that by investing in those players, that allows you to be able to add something like this and a guy that's going to be happy. But, man, you have to be certain. You have to know for a fact that if you're going to trade away your farm system, which it's going to cost the farm, and it's going to cost you so much more than that too, you have to be certain that guy is going to be here for the long haul. You can't go say, like you said earlier this morning, Chop, you can't say 2 years. We're willing to just have that guy as a rental for 2 years while we're trying to work something out.
If you want to make a trade for him, let's just say the Nats say we'll give you him, but you got to give us Jack Leiter. Okay. Let's be talk to Juan.
And I mean, it's going to be so much. Like it's
going to be more than Jack Leiter. It's going to be a lot more. Let's just say that that's
Ezekiel Duran, everything.
Whatever. Okay, let me talk to Juan. And Juan, I'll give you 5 years and $200 million, $40 million a year, or whatever the hell it is. And that's the kind of offer it's going to take. And for that, yeah, I do it, because the chances that he is one of the three or four best hitters in baseball. He's in that conversation. He's an MVP candidate every single year. And the chances that any of those guys that you're going to trade for him become remotely close to what Juan Soto is are slim. This is how you have to build a roster. But you're going to lose out on pitching.
Yep. And then you got to figure out how to get it. Can I go buy a pitcher now that I've spent $1 billion?
And now you're going to spend almost $100 million a year on 3 guys.
On 3 players.
Maybe more than $100 million a year.
$250, $500 million on Seager and Semien, and then it's going to be about $500 million for Soto. How am I going to be able to afford pitching? Well, Ray Davis, you got some work to do.
Yeah.
You got some. Go get those natural gas prices up and see if that kind of helps you out just a little bit, or figure out a way. I think you get Soto in, that stadium's going to continue to fill up. I mean, look at the stadium right now. There are more people on Friday nights than there have been the last couple of years.
Oh, I'd show up to watch Semien, Seager, and Soto.
And it's not just that, though, because the roof matters, man.
Of course it does.
That stadium, you get Soto, dude, that place is going to be packed every night for the first couple of weeks, and then you start winning baseball again, and you know what that stadium is going to do. You can take that money and invest it in some big-time pitching. Maybe they can get at the table. Maybe they have that opportunity. Chris said, this is always a concern. You invest that much in one guy, you expect that guy to do that. Chris Sale immediately ran off to the field after he fractured his finger. It was his pinky finger. He was hurt on the final day of play before the All-Star break. That's what kills me. Dude just got back from broken ribs, and Boston loses 13-2. Alex Cora did not rule out a return for Chris Sale, and the 7-time All-Star was supposed to see a hand specialist later on Sunday, maybe today. We'll learn more about the situation there, but man, 107 miles an hour almost off the finger, shoots into right field. And when it comes to pitching, like we said, we have 2 pitchers here in Texas. If one guy gets hurt like that, what else is your season, man? And so Boston, who's struggling right now, trying to hold on, loses Chris Sale in the midst of this, too. The Portland Trailblazers won the NBA Summer League. I'm not sure how much you've been keeping up with what's going on, but they had a slow start to beat the New York Knicks, for the second NBA Summer League title since 2017.
I have to admit, I had no idea this happened.
They gave rings away this year.
I had no idea this happened.
They were giving championship rings away. Were you more committed to the Drew League than you were with LeBron?
I was not committed to the Drew League at all. Did not know. I knew the Drew League was going on. I knew the NBA Summer League was happening. Because before vacation, it was going on. But I didn't know they gave away rings.
Yeah, they gave away rings. If you actually look at the ring, us being Little League fathers, you're currently still one. I'm a former Little League dad. The rings don't look as good as some of the rings my son won at Little League tournaments.
Really?
Yeah, they're kind of El Cheapo. In fact, in the WNBA, in their summer league, the MVP trophy that was handed out, someone did a Google search and that went viral because that trophy that was handed out is available on Etsy for $18.
Nice. Look at that.
Spending that cash, baby.
Yeah. Speaking of trophies, Cam Smith won the Open Championship. He has to buy the claret jug.
What?
He gets to keep it for a year. After that, he has to buy one.
So they can have it? Like just have it around?
It's $8,000. Costs $8,000, and it's an inch smaller.
That's not cool. Every inch counts. We talk about that every time.
Every
sports
inch counts, man.
Carpentry, whatever it is, plumbing. It's all every inch
plumbing.
Always counts.
Definitely
and other
plumbing.
things too. All right, coming up next here on Sean and RJ, is CeeDee Lamb the most indispensable player for the Cowboys at the moment? Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to Zero.
of its brand new podcast, Hey Maine. They drop every Thursday on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Put your arms down. This segment of The Fan brought to you by Frankel and Frankel, 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Is CeeDee Lamb the most indispensable player for the Cowboys at the moment? We'll get into that in just a moment. I have my arms up trying to figure out where the camera is in the studio.
What are you talking about? We only have 23.
Yeah, but which one's on me? Twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. Go check it out. You can check us out on YouTube as well.
2 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm at 2 o'clock here.
No, you're like at 1:15.
That one?
Right there.
That's the one? Okay, I need to angle myself a little bit more.
There you go.
I usually sit in chop seat whenever we do the show during the middays. That's the seat I sit in, and I know exactly where the camera is. And all the Tuolos out there, y'all can hit it up on the fan cam right now. They know that I like to make something special happen for the camera every day. I'll blow kisses to them every day or something. So I got to know where my cameras are. Where's my best angle? That's why I have my hands up trying to figure that thing out there. Also, Troy, looks like you and RJ are going to be doing some more Brew Crew pit stops. You're going to be at Soulfire Brewing in Roanoke this week.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's just down the street for RJ. Not so much for me, but that's fine because here's the thing. When we go on the Brew Crew, it is always a party. It's great to hang out with the Tolos. The last time we did one, we were at Market Street in Mansfield. And now we're going to be in downtown Roanoke. So that will be this Thursday from 6 to 9.
Are you upset that I could walk there? Literally walk there?
Can you literally walk there?
Yeah. It's about 1.7 miles from my house. I could walk if I wanted to.
Honestly, not upset at all. As much as probably being upset that RJ hasn't even offered.
To let you
Would you like to stay the night?
You want to stay at the couch?
You can. No, I got an extra bedroom.
Yeah,
extra bedroom.
Well, I know because obviously, Corey, if you don't know, he's invited me to his house 1, 2, 3, 4, 0 times, and so this will be my first time. But here's my question. Do you still have lawn furniture in your living room?
No.
Okay, so that's all gone now.
I've got a fully furnished home.
Nice.
And a pool that is almost finished.
Wow.
Okay, that's nice.
You got the gunite done and everything?
The gunite's done. The electrician comes tomorrow, the plaster tomorrow, and then they're going to start filling it with water, baby. I think there's a party this weekend. Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe not. Maybe not. We don't know.
I like that.
I'm trying to figure that one out. But no, yeah, you're welcome to stay. You're welcome to spend the night on Thursday night because that's gonna be late. You wouldn't get home till 10 o'clock.
Yeah, that's fine. You know what? Now that I think about, why am I being greedy? I think since you're so close, we should just have all the Tolos that are going to meet that are going to be there at Soulfire Brewing Company. Because you ever saw behind the music like Motley Crue, like they would go perform at the Whiskey a Go-Go, then they bring everyone back to their apartment?
Yeah.
We'll do that.
We can do that.
Let's go back to your place.
Yeah, I'll put a bag over everyone's head so they can't see where we're going.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a lot of extra turns so they can't figure out where I am. It's just it'd be perfect.
Roanoke became Guantanamo suddenly. That was weird.
The Brew Crew Slumber Party could go down on Thursday. We'll see how it works out, man.
Reference. It's a good. I like the name of that.
Or Mike calls it the spin the night. All right. So and also, by the way, we're going to be out in Oxnard starting next Tuesday. We head out there. We'll be flying out there. All different shows, all at the same time. Really excited for this. The best coverage you're going to find is the home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. The interviews that are going to come your way. I mean, just think about this. We'll have Dak. We'll have Jerry Jones on for sure. Build the relationship. Maybe he gets mad at me again. We'll see. But there's lots of things that could go down with the Cowboys throughout the week, but lots of chaos. Keep eyes on your Twitters. Keep eyes on the fan cam because there's going to be a lot of just stuff happening, pictures. And I love to take pictures of Mike while he sleeps on the airplane, and then we'll just have so much more interaction going on throughout the entire event. So I'm really excited about it this year, man.
Dude, the camp's gonna be fun. It always is. It always is a good time. This summer, though, and look, it's not like it's not always hot here. It's always hot.
It's special this
Every
year.
summer, someone says, "Oh man, I don't remember being this hot." No, it was this hot last year.
This heat.
1,000% was this hot. I don't know that this summer we could say that. This was
too many consecutive days of 100 is what it's been.
My first summer here was 98. My first summer. And that was I think we hit 32 days in a row.
Wow.
Or 30 days in a row, something like that. And I worked for Grapevine Parks Department.
Wow.
As a summer job.
Look at you.
I was working the summer job for Grapevine Parks. And mowing, weed eating, mowing lawns and stuff like that. It was the most absurd heat I've ever witnessed, I've ever encountered. I don't know how people do it outside every day. Like, mad props.
And usually it's really humid. This has been a dry heat lately, and you can't say that very often. So that's been something that's kind of stood out. I love this question. We always do this, but we'll do like the who do you need a bubble wrap kind of guy? Which guy are you looking at? Who's the most indispensable player for the Dallas Cowboys? And I think it was Mickey Spagnola. I saw a piece he did on DallasCowboys.com that said it's CeeDee Lamb. And it makes a lot of sense to me that CeeDee Lamb would be a guy that you're like, that dude is indispensable considering the shortage of top talent receivers that you have on the Cowboys roster right now.
All right.
Oh, yeah, me too. I appreciate the same thing there. But yeah, when you have Jalen Tolbert, a rookie, who's going to be expected to be your third until Michael Gallup gets back, and James Washington, who has been a underperforming draft pick. A lot of people thought when he came out of Oklahoma State, he would be a Des Bryant type guy. I was like, no, this guy's more of a runner, more of a burner than he is a physical receiver. He can go up and high point a football, and that's good and everything. Ben Roethlisberger had a plethora of guys to throw to, and then his arm wasn't good enough to actually get it to James Washington the same way he used to with the Antonio Browns whenever he was at the peak of his game. So James Washington suffered. But if you're looking at this Dallas Cowboys roster, is CeeDee Lamb the most indispensable at this moment? Because I think that's a good case for it.
Non-Dak.
Dak's going to be like
he's the most.
You cannot have a quarterback in this day and age,
right? And
that's
not
good as a backup. It just does, like for some reason, unless you like have the future coming up and a guy that's been your bad quarterback.
Is CeeDee the most indispensable? Non-Dak. Man, it's probably still Tyron. Which is crazy because his team can't win without him.
He's dispensable 3 times a year. Every year, he's going to miss 3 to 6 games.
And they never do well without him.
They don't.
It's probably him, dude.
And, I mean, Tyler Smith's your next option, right? Like, the goal, the dream.
The dream, yeah.
Stephen Jones told us when he hopped on with us around, after the draft, he said, listen, the idea that this guy can slide out to play tackle, you do have to think about the future. That's one of the things we liked him. The dream is for him to be your left guard and for Tyron Smith to be your left tackle, and you feel like you have a really strong physical left side of your offensive line. But that is fascinating to think that guy, who we know is going to miss time every year, is an indispensable player. 877-881-1053. When Micah's name pops up, I don't know if I agree with that. Because I think team defense is such a bigger factor. Choppy might just say, well, defense doesn't matter anyway.
That's right.
So Micah isn't indispensable. He's just a guy. They're just numbers out there. Micah is interesting because our defense is very different without him. Like our defense, the way it's constructed, the special ability that he has to make plays happen. You're going to get a fumble. You're going to get pressure. You're going to get an interception. You're going to get things that happen on the defensive side of the ball because Micah is a disruptive defensive player. And maybe I am willing to put him in that place. But right now, I would say, and maybe there is another guy on the defensive side of the ball that's indispensable too. And that might be Trevon Diggs. Like, because Diggs, what he gives you out there is, like, not a lot of guys not a lot of teams have a guy that can get 11 interceptions. Jackson.
That's right.
Jackson is one of those guys out in San Diego now that can give you 8, and he's a shutdown guy. But Trevon Diggs is, you can talk about the yards and some of the things, but those yards that really doesn't mean anything to me whenever I watch the way that he plays. And I'm actually kind of curious at what point quarterbacks are going to say, I can't throw to him because I'm scared of throwing this interception today. So Diggs might be another guy that I think is indispensable because who's your second guy? Kelvin Joseph? Anthony Brown. But you want Kelvin Joseph to beat Anthony Brown so that he can move Brown into the slot.
Well, you probably want Joseph to beat. You probably want him to beat Diggs too because you want the most competition.
Yes,
you know what I mean. You want everybody to be better than the next guy.
Yeah, for sure.
So that'd be the ideal situation. I would say Micah is far more indispensable on the defensive side than Diggs. Even though Diggs plays a much more important position than linebacker.
Yes.
Like Mike is just he the way he rushes the passer, the versatility he gives you. I think he's more important only because he's better. Like I don't think Diggs got coverage issues, like sheer just covering guys. Mike is just a better player, right? I think everybody agrees on that one, right? Like Mike is just a better player than Diggs is as a whole.
Yeah, very. I mean, like because of the unique ability to and because he's close to the line and he can make an impact on the quarterback immediately. Diggs, it's a wait and see kind of moment. You can make plays behind the line of scrimmage with Micah. That's anytime you're getting negative yards, you're an important player. Which is interesting because when we talk about indispensable guys, none of them are really on the defensive line. Micah, you can kind of consider him there, but DeMarcus Lawrence is not. I want DeMarcus Lawrence to be the solid player that he is. Not paid as a top 5 defensive end because that money is really not spent the correct way. But I want him to be it, but that's not it. Randy Gregory's no longer there, so you're like, Dorrance Armstrong it is. Here we go. We're going to throw a bunch of other rotational guys on the edge over there. And then in your defensive middle, you got Osa, and you got a bunch of other guys you're kind of rotating in. So nobody across your defensive line where it's the most important to get pressure and stop the run, nobody is an indispensable player because they have made it a nameless, faceless position pretty much for this team.
Yeah, they have. I mean, they have made it basically a nameless, faceless position. That's the way they've gone for. I mean, it's been a long time. This isn't like they didn't just start this idea either.
Mm-hmm. It's
been like that for years, basically since Bill.
Yeah. From the 4-4-3. Where is that? I don't have a clue where that is. They say Jaron Kearse on defense.
The 4-4-3?
Yeah, I don't know exactly that I agree with Jaron. I love Jaron Kearse. All right. What is there?
Philadelphia?
No, that's Eastern Maryland.
What? Oh, Sean is listening.
Sean's
listening. No. He's listening in with his brother.
You better mention this.
You better say this on air or else. If you don't say it. No, Jaron Kearse is interesting to me because I don't think he's indispensable, although not having him back there would be amazing. He missed, 3% of his tackles last year? That's it? He was the best.
He was like the best tackler.
Best tackler on defense in the game last year. He was essential to this team. And maybe that is a good thing, but I always thought that he was the guy that you were like, he's underrated. And now he's kind of surpassed the underrated part of it. Can he grow beyond that, or was last year just one good year for him? So I want to see if there's another thing to it. But you're right, man. We have failed so bad at safety for so long that finally having somebody back there that can make those kinds of plays and is a mismatch nightmare for offensive coordinators because they're like, how do I get around this guy? I can't just put a tight end out there. I can't just put a small receiver out there. He's a mismatch for a lot of guys. So I like that one a lot,
too. And by the way, did you mention Kelvin Joseph?
Kelvin Joseph.
Okay, I don't know if he's indispensable as much as indisposed.
Yes. Yeah, he's got some he's got some prior obligations.
I realized the Cowboys are like, oh yeah, you can work out, you're good. And the NFL is just like, when do we send this letter to him?
Yeah. The idea behind him is you want him to be good enough that he beats out Anthony Brown because you want your second round pick to be a guy that's going to turn into something. You're right, though, man. You got a lot of questions about whether that guy should even be on the field, whether he should be in that locker room. And the Cowboys are like, nah, we're going to be okay with it. Jerry is indispensable. Gerald Sensabaugh was great. Mike McCarthy. I don't know how many people would agree that Mike McCarthy is indispensable at this moment. A lot of people are not very happy about that guy.
I'm gonna agree with that.
You love Mike. You guys do a great job every time you have Mike McCarthy.
Yeah, I like Mike, but he's not indispensable.
Because we got Kellen and Dan Quinn. And then Sean Payton's looming over him.
Of course, yeah, with that $20 million price tag.
Coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Cameron Smith could win a bunch of these, but what does it mean that Rory didn't overcome? Next on the Fan.
Let's get you over to A1 Air. My good friends at A1 Air, if you need a new AC system, do not risk you and your family being
Service provider, taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size. From start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Back here on Sean and RJ, Corey Majors filling in for Sean Sharif. Sean will be back tomorrow, and most of the shows will be kind of all intact for the first time in quite some time. Looking forward to getting back with the KNC Masterpiece. I haven't seen Kevin in almost 3 weeks now.
Man,
so
lucky guy.
What do you mean? I like Kevin.
What? I didn't say that. That's out loud.
I think that it's been...
Yeah. The red light is on.
It has been 11 years, I think, since I have not seen him for that kind of time. Like, it's been 11 years we've been working together on radio, in addition to the 5, 6 years that we spent working together at the newspaper. So really excited to see him today. It's back in the day.
I saw someone reading one of those this week.
It was at Evan Grant. Yeah, no. Back in the day, there was words printed on little pieces of paper, large pieces of paper, and you would unfold them and read through it. And there were lots of stories that existed. You could read your sports. Most people would look at the comics and do the crossword puzzle. And then there's also stories about stuff that happens in the news, Troy.
Okay, yeah. I use it today to pack boxes.
Okay, yeah, that's I do too.
Okay.
I do too. Broadus collects headlines. He's a headline collector. He will hold on to newspapers for their front pages. He'll go find big ones around the entire world.
I used to go and make it a point to, when a big event happens, see what the headlines were, and if I get my hand on that, that would be kind of cool.
Now I will say I do have a couple of those at the house.
Yeah?
Like when Nolan won 300, I think I had the Dallas Times Herald.
Yep.
So I still have that newspaper. It's so yellow at this point.
Yeah.
But yeah, you keep stuff like that.
But not anymore, though. Not anymore. Now we have NFTs and everything's on your phone. I'm sure that market's doing great, right?
Lazy Ape or whatever. Bored Ape.
What's an NFT?
All right. Cameron Smith gets his win. He rallies from 4 shots back to beat Rory McIlroy in the Open Championship. It was an 8-year drought that Rory's looking at, and it continues for him not having any majors in his life. I'm a majors, at in the majors.
Hey.
You can follow me on Twitter. At the 150th Open, Smith stole the show, though. He ran off 5 straight birdies to start the back 9 and delivered more clutch moments at the end. That was a great run at him by the end.
By Cam Smith, it was one of the greatest final rounds that we've seen in a major. I mean, we don't see 64s in a final round of a major to win it. That is, we are touching history with that one. It's one of the lowest. I think it's the second. I think 63 is the lowest of a final round in a major championship to win. And now we see this guy with 64. I mean, this was just a phenomenal final round from Cam Smith. And to be able to birdie the first 5 holes of the back 9 was something you don't see. First time somebody's done that in 20 years. And here he did it in the final round of a major, the 150th Open Championship. Kind of remarkable. But everyone's and I feel bad. I feel bad for Rory. He is going to take a lot of heat today, even though he shouldn't. Rory did nothing wrong yesterday. Rory hit every green in regulation. Rory played as a guy with a 4-stroke lead. He played exactly the round you want to play. He played mistake-free. He played a mistake-free round. He just didn't get putts to drop. I mean, he was hitting really good putts on 13, 14, 15. Nothing dropped. Nothing would drop for him. This was more about Cam Smith winning this event than it was Rory losing it. Rory didn't lose this event. Rory will feel the sting of this much more than Cam Smith will feel the joy, because Rory is, he is at one point was tracking to be one of the greats in the game, one of the all-time greats. And now he's sitting there. I mean, he's still stuck on 4 majors for, almost a decade now. He's going to feel this.
You brought up earlier this morning the amount of times that some of the big names in golf have finished top 10, but not one, and where kind of Rory is in that stretch where it's 17. You said,
so Rory's got 17 top 10 finishes in a major since 2015. He's got no victories. Brooks has got 15 top 10 finishes in a major since 2015. He's won 4 of them. So he wins like 25% of the time. Brooks is the top 10. He wins the event. And Rory's got nothing of the last 17 majors, or the last, over the last 7 years, I should say.
And then you brought up, Jordan Spieth. I think he was at 13 somewhere.
Yeah, he's 12, and he's got 3 majors. And Dustin Johnson's got 14 or 15. He's got 2 majors.
Yeah.
All these other guys have won titles. in that same time frame, except for Rory.
Yeah, what's interesting about golf is golf's not like all the other sports where your majors or playoffs are at the end of your season and you build up to something. Yeah. So it's real weird that it's just kind of sporadic on whether or not you're good that weekend.
Yeah.
Or whether or not that's the one that you marked on your calendar that you were like, this is the one that means the most to me.
Or it's a situation where the course dictates it, right? You know, like a lot of people, you know, when you go and let's say you're going to bet on a golf tournament, you don't bet on who the hot golfer is. You bet on who plays well at that golf course.
Right, yeah.
Because the golf course oftentimes dictates who's going to play well because it sets up right for them.
Yeah. And they said Cam Smith showed he's the best putter on the tour.
He is
right now.
He's got the best short game on the tour. Him and Patrick, Patrick Reed's right up there with, from putting standpoint, although not this year, I don't think. But, Cam Smith for the last 2 years has been the best putter. He's phenomenal.
I was over the weekend. I had it on all weekend, so I would kind of watch it as I would walk by and everything. Here's the thing that my wife pointed out. Wives have some amazing observations of sports, right? Like, my wife she doesn't love sports. She likes sports, but it's more of I'm watching sports and she's in the room.
Mm-hmm.
But she's sitting there and she's like, why is the grass so terrible? The grass in Britain looks awful.
I know.
And I was like, it's awful grass. What's going on? Why is the grass so bad in Britain? And then her other observation was, that's the deepest sand trap I've ever seen in my life.
Pot bunker.
Pot bunker. What's that? What's the history behind a pot bunker?
That's just the way they built them. I don't know. That's just the way they built them over there. And the grass, that's just fescue. Like, they don't really mow it very well. Like, they mow it. There was a video. It was either Spieth or Justin Thomas, and there was a goat behind him.
Just that's awesome.
Like they were playing a practice round, not there. They were just playing around. It was either in Ireland or in Scotland, and there was just a goat, and the goat was just eating the grass. That's how they mow the lawn. That's how they mow it. Is they let a goat do it. But yeah, fescue is just flat and runs forever.
They just let a goat.
They let a goat. They just let a goat out there walk around. And
they got to have a lawnmower.
They have a lawnmower. They do. But to
the
add to
the Parks group out there cutting it up
to add to the the sort of the ambience of the course, the prestige.
So every once in a while you're just going to hear some.
They just have a goat out there doing goat things.
Man, there was I don't know which hole it is, and all the golfing, like the huge golf fans out there are going to probably kill me for this, but there was a shot that it looked like it was a baseball stadium. I was like, this is wild. Like the stands are way up. And then the way the green looked, I thought it was an infield. And I was like, man, that looks like a baseball stadium on one of the holes there. But it was the open. And I've checked it out here and there over the years. But it was a good run this week.
Well, since you're asking about the bunker and the fescue or whatever and stuff like that, I have a question.
The Justin Fescue?
What's up with that stupid bridge? Can they not build
a
bigger
bridge?
Can they not build a bigger one?
Yes.
I mean, they were like showing like Rory walking over. They're like, oh, look at him walk over this bridge made for a troll.
It is a weird little bridge they got there, man.
I guess it just adds to the allure.
I don't remember the name of that bridge. It's Swithwin.
Okay.
Swithkin Bridge, something like that. I have no idea. It's the smallest waste of. It's the tiniest dang bridge. You see, I mean, they have fans jumping over the.
Yeah, that was the funny part.
They're jumping over this little brook. It's not even a creek.
Swilcan Bridge.
Swilcan Bridge. Yeah, so they've got like that little tiny bridge that's been there probably for 400 years, and they got fans jumping over it. Like, you mean to tell me the player can't jump over that?
Yeah, no, wow, that is that's a little bridge. You're right. Now, I did see something else, and I know I hear this whenever I drive in. On this day, is it on this day this time every day, or is it
just whenever? We'll throw it together.
What happened on this day, Troy?
You gotta let him know.
I'll see you later, man.
I
saw you tweet something just a minute ago.
Oh, okay.
It's about my boy Heath Ledger.
Okay, well, hold on a second. Just give me a second, because normally when we do it, I got to play the music, and you can't just throw it up on me. So hold on, I got to go to this file.
I'm new to the show.
I know you are.
Sean and RJ take a look back on this day with Troy Hughes on 105.3 The Fan.
Thank you, random voice guy and host for random segment. All right. On this day, I mean, it's a big one. Because it's one of the biggest movies of our generation. On this day in 2008, The Dark Knight opened in theaters.
I don't think I saw it in theaters. I think I saw it at home, but that's just the way I watch movies. But that's one of my favorite ones from that series, man. Like that one, I loved that one.
You know what? That's funny. Here's a cool story. Yesterday, driving around with my son, we were talking about Batman. And he asked me, what are your favorite Batman movies? I'm like, oh my God.
The one with nipples.
If I had to, yes. That is not a good movie.
Oh, the suit had.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
The Batman and Robin, that's a horrible movie. But I was thinking, what are my favorite Batman movies? And if I had to say, I would say number one, Batman 1989. Michael Keaton. You'll never argue with me. Never. I was there the opening night in Corpus Christi to watch it. So
Bat Dance was the biggest waste of my life.
Batman 1989 is number one for me. Number two is The Dark Knight. And number three, Lego Batman movie.
Lego Batman's fantastic.
Lego Batman movie.
I just sent you a picture. I saw it last night as I was going to bed. A picture of Batman over time. The way the character looks. I think that would be an awesome poster to have up because it has like a bunch of different versions of what a side profile of what the Batman look, and they have Lego Batman at the bottom of that.
Yeah,
and I was like, oh yeah, we got to include that one too.
That's cool. But some cool facts about The Dark Knight that came out on this day in 2008 when the Joker makes his appearance as the nurse in the hospital. During that scene, you see he has a name tag on it. It says Matilda. That's the name of Heath Ledger's daughter. So that's kind of a little Easter egg. And also the scene in which the Joker walks into the party and Michael Caine, who's playing Alfred, opens the door and he doesn't say anything. The reason why is because Michael Caine had never seen Heath Ledger in makeup until that moment. He forgot his line.
Oh, wow.
And he said in an interview later, I literally forgot my line, so they just carried on with the scene.
I like it. I mean, that gave it a great effect, man. That was awesome.
I don't remember him not saying it. I don't remember that.
Yeah, he didn't say anything because he couldn't remember anything.
You know what? Maybe we ask Tim Collins to get it set up, and we do a private screening somewhere for the Tolos. We rewatch it and wait for that moment, and everybody drinks at that moment.
I mean, we can drink at any moment.
All right, coming up next here on Sean and RJ, Jared Sandler joins us to discuss the Rangers pick and a couple other things, including Juan Soto, next on The Fan.
Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
Sean and RJ here. Corey Majors filling in for Sean and this morning. He'll be back tomorrow on 105.3 The Fan. Looking forward to being back with the KNC Masterpiece as well. Whole show will be intact tomorrow as well. Right now, after last night's draft, we have to get some experts in here to have some good opinions. And I know Jared Sandler off air had some really good thoughts on this before he was even drafted. It's time to talk with Jared Sandler, play-by-play extraordinaire and pre- and post-game show host for the Rangers here on 105.3 The Fan. Jared, how's it going today, man?
Good morning, guys. Good morning. How y'all doing?
I forget it's morning sometimes when I'm on air, Jared.
Ducky.
Ducky? What's that mean?
It's wonderful, I think.
Okay. All right. Well, then we're Ducky, Jared. Are you Ducky as well?
What, RJ? That's not. Does that sound like your kids say?
No, but that's coming. The degeneration of RJ Choppy is a segment that we're going to have here.
Is this something your girlfriend says to you in the morning?
No. She says a lot of other things to me in the morning, but not that.
Yeah. Okay. Never heard of It's Ducky, but I guess I'll be sure to never use that one.
Well, if you've never heard that, have you heard of this?
Kamar Rocker.
Have you heard of Kamar Rocker?
Yeah, Jared.
Well, so are you laughing? I actually think that is how you pronounce his name.
Oh, really? No.
Yeah.
He didn't go to White Castle.
The joke might be on you on that one because Jack Leiter, who obviously would probably know maybe with a little more expertise than us, was calling him Kamar when I spoke to him in spring training. As opposed to what I think a lot of us, myself included, have said Kumar.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it might be Kamar probably whenever he does sign. They usually send their draft picks to Arlington. They do the whole song and dance press conference. We'll have to ask him. But I believe it is Kamar, not Harold and Kumar.
Okay,
Dang it.
Interesting to know that.
I don't like that at all.
Why?
Because it throws off my entire.
Oh, about Manfred and
yeah. Well, it's not even that. It just throws off everything.
All your other conversation pieces with
RJ, you can do what a lot of people on Twitter do, which is ignore objectivity and facts and just tailor it to whatever your narrative is.
But I do that anyway.
Oh man,
I'm going to do that anyway.
Yeah.
So why not?
I think Jared's taking a shot at the idea of drafting him and where Rangers Twitter and maybe even and maybe it's my friend Dustin that he's taking a shot at too there. But the Jared, I'm kind of curious about this pick because I like it. I was a big fan of him before, and I saw what he did. He threw 55 pitches and 36 strikes when he was with Tri-City Valley in one game. The teammates seemed to really like him. Pete Incaviglia thought that he was fantastic as well while he was out there. He looks good. He's throwing hard. What's not to like about this pick?
Yeah, and just to be clear, the Twitter shot was more of a general Twitter shot because I understand why Rangers fans, would be skeptical or curious because I think like anything in life, when you get caught off guard, your immediate reactions are
I don't like
usually it's going to be on one end of the spectrum or the other, and so it's not a shot at Rangers fans. The only thing I would say that I saw on Twitter is all of a sudden there were a lot of people who had seen Kumar Rocker's medicals.
Yeah, and
I didn't realize. Yeah, I didn't realize that because I have it, and so
that's a HIPAA thing, right?
I'd say is what's that?
It's a HIPAA violation.
I believe. Yeah, I believe so. I didn't. I think, but here that's the big thing here, right? The Rangers are betting on Kumar Rocker's health, and there is a ton of unknown there. So I understand why Rangers fans were maybe caught off guard, and we're all kind of victims to whatever the mock drafts say, and no one. I think the highest I saw Kumar Rocker in a mock draft was 17th. And here's the thing too. What I don't think people realize with the baseball draft, you can't trade picks, which is one of the dumbest things ever. But because you can't trade picks, you also can't trade down. So
right.
Whereas this situation in the NFL draft might have let the Cowboys to trade down like they've done in the past to maybe get some assets and then still get the guy they want. You can't do that. And the Rangers didn't have a pick until the fourth round after this. But, with Kumar Rocker, like you said, Corey, this was a guy who 24 months ago was seen as a lock to be the number one overall pick in last year's draft. And then that lock kind of got undone a little bit. But then it was like, it might be first, second, third, fourth. And then his velocity at Vanderbilt became a little inconsistent, so he slid to 10th. Why did it become inconsistent? Well, we learned that I guess there was something wrong with the shoulder. Now, his camp has been very secretive about what exactly was wrong and what has been done, and maybe that will become more clear here in the coming weeks or months. But what we do know is, as you mentioned, he went and played indie ball, and according to people who saw him, he looked better then than he did at Vanderbilt. Mm-hmm. So I guess you've got a guy who was thought to be a number 1 overall pick talent, and now looks better than he did when that was the case. Maybe it shouldn't have been a surprise that he was getting consideration that high in the draft. It caught us off guard, but maybe it shouldn't have. But the bet here is, I mean, you're really betting on 2 things. One, you're betting on the health, and then you're betting on whether or not, that third pitch, whether it's a curveball or a changeup, can really develop to allow him to be an upper echelon starter. But I would say that you're almost making that bet with just about any starting pitcher, no matter where they're drafted. I'd say that the last starting pitcher who maybe that was not the case for was Steven Strasburg, who was seen as an incredibly complete option. But listen, that hasn't guaranteed any. Strasburg's not getting a first-class ticket to the Hall of Fame, right? He's obviously had a nice career, injuries and whatnot. But so the fact that Kumar Rocker, might need to develop a third pitch a little bit better is not unlike any other player drafted that highly, including Jack Leiter, who I think people would have said the same thing for last year.
Whose upside is higher, his or Leiter's?
It's a good question. I think that, I think Leiter's, I don't know. If Kumar Rocker is healthy, I guess the question is, who do you have more confidence in developing a third pitch at a higher level? Because Kumar Rocker right now has, a very, very good fastball. Now, he lowered his arm slot a little bit, and that might have been, not for health reasons to avoid a current injury, but maybe because they feel like that will help him avoid further injury, if that makes sense. Whereas Trevor Story is throwing differently for the Red Sox because there might be something wrong that has not been addressed. And so Kumar Rocker, I guess the fastball played really well. The curveball, actually, I guess based on what I read, looked better with Tri-City than it did with Vanderbilt. But the slider didn't look as dominant. But there's no reason to believe that slider is just going to go away. I mean, that was a really impressive pitch. I think it's tomato on that one, RJ. My thought is Leiter might have a little tiny bit more upside, but then Rocker's got more of the pitcher's build, and a lot of people, they get crazy over that. So I'll go Leiter, but I think you can ask me that tomorrow and then the next day, and the answer can keep changing.
The benefits, Jared, of drafting below slot. Can you kind of explain that for everybody out there?
Yeah, so the baseball draft is complicated in a lot of ways. One of the ways is that for your first 10 rounds, you have a pool of money that you can use for signing bonuses for those draft picks, and that pool is determined by your picks. So let's say the I don't remember what the first overall pick is. First overall pick, just to use round numbers, $10 million, and the second overall pick is 9.9, and then 9.8, and so on and so forth. Well, if you have $10 million for the first pick, and then your 62nd pick is $7 million, and your 98th pick is $5 million, you get the values, the assigned slot values of those picks added to your pool. And the numbers I just gave you are super high. I'm just trying to use easy numbers. But when you don't have those picks, you don't get those numbers. So the Rangers don't have a second and third round pick. So their bonus pool is far less than most teams' bonus pools. And I don't think here's where I think there's some confusion. I don't think the Rangers drafted Kumar Rocker because they could sign him below slot. Jeff Passan reported yesterday the Rangers are expected to sign him for $2 million below slot, which is a pretty significant number.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true. It might be true. It might not be until the pen hits paper. We don't know. But let's just ride that hypothetical. I don't think the Rangers drafted Kumar Rocker for that reason. I think the Rangers probably felt like a lot of guys, not a lot, maybe 3 or 4 guys were, in the same range, and they figured, well, okay, we kind of like Rocker better, and then this is an additional tiebreaker, so let's do it. Because now that's $2 million that they can use that they otherwise would not have been able to use to sign a guy in the 4th, 5th, 6th rounds. And what they're probably going to do, what it probably indicates, is that they're going to go after a super high talent who is committed to one of these, big time schools, who has indicated that he probably is going to go to school and let you blow him away and try and blow him away with that money, right? So, you're not going to necessarily go chalk and utilize that money, but there might be a kid, a high school senior, who they believe is a big-time talent. And they honestly, the way this draft works, they might know who that guy is already. And now it's just a matter of hoping that he falls because of the threat of signability. But if I can offer $2 million is a lot of money. And if I can offer $2 million above slot, or maybe they break it up in 1.2 here, whatever, it does increase their chances to maybe convince a second-round talent who has fallen because of signability to actually sign with the Rangers.
Jared Sandler joined us here at 105 through the Fan. All right. Juan Soto agrees to a 5-year extension before the trade. Let's just hypothetically here. Are you giving up what they're asking for?
What are they asking for?
Let's say they asked for Jack Leiter and some, whatever, another A-level prospect. So 2 A-level prospects.
Oh, just 2?
Absolutely. 2 more A-level prospects.
You're horrible. You're good. I hope you're not Mike Rizzo.
What is the asking price?
Yeah,
what's the asking price for him?
They're asking for a load.
I mean, my guess, RJ and Corey, I think you might need to double that.
Yeah.
I mean, no trade deadline is no trade season is the same. So precedent doesn't really work. Right. But just think of, the Rangers, and this is not even apples to oranges comparison. This is an apples to kale comparison. But the Rangers traded for Cole Hamels. They gave up 5 prospects, and at the time, I think 1 was considered a big-time prospect, 2 were considered pretty big-time prospects, and the other 2 were considered good prospects. So Juan Soto is going to yield way more than that. So my guess, if I had to get, you're probably getting 3 A-level prospects, maybe a 4th, and if not a 4th, then that 4th guy is an A-, B+ level prospect.
And you're doing it. And you're doing it.
RJ, right now, I don't know that I do. I know it's weird to say because Juan Soto is tremendous, but if this was the NBA, then yeah, I do it. If this is the NFL and it's a quarterback, obviously I do it. But as we've seen, I mean, the 2 of the 5 best players in baseball play on the same team, and they suck.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think it's a deal that I'd make if everyone's putting the Mets in the pole position there. They are closer to where they want to be to win a World Series than the Rangers are. I think it's a trade that you maybe make. Let's say Juan Soto doesn't get traded this year and it's next year. I think the Rangers would be more in a position to make that deal next year than this year. It does seem like it's a one-piece away trade, but I'm absolutely on the phones trying to figure it out. And I'm absolutely considering any offer. I just, that's a tough one because the Rangers are not one piece away. They're multiple pieces away. And do you want to compromise, what you've done with the farm system prematurely in that regard? Because, with Seager and Simeon, I know that you lose a draft pick by signing them, but you're just signing those guys. With Soto, you're now paying him extraordinary money and you're giving up big-time assets. So, again, if you're one piece away, if you're in win-now mode, it makes more sense than maybe if you still feel like you're a couple years away.
Yeah, and this team definitely has, if you get that one piece, man, that's a lot of your money spent, and now how are you getting your pitching, and you probably had to give that up to get him. Not yet, but, man, maybe they can be in that position soon.
And Corey and RJ, I don't know that this is necessarily the case. I think one of the counter-arguments, the people that don't like the Kumar Rocker pick and certainly justified if this is their stance, is that they felt like this was an opportunity to try get a high-end position player prospect, right?
Elijah Green.
Whether it's Green or Tamar Johnson, whoever it was, a guy who could be a big-time elite position player prospect. I don't know, the way baseball team building works, this is not a tell necessarily directly, but I wonder if it suggests, or I wonder if we look back on this and say, hey, maybe this is an indication that their bigger plan was pushing them towards being more aggressive for the position players in the offseason again. And because there's several ways to build a team. Some people want to build the pitching internally and go out and get the position players. Some people it's a mix. Some people it's the other way around. Maybe this means that, in free agency and in trades, they're going to be more aggressive for the MLB-ready position players and really commit to building a farm system full of arms and hope that, 2 or 3 of them hit.
Man, thank you, Jared. And as we learned from the Three Little Pigs story, you build it brick by brick, not stick by stick. All right, Jared, have a good one, man. Have a good All-Star break, buddy.
See you guys.
There goes Jared Sandler. Always appreciate having him on and talking some baseball with him and getting that insight that he has because, man, that dude is connected. Coming up next, Justin Jefferson said he's going to be the best wide receiver next year. Next on The Fan.
Well, let's get you over to QC.
by Rubin and Associates. Are you drowning in debt, high credit card balances, personal loans, or outstanding taxes? Everything is spiraling out of control and you feel like you have no way out, but you do. Call Mark Rubin and Rubin and Associates at 1-800-LAWYERS or go to DallasTexasLegal.com.
Sean and RJ here. Corey Majors filling in for Sean, as Troy just said. I'm doing the best I can. Let me know how things are going on the AutoFlex Leasing fan or the TruckWreck.com text line.
Welcome to January.
Yeah, yeah. I know that there's always this kind of disconnect whenever you're like, hey, hold on, this isn't my normal morning routine. Well, hey, Sean's normally not here anyway, right? So I'm like just giving him a hard time, but it is a little bit different having me in the room and hanging out with you guys today. Glad I'm here with y'all. Always enjoyed working with y'all so far. Really appreciate it. KNC will be back with Mike and Kevin today, and then I'll be back on the show tomorrow. What's that? What? KNC is going to be back with Mike and Kevin today.
No, RJ and I were talking during the commercial break. The fact that you're pulling off like a peace-a-thon type moment today.
Oh, hell no.
You're not working the midday.
I know.
Yeah, you are. Man, that's awesome. You're until 2 today.
Oh, man.
That's
I
great.
am struggling to stay awake right now.
What are you talking about?
I don't understand how you guys do this. This is the wildest shift in the world.
It's so funny. Friday, Bobby Belt and Reggie were in on Friday morning, and that's all they could talk about. Like, how do you do this?
Yeah, I've done this shift many times. When we were weekend show, we started here May of 2011. That was I told Kevin that
what a great sports time in the Metroplex.
Yes, we're going to win an NBA championship, dude, and the Rangers are awesome at baseball. Like, it was fantastic, and I really we had our opportunities to fill in. We would get here at 3:00 in the morning, because we didn't know, hey, you can prepare at home overnight, you idiots. So we would drive it. We would leave at 2:30 and drive in, and we'd be in there trying to pump it full of coffee. Kevin's listening to some Rage Against the Machine while he's driving, so he can stay all fired up.
Sac de la Rocha.
Just doing whatever we can to stay awake, and it's a wild shift. And I don't appreciate it, actually. I don't appreciate what y'all have to go through, because it's so wild. But I do appreciate the audience, because I know y'all are here for them. And that's what's really cool, is y'all do a fantastic show every single day when Sean's here and you're here and all the trios together. Y'all do a phenomenal show for the audience out there. The Tolos really love it as well. So glad the Tolos are with us this morning. Corey is my favorite person in the fan, so what a treat this morning. Oh, thank you.
Was that a fan text, or are you just talking to yourself?
Very much. You got to look in the mirror every once in a while. Jerry always says that. Look at the man in the mirror, and you got to tell him so that he stays going there. Justin Jefferson, I think we all agree is an elite receiver at this point.
Yes, I would definitely agree with that.
Who would be your top 5 receivers at the moment? Because I got Devontae Adams, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Cooper Kupp is in that mix, and I don't have them specifically ranked. And then I'll throw Deebo Samuel in there as well, because yards after catch matter, and that's a good dude that gets those. So those are my 5 guys right now that I think I have at the top for my list.
I'd have Hopkins.
Okay, and Hopkins, my problem is that he got hurt last year. He's got a 6-game suspension on the horizon right now, and so I just kind of have forgotten about him a little bit. But that's a guy that you throw it over there. He's physical. He's going to get the football. I agree with you.
Yeah. Tyreek. How do you leave Tyreek off the list?
Yeah, I was about to say the list that was put up by ESPN's Jeremy Fowler last week. He was listing all of the top guys in their position according to a poll taken by executives and everything. And for the receiver position, the top 5: Devontae Adams, Cooper Kupp, Jamar Chase at number 3, Justin Jefferson at number 4, and as you mentioned, Tyreek Hill at number 5.
That's a good 5 right there.
Yeah, that's a good 5. I just saw NFL Network people putting Michael Pittman in for this year, upcoming
Interesting.
year. Which, look, he's a good player. I don't know that I put him in that high yet.
But having Matt Ryan, I think that
probably
definitely
helps.
is something that they like. I think you and I may like Matt Ryan more than most people. I think this is going to be a fantastic year for him.
I think it's going to be a good year. He's also, look, I do think he's a little washed. He's definitely past his prime.
But he's on the right team. Not on the Falcons, where he
definitely
can't
on
be
the right team.
blocked for, and there's defense is trash. He's on a team that is perfect for a veteran quarterback.
The Colts really are a good organization. They're a well-run organization. But as long as that offensive line holds up, that's what he's going to need, because he doesn't move very well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got the mind for it, and he's got Jonathan Taylor. As long as he's running the ball, everything's going to be fine for that team. Justin Jefferson told Complex's Cameron Hay, I'll say after this year, I'll be the best receiver in the NFL. I definitely have to give it to Davante Adams as of now. Him being so crazy and dynamic on the field, his route running is crazy, so I definitely have to give it to him right now. But I'm pretty sure after this year, it's going to be me. And he had a record-setting tear since entering the league. Like, this dude has been amazing. 3,016 yards, the most receiving yards by any receiver in the first 2 seasons. That the number tops the NFL since 2020 in general. And Jefferson also sits at top with the most catches with Michael Thomas since that time in the first 2 years. So he's a dude that gets volume, he gets yards, he gets touchdowns. He is an absolute producer for the Minnesota Vikings. And I'm when it comes to Davante Adams, I have a hard time. I have a very difficult time saying that he's going to be as great with Derek Carr as he was with Aaron Rodgers. I think Aaron Rodgers is just so uniquely talented, and I don't think that I understand people hate me when I say this. I don't think Derek Carr is in his league at all. I think Derek Carr is a good quarterback, but you're not in the Aaron Rodgers league.
No. Oh, he's not. Of course not.
And so the connection that Rodgers had with Davante Adams was very special. And I know that Derek Carr and Davante Adams played in college together and had a very special college career together. But it's very different in the NFL. And I'm going to wait just a little bit to see. But Davante Adams, I thought, just because of what Aaron Rodgers has made Jordy Nelson, he's made just so many different guys into big-time receivers. Even Randall Cobb was people were like, hold on, what is this guy? Whenever he was just kind of a dude, they were just like, oh, we'll see if he's a quarterback, running back, wide receiver type of guy. So I think it is, but Davante Adams is a very special receiver. But man, Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson coming out being this productive in 1-2 years for each of them, amazing.
It changes the thought process, because it used to be like receivers, they don't shine right away.
Right.
Takes them a year or two.
Right.
Man, Jefferson shined right away. Jamar Chase did the same. Remember, because you remember, like when during training camp last year, he couldn't catch a ball, and then all of a sudden,
huge question there.
It was like, is Jamar Chase a bust already? It's like, come on, guys, not a bust already. And he showed out. He showed out all year. So I think that this is obviously the receiving group in the NFL is fantastic. But you're right. I mean, Derek Carr is not remotely on the same level as Aaron Rodgers. And I love Derek Carr. I think he's a top 10 quarterback in the league. He is, him and Dak are very similar in talent level. Now, they do different things.
I would agree, yes.
They do different things, but, I think you're going to get about the same from both guys. And and both guys, I believe, can win a championship. I don't think they could be leading dynasties, but I think they can both win a championship. Like Mahomes leads dynasties. Josh Allen will be able to lead dynasties. Aaron Rodgers is on a different level.
To your point about receivers not being productive really until like year 2 or whatever, Davante Adams didn't have 1,000-yard receiving until 2018. That was his 5th year in the season. Now, he had a 997-yard season in 2016. I do believe that was a Jordy Nelson injury-plagued season. He was another guy, too, though, that his catch percentage, 57, 53, then finally 62, 63. Now he's, 2020 was at 77% catch. That's what I'm talking about. Aaron Rodgers and him finally got on the same page of, you're running these routes. I know the route, perfectly. I'm going to be able to deliver it to you right on time. And not everything was 20 yards downfield. He gets him the ball behind the line of scrimmage and he still gets big yards. But 77, 72% catch rate over the last 2 seasons, like that's exceptional. If I'm putting the ball up and you're getting it all the time, man, there's so much trust that goes along with that. And whenever the Jeffersons and Jamar Chases are putting up those types of numbers too, that's when we're going to be like, man, consistently, that'll be insane. But their quarterbacks are interesting too. Joe Burrow I love Joe Burrow. I think Joe Burrow, he's cool. He's a lot of fun. He strengthened his arm so that he could deliver the ball because he knew when Jamar Chase is on the field, I have to deliver it over these safeties. I got to get that guy the ball, so he adjusted his mechanics so that he could do it. Justin Jefferson, I just saw this text come in on the truckwreck.com text line. Justin Jefferson has a quarterback that even guys on the team think the coach hated last year. And I think I heard you say this a couple of different times last year, Choppy. You were saying that Zimmer hates his quarterback, Kirk Cousins. I don't like Kirk Cousins, but I'm just not a fan of a guy that I think will panic and throw the ball to a running back behind him just so he doesn't get tackled. But it turns out that there was a guy that played with the Vikings, and he said, man, listen, I think he's finally going to get his opportunity to shine and has a coach that actually respects him. I mean, it's not like I'm not breaking news here. Mike Zimmer did not like Kirk Cousins, and it showed.
Man, that's disappointing to hear. Like, why would a coach not let,
I can't work a job like that. If I walked in here every day and our boss hated me,
and it was just, and basically only had you because his boss made him have you.
Yeah.
That's no way to work. That's no way to have a job. And it's no way to be a boss either. Like deal with it.
Yeah.
You got him, deal with it. Take the most out of it. Don't try to, oh, I don't like him, I don't trust him, so I'm going to take the ball out of his hands. No, you can't take the ball out of your quarterback's hand. You can't do it. You've got, that's the hand you're dealt. You've got to deal with it. You've got to play with it. And he didn't. I don't know what, look, I don't know what Kirk Cousins truly is. I don't think he is a bottom half of the NFL quarterback. I think he's top 16. Problem is, you always say he's somewhere between the 12th and the 18th best quarterback.
Yeah.
The problem is there's 20 guys that are probably in that same. So
you could mix that up anywhere.
Kirk Cousins, what's the real difference between Kirk Cousins and Tua? Not Tua's a bad example. Jared Goff. They're the same. You can win with them if they have the right team around them, but they're not going to lead you to a championship with a bunch of scrubs. They're not Aaron Rodgers. But if you have the right team around them, they'll make the playoffs.
Yeah. Justin Jefferson, I think I'd be fascinated to see him with an Aaron Rodgers type guy, him with a different type of quarterback. I don't think Kellen Mond's going to be the guy that takes over and becomes that. But, man, it might be special to see what Justin Jefferson could do if he has somebody different. And now that Cousins has somebody that maybe likes him as their quarterback, maybe that's a little bit of a difference as well, too. Coming up here next on Sean and RJ, Choppy went on his trip, on his vacation last week, and why he'll never drive into NYC again. Next on The Fan.
Hey, what's going on, Tolos? It is Troy Hughes. Let me tell you.
On 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors hanging out for Sean today. KNC Masterpiece is coming up here at 10 o'clock. So we'll be looking forward to talking to those fellas and getting them sent on their way for the entire day. Choppy is back off of vacation, and man, we're excited to have him back in the
I'm
stories.
Sure you just love having me back.
Man,
here.
we had Bobby in last week, and Bobby is the greatest troll.
Who's Bobby?
At the
Belt.
Fan, Bobby
Yes,
Belt.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I'm a pretty decent troll. Sean still hasn't figured me out where it goes with that, but Bobby is a big troll, man.
What do you mean? I mean, the 4.5 hours he trolled me last Friday, RJ, by calling me every bald guy he could think of.
Tommy Pickles.
Tommy Pickles, Yul Brenner.
Yul Brenner. Wait, are we talking about which Yul Brenner?
Like King and I, Yul Brenner.
Okay.
Paul Schaefer from the
Schaefer.
CBS Orchestra. He even dropped a 2014 Gavin Dawson on me as well.
I appreciate the trolling of Bobby Belt, and you check him out on Twitter as well. You check me out on Twitter @InTheMajors. Check us out on the Fan Cam and on YouTube as well. But right now, man, Choppy, you were out of town. Where do you want to start with this thing? It was awesome. Awesome trip for you.
This was one of the best trips, like from an experience standpoint, that I've ever had. This was tremendous. I went to Cooperstown. Now, I'd been to Cooperstown when I was like 6 or 7, because I grew up about an hour. I was born, I should say, about an hour from Cooperstown. And I grew up a few hours away. But I had never really been there after we moved out of, I was born in the Albany area, so I'd never really been there after that. So my kid was playing in a baseball tournament at Cooperstown. It's like every year they have the 12-year-olds play a baseball tournament there. It's a full week. It is incredible. It's everything that's right and wrong with baseball all at the same time.
Because super competitive 12-year-old baseball, is that what it means?
It's good. It's really good baseball.
Okay.
It's really good baseball. It's fun. They make it fun for the kids, but they also have way too many rules.
Oh, okay.
Like if you pimped a home run, like the umpire was running after, go down the line. Or
like they're about to do in college.
And like if you bat flip, they gave you a warning, and if you did it again, suspended 2 games. It's like, if your shirt's untucked, you're out, suspended.
Wow.
It's stupid, man. Like there are way too many rules of this thing. It's like, let these kids have fun.
I blame Odor.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same, and it's these old umpires, man. These old crotchety umpires, they just drive in for everywhere, and they have just no sense of humor. They have no joy, and they have no joy in their lives. None. But if you this is like, they made this about baseball, and like if you love it, it is fantastic. These kids had a blast.
Now just give me a sense of the setting. Are we talking about a baseball field that's next to Cooperstown?
Yeah, so it's like, all right, so you drive in it. Cooperstown's in the middle of nowhere.
Okay.
All right, it's nothing but, all the people on the team had no idea like New York looked like this. This was mountains and farmland, and it just pops up in the middle, and it's gorgeous. The most picturesque setting you'll find. And about 5 miles away is downtown Cooperstown, where the Hall of Fame is. So it's right there.
Okay.
There's nothing in this town. Like Cooperstown is like, the downtown Cooperstown area looks like downtown McKinney.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I'm looking at it right now.
downtown
It really
Grapevine,
does. You're right.
like that Main Street and Grapevine.
Is it all similar to downtown Roanoke, where we'll be on Thursday for the brew crew?
Yeah, a little bit. Not. It's bigger. It's bigger than downtown Roanoke.
Soulfire Brewing Company.
Yes, unique dining capital of the world.
That's right.
So it was amazing. Like, we are talking like one of the most picturesque settings you're gonna find.
There's a huge lake right there. That's awesome.
I was on that lake.
Okay.
Lake Otsego, 168 feet deep.
What?
Wow.
It's one of the deepest lakes in North America. It's tremendous. Like the setting is gorgeous.
It is.
And my kids could not have hated it anymore. They're like, I'm bored. Why are these houses so old? This is like going back in the 60s. And I'm like, guys, we're going back in time here. You gotta just soak it in.
This isn't gonna help out my ticks.
Yeah. The TikToks, right? We stayed in the barracks on site. So I'm one of the coaches. So like there was 3 coaches and 11 kids in an 8-bunk tiny room. I'm talking maybe 15 by 15 room.
Awesome.
With no AC and 4 small windows. Now, it got down to 55 at night. But during the day, it was about 80 degrees. It was hot.
Yeah.
It was sweating.
Don't. Did you really just say that? Did you
I
just say,
know.
oh, it was hot, it was 80 degrees?
80 degrees, no AC, bro.
It's 85 at 11 o'clock at night right now here in the Metroplex.
But we have AC.
Let me just tell you. You guys have, how old your
14, 10,
boy?
and 9. Yeah.
Boys 14?
Two boys, at the top.
Okay. And Hunter's 15, 16?
15, 16 in September.
Right. I had no idea 12-year-olds talked like this before.
Oh, yes.
So we're all in the bunkhouse, and we have bathhouses where you take, so there was showers on the left, urinals in the middle, and then stalls on the right. And they're all partitioned by these walls, but like you could hear everything in the bathhouse. And the first night, I didn't know there was a coach's bathhouse. So I was going number 2.
Mm-hmm.
And all the kids were in the shower. And the language and conversation and discussion that I heard, I was blushing.
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea that they knew what this was or these things were and talked like this.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
can you say them on air or no?
I can't say them on air,
Gotcha.
man. But and I was blown away. And one of the other coaches, I go to wash my hands and he's brushing his teeth and we're looking at each other like, dude, what is going on in here? If like their moms knew what they were saying, they would be so embarrassed.
Mm-hmm.
And another thing,
you kiss your mother with that mouth.
What is the obsession with 12-year-old boys doing the hand motion for the two-hand rotation?
Like the tomahawk chop?
No, like the gluck.
The what?
Just Google it.
I have no clue.
What is the obsession with that?
Oh, I mean, why are we Googling? We do have a fan cam.
No,
We're on
I'm
YouTube
not
and
doing that in the
Twitch.
fan cam.
What are you talking about?
I am not doing that in the fan cam. But you're taking two
curious.
hands and you're rotating them. And I don't know.
Like wax on, wax off?
No.
Like this?
No. You're
that?
let's say you're holding the handle of a baseball bat.
Okay.
Right, with two hands on top.
Okay.
And you just move your hands in and out.
Okay. Yeah. You're tightening your grip.
You're tightening your grip. Yeah.
Okay.
You're. Remember how you used to the burn on the arm where you would like
exactly.
squeeze?
Oh my God! If I could have those McGuire forearms, it'd be
and
awesome.
they were doing that and like near their face. Like
you don't hold a bat there.
No, you don't.
You hold a bat.
No,
a little
you
lower.
don't. I don't know what the obsession is with 12-year-olds doing that, but they walked around and doing it. And I will say
the pepper grinder.
The pepper grinder. There you go. I will say
it's more salt.
I love the amount of your mom jokes that come out of these kids' mouths.
They know them all too.
They know them all. Everything is responding with your mom.
Mm-hmm.
It is amazing.
That's why Mike is still 12 in some respects.
Well, it's a go-to Sean insult as well. He'll drop that on you as well.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like they will drop it. Like Sean will drop it. Not like these kids, man. Not like that. Look, I have 6 segments on this that I could easily do on what I learned over the weekend.
Well, let me ask you about the actual play. I mean, I would love to get back to the motion of the bat.
No, yeah.
But I mean, it was a tournament. So how did your team finish?
There was 84 teams, and
84 teams.
Yeah, we finished.
Yes.
I think we finished 20th.
Okay. Respect.
Yeah, and now we don't
respect.
We don't make cuts. We don't make cuts. Like we're basically, we started as basically like a rec team in 2013, and half the team has stayed together. A lot of kids just left. We don't make any cuts though. We basically, if you want to play, you can play. We'll make you better. The team that won. I mean, they're cutting guys like every fall, every spring.
Oh yeah.
The team that won had like a 6'4" second baseman at 12 years old. A 6'4" second baseman.
Yeah.
And they were just mashing baseballs left and right.
Yeah. When we played in the Little League World Series a few years ago down the street in Mansfield at Big League Dreams, one of the teams there was from Miami. And they're like, yeah, they're 13-year-olds. Why does he have a razor?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And why does he have to leave early to pick up his son? I mean, don't lie to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
He just drove off in a lifted truck.
What's the kid's name? Danny Santana? What was his name?
It was
Danny
Almonte.
Danny Almonte.
Yeah.
That's it. Oh my God.
So the team that won it all. They're from Atlanta. Atlanta's got great youth baseball. DFW, Atlanta, Houston, South Florida.
Oh yeah.
Southern Cal, Phoenix, Oklahoma City. Those are your prime spots. Hoover, Alabama, for some reason.
Hoover,
I know, right? But no, like it was an awesome trip.
Good.
If you have a kid who plays baseball, get a reserve spot in this tournament.
You think you can connect with the 12-year-olds more now that you know that, or did you have to act like an adult around them too? And you could be like, you know what?
No, I connected.
I have to stay away and avoid this
more than I want to.
Act like an adult. That's RJ Choppy. What are you talking about?
Tomorrow we can get into the experience I had having to shower in a prison-style shower.
All right.
It was wild, man. Like never again. Never again. I have never felt dirtier. I have never felt dirtier than I did this week. I've never felt like I had worse breath all week. There was the water.
Oh, actually physically dirty.
Physically,
okay,
I
gotcha.
felt dirty all week.
Yeah.
And then the amount of men who are just comfortable in their nudity. Okay, and like if you're going to be comfortable in your nudity, you would think that you're slanging. No, man, this one guy. I've never seen anything like it.
Coming up next on Sean and RJ, the Rangers in their draft. Mike said they had to get an all-star. Did they do that? Next on The Fan.
Well, but first, Tolos, you know what? Let me play this sounder. That's right. We have tickets this week on 105.3 The Fan, this time for a massive concert. I actually saw a video of this band performing at Red Rocks. Man, the fan base is wild for this one. It's Revolution. They're going to be coming into the Toyota Music Factory on Friday, July 29th. You can buy tickets at livenation.com. One more time, at livenation.com. But if you actually want to get tickets, I need caller number 10 right now. 877-881-1053. Be a part of the
turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ right here on The Fan.
With the third pick of the 2022 MLB Draft, the Texas Rangers select Kumar Rocker, a right-handed pitcher from Farragut, Tennessee.
I'm ecstatic. I'm so thankful they took the opportunity to pick me. I love their club. I love their colors. It's a great fit.
It is fist bump time here on Sean and RJ. Corey filling in for Sean this morning. KNC Masterpiece coming up in about an hour. Can't wait to talk to Mike during Crosstalk about this pick specifically, because last week, whenever we were going into this discussion, Mike said they have to pick an all-star with this draft pick. It has to be an all-star player. I don't know if they got the all-star that he was thinking they should get, because Elijah Green's name was on there. Tamar Johnson's name was on there. There were a bunch of young players that they were like, man, if you can just get one. The one player, I think everybody said, if we can get him, where there's nobody else we want. If the Rangers could have gotten Drew Jones, they would not have gotten Kumar Rocker.
I agree.
Drew Jones was, and what's always wild to me is how the number one pick is not necessarily the guy that you think it's going to be in those instances. But Holiday's kid goes number one, and that's a talented player. That's a great player right there. They felt that it was better than Drew Jones in that situation, and I was like, oh my God, is it going to happen that Drew Jones is going to fall to the Rangers? He does not. And the Rangers didn't pick any of the other guys that I thought they might have an eye on that would be outfielders that could be really good, maybe potential all-star outfielders for you in the future. They go with Kumar Rocker as their pitcher.
And I could not be happier.
Really? And
now, look, I would have, if Drew Jones is available, I'm like, okay, let's go. And you know, I think the Orioles obviously felt differently, but I mean, you're going to the top of the draft. You're getting a great player. Like you assume you're going to get a guy with a lot of upside. The Rangers got just that. I think you're getting a pitcher who was 2 years ago thought of as the best pitcher in the draft class, and you're going to pair him with somebody who was arguably the best pitcher in last draft class. So they're basically getting the best two pitchers from last year's draft. I don't know how you could be unhappy with this. Now, there are plenty. I get it. He's had injury issues. Find me the pitcher that doesn't.
Yeah.
Like, it is.
We had a conversation about this on KNC when we were at night still, and it was like, should you just, at 17 years old, go ahead and forgo your senior season and get the UCL surgery now so that you can just not worry about it like later down the road and you're already ready to go? But yeah, a lot of guys are going to have these kind of concerns. What's fascinating, Jared brought this up earlier, is nobody knows what the problem is. Maybe it's Kumar and it's whoever they told, because Chris Young was asked about the uncertainty surrounding Rocker.
In my mind, it's not. I mean, I think that Kumar has answered the questions. I think certainly he faced a lot of adversity last year with the draft and the way everything transpired. He had a procedure. He's come back from that healthy. I think this is an incredibly hard worker, someone who we're very, very comfortable in the character, the makeup, the drive, and from seeing him pitch this summer, I think it's just the beginning steps of what's going to be a really successful career, and we're very fortunate that we had this opportunity to pick him.
Even Rangers manager Chris Young, or general manager Chris Young, says he had a procedure and just leaves it at that. Nobody will talk about the reality of what the injury or the procedure was.
No, because Bassick has talked about Kumar in the in the dugout when he was at Vandy, throwing a weighted ball in the dugout between innings, which is, I don't know. I'm sure somebody does that out there. Bassick thought it was crazy. I agree. I mean, like, why would you do that during the middle of a start or ever? But he had an arm injury of some kind. Shoulder's scary. Shoulder's probably more scary than elbow. Not probably. I think it is more scary than elbow. Shoulder's scary, and that is something that they're going to have to do. But the best thing is his velo's back. I mean, he's throwing 99 in the in the minor in the independent
Tri-City Valley Cats.
Yeah, he's throwing 99. His arm's back. It's back now. It's okay. It doesn't mean he's going to be healthy for the rest of his career. It doesn't mean he's not going to have an injury tomorrow. But he bounced back, and that once the velo was the issue. That was the issue with him last year. Why did his velocity drop? Why did he not have the same kind of year that he had the previous season at Vandy? Well, now we know he got hurt.
There are a couple of things I wanted to throw out here about him and Jack Leiter. Like, I think whenever you talk about him and Jack Leiter, they seem like friends. They both liked each other. I know they were competing for position in the draft a couple of years ago. And here you are, you get them 2-3. Essentially, like, that's really cool to have two good pitchers there. And you would have been super excited last year to have him. Like, if you got Kumar Rocker last year, you would have been stoked to get the player. And now you get him this year, and I don't know why, if any people are like, well, what's the difference other than the idea of that? But here's some things that he did. Whenever he and Leiter were pitching together, Rocker sported a 2.89 ERA through 3 seasons at Vanderbilt, and Leiter put up a 2.36. Okay, that's pretty nice over 2 seasons. They fronted the rotation when they won the NCAA Division I championship and when they came in second in 2021. In Major League Baseball, Leiter and or MLB Draft, Leiter and Rocker were the first rotation mates to project as top 10 picks since Trevor Bauer and Garrett Cole, who both pitched at UCLA in 2011. Both have gone on to have pretty phenomenal careers, although Bauer's had an interesting situation pop up on him. In 2019, Kumar Rocker threw 131 pitches in the NCAA tournament Super Regional, 19 strikeouts, and the first no-hitter in Super Regional's history against Kevin's beloved Dukies. All right. And it was a precursor of what to come because he eventually led the team to the World Series title and he was Vanderbilt's MVP. Mike and I started watching this guy at that point. That's when we were like, okay, who is this guy? What is he doing? Yeah. He gets strikeouts. He pitches strikeouts. He is that kind of a pitcher.
Which is what you want. That's what they crave. They crave velocity.
Yes.
They crave bat missing stuff. This tournament I was at in Cooperstown, the fences were only 200 feet.
Mm-hmm.
With these bats, I mean, like, that's you could, if the guy's throwing hard enough, you can basically check swing it out of there. But like the team that won, they had guys that threw gas, and that will eliminate it because you take all the risk out when you can miss bats, all the good luck, bad luck that could happen to you when you can miss bats. It gets taken away. It's just man to man.
Yeah, and so also he's been drafted 3 times. So that is something that, hold on, he's been drafted 3 times. He was drafted by the Rockies out of high school in the 38th round in 2018. And then he opted to go to Vanderbilt, which I think that was a smart decision. Vanderbilt is a baseball school. Vanderbilt is created, they have a coach there that is fantastic and knows how to get the most out of those guys. The other thing, too, is he was then drafted by the Mets last year. And that's where I think the big concern is he was out of the top 10 for most scouts and prospect aligners for the draft. He was out of the top 10 because I think people were just scared of him. Like they didn't know any better. If the Rangers feel comfortable, I can't say that they're going to develop him. That's something that the Rangers don't do. Listen, it's plain and simple.
Yeah,
the Rangers are miserable at developing.
Yeah, they are.
They have been for years. The last guy they actually developed was our friend Derek Holland. Seriously. I know,
you're right. That's
I'm
a
not
good
joking
point.
about
No,
that.
you're not wrong.
I did
Matt Harrison.
I did a 15-year study, and Matt Harrison was with the Braves.
Yeah, they didn't really develop him.
Derek Holland was a guy they said, all right, you're ours, and they developed him into a player. Other than that, it's a big bag of nothing.
The shots are about to be fired.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so I'm very interested to see how this comes along and what they grow into. A lot of people that are old school Rangers fans might be jaded by the DVD era and say, well, this is just DVD all over again. I might be fascinated to see if it can be something a little bit more. Now, here's the other thing. I suggested that the Rangers get Simeon and Seager, and then I was like, and also go ahead and get Story to add to this mix. They ended up getting Simeon and Seager. I made jokes about, hey, let's get Rocker and Leiter. Somehow they were able to make this happen.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm just this great at predicting things or what, but I know we'll talk. Oh,
look at this.
Mike Bassett want to jump in on this conversation now?
I know we're going to start off the show at 10 o'clock with this on KNC Masterpiece.
I'm probably talking about it in cross with you.
Talking to my agent about this, who has clients in this draft, is what the Rangers did is what teams will do. They probably called up about 6 or 7 guys.
Who would take the least
amount of money? And they said, who will take $2 million off? And because they probably had a group, I don't know this for a fact, they probably had a group with Tamar Johnson, with Let's say Elijah Green, the kid from Cal Poly who went 8th overall, maybe even the catcher from Georgia Tech. I'm throwing this out there, but they said, here's the deal. Who's going to take a major discount? Because we really don't have much separation here between you guys. And Kumar Rocker, we know, he said, I'll take the $2 million off. You want to give me $2 million less than slot? I'll take it. It doesn't mean it was a good pick. It doesn't mean it was a bad pick.
Yeah.
We'll find out. As much as people hate this, we're going to find out in 2027 or 2028 about this draft. We're not going to find out about this draft next year. We're not going to find out about this draft in 2024 because we won't know what Elijah Green, we won't know what tomorrow.
We will know what Kumar is, though.
By 2027, yes.
Yeah,
he'll 2025 will probably be his rookie year.
Yeah.
Maybe 2024 we'll see him. But, I mean, even him, I would start him in low A ball. Now, I know you disagree with that, Choppy.
I don't disagree with that.
You wouldn't start him out with Leiter?
Not at all.
Leiter's going to be AAA next year, right?
Why not give him a chance in
16.
5 starts to put up a 1.5 ERA? Because you know what? I'm going to talk today about Leody Taveras. I've been wanting to talk more about Leody Taveras. How many people threw Leody Taveras in the trash after 2020 or 2021? Everybody did.
Yeah.
Because why? Well, he came up to the major leagues and he stunk. Or what if we send Kumar Rocker to AA and he puts up a 6 ERA in 5 starts, which could happen. The level of AA is so much higher than Vanderbilt, so much higher than the Frontier League.
What's the independent league? Is that, where would you put that? Is it somewhere between minor leagues?
The weird deal about Frontier League is you have maybe a few guys who've played major leagues. Now, they're not good enough to play there anymore. They're trying to get back into affiliated ball, and they're trying to get back into affiliated ball at a AA, AAA level. Then you have guys that went to schools that nobody wanted them. Like, you are not good enough to put in rookie ball. So you have this variance of, you might have 2 guys in your lineup who have a 1.5 years of experience in the major leagues. Then you have 2 other guys in your lineup that made it up to AA. Then you have 4 guys in your lineup that never played, never drafted. They played it. It could be as good as OU or UT. It could be as small as UTA. And they didn't get drafted. Nobody wanted them at all. And they'll never play a day of even affiliated ball. And there's 4 or 5 guys in the lineup that are doing that.
Okay. All right.
So it is such a huge variance. It's really tough to say this league is this competition because it's literally rookie ball guys and AAA guys in that. More rookie ball guys than there are AAA in that.
Yeah, I'm with you. I would send him to. I'd send him to A ball.
Yeah,
high, low, whatever level you decide.
Why not? To me, why not low A and give him a chance to succeed? You throw him to AA, and I would bet this he would put up over a 5 ERA in his 5 starts remaining. Okay. And then people are going to be all upset about it. It doesn't mean it's bad. It just means that people will be all upset about it.
Do you think he will go this year? Like, will he pitch this year?
Why not? He's only thrown 34 innings.
Oh, yeah. A little bit.
I mean, to me, like at least in that Frontier League, to me, if we're going to throw him next year as a starting pitcher, approximately 150 innings, I don't know how many let's say next year, I would like for him to pitch in AA at some point.
Well, if he's going to throw 150 innings next year, then he's got to get 50 more innings in this year.
Which is going to be almost impossible.
Yeah, because they're not going to double his innings year to year, right?
What you do is, let's just say you put him in A ball, whichever one you want to put him in, but let's say you put him in A ball. He gets 5 starts or 6 starts at approximately 5 innings. It's going to be about 30 more innings of work.
And you got to send him to winter ball.
Now you're going to send him probably to your instructs. I don't think he's good enough to send to winter ball. Winter ball is close to Major League Baseball.
Gotcha.
So I would send him, and you don't have as much control. If you send him to Venezuela, first of all, that's not a good place to go to right now. But if you send him to like Dominican Republic or Puerto Rico or Mexico, you don't have as much control over him because he's not in the Rangers organization. He's literally, you're playing to win a lot of those games. So you don't have control over him. So I would put
the
him
Rangers
into
not
instructional ball.
Don't the teams control that though?
No.
The Dominican League?
No. That's so my buddy Chris Coast, who's like the 33-year-old rookie, has a book out, won the World Series with Philadelphia, didn't make the major leagues till he's 33 years old, I believe, or 30 years old. He would actually go to Mexico and make $60,000 in the winter, making almost more money in Mexico because it's about winning. There's a few deals where, hey, please, we'll take them and we'll only pitch them every 3rd day. We promise. But it's more of like a promise. It's right. But it's more of when you go to winter ball, there are a little bit of parameters, but they don't have to follow them. Where Arizona Fall League, you do.
Right.
And you could send them to Arizona Fall League, but I mean, that would be nice. I mean, mostly Arizona Fall League, I'd say 80% of the guys that go to Arizona Fall League this year in 2022, 80% of them will play in the major leagues next year.
The Leiter, by the way, this season in 50 innings has a 6.3 ERA and he has 4 games where he's given up 6 runs or more.
Right.
Hasn't pitched more than like 5 innings, but like they said, we're installing you here, and this is where you're going to be this year.
Right.
And that's just the way that they've left him.
And it's probably too much on his plate.
Probably so.
But it's okay. I mean, hey, it'll end up, I think, working out in the end. But I bet if they had to do it all over again, honestly, and they would never say this, I bet they would have said, you know what? We probably should have rather started him off in high A ball.
Probably so. Somebody said, Mike, because you love the Tuolos, Catboy wishes the NFL draft was like the MLB, all the money that he could save by going to players like that instead of having to decide get the best one. All right, coming up next here on Sean and RJ. Thanks, Mike. Really appreciate you hopping in for that. We'll have him back for Crosstalk, and we'll talk Juan Soto. Then the potential chaos teams in the NFL, and is Jameis Winston a national treasure? We'll do it next in the Fan.
Let's get you over to Boomer Jacks this summer, Wednesdays. Live music for free at select locations. $3 domestic bottles, $4 Tito's. Boomerjacks.com/events. Get your details. Visit any of the 17
Be the hottest day since July of 2018. We're talking about 108 degrees plus with the heat index. Yeah, be careful if you have to be outside today. Segment this morning brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. 214-333-3333 or truckwreck.com in case you've been involved in an accident and it's not your fault. Principal office, Dallas, Texas.
Why is the sun so ticked off at everybody, man? Just trying to make everybody unhappy around here. Guys, we do have the chaos teams coming up for each division in the NFL. We'll do that in just a moment. But before we get to that, Jameis Winston, Choppy says, is an absolute treasure, and we need to protect him at all times. Here is his speech to his Saints teammates who are hanging out and practicing with him during the offseason.
We had some guests today. D Funch and Teddy B. Teddy B led this team to a winning season. He know what it is to win for the Saints. He back home now. He gonna do his thing. Thank you, Teddy. But hey, we all brothers. It's a brotherhood, right? It's a brotherhood. What we talked about from the first day. Investing in yourself and believing in it, togetherness, right? Even your friends from outside the league, your brothers from outside the league that's doing stuff that you known for years to years coming out here to be with y'all because they are part of this togetherness because we have our own brotherhood, right? That's how tight-knit it has to be for us to win games. All right, we turned up. We did enough turning up. I promise you, y'all. Use this last week to get your body right. Go be with your family. Keep training. Hydrate. Because listen, New Orleans, we probably don't get no breeze like this right here. I promise it's gonna be thick. We ain't gonna be able to breathe. We're gonna be like Esau. We're gonna be dying. Okay? But lock in, guys. Because listen, I'm so proud that we get another opportunity. We get a chance to create and write our own journey. Every one of us, no matter what age, no matter what school, no matter whatever, we get to create our own journey. Have some pride about that, right? Be intentional about that, because that's how we're gonna win games, and that's how we're gonna have fun, and that's how we're gonna celebrate, because we know we put all of it in. All right, let me get y'all like this here. All right, family, because it starts with that. It starts with family, and once you know that it starts with family, all your individual successes are going to come into fruition. All right, family on three. 1, 2, 3, family.
He's got a something for everything, right?
He's so great, dude.
He has his preacher speak too to go with it, where he starts low, works his way up emotionally, gets you to that point, and then brings it all the way back down. And kind of, resets where he's going with it so that he can get you worked back up to it so that you know that you're invested. You got everybody there, and then he brings it back down just a little bit. He knows exactly what he's doing.
And he's taking chances, too. He doesn't care these pregame speeches, whether he sounds dumb or not. Because remember the eat and the W? Yeah, he didn't care. It was a risk. He took a risk. He took a chance and failed. He doesn't care, and he's back at it.
I get the eat and the W. I get the Potter House-esque delivery that he's doing there. But you know what? To be honest, listening to that for a minute and 30 seconds, it's a pretty good speech.
Yeah.
Okay, I know it's Jameis. It's easy to laugh at the way he trains, the fact that he steals crab legs and everything. That's a pretty good speech. I mean, I've heard worse.
We worked all season to get to this point. Now let's take advantage of it. Let's have some fun and play together. Win on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Oh, right.
Is that Andy Dalton?
Andy Dalton. Have some fun and play together. Whee! Did he say Aesop?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
is that employee stock ownership plan? Is that what he's talking about?
I don't think so.
What does that mean? What are we talking about there?
He did also had a couple moments where he sounded out of breath a little bit, but I don't know if that's just the speech that's coming along with it. And sometimes you get nerves speaking in front of people and everything. But my thing with Jameis is if you're doing those things, and not everybody responds to speeches. Okay, not everybody responds to you trying to hype them up or give them that thing to walk away with. That's what, again, that goes to the preacher at the end of it when he's like, all right, y'all come up. If y'all need me to pray with you, I'm here for you. But I want to send you off. I'm here with the music playing. I got my hands raised. Come with me.
I mean, clearly, I'm cheering for the Cowboys to do everything right this year. Hopefully, I'm cheering for that beginning next week with you guys in Oxnard training camp. But there's occasionally a player or two around the league that you cheer for personally. Jameis is the guy.
Really?
I mean, he's the guy that gets laughed at for years. He's been a joke, and now you're going to have to step in for some guy named Draw Brees. Okay. So I mean, I'm cheering for him to do something.
I'm not necessarily. My thing is, whenever I knew that he and Mariota were the two top at that draft, I knew what was going on there. But I was like, I think he's going to be a bust. I don't think he's going to be worth the number 1 overall pick. And a lot of it had to do with the headspace that he was in, because Jimbo Fisher is on the sidelines trying to get this kid to calm down emotionally in a almost championship game against Oregon.
Yeah.
And I was like, he's not ready yet. He's not mature enough to go along with all the other things that were happening off field for him. He does have some very creative speeches though.
Yeah.
And last year I did say with Sean Payton, I thought he was going to have from then on a Hall of Fame career. Injury killed it. Game 1, it looked like I was right. Because he throws 5 touchdowns against the Green Bay Packers, and you're like,
he had himself. They were 5-2, right? When he got hurt.
Yeah, but that was kind of the downfall. That was once he got hurt, it changed everything, and now they have to overcome a lot of stuff without the same offense. They don't have Kamara. He doesn't have Michael Thomas. He's limited in weapons, and he has a lot of work to do there. But that's my thing. If you're going to give those kinds of speeches, if you're going to have that ability, I want a guy that is delivering every moment on the field. So that's something that I think all that stuff's fine. But man, if you're not doing it on the field, your teammates are going to block you out and they're not going to listen. They're not going to care. So that's the only difference.
That's true.
Me. Yeah.
And I wonder how much do guys tune him out? Because Jameis, I love him. I love this dude. But do the guys, do the players love him? Do they think he's kind of like a joke now? Is he like this? All right, you were the number 1 pick, kind of a bust. Maybe you're not a bust. We don't know, but we know you're corny. Your videos are cheesy as hell, which I love though. I love cheesy, huh? I love that he puts himself out there, man. Like the dude, he doesn't care about appearances. There's something endearing about that. I think I'm rooting for him to be successful.
Yeah,
I want him to have a really good NFL career. Desperately want him to have
to prove that cheesiness can actually pay off.
Yeah.
Okay, because you just love the cheese.
I love the cheesiness.
You got. You are a guy that. He even dropped the line right there at the end.
Yeah,
he dropped family. hey,
that's right. Yeah,
family,
Toretto, baby.
If you got nothing else, you got family. The chaos teams of the NFL this season by each division. Now, the chaos team, what would that be? A team that could be great, or it could implode, or it could wreak havoc a little bit in that division specifically. And I was going through this list. I thought it was a pretty impressive one. Who do you think the chaos team, the big chaos team, is in the NFC East? Because I don't know if it's the Cowboys. I think the Cowboys, they're going to be considered at the top.
All right, define the chaos again.
Chaos is they could implode, they could fall apart, they could be great. There could be something that's really good.
I think it is the Cowboys.
You think? Oh wow! I don't think the Cowboys are going to fail. I really
don't.
I
don't think they're going to fail either. But they're the only team that could be great.
Okay.
I don't see the Eagles being great.
Okay.
I think the Cowboys have a chance to be great's a difficult word, but I can see the Cowboys making a run in the post. I can see that. They're going to be there. They're a good team. You could see it happen. I know that Tom Brady has more playoff wins with Tampa Bay than the Cowboys have since their last Super Bowl.
You gotta stop that. I know. It's real. We got to spit the facts. We can't not talk about the reality of it. NFL.com has the Washington Commanders as their potential chaos team because a lot of attention going to Carson Wentz, right? They get a quarterback. I don't love the quarterback. I don't know how many people really love the quarterback. Washington's just we needed something.
Mm-hmm.
And so they're we'll accept Carson Wentz as that option there. But the big deal is, what can their defense do? Their defense was supposed to be the linchpin of that thing. And Choppy, you told us all offseason, defense will not carry over.
Doesn't carry over year to year.
Expected to is going to do that. Chase Young gets injured. Montez Sweat did not play like the dynamic defensive end that he was the year before with Chase Young. And then you had Jonathan Allen and Deron Payne fighting each other during a Cowboys game last year. And their defensive coordinator, Jack Del Rio, said, hey, put the spotlight directly on me because I got some political commentary I want to go after there. So he drew $100,000 in advice. So there's a lot going on there. Ron Rivera is, I don't know if you give him credit or if you just feel sorry for that guy. But Ron Rivera has had since day one, hey, man, we have to ask you about everything else other than football. And that guy, as far as leadership goes, I think he's a really good leader. I think he's a good coach. But everything hinges on whether Ron Rivera can keep that thing in line this season and if that team can actually do something. I don't think so. I think that Terry McLaurin's a good receiver. Other than that, I think this team is going to struggle a lot this season. But if everything falls in place, they have the talent. They have the players to do it. I just don't think that they have the right mindset.
Washington's interesting to me because I don't think they have the quarterback. And I don't know. Look, the defense might be better this year.
Yeah.
It might go back up. I don't know how's the Cowboys defense going to be. They got players, they got dudes. They definitely have dudes. But year to year, what's the chance that Diggs gets 11 picks again?
Yeah.
Like 0, right? It's probably more likely that he gets 2 than 11. Just because of, good luck.
Right.
Bad luck. Is he going to catch everyone? Are some of the surefire ones going to fall right through his hands?
Did they figure him out a little bit?
Are they going to go away from him?
Right.
They got to target somebody else. So, the chance that happens are probably pretty slim. I honestly don't think Washington's a threat. I think Philadelphia could be a threat to the Cowboys. I don't see Washington being remotely close to one.
And New York is just so far away from
bad.
being anything. I think Dave's, and they get mad whenever I call them Dave's. Reggie and Kevin hate it, but you know what? They're not here right now, so I can call them Dave's all I want. I think he's going to be a good coach, but he has a lot of growth to do with that team, especially at the quarterback position 1 for the New York Giants. So, because you saw what he did with Josh Allen. Josh Allen turned into what Josh Allen is because Dave's was at the wheel. He was right there next to him the entire way, not saying you are capable of being a guy that can chuck the ball 80 yards downfield. We know you got a big arm, but you got to be able to see the field and deliver these throws on time. Now you got to go be a leader, and I think he grew him into that. I'm going to go over to the AFC East. So we were in the NFC East, the AFC East. They got the Miami Dolphins, team that could be great and throw a wrench in everything, but could also be a team that implodes because if Tyreek Hill and Tua,
I can easily see that happening.
Tua could fall apart, because he's got big receivers, he's got all the offensive weapons, but can he get the ball to him is the big question when it comes to Tua. And people throw all sorts of numbers my way. I watch what I watch. I don't love it.
Look, I have no idea. I know they throw the arm strength out. When is the NFL gonna put radar guns out there on the field so the fans can see
it? During the combine, and Dak had 54 miles an hour. He's kind of where Cam Newton was, so he's similar arm there.
Yeah,
but I understand what you're saying.
You know what I mean? Why? When are they going to do that? When on every throw? Because that would say, because you look at it, the camera angle, and none of our eyes. We're not really sitting here saying, "Oh my God, his arm is terrible." If you don't have a radar gun, I'm sorry, you can't tell the difference in 2 miles an hour.
I think I can, when I watch Justin Herbert, the ball jumps out of his hands.
Yeah,
and
some
he's
guys
going
can
to try and out-throw everybody.
And some guys can throw harder than they play.
Mm-hmm.
Some guys will throw the ball
I think
as
Dak
hard
does
as they
every
can.
once in a while, yeah.
Yeah, if you're not trying to throw it hard, that doesn't necessarily mean you are. How fast a quarterback can actually throw the ball versus how fast they throw it in a game might be two completely different things.
Mm-hmm.
You're not necessarily trying to air it out on every single drop back.
No, but again, this goes back. Joe Burrow was I have to be able to deliver the ball over the safety and downfield when Jamar Chase is out there and T. Higgins with my guys. I know I have to throw harder, so the tight windows aren't as tight.
Right.
So all those things I have to be able to. So he did. I don't know. I just have to see Tua do it, and then I'll believe it. Once that happens, that's when I'll believe it. They have the Raiders over in the AFC West as a team that, hey, man, they have all sorts of talent there right now. They had a really fun pass rush last year with their defense, but can they overcome whatever fluky thing is going to happen in the middle of a Raiders season that's going to kill it? They have the Carolina Panthers. I think they're done.
Carolina?
I think Carolina is whatever their record is, I'm going to bet the under because I don't think Carolina can overcome all the other garbage. I thought Matt Rule could do it, man. I really did.
I like Matt Rule, but how can you judge a guy who doesn't have a quarterback?
Yeah, never had one, and he's got 2, which means he has
Problem
9.
is he picked him.
Yeah.
Let Matt Corral start. Let him go.
Yeah.
Let him start.
All right, coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the KNC Masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan.
Let's get you over to Athletic Greens, my good friends at AG1.
start to finish, the Texas Authority and Barricade Rental. It's buyersbarricades.com.
Ryan Switzer on the back pedal takes it at the 17, up to the 25, right into the middle of the field to the 40, broke the tackle. Switzer to the 50. This might be the one for Switzer to the 20, to the 10. Ryan Switzer with a somersault into the end zone. 83-yard punt return for a touchdown, and there are no flags.
Sean and RJ, Corey filling in for Sean today. Got the KNC Masterpiece with us as well, and I do believe maybe that is a Ryan Switzer retirement audio.
Is he
clip?
okay? Oh, he's retiring.
Is he retiring?
Yeah, he just announced his retirement. Man, I remember.
What a career.
I remember that training camp when he came in. He was attached to the hip of one Des Bryant.
Yeah.
Like he wanted to be Dez's BFF that whole time. And then the Cowboys later got Tavon Austin, a couple more wide receivers. He made his way around the league, and he just announced maybe 20 minutes ago that Ryan Switzer is retiring from the NFL.
And I know like his baby had a lot of struggles a while back, and he was going through something very difficult during that moment. Career didn't quite pan out to what we expected, right? Out of a little slot receiver that we were
Honestly,
like, we could use him.
not positive I knew he was in the NFL until just now. I did not know he was still in the NFL.
Well, there it is. And you hear it right there. That is Kevin Hagelin back on radio for the first time in a week at least.
I was on G-Bag on Friday.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Corey.
All right, that's
just
cool.
for a minute.
Hold on. We were on air at the same place all day Friday, and you didn't go on with us?
You know, we were on an airplane at that point.
Oh, okay.
And
all right.
so it sounded like G-Bag needed me.
Well, gentlemen, how is you doing?
Hey, that's what I say. Corey, what's on the show today?
I do that at the end of the segment. Is
Oh,
the way
okay.
That, Kevin, what is on the showgram today?
No, you tell me what's
On
on
y'all's
the
show? I have no clue. You didn't send me the
I
run
don't know
sheet.
if you ever heard our morning crosstalk. Sean asked you what's on the
Oh,
show.
yeah.
So tell me, just if you could just send me
I
your
got
run sheet,
I got a
I'll have
couple
2
ideas.
extra segments.
Here's what's coming up on the KNC Masterpiece. Juan Soto, trade rumors. Kumar Rocker is now a Texas Ranger future prospect, and Gridiron Gravy.
We might not do the Soto thing a whole lot today, but Kumar Rocker is very fair. But also, which mascot would you want to tackle at 11:22? Because that stupid tree from Stanford has had it coming
Very
for
fluffy.
a while. Yeah.
Very fluffy looking, too. Looks like you could just jump into it like Elf in when he jumps into the tree in the movie. That's
Rest
the
in
way I'd
peace,
want to go
James
after
Conn.
it. What?
So which mascot would you want to tackle at 11:20?
I like that segment. I got a couple of those segments to send your way, by the way,
great.
for this week. Mike, I did want to hop in on some Soto conversation with you.
All right, go ahead.
Because I'm kind of
state of the art.
We had some not Juan Soda. The conversation was Reggie texted us and said, "All right, so you give up everything, right?" And you said, I mean, if you're willing to, and you gave the numbers. And that's kind of where I was thinking was
10
I'm
for
not sure.
400 is minimum. Probably 12 for 500 million will get it done. And
He doesn't want that long, right? That's why he doesn't want that.
Yeah, well, the 15 years, everybody's like, I can't believe it. It's less than 30 million a year. He's 23 years old, and he probably doesn't want to play for the Washington Nationals. I know he won a championship there in 2019. You tell me, I know probably people aren't following the Washington Nationals, but if you're watching MLB Network and stuff, the Nationals are 3 years away from maybe having some decent young guys come up and start helping. And then you're in with the Mets who, let's face it, the Mets will probably offer $450 million over 12 years for Juan Soto. So, I mean, this is where, how do you beat the New York Mets? And then Atlanta has all of these young guys. He could be looking at it going, man, I had so much fun in 2019 winning, and then we are going on more of a rebuilding thing. And I'm going to be 25 years old when I hit free agency. So I want over $40 million a year, and he's going to get it. There's no doubt. So to say, oh, man, and I know Rizzo, I know the Lerner family, and I get what they're trying to do because they're trying to be like, look, man, we're up to 440. Nobody's ever gotten that much money over a period of time. It's like, yeah, but it's less than $30 million a year.
Yeah. So he's going to want, like, obviously the money, and he's probably going to want opt-outs too.
Maybe so.
Right? Like, even if he signs let's say he signs a 7-year deal. Or let's say he says 5 for 200. So that's what, $40 million a year. He's going to want an opt-out after year 2. He's going to want an opt-out after year 2, maybe year 3.
Yeah, I'd say at least 3 years because I don't think teams will
Correa
do that.
did it where this year he did a 3-year deal. He's got an opt-out this year.
I think because he signed with kind of a borderline winner.
Right.
And they are winning. They're
They are.
doing a pretty good job. The other thing, too, is Minnesota could look at it at the time. He blew out his knee again. The number 1 overall pick in 2017 is a shortstop in Royce Lewis. So they were probably maybe looking for it a little bit more short term, where I think most people with Juan Soto are going to be like, hey, man, we're willing to give you 42 to 45 million a year, and we're willing to do it over a 10-year plus period. So that's the thing about Juan Soto. If you're a Ranger fan and you really want him, I would say no, and here's why. We're not there yet. We are not one player away.
No, not even close.
We are quite a few players away. We're kind of a developmental third base. We don't know who's going to be the third baseman in the future. We really don't. We don't know who's going to be the first baseman in the future. Nate Lowe has done a good job there, but we need probably a little bit more at first base. Catcher looks pretty good for right now. Center field, we need to talk about that at some point this week because
that's looking pretty
people
good.
don't want to. If Leody Taveras, if we'd have just kept him in the minor leagues in 2020 and 21 and never brought him up and had a lot of success in the minor leagues, and he was up right now batting 340, we'd be like, my God, we have an all-star center fielder on our hands that's that good defensively and batting 340, but because we saw him earlier and you promote somebody too quick, then we totally forget about the guy and won't give him credit for what he's doing at 23 years old. Corners are very wide open for the Rangers in the future. I know Adolis is there right now, but he's probably a guy you'll never sign to a long-term deal because you have enough control over him, and he is older. I believe he's 29 years old if I have his age right. So you only have right now 2 starting pitchers. I should say 3. You have Dane Dunning as your 3. You have Jonathan Gray as kind of your 1 because he's under a long-term contract, and Martin Perez is under a 1-year deal. So I go let's just say I don't even give up anything and I get Juan Soto, but I pay him $45 million a year, which is probably what the Rangers will have to do to get him.
$1 billion and 3 players,
Right.
and you have no pitching.
Right. And so I put Juan Soto on this team next year and don't add anything else. What's my record?
He's probably worth, 6 wins?
So maybe I get to 500?
Maybe he's worth more. I don't know.
I have Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani in the major leagues on one team, and they're going to play 20 games under 500.
Yeah. Oh, no, look, you're right.
Like, you have to have a complete team.
You absolutely do.
This isn't LeBron James. This isn't Luka Doncic. This isn't the NBA. So to add Juan Soto, I'd love to, but you have to have a team ready to win, and we're not ready yet. And so then if you have to trade everything to get him, well, now what? Now what comes up to actually help out Juan Soto and Seager and Simeon?
Kevin, do you agree? Are you taking a conservative approach with the Rangers organization here?
I mean, as most things, clearly that is the direction that I'm going to go. But no, I also got caught up in the fever when I was like, all right, what can we offer? And then
now you're thinking the heart of the lineup. You're like, oh my gosh, that could be amazing.
Yeah, and that was the thing that I kept going back to. I was like, are Corey Seager and Marcus Simeon as good combined as Juan Soto?
No.
Okay, then why not pay him $500 million? But again, it's not my $500 million, so it's much easier to make that decision. But I get you.
He makes sense when you're the LA Dodgers.
Yep.
Mookie Betts. That makes all the sense in the world. We have everything. At the time, I can't believe how bad he is, but you have an MVP in Cody Bellinger at 23 years old, and now he's maybe a major leaguer. But
how did that happen? What happened?
I don't know. My son asked me that yesterday at the Ranger game because he's like, how come guys sometimes are good at 22 and 23? Because a lot of times I'll say they're not entering their prime yet. And then they become worse. And I'm like, man, maybe they have a hole and then you attack that hole and they can never make an adjustment to it. Cody Bellinger has a sweeping swing. You can beat him up all of the time. And he refuses to change his swing.
Joey Gallo.
So all you have to do is keep the ball belly button to letter high, and he can do nothing with it. Then all of a sudden, when he wants the ball low, what you do is you throw the ball just below the zone. He gets so excited that, my God, finally they're throwing me into my happy zone. But then every time he commits to the swing, it's like, damn it, it got below the zone that I wanted it in. And then you have a 200 hitter who can't hit left-handed guys. And it's weird that happens, but if they can find that hole on you and you can't make an adjustment, you don't have a complete swing, then you become Cody Bellinger.
Joey Gallo, of the last 129 pitches in the strike zone, has 2 hits.
He'll be back with us soon, so don't worry.
Or Soto. Could be it's either him or Soto. That's
him or Soto.
my only
129
option.
pitches in the zone. He's got 2 hits.
Yeah. So
that's the worst hitter in
But
baseball.
It goes back to I still am not opposed to bringing him back. I'm not
either.
honest.
Tell me more about that. Then you just said he was the worst hitter in baseball.
Because I don't think New York works for him.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just a mentally place. The Martin Perez, Bobby texted and said you need to trade him. Every day Bobby will text us and say trade Martin Perez, Mike.
I'm not opposed to that.
Okay. What
In
are we
fact,
getting?
I was just thinking this. I was like, I don't know if Seattle would want him because they have Robbie Ray, who's the Cy Young winner, who's lefty. They got the guy that, why am I drawing a blank? Latin. He's not Latin. He's Hispanic. Is that the same? Would you say Latin and Hispanic
I
are the
would
same?
say
Because
it's exactly the same thing.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
877-881-1053.
Probably right there.
Coming up from 10 to
Marco,
2.
why am I drawing a blank? Gonzalez, the soft tossing lefty that's pretty good. They have 2 different lefties, right?
All right.
So I don't know if they would want Martin Perez, but there'll be plenty of teams that probably want him. It's just a matter of the offer that you get. Because I would like to have him back, and maybe
they sign him back.
Maybe
anyway.
you can convince him that way, but probably at that point, if I'm the agent, I'm going to say, well, then I want a 20 to 25 team no trade clause. Because if I'm signing here and then you send me to Minnesota, and I know he's been there before, I don't want to be in Minnesota. I've already done Minnesota.
Right.
I don't want to be there. Then
I don't know. Minnesota in July sounds pretty good.
Yeah.
Are you
But
gonna stay
anyways,
indoors the rest of the day?
Me?
Yeah.
At some point, we have to develop all-star. We have to develop Logan Gilbert. We have to develop Julio Rodriguez. Why is Seattle, why have they won 22 of 25? Why have they won 14 in a row? Well, they developed a Cy Young candidate in Logan Gilbert. They've developed a superstar in center field, and we can develop, it seems like we can develop big leaguers, but you can't just develop big leaguers. You have to develop all-star, superstar talents. The only reason 96 through 99 happened, you developed arguably the greatest catcher of all time. You developed a top 5 hitter in the game in Juan Gonzalez at the time. You developed a borderline all-star in Rusty Greer. But if I just develop Rusty Greer, there's nothing against him, right? Good guy, good player. We're not going to do anything special if all I did was develop 9 Rusty Greers. I'm going to be around a 500 team. I have to find a Juan Gonzalez. I have to find a Pudge Rodriguez. And then Rusty Greers make a lot of sense.
Great stuff. Enjoy it from 10 to 2. Mike Bassett, Kevin Hagelin on the KNC Masterpiece. Get after it all day long. Y'all have a lot of fun.
Okay.
I've been Corey Majors on the Sean and RJ show.
Yeah.
Thank
Now
you
you
for
have to
letting
do
me.
our show?
No, I'm not doing y'all's show.
What?
Our show. I'm not doing that
This is
today.
the first time we've been together in 3 weeks.
I will do one piece of thought
Oh,
a
what a
year.
shame.
All right. One piece of thought a year is all that I get. I am not going to be able to make it. I'm too tired right now. But I look forward to listening on the way home.
Okay.
Until then, y'all been Majors, and I'm cool with that. Next on The Fan.
Listen.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Holy cow, did the Rangers take over the Major League Baseball draft last night? I don't know if you heard about it, but the Rangers took Kumar Rocker at pick number 3, which was, I don't know, fairly shocking to everyone. I just want to go ahead and play cut number 99 right here. That's how much audio we have today. Cut number 99.
Am I going to talk today?
It's going to be like when Elf used to be on here. It's like, and then this happened, and then this happened. All right, let's go ahead and fire off cut number 99.
With the third pick of the 2022 MLB Draft, the Texas Rangers select Kumar Rocker, a right-handed pitcher from Farragut, Tennessee.
And
the draft reaction is weird just because there's not a lot of people there, but there are some fans there, and they're like, we know who that is. Wait a second. Like, wasn't he considered a late first, early second, and he had built his way up coming into the draft to possibly getting maybe into like that 10 to 20 range. Like that's what we had heard, is that, hey, Kumar Rocker could be moving up the boards where he could be taken maybe as high as 10. Obviously not going to be taken by the New York Mets again at 11.
And so, yes, that would be fairly shocking. And so we can talk about how that pick came to be. But what I really want to know is, are Rangers fans stoked about this? Because, man, Mike, I know usually a sports fan can be like kind of negative in the moment, but it really feels like Rangers fans are actually pretty excited about this. Like, I was looking off of feedback on Twitter. I was looking off of feedback on our Facebook page when we posted it. And, of course, there are people who are like, oh, we just took the number 30 draft pick, or we just took the number 38 prospect at number 3 or whatever. But for the most part, it actually seems like Rangers fans are pretty fired up about it. 877-881-1053 if you want to get involved in the conversation. Are you excited about the pick because it's somebody that we did talk about for the better part of 2 years going into last year's draft, or are you more looking at the value was elsewhere?
I'm excited about it, but I don't know if it was the right or wrong decision. I mean, really what the Rangers did here is, my opinion, they were trying to find, whether it was Tamar Johnson, Elijah Green, the catcher, Parada, I believe, if I'm saying his last name, from Georgia Tech. They probably had them in a group and said, who's going to take a discount? And Kumar Rocker and Scott Boras said, we raise our hands. You want to take a discounted guy at number 3? We'll do it. To be the number 3 overall pick, we'll take approximately $2 million less than what the slot is. And so that was kind of a major factor in this. That being said, from what I understand, and I don't know how true this is, but from what I understand, the Rangers were really hoping that Holiday would fall to 3. They knew Jones wasn't going to be there. They knew that Arizona, if he didn't go 1 to Baltimore, he was going number 2. So they knew Jones wasn't going to 3, but they had a hope that Holiday wasn't going to go 1. And if he doesn't go 1 and Jones doesn't go 1, it drops Holiday to 3. And I think that the Rangers would have loved that situation, jumped up and down and gone, we think we got a future star at shortstop in about 4 to 5 years.
I honestly thought, one of the names that you brought up, I honestly thought we were going to draft Elijah Green, because there was this big article in the Dallas Morning News yesterday from Evan Grant, and he was talking about, like, could this be your Julio Rodriguez? Could this be your, whatever, potentially generational type talent? And I thought it was the Rangers spin and hype machine going into business and being like, hey, we're going to draft Elijah Green. So if you could start getting people excited about it now, that would be great. But instead, they went Kumar Rocker. And I know that this doesn't actually mean anything, but just seeing how excited Jack Leiter seemed to be about that made me even more excited, even though I know, like, hey, you be excited all you like, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to translate whatsoever. But I did like that.
And that's the hope, is that these two guys feed off of each other, and these two guys become, and I know this looks bad right now, but these two guys become, and I'll name three, so I'll throw in Cole Winn too, that it becomes Jacob deGrom, Matt Harvey, and Noah Syndergaard.
Yep.
Now, I know ultimately that got them to a World Series. They lost to the Kansas City Royals, but then everything started falling apart, right? Harvey's a party animal, didn't really take care of his body, and that fell apart for him. Jacob deGrom, unbelievable. The best pitcher in the game when he's healthy, which is about a third of the time. And then Noah Syndergaard blew out his elbow and is a pretty decent pitcher in the major leagues. But I know that's not the best example, but that's the hope, is that in that 2015 New York Mets becomes the Texas Rangers, in that Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter, and let's just throw in Cole Winn or Owen White, something like that, that in 3 years, and I know people don't want to wait that long, but it takes a while to develop these guys, that in 2025 or 2026, you have a really special young rotation that can carry you to 90 wins, and if you make the playoffs, you believe that those young guys, I'll even bring it back to my time when I was in the major leagues, that you get Kerry Wood and Mark Pryor.
Right.
Once again, I know it was short and injuries, and that's not even a good example because people are like, dang it, Mike, can't you come up with an example where the guys for like 8 years dominated? And
There's a couple years where they were awesome, though.
Yeah, it's tough, but those years are awesome, and I'm hoping it does that. I don't know. We're not going to know. I said this when I popped on at 9:10 with the morning guys, is you're not going to know if this was the right pick or not until 2027.
Yeah.
I hate saying that, but that's the honest to God's truth, because we're not going to know a lot about Elijah Green and Tamar Johnson until like 2026 or 2027 is when they're going to start making a major league impact, if they do. I went back and looked. Do you know that on average, if you just go back to like 2005 through 2012, this gives you a good idea. Because if you took a high school guy, if you took a guy at 18 years old in 2005 or 2010, you took an 18-year-old, you have a good idea what their career has ended up being. Out of the top 10 picks yesterday, 2 of them will probably never play in the major leagues. This is the difference in this draft compared to the NBA draft.
Can you imagine a top 10 NFL pick? Like, I never even made the NFL.
Right. But I mean, if you look at Luka Doncic's draft, for example, and I know he just got a big contract, but I mean, Marvin Bagley's a bum.
Yeah.
I mean, he's a bust. He doesn't know how the NBA works. And I know that he has some numbers, but I mean, that was a horrible pick at number 2. There's guys that are picked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the MLB draft that 10 years later, you have no clue who they are, and maybe they got a cup of coffee. Some of them don't even get to make the major leagues in their whole career. Like, they just don't make it. So that's the thing about yesterday's draft. As much as we want to get excited about it or disappointed about it, we won't know for 5 to even upwards to 10 years on how their career ends up being. And there's going to be guys that were in the top 10 yesterday that don't even play a day in the major leagues.
And that's why I wanted to play cut 12. This was Chris Young shutting this down, because I know you already know the answer to this, Mike, but I also saw multiple people asking this yesterday. Could Kumar Rocker go directly to the majors?
Zero consideration for that. And that was the conversation that we never discussed, and it will not be. We'll make sure that we do what is right for Kumar Rocker's development in our player development system, and he earns his way to the big leagues in time.
So I just wanted to get that out there for the record. Chris Young, zero consideration. And there's a lot of excitement from the Tolos and the Twolos this morning. However, the thing that comes up, and probably you could guess from the 903, but can he stay healthy? From the 972, if he's so great, why didn't the Mets offer him? If you want to go to cut number 2, because I think this is the primary question. Because if you look at the negative, people are like, well, what about a shoulder? If you look at the positive, this is somebody who most people thought was going to be the number 1 pick in last year's draft, going back to the year before that. And even then, he only slipped to 10, and people were still like, that's a hell of a value pick for the Mets. But is he healthy? So once again, Chris Young talking about the process of becoming comfortable with the shoulder for Kumar Rocker.
Well, we're extremely comfortable with the medical review that our team has done, our medical team. Obviously, Kumar has been under the care of one of the leading orthopedic surgeons in the world. in great supervision throughout his rehab. He's been pitching healthy. We're very comfortable with the medical review, and that's why we drafted him.
Because that's the biggest thing, right? Like, clearly the Rangers were comfortable with the medical review, or else what the hell are we doing? If he goes, oh, we still have some questions, I'd be like, fire them all. Fire them all right now from the top to the bottom. Get rid of them all.
This is where we had the discussion a little bit last week, but I wish there was trades in the MLB draft, because if we did like Kumar Rocker this much, I wish that you could have maybe traded down to 8 or 10, where like you're like, hey, if we trade to 8, we know we're golden. If we trade to 12 or something, we might start taking a little bit of a risk if we really love Kumar Rocker that somebody takes him before he's our pick. And that's the thing you'll never know. Tim Tebow, you'll never know if he would have fallen to the 4th round because he was taken at the end of the first. So you don't know what would have happened as the draft keeps progressing. We don't know where Kumar Rocker really was going to be drafted. And the MLB draft is very different from the drafts that you follow like in the NFL. Sometimes you intentionally take the 12th best player in a draft at 3, or sometimes at pick 10, you take the 24th best player on your board because you've cut a deal to save money than to take a better player later in the draft. My agent has a couple guys that are considered late 2nd, early 3rd round high school players. Well, if they don't get that money, they're going to LSU or they're going to Mississippi State. They're going to the schools that they've decided to go to. Well, now what the Rangers have done is they've put in play with their 4th round pick, 3rd overall in the 4th round, is a high school kid that has fallen into their lap, that they can offer him a lot more than that pick, if that makes sense. All of a sudden, we have mid-2nd round money. You said you wanted to go 2nd round and you didn't, or you'd go to school. Well, we're going to give you the 2nd round money. For example, and we'll talk to my scout that signed me, Jim Stevenson. He's a scout now for the Houston Astros, obviously very busy today and tomorrow with the draft, but he's going to come on Wednesday or Friday with us. And at the time, I signed as an 18th round pick, but I got 4th round money. So in 1996, I signed for 4th round money, even though I was drafted in the 18th round. There's a lot more rules now that are in play in the draft than there were back then, but that can happen. So you went in the 4th round, but if you signed for more than, late 2nd round money, well, technically I was a 4th round pick, but I also signed for mid 2nd round money. So what does that make me? Does that make me more of a 4th round, 5th round pick, or does that make me an 18th round pick? Well, I signed for way more than most 18th round picks get. So that's where it's the Rangers are going to try to steal a guy in the 4th round that's more of a 2nd round guy. That being said, your 4th round picks, I don't know the exact percentage, but I'll be nice on this. A 4th round pick has like a 25% chance of ever playing in the major leagues.
And then the question comes up, and this is a bigger question that we talked about, I think like 2 weeks ago. But what's wrong with the Rangers player development? And we talked about the struggles that we've had across the board there. And unfortunately, we're probably not going to be able to fix that in a 16-minute, 14-minute segment or whatever. But like that is another issue. And I know there's going to be Rangers fans, whether it's Cole Winn, Jack Leiter, Rocker, White, whoever, if none of these guys ever develop into something really good, then you're going to see this franchise continue to spin its wheels, and you're going to need to make some tough decisions, or quite frankly, in my opinion, not so tough decisions about overhauling the system. But for today, it seems like a lot of Rangers fans are excited. From the 972, I am pumped. From another 972 with Chris Young at the helm, I am excited. If you're not pumped about this pick, I don't know why you care about baseball. From the 682, I'm pumped about the Kumar pick. We need pitching. And then from the 903, I mean, look, this would be the absolute most amazing best case scenario. Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz. Well,
there you go. Thank you.
Yeah,
there we go.
Then you're gonna start winning division titles every single year, and then hopefully you'll get some World Series along the way.
And that's the deal. Is I'm not excited about this. I'm not disappointed with this. Unfortunately, when you talk to former major leaguers or current major leaguers, we know how long it takes and the process that it takes to become a major leaguer, and how so many guys fall off of the ship per se, because hey, they were leading the charge and they were bonus babies and everything, and they were given every opportunity and they couldn't take advantage of it. There's a lot of things that go into play with that, and then there's some guys that fight and claw their way and they make it, and you're just like, God, I never thought Isaiah Kinda-Falefo would be this good of a player. I never thought Jose Trevino would ever make an all-star team, and it happens. And so I don't know. I'm excited about it, but I'm not like, we did it. We got an ace. Yeah, I don't know what he's going to turn out to be.
No, absolutely. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, maybe it's the British Open, the Home Run Derby, the Heat. What else do you care about today? 877-881-1053. I know we usually start off the show with that, but had Major League Baseball draft, big doings happening. So what else do you care about today? We'll do it next right here in The Fan.
Be a part of the show.
Segment brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices, think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. Truckwreck.com.
Cam Smith for par then to maintain his one-shot lead.
Oh my goodness.
Simply brilliant from Cameron Smith, who wins the Open Championship. 877-881-1053. What do you care about today? It could be the British Open. It could be the heat. It could be the new Dallas ISD policy. Woo!
I don't know what that
I guess
is.
that could affect your child. You need to get a new backpack from Mary Grace. Is Dallas ISD makes clear or mesh backpacks mandatory for students in 6th through 12th grade. Clearly, or at least I shouldn't say clearly, I wasn't in the meeting. I assume that the idea is that they're
Are those
hoping,
easy to find?
I don't know. I do not believe my son has ever had a clear or mesh backpack, but the idea is hopefully you will make the campuses safer because you can see inside these students' backpacks. But yeah, that is now mandatory for Dallas ISD. So 877-881-1053. What do you care about today? Mike?
Yeah.
What do you care about today?
I'll tell you what, I have a lot I care about, but one of the things I care about is the home run derby tonight.
Do you?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I'll just say this. I'm not trying to take a shot, but I'm flipping channels, listening to Sports Talk Radio, enjoying 105.3 The Fan, and I flipped over to the ticket. You could tell that they had never watched a home run derby in their life, pretty much. Maybe they watched when Josh Hamilton did it, and that was now 14 years ago.
Right.
Because they had no clue on actually what's been happening for
They've
literally
changed it, yeah.
the last 7 years.
Yeah.
Like 2015 is when this thing changed, and it is really good. But if you don't follow sports at all or follow baseball at all, then you have no clue. Just shut your mouth. Like the best advice that my dad gave me through Gene Mauch, the manager of the Minnesota Twins in 79 and 80, is it's too bad he doesn't know what he doesn't know. If you don't know, shut your mouth.
Right.
And then you won't sound so stupid to people that do know. So the home run derby, I'm excited about it because it really is fun that it's a 3-minute timed event for each contestant. And they have a timeout in there because it is really tough to swing the bat as hard as you can for 3 minutes. It's not didn't like it, liked it, but didn't swing, didn't like it, I'm going to swing. Now I got to take 5 more pitches. That became really boring, and Chris Berman yelling back got really bad. That was a long time ago. If you have a 7-year-old kid, they don't even know about that, even though they wouldn't know because they were an infant the last time that Chris Berman had to sit there and watch a guy take 73 pitches to then have 10 outs and take his however many home runs. But it is really entertaining. There's really nothing on television tonight, as far as I know. Maybe there's, you're going to watch the Kardashians do another celebrity guy and ruin his life. That might be on television too.
Oh man,
I don't watch their show.
You're firing after it today, aren't you, Mike?
But this home run derby, it's really fun. It is superstar-like. I know that Schwarber's not a superstar. He is an all-star player. Pujols is a legend who's way past his prime. That's probably, honestly, not going to be a great matchup, but it's quick now. It's not forever, if that makes sense. And it's a bracket style, which makes it really fun because last year when Juan Soto and Ohtani, I believe it was the first round, when that thing went extra innings, and what I mean by that is then you had just 30 seconds to see how many home runs you could hit and whoever hit more, and then they both tied again, and then they had to do it again. That was some really great entertaining sports watching in an event. What, 1,000,000 times better than the slam dunk competition. I would say even better than the 3-point competition because you'll still have chumps in the 3-point competition. You'll have some good ones.
Right.
You'll have like, hey, we have 3 all-star players in this. And then we have 3 guys you don't really know much about. They're just specialists in the NBA. But this is pretty much, if you're an all-star, you can compete in this. If you're not an all-star, we really don't want you in this. So I'm excited to watch Pete Alonso. He cares about this.
He's the favorite. He's trying to three-peat, right?
He has rap music going on. He's bobbing his head. He's dancing. And I mean, he gets into this like this is his World Series.
You know what I like that goes along with that when you're talking about the timeout? They don't just take the timeout and like just stand there. Is you'll see them walk away. They'll get a towel.
Right.
They might get a drink. You'll see them take a deep breath. They're like, all right, I got to refocus. Also, that probably explains it for people who always wonder why they're decided by 1 point. You know, because like you used to see back in the day, you'd be like, oh, Griffey won 14-5 or whatever. This time you usually see it's like, hey, it was 27-26. Hey, it was 20-19. Right. It's because like they beat it out and they like the time is still there, but you just like, you're like, I'm done.
And I don't know if it's a coin flip or not because you're trying to conserve your energy. If the guy has a tough round and he only hits 8. Now, sometimes guys will want to put on a show, and like Pete Alonso wants to put on a show. So if for some reason he's going up against Ronald Acuna Jr., right? Another huge name, right? So Ronald Acuna Jr. goes first. Let's just say he hits 12. Well, Pete Alonso might hit 13 and go, I'm good because I have 2 more rounds. Or he might be like, no, you know what? I'm going to keep going. I want to get my rhythm. I'm just going to at some point call it off and say I've won, but keep going. So it becomes more of like a real competition on can you hit more home runs than this guy? And then you'll see guys trying to hurry up and hit home runs in the end if they're down by 5 with a minute to go. And it becomes really fun. And then if you hit a ball over 440 feet, I believe 2 of them, you get an extra 30 seconds, not 3 minutes. You can't, You're not going to see takes a lot.
Right.
It's rare to see takes. You'll see a few that are bad pitches. But it's now a good-paced, entertaining event.
As we ask, what do you care about today? You guys are probably familiar by now. We jump around a lot in this segment. Thank you very much to let's see, I believe it's 214. DISD is providing the backpacks, and I do see that yes, Dallas ISD did in fact announce that if you need a free clear backpack, they will provide it before classes start. And so thank you to that person who teaches in a DISD high school. That is super helpful right there. Is tonight the night that Julio Rodriguez like really announces himself to everyone? Because like,
do you hope so or hope not? Because it's
I
against
hope
Corey
not
Seager.
because I hope not, just because also you have to see him all the time.
And Corey Seager is going to be the fan favorite in this event.
I could see
because he didn't leave the Dodgers on a bad note.
Yeah.
Right? So, I mean, he's going to be the guy that in that building, the majority of people are cheering for, which is cool.
I know we played the highlight. Did you care about the British Open, or excuse me, the Open, especially once like Tiger Woods didn't make the cut? Were you in on Rory McIlroy trying to get it done?
I actually was.
Okay.
I watched most of it yesterday. I had to leave to go to the Ranger game at about right around hole 14 or 13 for Rory. And that's right when, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Cam Smith won it. He took the lead, and then I was talking to Dave Raymond and David Murphy, and it was on in the background and kind of peeked over there, and it's like, okay, Rory's not going to win. I was really hoping he'd win. Not that I'm like this huge Rory fan, but for some reason I was kind of rooting for him to hold on and win. Good for the guy who won. And then I am interested just because Dustin Johnson had a chance early on, and I was like, I can't wait till one of these Live Tour guys wins a major and how the interview goes and everything.
And that's why I kind of liked it, because Rory is somebody who's been very outspoken about like the Live people being like, that's trash what they're doing over there. And so I would have loved it, man. Can you imagine if it was Dustin Johnson versus Rory McIlroy at the very end, and they're like, hey, trying to win the tournament, but also talking about, hey, you should probably take some of the Saudi money and come on over. But I think you're right, is whenever that happens, that's going to be a huge bragging point for them. And you ask what else is on tonight from the 469. Mike, Better Call Saul is on. Oh, man. That last episode was awesome. And
I haven't watched any of this season, but I have caught up. And so I need to, how many episodes have they done this season?
I think 8 or 9.
Is this the last season?
This is the last season. And what they did was they split it up. So I think they did 7 and 7 or 6 and 6. There's not a ton of episodes. Sorry, I am caught up. So I think it was 7 and 7. And the mid-season finale was awesome. The premiere was awesome. And then I know, Alec, this might be for you as well. Some people are hyped up about this from the 361. What I care about is the PG era has ended for the WWE, and they're about to get more adult content going, and so that's what they're excited about. I could see that.
I was watching on the USA. You were out.
Yeah.
I was flipping channels the other day, and the guy yelled at him. I think he used the F word and called him an a-hole, and they played it on the air.
Dear.
And I was like, wait. And then I had to check real quick. I'm like, I'm not on HBO right now, am I? So I'm like, USA Network, you're able to just say the F word and a-hole, and it goes over the air fine? We can't say it on radio, which I wish we could, because then I'd probably get in trouble still. But like then I wouldn't have to just shorten those things and could really talk in baseball language.
I honestly thought it was after 9 o'clock is you kind of have your safe haven on broadcast cable, or I guess that's not really a thing, but on cable stations, because like if you watch Atlanta, they let the language fly. But in wrestling, I definitely know that they usually try to censor those things.
Maybe he wasn't supposed to say all those words and just got fired up and said them, but he did.
Sometimes that happens. The thing that I care about today is Brandon's college trip. We just came back from Brandon's college trip, and we have a new contender, in case you care about my son or his life, is Michigan. The University of Michigan is now a contender for Brandon to go to school. We went to Texas.
To the victors.
Yeah, we went to Texas, we went to Michigan, and we went to Michigan State last week, and that's why I was off. He loved Texas. He's loved Texas since he was a kid. My sister went to Texas. She helped brainwash him. She did a good job. I'll have to keep her away from Noah. She did a really good job. He loves Texas. He loved the city, which I do get. It's hard not to love that city with all the things there are to do there, especially if you're a college kid. He loved the campus, but he also loved Michigan. Michigan State, not so much. It does not appear as though they're a contender.
Izzo couldn't get him, huh?
Yeah. Our tour guide did tell a story about how Tom Izzo almost ran over him in a golf cart and didn't even say anything. But other than that, it was fairly uneventful. But the University of Michigan is now in play along with the University of Texas for my son. But yes, that is where I was this last week.
I called you up Saturday, and I really want it to come down to Texas versus UNC for him to decide between those two schools. And I want A&M and Duke to offer him scholarship money or more scholarship money than those two schools. But he says, Dad, I just really like Texas and UNC more than Duke and more than A&M. And you have to pay more money for him to go to the two schools you hate the most.
Well, sounds like it's a good thing he got a job. From the 469, tell him how cold the Ann Arbor winter is. But he likes the cold. That's what my wife has been trying. And she's like, he can't go up there. It's too cold up there. And he goes, I like the cold. So now my wife has shifted to, she wants him to go to Texas because that is the closest school. And so she wants him to go there so he can come home and everything like that. And from the 972, Mike needs a free day where he gets to say whatever he likes. I'm pretty sure if you could say whatever you wanted, however you wanted, we might lose our broadcasting license.
Yeah, but it'd be good radio.
It would. It would definitely.
Our bosses wouldn't like it.
It would definitely. From the 903. Damn, Kevin, you might have a nice nest egg to be able to send kids to Michigan. Hey, they talked a lot about financial aid and scholarships there. That is what I was into, financial aid and scholarships. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, let's talk about a tough series against the Mariners and what to look forward to in the second half next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Monday with the Wooly Bully back in studio.
Maine is now our teammate. New episodes of his brand new podcast, Hey Maine, drop every Thursday on our Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. But this segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricades, the Texas authority in barricade rental. That's buyersbarricades.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. In the noon o'clock hour, we will have a giveaway all week long. But right now, it's time for some baseball nuggets with Mike Basak.
That was a tough weekend. And
man, no kidding.
When you hoped at the All-Star break, when you looked a month ago, right? Seattle was a bad team a month ago, but they have now won 14 in a row. They've won 22 out of 25. So looking at the schedule, you thought, oh, that 4-game series to end against Seattle is a very winnable series. Hopefully we can take 3 out of 4. Sweeping is in a 4-game series really, really tough. Seattle just did it. But you're like, hey, if we can win 3 out of 4, and we should be over 500 when you looked a month ago.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, after getting swept in the 4-game series, you didn't come close to finishing the first half at 500. You're 41-49 now at the All-Star break with 72 games left to play.
I guess, how disappointing is that given where it looked like you might be? Because at the beginning of the year, if you told me it'd be 41-49, I would have been like, yeah, no, that sounds give or take about
trending towards
right.
what we thought, a 74 to 76 win team.
But given where they were and how we got to this point, it feels like a big disappointment for me.
I won't say big disappointment, but I will say disappointed because when you looked at the schedule in mid-June, early June, somewhere around there, and we looked at it and go, ooh, you're playing a lot of teams under 500.
Yeah.
Now, those teams, some of them aren't anymore. Seattle's 9 games over 500 now.
Those ones don't look so bad.
Baltimore is 500 right now. But, you looked at whether it was Detroit, Kansas City, Oakland, Washington, right? You had very winnable series on your board. Some of them you did, some of them you didn't. You probably didn't take advantage of the schedule the way it looked on a piece of paper. And then also a couple teams started playing way better than when you looked at the schedule a month ago.
Yeah.
Because now Seattle they're not going to win it all. They're not the best team in baseball, but they're playing like the best team in baseball right now. You played them at a bad time. Maybe when you play them later in the year, they're not playing as well as they're playing right now. Maybe they are going to be playing this great, and they're going to be looking like an outside contender to maybe compete with. I think New York and Houston has separated themselves in the American League, and it's going to be tough for the other teams in the American League to really compete. But I want to go with this real quick, is that the Rangers at 41-49, 7.5 games back from that third wild card spot. I know they're concentrating tremendously on the draft. By the way, the draft continues today around 1 o'clock, I believe, starts the 3rd through the 10th round. The Rangers don't have a pick until the 4th round, but they're concentrating a lot on that. But after Monday and Tuesday are over, and then they have an off day on Wednesday and then start, Thursday in Miami for a 1-game series against Miami at noon. Kind of a weird situation there. But I do think right now the Rangers have to look to be sellers at the trade deadline, because let's just say you go 15-5 over your next 20 games. First of all, the trade deadline would have come and gone.
Yeah.
But if you go 15-5, that would be an unbelievable start to the second half. You would be at 56-54. At your 110 game mark. But you're going to need to let's just do the quick math here. You're good at this. If the Rangers are really going to make the playoffs, let's be honest here. They're going to need to get to probably 87 wins. And it's probably conservative, but probably 87 wins will get the last wild card spot. So that puts you at 87 and 75 for the year. At 41-49, what do we have to go the rest of the way to get to 87 wins?
All right, so we're 41-49 now, and you said we got to go 87-75. So you have to go 46-26.
So if the Rangers go 20 games over 500 the rest of the way, they make the playoffs. Anything less than that, and you're not making the playoffs.
You haven't even won 46 games yet,
right?
And you've played 90. So I
think
hear you.
This is a real conversation that's going to happen with Woody and JD and Chris Young of, okay, hey, what do we have to do? If we really want to make the playoffs, we have to play 46 and 26 baseball the rest of the way. That's probably not realistic to ask of this team right now. So what do we do over the next 2 weeks when teams are calling about possibly Cole Calhoun? I'm not saying you're getting tons, but they're going to be calling about possibly adding a left-handed bat like Cole Calhoun in his outfield defense. They're going to be probably calling about John Gray. They're going to be calling about Martin Perez. They're going to be calling about a few of our bullpen pieces, maybe a guy like Matt Moore, maybe a guy like Brock Burke, who you still have some control over. So I just say, this is what just happened at the end of the first half kind of puts you in a situation of more of we're taking calls, more of what will you guys give us for these guys?
Are any of those, is Martin Perez different than any of those players, or have some of the struggles of July, like struggles given like what he had been of his first 2 starts in July, make you think, okay, well, we can move on? Because Martin Perez is somebody who's like, no, I would like to be here.
Well, I think this is a great question. Here's the tough thing. I'm going to put you in another situation. Okay. You're the Seattle Mariners. You're doing great right now. Well, when you trade for Martin Perez, he's not better than Robbie Ray.
Right.
I know that his ERA is better than his. And I know he made the All-Star team, but he's not better than Logan Gilbert. He's not better than those 2 guys. So I'm trading for.
Are you saying stuff-wise, or your track record
overall,
leads you to
everything?
Okay.
Like, he's just not better. He falls into, for Seattle at best right now, he falls into my number 3 starting pitcher in the playoffs, which is good. I mean, he's turned himself.
That's a playoff pitcher.
He has turned himself into. We thought he was going to be a bullpen piece when we signed him.
Sure.
Maybe make the rotation. And the Rangers said, no. He's going to be in the back end of our rotation, a veteran guy who we think can eat innings. Now, playoff teams are looking at him and going, he can be our number 3 or number 4 starting pitcher. Well, what do you get from teams on a guy that's on a 1-year contract that we're looking at playoff-wise? We think we slot him into game 3 or game 4 in the divisional round.
Okay, then do you think, because I'm going to answer your question, do you think I'm a chump or I'm not building the organization the correct way if I'm like, that doesn't do it for me? If you're talking about somebody who is shown to be a quality pitcher this year and who has said, I would like to stay with the Rangers, I like it here better than anywhere else I've been, I'm not trading that person away for somebody who's like, oh yeah, he could be our number 3 starter in the playoffs, because that's not going to bring a kind of return that I think is going to fit.
That's going to be the interesting thing, is you're going to get a return of, we're getting a number 3 starter for our playoff rotation. And so but if the thing is I would want to, if you don't trade him on August 1st or right before August 1st, then I would want to work really hard to be like, Martin, we want you here. You want to be here. Let's work on a 3-year, $30 million, 3-year, $36 million, maybe even up to $39 million. Let's work on somewhere in a 3-year to $10 to $13 million extension per year, where we'll give you maybe a little bit of a no trade clause, but not a lot, because if things aren't going well in the next couple years, we'd want to maybe get some value for you. So that's that. And I know I was maybe going in a little bit of a different direction than I wanted to go in this segment, but let me say real quick, the Taste of Arlington is freaking amazing at the ballpark.
Okay.
It only happens during the weekends, a Friday through a Sunday, but they had a restaurant out there called Ellaby's, which they had these turkey legs and fall off the bone turkey legs, which was amazing. They're a restaurant. You can go to their restaurant. They did it's called Hurtado's, right?
Yes.
The barbecue, which was amazing, right? And so this one was Ellaby's. This is the second time I've got to do the Taste of Arlington out there. It's kind of in where they do this is in the left field corner. That's the best way I can describe it. It's in the left field corner where they do this. And they had turkey leg. They had some linguine that had kind of seafood in it. Oh. And they had some turkey nachos that we got to try. It was awesome.
Wow.
So if you kind of in Arlington, if you're looking for a place to eat, Ellaby's, I want to say they're on North Collins. I'm not 100% sure their exact
But
address.
if you've been to Arlington, if you hit Collins, there's a decent shot you'll get
and
like a
obviously,
lot of,
if you just Google Ellaby's in Arlington, you'll find the restaurant and everything. But that's a good place to try out. Next one, Leody Taveras. We are not talking enough about Leody Taveras.
I just set it up. Full-blown segment tomorrow. Mike, how does it sound?
Okay, so Leody Taveras. I won't go too much into Leody if we're doing full-blown segment tomorrow, except he's doing everything you dreamed of him doing when he came up to the major leagues. I do feel kind of bad for Eli White because he was doing okay. He's hitting 200. He is on base 274. That's not going to cut it in the major leagues. Just not going to do it. I don't care how good a defense you play. That ain't going to cut it. And his competition was Leody Taveras. And it is Leody Taveras.
Yeah.
So now when Eli White comes back, it'll be interesting to see kind of that competition. I'll leave it at that because I have more.
Is there going to be a competition, or do you think they're just going to be like, we had the competition. Unfortunately, you weren't here for it.
Yeah.
Because that's
the Wally Pipp story.
Yeah.
He was the starting first baseman for the New York Yankees, and then he got hurt, and then Lou Gehrig came up, and they're like, we're sorry, your career's over as a New York Yankee. And that's what happens, and don't get hurt. I mean, I know that's not fair, but don't get hurt, because when there's a prospect behind you, if they come up and they do better than you, you're finished. And so I don't know where Eli White fits in for the future of the Texas Rangers, but I do feel bad for that situation. And my last nugget, which I'll probably do more baseball at 12:41. I'm not promising that, but I can move some of these things into there, is Sam Huff got sent down. He still needs quite a bit to work on. He's 24 years old. This is something I'm looking forward to in the second half. Can Sam Huff do anything in 2022 to show that he's a major league player on your team in 2023? That's something that I would like to know at the end of 2022. Can Sam Huff play at a major league level at I don't know what position? Because I'm going to talk about the other guy I'm looking forward to in the second half to see what he does. Jonah Heim is 27 years old. Jonah Heim did have, where the catching situation is in the American League right now, did have a borderline all-star first half. Can he continue that in the second half, or will we have a little bit of drop-off? Because is he a 260 hitter that's going to hit 20 bombs and 60 RBIs? Because if we do, that's amazing.
Yeah.
But what if, I don't know, this is what I'm looking forward to in the second half. What if there's a little bit of drop-off with Jonah Heim and he ends the year with, let's just say, 17 home runs, so he only hits like 5 home runs in the second half, and he ends up with, let's say, about 50 RBIs. That's a little bit different story, right? Of going into, hey, our catching situation. What is it? Well, if Jonah Heim bats 260-ish with 24 home runs and 60-something RBIs, you're like, dude, that's pretty awesome. I don't know when Mitch Garver's coming back. They're hoping that he'll be healthy in spring training and be able to come back and be a catcher for him to begin the year next year, at least have that option. But
just real quick for you, Mike, word is that the Rangers have agreed to a $5.2 million deal with Kumar Rocker. The slot value is about $7.6 million. So
over $2 million.
So it looks like perhaps $2.4 million under slot value.
Since we started, when are we touching on Kumar Rocker again? If we're not, let me talk more about that at 12:41, because I think a lot of people want to talk a lot.
12:20.
Okay,
so
then I will not do it at 12:20.
We got it coming up. All right, coming up next though. Let's talk a little bit of football. The Cowboys depart for Oxnard in exactly 1 week. What position battles or players are you interested in at training camp? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed, there we go. The breaking news we had on the other side from the 903. Wow, that was a lot faster than the lighter agreement. Indeed it was. The Texas Rangers reportedly have already come to a financial agreement with Kumar Rocker. $5.2 million on that signing bonus right there. The slot for that number 3 pick is just a touch below $7.6 million. I believe it's $7.591 million. So the Rangers essentially save approximately $2.4 million under slot value for that pick, which when we can talk about this later in the show. We can talk about it with Jared as well at 1 o'clock. You can then kind of roll over into your other picks and potentially buy somebody out of going to college. You know what, Mike? At some point, I would love to hear more about your experience as well.
Well, I'm excited this week to have the guy who, I say drafted me. It was the Cleveland Indians, but Jim Stevenson was the scout in this area who signed me. He's with the Houston Astros now as a scout. I can't wait to have him on the air because I don't know from the other side. I want to know if I signed for less than we would have gone another $50K or something.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll remember. It was 1996, but I would love to know kind of from his side. And then I think for the Tolos, I don't know what he's going to say, like what he saw in me, what he was hoping. I know Cleveland saw me as a pitcher rather than a hitter, but at what point did he make the decision I am a pitcher and I'm not a hitter? Because there were teams, the Chicago Cubs, for example, had me on their board as a hitting prospect and not a pitching prospect.
Now, the Dallas Cowboys will leave for Oxnard in exactly 1 week, and I believe you, fine gentlemen, will be leaving for Oxnard a week from Wednesday. I will be staying behind just in case the wife has the baby, but I am curious, are there any particular players or positions that you care about maybe more than the rest going into training camp? And I'm going to use a specific example for you, Mike, because this is why I care the most about Tyler Smith. Is I believe you have told a story about watching Taco out there on the field. And if you didn't know where he was drafted, what were your thoughts of him at the time?
Honest to God, he was the worst out of the 14 guys doing drills. The worst. The guys that you knew were getting cut. You're just like, I get he's a first-round pick. And so, but if you're just watching this and you don't know where anybody's drafted, you'd say 97's the worst out of these 14 guys doing these drills. And so you could tell in a hurry that there was going to be either he was going to have to get a lot better over time, or they made a major mistake and this guy shouldn't even have been drafted into the NFL. Or at best, he was a 6th or 7th round pick flyer that you put on a practice squad and see if you can develop him.
And I'm not saying by any means that's going to happen here. The early reports we've gotten Tyler Smith are really positive, but that's why I want to see him out there, is because the other example that we talk about is the first time we saw Khalil Mack, it was in a joint practice with, I guess it was a joint practice with the Raiders, saw Khalil Mack blow past Tyron Smith. And we were like, holy crap. I know he was a really high draft pick, but there were some questions about the level of competition, everything like that. And Tyron Smith demanded they run that drill again and then stuffed him. But that was kind of our, holy crap, it looks like Khalil Mack's got something. I am excited to see the offensive line and see how Tyler Smith does out there. And then I really want to know, is there any competition for Tyler Biadasz? Because we've heard discussions about, how much is Waletzko going to do this and that, and Faranock, what's he going to do? But I want to know if there's going to be real competition for Biadasz out there, or if we're just going to be told, oh, yeah, he got a lot better, so you watch. Which, it could happen. For the record, he could have gotten a lot better, but sometimes I do not always give the Cowboys the benefit of the doubt anymore about this player got better. So I'm curious to see what the competition is like at the center position.
I hear you. My opinion after doing this now for a long time, and it's the same way in Major League Baseball, the competition is at the end of the roster for non-starters and practice squad. They already know. They don't tell us. They lie about competition. I've done it before.
And not just the Cowboys, like sports teams
The
in
Texas
general.
Rangers, the New York Yankees, the New England Patriots. It's all a lie.
Yeah.
In fact, when you do talk to general managers and stuff, like off the record, if you're somebody like me who has a major league experience, they'll tell you they know. There's maybe a couple spots where they're trying to fill out the back end of the roster and they'll let a pitching coach or they'll let an offensive coordinator or they'll let a defensive coordinator really chime in and say, man, I got to keep this guy. I really think he can develop into a starter at some point. Or the special teams guys like, look, if you get rid of him and you keep this guy because the defensive guy likes him, we do hurt our special teams. I'm just telling you, this guy will not help us on special teams the way that I believe this guy will. But you just kind of throw in your 2 cents and you let the decision makers truly make the decisions. But it's all been decided. They won't tell us. They already know what the starting offensive line is. Now, who's going to be the backups and everything? But we don't know. I don't know. You don't know. Broadus doesn't know. We don't know. But when you get to training camp, you start getting a good idea on the way they see it. Now, injuries can happen. Stuff can happen. And I'm interested in training camp, but I'm interested to see on sometimes how one-on-ones go because I think this offensive line is going to be average.
Okay. Now, quick question. Average in terms of that's where you think they'll fall, or is that an aspirational average?
No. I think they'll end up being around an average offensive line in the NFL. They're going to have issues with a rookie. I get he's a first-round pick. I get everybody's excited about what he's doing, but he was also a guy that we weren't really sure was a first-round pick type of deal.
Yeah.
And then you have a guy in Steele who has gotten blown up plenty of times already in the NFL. Is that all of a sudden going to stop in year 3? Maybe it will, but it probably won't. He's probably not going to be Tyron Smith.
Yeah.
Since we got too many Smiths now. Tyron. But Biotic is hopefully a better center this year than last year. I mean, that's the hope, and I think he can improve. There's no doubt in year 3 you can get better than in year 1 and year 2. And we really need it because he's a below average starting center. Let's face it.
I agree with all of that.
So I think there's going to be fun parts of watching the offensive line in training camp. That being said, there's such little contact in training camp. It's really tough. You get a better idea on wide receivers and cornerbacks because they can go hard, if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
They can run hard routes. They can try their best to cover guys because there's a lack of physicality in those one-on-ones, where on the one-on-ones in the other stuff, they have to watch how many times they do it, how physical they are. When you really have 5 offensive linemen going against 4 defensive linemen, they just watch how many times they do it. So you don't really get to see how a unit is working great or not great in practice.
Interest level in seeing Jalen Tolbert then, since you mentioned the wide receivers, especially given that, I mean, it feels like almost out of necessity, not to say that he wouldn't earn something, but almost out of necessity, you're going to see him a lot pretty early on.
Very interested. And also interested on how he looks with Dak.
Yeah.
Because have you ever noticed when they put him with, let's say, Cooper Rush or, Fart Knocker McGee, who's not going to make the team and can't throw a pass? Like, it's like, all right.
Like, shout at Danucci.
Yeah, he's horrible. And it's like, I don't really care. He's never going to throw a pass for us this year. And sometimes I can't tell how open he got because of how bad the passes are in training camp.
Right.
But if he's working well with Dak, if they're willing to, and I think they're going to have to because Michael Gallup's not going to be at training camp. He's not going to take a rep at training camp. So I think that Tolbert will get enough reps with Dak. We'll get an idea on, is Dak trusting him? Is he not trusting him? And Dak is a veteran guy who's probably going to see how much he can trust him in practice. Hey, in practice, I might throw you some contested balls. And this is where, you'll have the report. Well, Dak threw 3 interceptions. Well, yeah, because Dak's trying to see if Tolbert can play or not. It doesn't mean Dak all of a sudden is an interception king.
Yeah.
It just means that he's trying to see if these things will work and if he can count on this guy. If he can't count on him, then he's not going to look for him in the real games. He's going to go more to CeeDee Lamb and more to Dalton Schultz and maybe more to James Washington, or maybe just dump it to the running back who's ever in the game at the time. So those are interesting things to see, is how open can Tolbert get in training camp? And then also, is he working with Dak? And then does he make contested catches? Because if he does those things, it doesn't mean we did it. We drafted Jerry Rice.
Right.
But it does mean, hey, I think that Dak is going to be able to trust him against Tampa Bay in week 1 to throw him a few balls.
I'm not saying that this is going to happen by any means, but if you look at linebacker, I've had this general philosophical question for you. If Malik Jefferson and Christian Sam all of a sudden are like getting a lot of reps, are you like, wow, we did a great job finding these diamonds in the rough? Or are you like, holy cow, our linebacking crew beyond Micah is really, really sketchy. If we just sign these guys and they're immediately like, bam.
We're hoping on coaching there, right?
Yeah.
We're getting guys that are considered. The NFL considers those guys not talented players. They're fringe NFL players. I get it. I try to tell people this. In the world of regular people, I'm one of the greatest baseball players God ever made.
Right.
In the realm of MLB players, I'm one of the worst players God put in the major leagues. Okay. But there's different things here. So when I'm trashing Dwight Powell or Malik Jefferson or Taco Charlton, I get it. God probably only made about 20,000 people in the history of this earth that are better than they are. So that puts them in an elite category, but it doesn't mean that they don't suck at the elite level of playing. I get it. I know.
Will you concede, has Taco Charlton had a better NFL career than you had Major League Baseball career? Maybe that's the debate I should have started right here.
Because he was drafted higher, he's gotten more chances.
Okay.
But I would say we're similar in our talent level at that level.
All
I mean,
right.
he's pretty worthless.
As a player, yes. All right, I'm with you on that. Now, are you going to be, and I know some of these are, like, some people love these kinds of competitions. Other people are like, tell me the starters. I'll learn the rest as we go. Do you care about how the tight end situation develops beyond Dalton Schultz with the hope that he does not get that franchise tag, which I know a lot of people still feel that way?
Wait,
a long-term deal.
Yeah.
Beyond the franchise tag. Yes, thank you. Does not get that long-term deal after the franchise tag and we develop a replacement.
The 4th round pick's name is what?
Is that Ferguson?
I believe so, yeah.
Yes.
I'm interested to see what he has as the season progresses. I don't know how Dalton Schultz didn't look very good his rookie year at training camp. I mean, to be honest, right? It is like, oh God, I don't know if he's going to make the team. I think he is because of where he was drafted. And look, he developed into a quality tight end in the NFL. Whether, I know you rank him higher than me, but we both know that he's a solid or good, whatever, tight end in the NFL. What I'm hoping is that Dalton Schultz looks great, does great. But Ferguson, as the season keeps going, we see signs that he can be the next Dalton Schultz. And that we can let Dalton Schultz go because I just don't think he's a dynamic playmaker. My opinion, I think that this is definitely not a factual statement like when I talk about Dwight Powell, is when I look at Dalton Schultz, I go, he's good, but is he so good that I really want to pay him? In my opinion, no. But the Cowboys can find themselves doing this. Okay. And this is one of the reasons that we never win anything is they're like, oh, well, we don't really know about Ferguson. Just give him a crap ton of money.
Yeah.
And then you're like, wait a second. Don't base it off of that. You Nimrod. That is not a good way to run an organization because you're not sure if the backup can play. So just give a crap ton of money to the guy who's here already. Trust yourself. Trust Will McClay. Trust your coaching staff. But if you really think that Dalton Schultz is one of the 5 best tight ends in the NFL, then pay him the money. But don't do it just because you're like, I don't know how Ferguson is developing and we only have so many picks and we don't want to take a tight end in the first 2 rounds.
I know this might sound weird because he was an undrafted free agent, but Peyton Hendershot is somebody that they gave a lot of guaranteed money to at the tight end position. So maybe just keep an eye out on him as well. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, if you saw the video over the weekend, it gave me flashbacks of being tackled by Jesse Holley. But we asked the question, what mascot would you most want to tackle and why? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on the Fan.
Segment brought to you by Rubin and Associates. We've all probably felt this at one time or another, the feeling of dread to start the day due to credit card debt, or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Rubin and Associates can help you find a way out. Call Rubin and Associates now at 1-800-ALERS or visit DallasTexasLegal.com. Get your freedom and your life back with Rubin and Associates.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're already getting some really weird and, at least in one case, sad answer. 877-881-1053. Or if you want to jump on our Twitch and get involved, the Twolos want to hear from you. Maybe Alec will finally talk to you guys. He doesn't want to talk to us. He just wants to do the intros and the outros.
That is a lie.
Oh, hey, there he is. So, want to know, if you had the opportunity to tackle a mascot, who would it be? 877-881-1053. Because over the weekend, was it A.J. Dillon that just destroyed the Kenosha mascot? I'm going to play this. I know it's a quick clip, but essentially they both roll up off the ground and then Dillon just spears the mascot into oblivion. 2, 3, go! So you can hear the reaction of everyone going, oh my God. And of course, Jesse Holly hit me up on Twitter. It was like, is it giving you flashbacks of the time? If you've never seen the video, maybe we need to retweet it out or repost it. I got speared and tackled in the hallway by Jesse Holly, and it was the next morning that it hurt so much. I cannot imagine. That was one play. I cannot imagine NFL players putting their body through that all the freaking time. Who is the mascot that you would want to tackle? Now, I did not realize that we were going to go this direction because the first answer I saw was that stupid Stanford tree. That is also really, really high up on my list. But then somebody said that stupid general from the insurance commercials. I did not realize that we would veer out of sports. I was thinking sports mascots. But yes, if you want to tackle the general from the insurance commercials as well. When I asked my son this, he said the one mascot I would not go after was Gritty from the Flyers because it looks like he's this weird monster thing.
What about like the Colorado Buffalo? Or the Baylor Bear.
Okay, but
and those are scary.
You want to go after somebody in a suit, right? Not an actual animal.
Those are the mascot.
I know, but you wouldn't.
You want to try to tackle Bevo?
I don't. I don't want to tackle an animal that could do probably more physical harm to me than that human in the suit, though who the hell knows?
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
How excited would you be? I have no clue where they keep Bevo. Somewhere in a cow pasture.
They don't have a special Bevo
I'm sure
silo?
They do. But if you were able to tip Bevo, would that be one of the greatest moments of your life? If I know you're talking about getting a mascot, I know we're talking about humans in the cartoon costume.
Right.
But if you were able to tip Bevo over, if you were able to just run as fast as you can and lay your shoulder right into Bevo's rib cage and that thing goes and then goes down, would you be like, I have done it? I have become a true Aggie.
Okay, let me ask a quick question. I don't know if you guys know the answer to this or not. Is cow tipping still acceptable? Because a lot of things in society have changed. They're like, things aren't the way you used to be and you can't do things anymore. Like if I say I would tip a cow over, are we going to be on the news? Because I honestly don't know. I think about it from Tommy Boy when he's like, we're going to go cow tipping.
And then Bevo's horn fell off that he fell on.
Oh
and now
God.
You have sawed Varsity's horn off.
Well, I mean, that
would come on. That would make you feel good, right?
It would make me feel amazing in the moment, but then I feel like I would feel bad. Is that cow going to be ostracized from the rest of its longhorn brethren without a horn?
And if you killed it, fine. We eat
oh my
it.
God, Mike! I'm not trying to kill any animals.
That's a cow. We eat it.
I know, but I don't kill those animals.
Yeah, but that would be all right. Would you rather knock over the UT cartoon mascot? I don't even know if they have one or not. I'm sure they do.
Yeah.
Or would you rather tip Bevo?
I think I would rather tip Bevo. You've convinced me. I did not think that you were going to win me over, but I think you've convinced me. This feels like a real life alert right here from the 214. That stupid mascot T-Mock from UT Dallas. He tried to fight me twice. All right, so that feels like I hope you at least went to UTD.
The former Raptor and Rocket? That's what he's doing
No,
now?
I don't think. That's T-Mac. This is T-Mock, which is a stupid name for a mascot because you know UT Dallas is the Comets. And so T-Mock is Comet backwards. And that is why they named their mascot that. So, no. From the 817, I would love to clothesline the Philadelphia Eagle. I don't know if this one is from Will Chambers from the 502, the Duke Blue Devil, because I'm a huge Kentucky Wildcats fan. And you see it time and again, I would tackle that freaking Stanford tree. And then, of course, the Affleck duck. I don't know why we're getting like commercial mascots in this as well. Was there ever a mascot that you had a beef with, Mike?
Yeah, I've told you this story before, right?
For the people who have not heard it, yeah.
High A ball playing for the Kinston Indians, which is now the Wood Ducks for the Texas Rangers. But, switched affiliates and changed names and everything. But, yeah, he would eat our spread. So we would come in after the game, and then the spread would already be picked into. And we're like, what's going on here?
Oh, my God.
And then we find out the damn mascot is coming in, taking his mask off, or, the helmet thing. Smells like crud in there, by the way.
Did you put your head in there?
No. Have you ever seen one of those?
Yeah,
they don't smell good.
Corey and I talked to the UConn mascot at the Final Four, and we asked if we could hear him better, if he could take his head off, and he said, not if you're doing video. I'm not allowed to take the head off.
So anyways, he takes it off, and he starts eating the spread, and so then I find out about it. So they have in the third inning, the kid and the mascot race around and see who touches home first, and Dennis Conradi is my catcher at the time. I think he went to Oregon for college, and I said, make sure you get me the ball back when the mascot crosses home because I'm pegging him when he touches home plate. And so the kid always wins. So the kid wins. I make sure the 6 or 10-year-old kid is out of the way.
Right.
And I got to be accurate here, but I'm like, give me the ball, give me the ball. He gives me the ball, and I just kind of step. I don't really lift my leg to pitch, but he kind of looks at the crowd with his hands on his dumb head as he's like, I can't believe I lost to a kid again for the 7 millionth time in a row. And so when he did that, whack, and I got him. It was awesome. And I had Dave Miller was my pitching coach. He was like crying in the dugout. Like everybody's like, because I told the people, I was like, I'm getting him. And so I got him. I hit him. And then I had a nice quick inning. Everybody's in the dugout laughing. And I'm like, well, he shouldn't eat the spread.
Well, did he confront you about it?
Yeah, he did. He said, who's the jerk who hit me? And I was like, oh, I did. I at first I said I didn't mean to, I think. I tried to play it off, and he knew I wasn't. It's like, well, you know why I hit you? Because you eat the spread that is for us, not for you. You get the leftovers. We are here playing the game. We played the 2.5 to 3 hours. We get the food.
Wow.
When it's done, if there's something left over, you get to eat. Okay? We get the Bojangles.
Right. Okay. I kind of want you to mark that as well, just in case Bojangles ever picks up as a sponsor for us. This is sad for me. From the 214, I love dogs, but I would powerbomb Reveille into oblivion. And from the 214, that dumb Aggie dog, that is not cool, Reveille, just to piss off Kevin and PETA. I get it. I don't get it. Why does a dog bother you so much? She's lovely, and she's well-behaved and well-trained, and she doesn't bark, at least in class, and that's why I never got out of class that one semester. She was in one of my classes. Why would you hate that little dog?
And they have an Aggie mascot, right? Don't they have like a sergeant-looking person?
Yeah, yes, we do. But I think most people identify Reveille.
Yeah, same thing with Bevo, right?
Oh, man, that's a good point. Sorry, somebody popped up on the answers here, and Chuck E. Cheese. Did I ever tell you somebody who was portraying Chuck E. Cheese made fun of me in a hallway once? I was at a birthday party, and I took a phone call, and I walked out to the hallway. And
so you're an adult.
Yes, as an adult. And so I was talking on the phone, and for the person I was talking to, this was probably a weird thing they heard me say, is I heard this And it was Chuck E. Cheese pantomiming being on the phone and mocking me. And I was like, hey, man, I got to go. Chuck E. Cheese is making fun of me. And he goes, wait, what? And then I just hung up the phone. And then he smiled and walked away. So I could see that, Chuck E. Cheese. And then somebody said the Affleck Duck again, or Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer. He's not a mascot. And from the 214, Captain Crunch. Do you know Captain Crunch's real name, Mike?
Sir Captain Crunch?
It's Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch. Well, keep in mind I say real name. Not really, but like his actual full Captain Crunch name is Captain Horatio Magellan Crunch, and his ship is
How did you find this
SS
out?
Guppy. I remember I watched something a long time ago, and they're like, did you know his real name is blah, blah, blah? And I became obsessed with it for just a minute, and I was like, why? Why does he have to have like a full name? He's a cartoon character on a cereal box. But
by the way, since we're talking about A.J. Dillon and what he did it's a minor league baseball game, right?
Yes, it was Kenosha.
So you know that he's a huge card collector?
Oh, I did not know that. We just had Dow's card show over the weekend.
So he actually, it's not on Whatnot, but it's on like one of those apps where you can sell cards and open up packs, and people put in, a certain amount of money. This is kind of one of these things that people do now. Like they run auctions where, hey, you pay this $30 or whatever it is, and then you pick a card, any card, and then that's the team that you get. Every Dallas Cowboy card out of this box goes to you. Yeah. A.J. Dillon does that in the offseason and during the season. He liked it. He's like, know that. I can do that myself. So you can actually, if you're a card collector, I forget where he does it, but you could probably find A.J. Dillon on one of these apps, and he's a breaker.
Okay, I am super interested. I did not know any of that.
And I missed this card show for the most part. I got to do Friday's show and walk around for a couple hours. How was it?
It was good. It was really, really good. And by the way, we had multiple Twolos stopping us. And then somebody was like, hey, we need to be the official breaker of 105.3 The Fan. So there's a doings transpiring on the card front. They'll be back in September in Allen. Mike, I had no idea so many people held such contempt for certain mascots. I'm going to read you just some of these from the 806. I want to earhole that creepy baby at the New Orleans Pelicans games. From the 682, that damn Geico lizard needs an ass whipping. From the 972, UTD alum here, so very ashamed of that mascot. From the 817, I'd tackle the San Diego chicken, that smug bastard.
Is he alive still?
I mean, do they still do it? It doesn't have to be like the original person. Did you know that there was a WrestleMania where Pete Rose dressed up as a San Diego chicken to attack a wrestler, and then he ended up getting destroyed? It was amazing.
Yeah, but I bet he won a lot of money off of it.
You know what? I bet you're actually probably right about that. From the 214, the Western Kentucky Hilltopper, I would knock him out. From the 903, that BYU mascot that's doing way too much. I had no idea people had so much contempt for mascots.
I know I keep changing the topic because this is fun, because we're going in my head and just going random places. Can you bet on wrestling matches?
Yes, you can.
So what would happen if... Tell me who's good at wrestling right now.
Okay, so like
Slam Bam Bigelow?
Yes. Well, Bam Bigelow. Roman Reigns.
All right. You get Roman Reigns and he says, yeah, I'm winning the Master Blaster. And so
so much, Mike.
and
so Slam Bam Bigelow is at the Master Blaster against Roman Reigns.
Yeah.
Pretty sure Bam Bam Bigelow's dead.
Could you go bet on it?
Yeah.
And then
so here's the thing, Mike, that I've never understood is they have wrestling lines for like pay-per-views coming up, like SummerSlam.
Yeah.
And it's like the main event's Brock Lesnar against Roman Reigns for some reason. And they're like, this person's minus 200. This person's plus 150. But you know what will happen? The day of the event, it'll be like, now this person is minus 400,000 or whatever, minus 4,000. And this person is plus 3,000. I'm like, well, yeah, because the people who wrote the show were like, hey, this is who's going to win. I don't understand why and how you can bet on that.
I think the Master Blaster would be great after SummerSlam.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. You know what? Because I want to argue against you, but then I think about all the stupid names that there are in wrestling and everything. It is hard to argue with you about that. Coming up next, it's time for
the ladder bladder.
Okay, why would that even be a thing?
You climb up on the ladder and you really disrespect your opponent.
Well,
and
you know what,
you
Mike?
use your bladder to do it.
I want to argue with you, but I'm going to tell you a quick story. I know we got to go. There was
somebody peed on somebody.
There was a wrestler in WCW named Buff Bagwell, and his mom's name was Judy Bagwell. They did a match called Judy Bagwell on a pole, and you had to like go retrieve his mom. So as much as that, yeah, that really happened, Mike.
Was she dancing the whole time?
No, you did not want to see that either. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy,
Body
the
shaming.
biggest impact rookies this season. We'll do it next right here in the Fan.
John and
To you by Classic Chevrolet. In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Yep.
Roasted bell peppers.
Oh, and we start with news that, do with this what you want, is the coaches were saying that Leonard Fournette was ready to go, weighing about 228 pounds. Longtime beat writer for the Bucs, Rick Stroud, said Leonard Fournette weighs about 30 pounds more than that, and he's actually come in to camp closer to 260.
Yes!
And that he's not a guy who looks like he can play every down. So
all right.
There's your Leonard Fournette note for the day.
He tried hard for 2 years.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, isn't that...
Was he the number 4 pick in the draft?
Yeah, the year after, because it worked out so well for the Cowboys. Let's be honest. I mean, it did work out great for the Cowboys, taking Zeke 4th overall that rookie year.
Oh, yeah.
And so Jacksonville saw it as, all right, let's do the same thing. Let's follow that because Zeke made such an impact. This is going to help Blake Bortles. Do I have the quarterback right? Wasn't that the guy they were depending on?
Yes.
And so, let's do this. This is going to really help out Blake Bortles, and we can be a great team by handing the ball to Fournette. He's going to get us 1,500 yards, 15 touchdowns, very similar to Zeke, and it didn't work out that way. And then he was like, this isn't fun playing for Jacksonville, so I don't care to work hard. And then he went to Tampa, and he's like, I care to work hard. In fact, he found the guy before Zeke found the guy. The dude that works out Zeke worked out Fournette, turned Fournette back into a really valuable piece.
And he was.
And now he's like, you know what? Won a championship, got some money. I'm good. You guys want to keep paying me to show up? I'll show up.
Did you feel like usually people showed up to, I know, different sport, it could be totally different, spring training in pretty much optimum shape, or the idea that you work yourself into season shape?
50-50 on different guys.
Okay.
I always hated this. Now it's different. I would show up throwing 80 pitch bullpens, as in I was ready to throw.
Yeah.
And they're like, take it easy. And then so it was like I had to really back off. So I had to become worse almost. I couldn't go all out, even though I was going all out like the final 2 to 3 weeks going into spring training, and they wouldn't allow me to throw the ball hard or throw the ball more. I think they do it a little bit different now where they'll allow you to come into camp and be more ready to compete more.
Okay.
Where back then it was almost like they were just so scared that you showed up out of shape.
Yeah.
And what I mean by that is arm shape. I mean, if you showed up fat, that was not good. But if you showed up where you weren't really playing catch, they just decided to train to the lowest level of training to start off spring training.
Now, I was curious. I was flipping through this article on The Athletic talking about the rookies most likely to make the biggest impact. I'm going to start on offense. Do you think it could be somebody like, let's say, Sky Moore with the Chiefs, or somebody like Zion Johnson with the Chargers? I know those are very different positions, but those are two rookies that could have a huge impact.
It's a good question. I want it to be Sky Moore. I'm rooting for the Kansas City Chiefs.
Sure. But you're also kind of rooting for the Chargers to a certain extent, right?
Yeah. Wide receivers are doing better at coming in and having a bigger impact. But he's not, Sky Moore's not Jamar Chase. If he was, he wouldn't have been taken in the second round.
Yeah.
And I get he's good. I get how much people like him out of this draft as a specialty wide receiver, not a complete wide receiver. Sure. So
I got another wide receiver I can throw in the mix if you want.
Even though, look, the thing about Travis Kelce's a Hall of Famer and one of the best tight ends in the history of football. Mike Williams is overpaid and is overhyped. Every time I watch the Chargers play, I'm like, he's solid.
Yeah.
Great number 2, not a number 1. And they're like, yeah, Mike Williams, because we drafted him high and we gave him a lot of money. He's going to be great. Yeah. It's like, it doesn't work that way. Just because you pay him that money doesn't mean he's going to be better than what I've seen him play.
What about, I'm going to work.
So I know that wasn't a good answer.
But look, I'm going to work this person in the mix. Maybe this will change your mind. What about, you're talking about a potentially more complete wide receiver, Chris Olave with the New Orleans Saints. Because one thing I will tell you is, for better or worse, Jameis Winston will chuck that ball all around the field. And so what do you think about the idea for Chris Olave to potentially be the biggest impact rookie, offensive rookie? That team, you would think, is not going to be as good, but...
Do you think it'll be a wide receiver that's more of an impact than a running back this year out of the rookie class?
I think so. I'm actually intrigued by the impact that Zion Johnson can make, because Lord knows they needed to make some upgrades on that offensive line. But if anyone's going to do it, New Orleans is ready to throw the ball around. Jameis Winston's ready to throw the ball around, so maybe it could be Chris Olave.
I think it's a good question. I would say this. I haven't looked into the NFL draft recently.
Okay.
On as in, I have a feeling this guy's going to be rookie of the year. I will say this. It's not going to be a quarterback who's rookie of the year. Right? I mean,
that
most of the
fairly
time,
stunning.
Most of the time, rookies of the year now, for the most part, are the quarterback that played and played pretty well. But this one looks like it's gonna be a wide receiver or a running back, because
until
an
Carolina gives up and they're like, Matt Corral's the guy. I get it. I don't actually know offhand if an offensive lineman is one offensive rookie of the year. So I guess I would have to say maybe it won't be Zion Johnson. I think Chris Olave is a decent bet. Defensively, what do you think about the idea that it's going to be not the first couple picks, but Sauce Gardner, who will step right in and be a starter from day one for a Jets team that some people have higher hopes, not high hopes, but higher hopes for?
I am going to go with this. I'm going to go with the New York Giants Thibodeau.
Oh, Kayvon?
That I think that they got. He's not Micah Parsons. And hell, I didn't know Micah Parsons was going to be this good. But I think that they have a guy who I think can cause havoc. And also, I think Jalen Hurts is a bad quarterback. And I'll say this, he's below average. And you can't convince me he's anything more than the 20th best quarterback in the NFL till he really proves differently.
Yeah.
I think Daniel Jones, even though he doesn't go against him, stinks. I think Carson Wentz is even worse. And I think our guy is solid. That being said, I think that he can have a pretty big impact for the Giants. I think he can step in and we can say that's their best defensive player. Who's the Giants' best defensive player off the top of your head?
Oh, man. And that's why, the fact that I didn't immediately come up with somebody.
And we play him twice, right?
I guess that leads into the fact that that's why you would say Kayvon Thibodeau.
Yeah, I just think that he can really... I'm trying to look at depth chart right now for the Giants, but he just jumped out as a guy that I know the Cowboys had number 1 on their board. And I'm just looking here. He's starting weak side linebacker. I don't know. Their names are not Xavier McKinney. He's not their best player. Who's their best player? He's going to be their best player. Jihad Ward. Dexter Lawrence, Leonard Williams.
James Bradbury left.
Tay Crowder. Yeah, this team. Yeah. I'm going to say Thibodeau.
Okay.
Oh, God, he might get triple teamed if he's good at football, because who the hell else do I have to block?
All right, let's go from that to... We talked about Justin Jefferson a pretty decent amount. We just talked about his rankings the last couple of weeks in the top 10 and everything like that. Justin Jefferson said Devontae Adams is the NFL's best wide receiver, but it's going to be him after the 2022 season. I've talked about this before. I think Justin Jefferson, because he's in a spot where the team hasn't been particularly great, nobody cares about that quarterback, has gotten kind of overlooked. Do you think Justin Jefferson has the ability to ascend to the top of the wide receiving food chain?
Yes, but I don't think it'll be this year. And it's going to be interesting because literally, I think the two guys right now, about 2 years from now, that we're going to have discussions about, were the 1-2 combination at LSU.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson are the two guys that look like they're going to take over kind of the Devontae Adams. I still think is the best. And I think in Las Vegas, he's going to be very good still. I do think there's a drop-off that Aaron Rodgers isn't his quarterback, so I think that'll be interesting to see how great can he be without Aaron Rodgers, and I think Derek Carr is a good quarterback in the NFL. But, yeah, that's going to be kind of the deal is Justin Jefferson. I'm going to say Jamar Chase
is the guy.
I think he's ranked number 3. Last week we had the top 10, and I think he's already number 3. It was Justin Jefferson 4 or 5.
I thought he was 4.
Okay. So, yeah, it'll be interesting to see where it goes with that. Because Cooper Kupp's not old either.
Yeah, not at all.
So, you know what? No, Justin Jefferson can't.
Wow.
Because I think for the next 2 years, isn't Highland Park kid, isn't he just going to throw the ball to Cooper Kupp 3 million times?
I mean, I could
Matthew
see the Stafford to Kupp
He finally got a
connection.
brand new phone after 12 years, making $150 million.
Yes, I could see that. By the way, not surprisingly, but supposedly there was word coming out that Mike Zimmer never particularly cared for Kirk Cousins, so I don't think that was particularly surprising. And then, if you were keeping up with the saga of Devon Allen with the Philadelphia Eagles trying to assert himself as one of the fastest humans in the world, he was unfortunately disqualified at the World Championships. His reaction time was 0.001 faster than the threshold for what they consider a false start. So he was disqualified on the last day of the World Athletic Championships in his attempt to win the 110-meter hurdles. Better luck next time. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, when will the best player in the NBA be from America again? We'll talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Miss anything? you're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I know that y'all wanted to discuss this last week, and this has been on your mind for a while.
Right.
When will the best player in the NBA be an American again? 877-881-1053. Now, don't get it twisted. I get it.
Don't change the story.
I get it. Is like, if you look at the top 10, 15, you go as far down the line as you want. The majority of the players will be from America. I understand that. But if you look at the last 4 MVPs or 4 MVP winning seasons, back to back from Jokic and Giannis, they're not American-born players. So maybe this is projection, maybe it's whatever. When do you think the next time will be that the best player is specifically from America? And now, Mike, I know you also want to talk about what people send in their predictions, because I know some people were still pushing like, hey, LeBron and Steph ain't done yet.
Right, for sure.
But also, I know you want to talk some more about the underlying potential issue of why this is happening.
There's a lot here. There's a lot of conversation. I kind of hate I put it out on Twitter. I love Chuck Cooperstein. I respect his opinion. He changed the topic completely on Twitter, which upset me, to be honest. But I respect what he was saying, but I'm like, that's not the topic. The topic is this: the best player, which is interesting. Who would have ever thought, as LeBron faded from the best player and Kevin Durant got hurt, so he faded from the best player in the game. I believe it's Giannis now. And I think if you don't want to say it's Giannis, then it might be Jokic, who's won the back-to-back MVP.
Yes.
So right now, and those guys are in their mid-20s. They're not 31 or 32. Not that they're going to get a lot better, but they should stay at this level.
27 and 26 or something like that? Yeah.
For the next 6 to 8 years, they should stay at this level.
I get it.
They're not going to get worse. So we're talking about they're probably going to be the best player. And then when you think about it, this was like, I was talking to this at the card show, and I was like, you know what else? If they get overtaken, who does everybody around the league, including the players, think the next greatest player in the NBA is going to be?
Victor Wembanyama?
No, our guy.
Oh, Luka. Oh, sorry, I was projecting to the next draft.
No, but they think that the guy waiting to become, he's 23 years old. He'll be 23 years old next year for most of the season until you get to the end, is when possibly Giannis and Jokic start maybe dropping off, or somebody just comes and takes it from them. Everybody believes, or most people believe, the guy to take the crown will be Luka, who's 23 years old. Okay? And then, look, yes, I'm putting a little bit of projection here, but Victor, how do you say it's Wembanyama?
I think it's Wembanyama.
Okay, Wembanyama. People are saying
I'm sorry if I'm getting that wrong.
He's going to be the first overall pick in the draft. He's 18 years old right now, and they're saying he's like nothing you've ever seen before. Now, I've watched him, and he does look like things I've seen before. But, I mean, people are projecting to him.
Right.
And he's a French guy. I believe he's from France.
Yes, he is from France.
Is that they're projecting that he is, when he gets into his early to mid-20s, he is just going to be phenomenal. And so you just start looking at this, and it's no knock on the United States of America, but who would have ever thought in 2020-ish that from 2020 to possibly 2035, that the best player in the league would not be of the United States? Did we ever see this coming? No chance. So that's really what I was putting out is, wow, that the next 3 guys, maybe 4th, and it's a projection on Wembanyama, who's going to be the number 1 pick in the draft. In fact, I've talked to people that cover the Oklahoma City Thunder, and they said they're a little bit concerned that Oklahoma City, because of this guy, because they think he's the next guy to lead the NBA, and they love Josh Giddey, and they love Chet Holmgren, that they might limit games and minutes from those 2 guys to make sure that they have a good chance of getting this first overall pick, because they think if they get him, then they've just developed the big 3, and they drafted them. They didn't have to go sign them, that they have developed by the last 3 years of the draft. They have now the 3 guys that they're like, crap, if we just max them out, which they didn't do with their last big 3, that will have multiple championships in Oklahoma City, but they have to get lucky lottery wise. But I mean, really the topic is, did we ever think that a United States player wouldn't be the best player in the league? It's because how many we develop, because of the quantity that we develop and quality.
I did not. And so I was thinking about your question, and we'll get back to AAU basketball because I see some people weighing in about that, is I put together my list of like the 6 people that immediately came to mind. 7 if you want to look ahead is LeBron James, Steph Curry, Kevin Durant, John Morant, Jason Tatum, Devin Booker, and Scoot Henderson if we're going to go up to 7. All right. So LeBron, Steph, and Kevin Durant. I honestly believe there's a shot there, but clearly they're getting older. So the more contemporary figures, John Morant, Jason Tatum, and Devin Booker.
Those are our 3 best young Americans.
I think Jason Tatum is awesome, and I think he'll be a consistent all-NBA first, second team player. I just don't know about the best, and I think I do not believe Devin Booker has what it takes to be the best. And then Scoot Henderson, we're talking about somebody who is like in the G League now. They're not even in the NBA.
And he'll be the second pick, most likely. And I was in love with him. In fact, he made Jaden Hardy actually look like a decent basketball player.
Yes.
When you put Jaden Hardy at the point guard role, he's pathetic. I think you saw that in Summer League. And so I do like him, but real quick with Scoot Henderson and with John Morant.
Because that's my other guy.
When we talk about the best player in the league in a certain generation or a time period, it was even never Isaiah Thomas. Even though he won back-to-back championships, it was Jordan as Magic was fading a little bit, right? It was Magic Johnson's the best player in the league around 1987, right? I think 86, you would say it's Larry Bird's been the best player in the league. Then 87, 88-ish, you're saying, hey, Magic Johnson's the best player in the league. We get Isaiah's winning the championships, but it's kind of Jordan now as he won the MVP, I believe, in 88. And so you're kind of looking at, okay, Michael's taking over is what I'm saying is being like kind of that 6'2", 6 foot guy. It's really tough to ever really be considered the best player in the NBA. You don't have to be a center, but also it's really tough to be the best player in the NBA as a smaller guy. You can be one of the 5 best. I'm not saying Scoot Henderson's not going to be awesome or John Morant isn't going to contend for this.
But we have to I feel more comfortable at least with John Morant, but we have to project a lot on like Scoot Henderson. And some people are asking like, what about these players? So I want to run through a list real quick. And you might differ with me. Paolo Banchero. All right. Could be, but like I'm having to project a little bit more, just like with Scoot Henderson, since we haven't actually seen him in the league yet.
He didn't do a lot at Duke that makes me think he's about to be the best player in the NBA.
When he turns it on and decides he's going to get to the basket, I would be willing to listen to that. But there's a lot of times that he's like, the mid-range shot is awesome, and that's when I don't love him as much. At least with John Morant, I've seen him be like dominant on an NBA level, but my concern is about his health. And so here's some other folks that came through. Anthony Edwards, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Look, I like Shai a lot. I don't think he's got it in him. I want to get back to Anthony Edwards. Chet, Lillard, Kawhi, and PG-13. All right, I've talked about Kawhi and Paul George. I could end up being way wrong about that. I don't believe the health factor is going to be there for that to be the case. Chet, projection, we'll see. Damian Lillard has been a great player. He reminds me of Tatum in terms of, I think he will consistently be first, second team All-NBA, but not the best in the game.
From what I also understand from talking to my buddy Chris Owens and my buddy who's an agent now in the NBA, is Victor Wembanyama.
Yama, not Yamway. My bad.
Thank you. He has been considered, nobody's taking the number 1 spot from him the way that nobody was taking the 2003 number 1 spot from LeBron James. And Carmelo kind of almost did. How awesome he was at Syracuse. There was a hair of a consideration. Once Cleveland got the pick, there was no doubt. But like this dude who's going to be the next first overall pick, it's like that. It's locked in. People are already talking about for 3 years now, you got a tank for this guy. If you get this guy, you just got the franchise-changing piece. And I get Luka, I thought was that. Thank God Phoenix didn't feel that way, and somehow Sacramento didn't feel that way either. And you got to trade up to number 3 to get him. But I would just say this. We're developing great, great, great players in the United States. I'm not saying we're not. But somehow, some way, we've got to 2020, and Giannis, Jokic, Luka, And Embiid, who I've talked to enough people, like, look, he grew up in Africa for 16 years of his life. And then right before college decided, hey, I'm going to come over to the United States. And then he did play 1 year at Kansas. But in no way, shape, or form was he really United States developed.
It's tough, Mike, because, and I want to see if you agree with me on this. From the 682, there's a couple things here. I've seen a lot on Twitter that AAU basketball is bad because it's more ISO. And then from the 812, we start teaching complete basketball skills versus one-on-one, we'll get an American again. My thought about that is, I was just thinking, man, if I was a teenager, hell, I might feel this way now. If I was a teenager, what's going to get you the most attention, right? Because Zion got all of the, before he got to Duke, he got all the attention in the world because of his amazing dunks. Like, he was an Instagram stud. He was a good player, a very good player. He was the number 3 recruit in the country. But people get it twisted, and they're like, well, he was always going to be the number 1 pick. No, he wasn't. RJ Barrett was at the top of the list. But Zion was the most famous because of those things. And so in AAU and in social media culture, at least especially here, are you going to do that bounce pass that scouts are like, oh my God, that was amazing? Or the thing that's going to make everyone on Instagram go wild?
So here's the deal about AAU basketball. I was asking my buddy about this based off of Chuck Cooperstein coming on 105.3 The Fan and talking to the G-Bag Nation and saying, look, they got to beat the AAU out of Jaden Hardy. So I start making phone calls to people who really follow the AAU. People that are coaches and people that are scouts and people that are agents. I'm not a dumbass and come up with this without talking to people about somewhat my opinion when I don't have an AAU background. I do have a select baseball background, so I have a lot more knowledge about that than AAU. So I start asking questions, and so I say, hey, what do you like about AAU and what do you not like about AAU versus, since Chris Owens played overseas for 13 years, what do you see from places like Real Madrid and other places and how they're trying to develop their youngest talented players overseas? So he said, here's the deal. AAU basketball is great for this. He said, here's what it's most great about. You take pretty much the most talented players in the United States of America, and you get to compete against each other in the summertime. And that really helps out because, let's face it, I love Duncanville. That's my alma mater, and they're great at basketball. They've now become a national powerhouse. Is that Duncanville has about 10 to, and they're trying their best. They're trying to get more competitive games. But let's face it, in their district games, they play all non-competitive games. It's stupid basketball. Anthony Black, who's going to Arkansas, who's going to be probably a lottery pick next year, in district basketball, it's a worthless waste of time. For Ron Holland, who's considered, I think, a top 20 senior going into Duncanville this year. He was a junior last year. It's a waste of time. Luka wasn't playing. Nothing against, I don't know, South Grand Prairie.
Yeah.
He wasn't playing South Grand Prairie at 17 and 18 years old. He was playing professional competition. So the AAU scene really helps that when you're playing on that, you're not going to play 5 chumps that just make up a high school basketball team. And that's just what the schedule says you're going to have to play. So AAU basketball is good that you put a lot of talented players on the court at the same time so you get a better idea. At the same time, I said, what's the negative about AAU basketball? And I got told by multiple people, it's really a lot of one-on-one basketball.
Yeah.
So there's not a lot of team concepts. There's not a lot of movement off of the ball. They're not teaching offensive schemes. They're teaching more of, it's your turn to go one-on-one type of deal. So it's a lot of individualized one-on-one, and a lot of players from the United States concentrate on one-on-one. Example, Jaden Hardy didn't even know how to throw an inbounds pass in. Did you see him dribble the ball inbounds the other day?
Yeah, on the summer league.
I know that he knows that, but he's so used to just playing one-on-one basketball that he doesn't play a lot of basketball. What I've been told is overseas, and it doesn't mean that it's better, but what it means is that they teach more basketball than they do one-on-one skills. It doesn't mean it's way better, but I think we can do better in the United States. I think, honestly, in a weird way, playing high school basketball isn't the best for the top 50 kids or maybe even 100 kids at an age level. Maybe we should do more of, the NBA should say, we need to, I know they're trying to a little bit in G League, but really in a weird way, and people in the United States would not like this, but this is the way Tony Parker was developed, Dirk Nowitzki was developed, Luka Doncic was developed. A lot of players overseas are developed where they find them at 14 years old. and they say, all right, at 14, 15 years old, we're going to put you in this program, kind of like how international soccer's done. I think FC Dallas is trying to do this, right? And you say, we're going to put you in this program. We're going to also develop you as a human being and give you classes and stuff. And I know Mark Cuban has talked about this before. Maybe we shouldn't be having the best players in the world play high school basketball. Is it best for their development to be like, you're the best player, here's the ball, don't pass it, just go one-on-one, try to score 60, then AAU basketball will put you with competitive players against competitive guys, but you're still going to use your one-on-one skills, but you're not going to do it every time because we have 3 or 4 other guys that want to use their one-on-one skills too. And it's a general statement that I'm using.
But look, I've covered a lot of high school sports before I came to the radio, and you saw it in soccer and to a certain extent baseball, where you started to see people drift more and more away from that varsity sports mentality because of exactly what you were talking about. Like some soccer players or soccer people would tell me they just call varsity soccer kaboom ball because people just kick the ball all the way down the field. And so they stayed away from it because of that.
And there's more to this conversation, but I would say Twitter got it twisted on where I was going with this.
I gotcha.
The United States, real quick, because I looked this up. 330 million people approximately. In 2020, the consensus was 330 million people. Slovenia, where Luka is, 2.1 million. You looked at other countries, it's like Serbia, where Jokic is from, is like 14 million or 16 million people.
So we're like 20 times
When you start
bigger,
looking at France and other places that are competing against us, I think it's like 30-something million people. So we're always going to win the international competitions. Our kids or our United States team is going to win most of, if not all, these competitions based off we have so much quality and quantity to pick from. But as Chris Owen said, the one thing is they're like states over there rather than countries.
Sure.
If you took the United States of America and you divided it by 1/10, and we'd still have the most population, you say instead of 330 million, you're only going to get to pick from this population of 33 million that live in this region, then 33 million that live in this region. And so you divide us up into 10 different countries now, it changes international competition. Or if you just say, hey, Europe, all of Europe gets to put together one team. We got to get 330 million people here, and we're going to now take Giannis and Luka and Jokic, and we're going to put them all together on a team. It changes the international scene all of a sudden if you either split us up by 1/10 or if you combine all of Europe and let them compete where they have a whole bunch of quantity to pick from, which then gives you the great quality. So I'm not saying United States is the best. They'll always be the best. As in this, the quantity gives us the best gives us the best Olympic team, gives us a lot of the best teams competing against the other 16U teams, because it's usually not, hey, we're taking 300 million population from this country, because there isn't over in Europe.
I get it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Very interesting topic, Mike. Thank you very much. Appreciate everybody getting involved in the conversation as well. Coming up next, what are the realistic expectations now that the Rangers have their 2 stud Vanderbilt pitchers? We'll talk about it next right here on the Fan. But
The K&C Masterpiece is brought to you by state-of-the-art weight loss, that's soda, and the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices, think again. Those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them, so get the representation that won't settle for less. That's Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. Truckwreck.com.
Weimer lifts one. Lazy fly ball to right. It's got good carry on it. But the catch is made out there in right by Clark, who just entered the game. Yes. Golf clap.
Dad likes it.
Now. Yeah, Dad's like, that's pretty good. Ground ball, fly ball out. 1 through 3 through the 4th for Leiter.
Look at Jack Leiter getting work done in the futures game. But my question for y'all was going to be here, and we could talk more about how the signing went and what implications that's going to have as immediately as today, but also what realistic expectations are for these two Vanderbilt pitchers. Because, Mike, I'm not going to lie, I don't want to say other Rangers fans. My mind starts to race and think about the fact that there was a good bit of time where it looked like Rocker and Leiter were going to be the top 2 picks in the Major League Baseball draft last year. Like, there was a good chunk of time. And now the Texas Rangers have both of them. And my mind is like, oh my God, we just got the best 2 college pitchers from the last 2 years. And now we've brought them into our organization. And the fact that Chris Young got asked, would Kumar Rocker go immediately to the majors? And like, he had to answer that question. So what are realistic expectations for these two? But then I also want to take a step back, and we talked about it. It was $5.2 million is the signing bonus for Kumar Rocker, and the slot it's just underneath 7.6. So you're saving just a little bit less than $2.4 million.
I looked that up, by the way. $5.2 million is the 9th overall pick.
Okay.
So what he signed for is the slot of the 9th overall pick.
Okay. And for everyone who's just like kind of jumping in with us and they're learning things as we go along the way, and maybe you already know, and if you do, I am proud of you. Well done, your sports knowledge. Why is that important for the Rangers to go under slot there?
Because now in the 4th round, which is going to happen here pretty soon, in 35 minutes, the draft continues on MLB.com and MLB Network, is when they get to the 4th round, it's starting with the 3rd round. They did the first 2 rounds yesterday. The Rangers have the 3rd pick in the 4th round, which is slotted at $560,000. In the 5th round, it's slotted at $418,000, just to give you their next 2 picks. Now, if I understand this correctly, they want to give $1.5 million to the 4th round pick and $1.4 million to the 5th round pick. They can do it because they can use that money they saved with that pick and then add it to more bonus money to other picks in your first 10 rounds, I believe. Yep. So that being said, if a guy falls, I talked to my agent, Jonathan Maurer was my agent, still my friend, and I asked him about this yesterday, and he had been tipped off that he thought it was $2 million, and it ended up being more than $2 million. Is like, oh man, this is good for a couple of my clients, because a couple of his clients, if they don't get the right amount of money, they're going to go to college. So your top high school guys that didn't get drafted yesterday are looking in the 3rd or 4th round going, is $560,000 enough for my client? Well, if they told organizations, hey, it has to be $600,000 or more, or I can't even talk him into it, he's going to go to his D1 school and go for 3 years to whatever school that is. Well, now the Rangers can draft a guy and go, hey, we can give you, I'm not saying 1.5, but they can go, hey, look, you said you wouldn't sign for anything less than $750,000. Your slot is $560,000. This is where you're getting drafted. But we do have the money. Now that Kumar Rocker signed for this much money, less, we can give you $750,000 to be. So now I can say, well, you got drafted in the 4th round, but you signed for high 3rd round money.
Now, from the 4.69, and this is what I want to know, is this setting the bar too high and maybe even way too high?
All right, tell me.
Tim Hudson and Barry Zito, because when you combo in Mark Mulder, you had like the dominant trio.
Yeah, they left that out of Moneyball, didn't they?
Yes, I know. It was
we did it all with, except we had 3 Cy Young candidates.
Yeah.
That were all in their mid-20s.
We charged for the Coke machine.
And we had the MVP, Miguel Tejada. So don't put that in the movie, please.
So is that setting the bar too high, or is realistically that's what the Rangers need to happen here? Because that's what I'm curious about is, look, I also agree that in my mind, Jack Leiter can win a Cy Young and Kumar Rocker can be right behind him. And but is that setting the bar unrealistically high?
It is setting the bar very high, but that needs to be where the bar is. If you don't reach it, you don't reach it. But at some point, especially with the second and third pick, somebody has to become a superstar. Somebody has to become not just a good player. You can't win with good players. Sorry, it doesn't work that way. Just look at right now the New York Yankees. Look at the Houston Astros who've dominated our division. Right now, Jose Altuve, Kyle Tucker. I know Alex Bregman isn't this year, but has been. Yordan Alvarez is an MVP candidate. Framber Valdez is an all-star. Justin Verlander is an all-star. I know they didn't develop Justin Verlander, but you just start looking and going, oh my God, you have to have 5 or 6 all-stars to really win a division and be a World Series contender? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
To start going back to the 2010 and 2011 Texas Rangers. Yes, guess what happened? You have 6 all-stars. You develop guys. You trade for them early in their minor league career or right before they're about to make the major leagues, like a Michael Young, and that's how you develop a true contender. So if you want to say, I need Jack Leiter and I need Kumar Rocker to be Hudson Zito, Glavin Smoltz, yeah, you probably do. Where you drafted them, the expectation is they need to be guys that in their prime are all-stars and possibly Cy Young candidates.
And I was looking back through this, and this is the run of drafts that I'm choosing to believe that we're hopefully hitting in the last 2 years. Is you look at the top 5 starting back in 2012. Well, who came out of that? Carlos Correa. What about the year before that? Garrett Cole and Trevor Bauer. Like, clearly I know Trevor Bauer, that's a whole different situation. But in terms of like just talent, that was there. The year before that, Bryce Harper. The year before that, Steven Strasburg. The year before that, Buster Posey. The year before that, David Price. The year before that, Clayton Kershaw. Like, the year before that, Justin Upton, Ryan Braun. Like, you see what I'm saying is, like, you have seen a string of top 5 picks hit it really, really big. And so that's why I was curious about the timeline as well, because we talked about Jack Leiter 2023. Now we're revisiting the question if that is even realistic anymore. And does that same timeline apply for this pick? Or are you like, well, the pick was a year later, so maybe you're looking at him as a 2024 appearance?
That's where I'm looking at is maybe Jack Leiter makes it in 2023 at some point. But more than likely 2024 would be more conservative, realistic, to give him 2 years of pitching in the minor leagues before you send him up to the majors to compete against the best.
When he was assigned straight away to Double-A and he started off like looking amazing, like in that second start or whatever, did it feel like 2023 was realistic for him to start on the big league club? Clearly he has struggled since then.
I will say not for me because I've been through it.
Yeah.
And I was talking to a guy yesterday at the Ranger game who I played against in Double-A and Triple-A. And we were talking about Brandon Duckworth. You ever heard of him?
Nah, I mean,
oh man,
yeah,
it's
not really,
because he dominated Double-A and Triple-A, and he was a higher pick from the Philadelphia Phillies, and he ended up really not doing a lot. And we were just bringing up some of the guys. I played with Russell Branyan. You couldn't tell me Russell Branyan wasn't going to probably drop 40 bombs and knock in 100 runs, and he was our number 1 prospect with the Cleveland Indians when I was coming up. I mean, there's sometimes you just look at these guys and you say, well, they did great this week. Okay, they're going to be awesome. And it's like, sometimes they even do awesome in the minor leagues and they don't end up being more than below average or average major leaguers. It is so tough to do this because, once again, out of all the guys drafted yesterday, most of them won't even play in the major leagues. Now, is that amazing? We had 2 rounds yesterday, and I would say out of the 66 guys taken, 34 of them won't play in the major leagues. And I might be a little bit high on that because it's the first 2 rounds. But I bet you this really easily, 20 guys won't make the major leagues. And that's your first 2 rounds. That's just the way baseball go, because when you look at this, when I look at the first pick, Jackson Holliday, and the second pick, Drew Jones, you probably won't see those guys until 2025 and more likely 2026. That's just the way. Now you can push it. And I get that, like Bobby Witt Jr. and J-Rod were kind of pushed a little bit because there wasn't even minor leagues in 2020. They just had to play at the site of where their team was and just practice.
Is J-Rod the accepted moniker, by the way, just as an aside?
They do call it. That's
okay.
Obviously, if Rodriguez, you just take the
initial
I got it.
And
then put the rod on the end. But I mean, it just takes some time. Tamar Johnson, Elijah Green, these are high school guys drafted behind Kumar Rocker. That's why I said earlier in the show, we're really not going to know how good of a pick the Rangers made until 2027, because we'll have an idea of what Holiday, Jones are doing, which we couldn't have taken. They got taken 1 and 2. And I'm pretty sure the Rangers would have taken Holiday or Jones if they were there at 3.
Yes.
That they wouldn't have. Kumar Rocker was not a done deal at 3 no matter what. The 2 guys drafted in front of the Rangers, I think, were like an oh crap moment for the Rangers. Not that they didn't know that was happening. They had a good idea that those are the top 2 guys by the Orioles and Diamondbacks and by the Pirates and the Nationals and the Marlins all. And they had a feeling, could one of them fall because of draft day deals? The draft in the MLB is not, he's the best player, take him. It's, hey, we might be taking a guy that we have ranked 10 at number 3 or 12 at number 4. Or we might be taking a guy at number 10 that we had ranked number 5, and we're going to have to overpay him because he fell here, and we know that he's not going to be happy about this, and we're going to have to take a little bit more money here, pay him, and give a little bit less to our second or third round pick. So I do hope for the best. I do think that Jack Leiter at some point in 2023, and when I mean by some point, after the All-Star break next year, has a chance to pitch in the major leagues. And I would say with Kumar Rocker, because he hasn't thrown a second of real professional baseball. The Frontier League is nice.
Take that, Tri-Valley.
You get $800 to $1,000 a month to play there for 3 or 4 months. So you're making approximately $4,000 to play independent league baseball. Is that Kumar Rocker will probably more than likely be kind of after All-Star break of 2024 or early on in 2025. Hopefully they beat those. Hopefully they become much better earlier and quicker, and you get a lot of production on their first 6 years in the major leagues. But at some point, we do need to have Jacob deGrom. One of these guys needs to become like a premium. Is he the best pitcher in baseball guy?
Then I need you to go ahead and make a guarantee for me right here, because if you can't make this guarantee, I might just cry. That Kumar Rocker and Jack Leiter will both matter more to the Rangers organization than their last top 5 pick, Dylan Tate.
Oh God, yes.
Okay, good. Who, by the way, not a terrible reliever for the Orioles.
If we drafted a 6th or 7th inning middle reliever with those 2, we're in big trouble.
Yes, I'm with you on that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, how about we do a giveaway and some Mike Likes It.
Seager versus J-Rod tonight, and a little bit more. Should football players start developing their kids for baseball? Next.
Coming up in the next
Segment brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Texas. We're proud to be the flag bearer for freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan, and it's about that time to give something away. 877.
Let's give it away.
Yeah, I was hoping for something there, Mike. 877-881-1053. Caller number 10 right now will win a pair of tickets to go see comedian Bert Kreischer on September 17th at the Dickies Arena in Fort Worth. Caller number 10. 877-881-1053 as part of the Birdie Boy Relapse Tour. We'll be doing this giveaway all week long in case you miss out. But caller number 10, Bert Kreischer, 877-881-1053. And now, how about some Mike Likes It?
Well, this is how Mike likes it. Something comes into my head after you say something, and then I just change the subject.
I am well aware.
All right, so Bill Burr has a new comedy set out on Netflix, and it's at Red Rocks in Colorado, which I got to go to last summer, which was very cool. And so it was funny since you brought up Bill Burr because he talks about the pandemic. It's really funny. And I guess for some of you, it's really offensive. And you know what? That's kind of what comedy is. So deal with it or don't watch comedy.
Woo! Or you can just stop watching that one thing, right? Like you can watch comedy and be like, I don't like this, and then move on with your life.
I will say this, because abortion has become a major topic over the last few months. I can't remember when Roe versus Wade was overturned, but in the last 6 to 8 weeks. And he didn't know this when he was doing this, that was going to happen. But he does his last kind of segment topic was about abortion. And I will say it was interesting and to me, really funny. So I will leave it at that.
All right.
Because don't want to offend anybody.
Well, it's probably too late, Mike, but let's keep going.
That's fine. You know what? Deal with it if you get offended.
That's what he tells us too off air. He's like, you know what? Deal with it.
All right. So I found this interesting about the draft yesterday in the MLB. One, when you look at the first few picks. Now, I don't once again, I'm not trying to offend anybody. Drew Jones comes from Andrew Jones, who is not from the United States, as in a black American.
I gotcha.
But, gosh, we have Elijah Green and Kumar Rocker. What do they have in common?
Sons of
football.
Yeah.
And so I look at this and I hear from so many black people in our Metroplex, right? I mean, I grew up in Duncanville now, and DeSoto and Cedar Hill, right? It's more of, I would say, a black community than it is a white community.
Okay.
And I'll hear from certain people that will say, look, I love Duncanville and in their football program. From what I hear is they do have a few kids that are in their football program that can play baseball, but are pushed away from baseball.
Okay.
They're told, don't do it. We're too good of a football school for you to go waste time playing baseball.
I have heard rumblings about that at Allen.
Right. And if you do that, it's kind of like this, it's kind of this threat of, I just don't know how good they are at football and baseball.
Sure.
There's kind of this threat of, man, if you miss my spring practices because you're over there on the baseball field, I just can't promise you that when you come back for summer/fall that your position isn't going to be filled by the guy who really worked hard in spring for me.
Yeah.
So it's kind of this, I mean, look, they know what they're doing. The coaches know what they're doing. Is they're kind of threatening without threatening. If you don't do my spring workouts and my spring football, then you're not going to be a starter when you come back. Now, that being said, I would just like to point out, which is just interesting to me, is that Drew Jones, I don't want to consider him this, but if you'd like to, because he comes from a father that played baseball. So it's a little bit, to me, it's a little bit different. Just like I played against Lou Collier, good player, and his son was taken, as I go down the draft board here, Cam Collier was taken 18th overall. I will say this, a lot of people thought Cam Collier was going to be a top 10 pick who slipped in the draft. Now, his father who's black and Cam Collier's black, is you start looking at the top of this draft. And Kumar Rocker and Elijah Green, both sons of former football players, decided, I'm going to push my sons. I don't know if push is the right word,
right?
But my son likes baseball. And you know what? This might be a little bit better path. And Tamar Johnson, who is a black guy, there were a lot of black Americans or African Americans. I've been told, like, that's the one thing is, like, I try not to be offensive.
I used to say black because the AP style book when I was at the newspaper said say black. And I was like, okay. Then.
Yeah. So, and I'm not trying to offend anybody by this, but I think of, with football, and I get that there's full scholarships in college, so that's important. There's not full scholarships in baseball, but I will say this. When you go to these major schools now, like Texas A&M, because of Pringles and because of the Maroon U and all these shops, is even though you don't get full scholarships now, you do get enough money where it is free pretty much for baseball if you go to these major programs with the NIL money that they're creating, and maybe you can even make money after paying for the rest of your schooling through the NIL. Does this change your mind? I want to the black listener right now who is a father and has a young child, and you're not much of a baseball guy. You're a little bit of a baseball guy, but you're more of, let's say, a basketball, football guy in general. Do you ever look at a draft like this and go, Kumar Rocker, Tamar Johnson, Elijah Green, picks 3, 4, and 5, and then you just go a little bit more down the list to Cam Collier and stuff, go, gosh, me just pushing football and not pushing baseball. I know Pat Mahomes is football, right? And his dad was baseball, but I just wonder, does this push any more of maybe the black American dad to go, gosh, maybe I should look more into this baseball thing because these 18-year-olds are getting $8 million to start their baseball career.
Let me ask you a question to go along with that. This is not to say by any means that, like, people of any race will only watch other people of their same race. But how important is it for the growth of viewership, or maybe even the maintenance of viewership and fandom, that you have I don't know what the level is, but a certain level of black players, or a more of an influx, because this has not always been the friendliest sport, especially as of late, for black players.
What do you mean by that?
Well, you look at
explain that.
Yeah, look at the percentage of black players in Major League Baseball as opposed to the NBA and the NFL. Now, clearly the hockey has had a tough learning curve for that as well. So how important is it to have more black players in there in terms of, again, you don't only have to aspire to be people of your own race. I want to make that very clear. But how easy is it for a kid, especially a less represented kid, to be like, I want to be like this person? And they can try to be Tamar Johnson or Kumar Rocker or whoever.
Yeah, I do think that helps. And I think this is, you got to be always talking about race. You have to be careful because then somebody's like, you're a racist because you said this, but this is general. Usually, black players are more athletic than white players in a very general statement. And that's why some of maybe the athleticism over a 25 or 30-year period in baseball has maybe gone down a hair because of, to your point, or to my point, is I do think that in our communities where it's more of black community have gone more towards football and basketball and less towards baseball over the decades, not just years. I mean, it's been decades now. I really do think the kind of Michael Jordan effect of basketball pushed a lot of people to be like, you know what, I'm just going to concentrate maybe more on football and basketball than I am on baseball in black communities. Because if you look at Ken Griffey Jr., Frank Thomas, Barry Bonds, right? I mean, when we were growing up, actually in the 80s and 90s, the best players were black players. When you look and when you go way back, right, and you go back to Hank Aaron and Willie Mays, as they were allowing, I know this is crazy, but as they were allowing black players to play Major League Baseball, and the National League took a lot more kind of proactive response to, we're going to add Black Americans into our league rather than the American League, you saw that the best players in the National League, whether it was the couple guys I named, or Frank Robinson or Roy Campanella or Roberto Clemente. Now I know I'm getting into Puerto Rican rather than Black American, but they were the best players in the National League. And so I just looked at this draft last night and I thought to myself, man, I hope, as a fan of baseball, I'm a fan of football and a fan of basketball. I was just like, man, I hope that, especially because I'm a Duncanville guy and I'm rooting for Duncanville. I was like, man, I really hope that maybe some of those athletes that are in kind of, where I grew up, that they might choose baseball a little bit more than they choose basketball or football. Because I also say this, you can be a normal human being and play baseball. You can't really be a normal human being and play football and basketball. And what I mean by that is,
I understand.
If you're 6'4" or below, good luck making it in the NBA. It happens, but there's limited amount of spots. You need your son to grow up to be 6'6" or taller to have a better chance of making it in that sport. And in football, you kind of got to be a freak athlete to do it, or you got to be a 320-pound athlete. Somehow you got to be a 320-pound athletic sumo wrestler if you want to do the offensive line or the defensive line in the NFL. I know that that's more inside than outside for your edges, but I just looking at it, I know I'm out of time, and maybe I ticked off a lot of people. Sorry.
It does not appear as though.
But I think it's a good conversation of like, man, like, if you want to, and your kid's an athlete at like 10 or 11, I was reading Tamar Johnson's bio, and he decided at 13 or 14, I'm going to concentrate on baseball, even though he was playing basketball, football, and baseball, and he was the 4th overall pick in the draft.
It is interesting to me. Two of the primary things that have come through on here is first from the 469. They said, as a black father, more into football and basketball, baseball has been poorly marketed to the black community. And then what somebody else brought up that I think is a really interesting point, especially when you're young, is the expense that comes along with, look, I get it. At a certain level, all these sports become expensive if you go down a certain path. But I think some people are saying it's a lot easier to get like one of your friends and go play basketball than to go, hey, go get a group of 8 of your friends and go run down and play baseball. And then if you get into like the traveling or select circuit, it gets very expensive. And so that might be part of the reason as well.
Let me say this, and that is true. Do you know how much better I make my sons? And this goes into why there's so many sons getting drafted now from baseball players into baseball. Do you know how somewhat at times worthless a baseball game is? How many ground balls do you think your kid gets in a doubleheader at third base? 2? 1 a game?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I'm hitting as a former MLB player, I know that practice is more valuable than games. Most parents that don't know any better think games are more valuable. But if I throw my kid 150 live batting practice throws, is that better, or him getting 4 at-bats on the weekend? Don't be stupid. It's really easy. Me throwing batting practice to him 150 times and hitting him 100 ground balls and 100 fly balls is going to make him a better baseball player than playing 2 games. So I think we're seeing dads that are kind of creating more baseball players than maybe we have before, in that we know how to train a kid. And just playing a couple games or trying to your point, finding 9 or 18 buddies to try to put a baseball game together is tough. But if you can have your friends hitting you ground balls or your dad hitting you ground balls, like that becomes more valuable, or throwing you batting practice, than finding the right team at some point.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our Rangers expert and quite frankly knower of all things baseball and perhaps other sports, it's Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, guys, I want you to head over to a men's team.
You're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where, there is a big article up on ESPN right now. Christian Pulisic, we're going there with the intention to win the World Cup. Woo! But when that doesn't happen, I'm excited to see what. Hey! Ooh,
and FC Dallas is going to the Champions League to win it all.
You know what? What do you think is more likely? FC Dallas, or no, the United States wins the World Cup or the Cowboys win the Super Bowl?
Cowboys win the Super Bowl.
Wow! Burn on the United States.
The Cowboys did go 12-5, and you thought they had a chance.
They did.
Until they played in the playoffs again.
All right now we bring on our, I say Rangers expert. He's like an expert of all things sports. It is Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, guys. Happy Monday.
Now, that was a shocker because I was with Jared yesterday at the ballpark, and we had talked a little bit about the draft, and neither one of us said, hey, I think we're going to take Kumar Rocker at 3. What do you think of that?
So what did you do when that happened?
Well, I immediately thought about all the people I told that they definitively were not going to take Kumar Rocker with the 3rd pick and needed to issue apologies. But, I mean, I was surprised. I know that there was some hope that Jackson Holliday would fall, that the Orioles would not go that route, that they would kind of do an Orioles thing, and maybe their model shot out someone else, and it wasn't Jones or Holliday, or maybe it was a money play. And so when Holliday was drafted, I thought, all right, well, it's going to be Elijah Green or Tamar Johnson. I'd kind of gotten an idea that Kevin Parada was not going to be one of the guys there. But
just real quick, Jared, because we heard that name attached to the Rangers a decent amount. Do you have any idea why, like, maybe he would not have been as appealing to the team?
Oh, which one, Elijah Green?
Parada.
Oh, Parada. Yeah, I just think that so he's a catcher, and if you're drafting a catcher that high, you really kind of want to draft a Buster Posey or what the Orioles think Adley Rutschman is. And obviously there are never any guarantees, but what we know about Kevin Parada is that he's kind of your hit first, hit second, hit third catcher. Now, that is not as big of a challenge, or it won't be as big of a challenge with automatic balls and strikes coming, because pitch framing then won't matter. But I just think that there's some, you still, and Bassick talked about this, no matter the case, you're still probably only playing your catcher 120, 130 games. Now, maybe he is that good and you try and get him in the lineup as much as possible, but there are some concerns about him. It's not like he's a sure thing as a hitter, and so I think that they considered him. I don't think it'd be fair to say they wrote him off. Like, I don't think Brooks Lee advanced to their Final Four, so to speak. I think Kevin Parada was there, but I think that towards the end of it, they had maybe leaned elsewhere if they weren't going to go Kumar Rocker.
Now, I have more draft questions for you, but I have to know real quick, and people on the fan text are asking about this. What do you think about John Heyman writing in the New York Post today that the Texas Rangers are his favorite to get Juan Soto?
Well, it's certainly exciting, right? I mean, he's a generational player. I don't know. Anyone that says they know what the price is, they're kidding themselves. Now, someone might guess and get it right, but no one has any clue. I mean, I don't want to say this is unprecedented, but it kind of is just sort of, I mean, it's not like Mike Trout got traded, not like Bryce Harper got traded, and so the price is going to be robust, right? So Kumar Rocker, Jack Leiter, Josh Young, Cole Winn. I mean, it would not be crazy to think that is the package, plus you're going to have to pay him. I don't think there's a scenario in which you're ever upset you get a guy like that. But the reason a team that is maybe one or two pieces away would have an advantage is that they've got a way more clear understanding of where they are, what they need, who they need. The Rangers are not far away, but they're not one piece away from being a World Series contender. And so by parting ways with those prospects and by committing the type of money that you're going to need to commit, you're definitely making it a little more unforgiving, right? You're not going to have as many opportunities to miss if you want to attack in a window here. So there's never going to be a complaint getting a guy that talented. You find ways to make it work. But the question is obviously going to be, what's the price? And I imagine it's going to be pretty significant.
When I look at that, I say we're not the LA Dodgers. And what I mean by that, Jared, is the LA Dodgers had a championship team in place. They just needed something to try to get them over the top. And that's when they traded for Mookie Betts. And we're not there yet. That's what I try to tell people is what Juan Soto needs to be is a finishing piece. Because if we get Mike Trout and Shohei Ohtani and nothing else, then you lose 90 games. We're seeing it play out in our own division is no matter how great Juan Soto is, if he's as good as Mike Trout or Shohei Ohtani, but you don't have 5 rotational guys that you really like, plus a few guys in the minor leagues when you deal with injuries like the Dodgers have. And then you have another when a guy gets hurt, when Mookie Betts misses 2 months, is your offense going to just go to nothing? No, like they're okay without Mookie Betts in their lineup. They need him in the playoffs to win it all. But like that's the one thing about Juan Soto is I just don't think the Rangers are in a position to add Juan Soto because you're not ready to win it all if Juan Soto comes to your team.
And you know, if this was basketball, then you do it, right? Because
100%.
you need that star. But but to your point, it's just not. And again, that's not to say that if the Rangers get him, they can't find a way to have success with Juan Soto. But you know what you're saying, what I'm saying, they still would have more moves to make. They're going to have less money to do it. And all of this depth they're building up in the farm system, which allows them to not hit on every single prospect, now shrinks. And now you really need to convert the prospects that you have into not just solid players, but some of them really good players.
What is the belief that the Rangers are capable of either drafting or developing that kind of talent? Because if we're being honest, they have struggled mightily at developing top-notch talent for some time.
For sure. So here's my response to that. One, that's incredibly fair, right? You know, you can point the finger in other directions and deflect, but at the end of the day, the results are the results. And they have not done the type of job that they need to do internally to produce that type of talent. What I'd also say, though, is that about maybe 3.5 years ago, they basically did an about face, and, you know, they have a bunch of new personnel from like a development standpoint in place to oversee that. They've got new systems in place, you know, the data, the technology, everything is so much different. So what they did in the 90s and the aughts and the early 10s really doesn't have much bearing on it other than it probably influenced them to look in the mirror. And you need 3, 4, 5, you need like the true like life cycle of a minor leaguer to really get a sense, you know, is this stuff working? And so what I would say is that the fact that their farm system has grown the way it has is a product of the trades they've made. And yes, they drafted second last year. They drafted third yesterday and will have the third pick in every round from the fourth round moving forward. But they also have done a nice job of developing these guys up to this point. Now it's about converting minor league development into major league development. So I understand that. I'm not going to, if someone's going to, you know, say that that's their big concern, I mean, I can't, in the court of law, I would not win an argument to say that that's an unfair concern. I would just say that they're different people in place, and that should hopefully give people a little more optimism that maybe this group, who has not yet proven one way or the other, can hopefully show that, you know, they can learn from previous mistakes.
Jared, early in the show, I looked at the Texas Rangers being 41-49 and said, realistically, if you really want them to make the playoffs, they're going to have to go 87-75 to probably get the last wild card spot. That would make them 46-26 after the All-Star break, which doesn't seem realistic, right? I think that's too much to put on this team to say, hey, I think they can go 46-26. So that being said, over the next couple of weeks, the trade deadline is coming up. Do you think that the finish of the first half dictates Martin Perez, Cole Calhoun, maybe a bullpen piece? What do you think the Rangers are thinking right now? After the draft is over, they got to have strong conversations on what direction do we go come trade deadline.
Listen, Mike, I'm tired of your negative crap, right? They're going to win 50 straight games.
Wow.
Right? End of discussion.
Okay.
Next question. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Listen, the reality is right now you can't look at the Rangers and say they're a contender, right? If you ask I said this last night on the postgame show, we can look at this through Rangers glasses and be optimistic and say, hey, all it takes is one run and they're back in it. And that is absolutely true. But if you were to take random Brewers fan and say, hey, look at the American League standings and identify the teams that are legitimately playoff contenders right now, the Rangers would not be listed. And so they're going to have to, if they want the front office to treat it differently, they really do have to come out of the break and basically they got an 11-game road trip. They're going to have to go like 9-2 on that 11-game road trip, and that still might not even be enough because then you're looking at August 1st, and you're right at 500. And I don't know, if that will be enough for the front office to say, yeah, let's try and help this team make the playoffs this year. Now the Martin Perez thing's interesting because I don't think that they trade him without at least having an extension conversation. And I can tell you this, I know this for sure. Martin Perez wants to be here. Yep. Now I can also tell you that whenever you have that situation, like we're hearing it a lot with Joey Gallo, everyone always throws out, well, you can trade him and then sign him back. And yeah, that is possible. And yes, that happens. But for every example where that does happen, there are 10 to 15 where it doesn't. So, if they do want Martin Perez here and they feel like they can get him to agree at a decent number.
Can I give you a number for that, Jared?
Did he give me a number?
No. Can I give you a number? Is
Give me a number, yeah.
Is 3 for 36 reasonable?
I think that's absolutely reasonable, and I think the Rangers could even maybe throw 2 with a team option and make it 2 for 25 with a team option that gets it to like 30. Yeah, I think you're in the ballpark. Is that exact? I don't know, but I don't think you need to look at 15 a year, and you might honestly be able to get. I mean, he really wants to be here, guys, and this is not let's use the media to make me look like the good guy. This is like, no, he wants to be here. I mean, you haven't heard Martin Perez, have some big media campaign saying that he wants to stay here long term. So they might be able to get a good number. I don't think he's going to get, he's an all-star pitcher, right? And you'd think, well, all-star pitcher hitting free agency can get X, Y, and Z dollars. But, he's 31. This is the only year he's pitched like this, and he's not a big strikeout guy. So I think you could probably get him to do a 2 or 3 year deal at 10 to 12 per year. And you look at where the Rangers are right now in terms of their rotation depth. You can have all these young pitchers on the way, and the Rangers still have that, but it never hurts to have ready-made depth. And if they are going to compete for a playoff spot next year, and I think that they would like to do that, I don't think it's playoffs or bust next year, but I think next year they want to be in a position to where they are equipped to push for the playoffs, and it would be a disappointment if they don't make it. Having some veteran depth you can rely upon in your rotation would be important. You can get that guy for relatively cheap. Might not be a bad move to make.
Do you have a home run derby selection for us tonight?
I don't know. It seems like Pete Alonso's just built for that thing, right?
Yeah.
Like I don't want to go chalk, but he's a big time home run hitter who loves the crap out of that event. And I mean, I know it's weird to say, but he's got experience with it. He knows what to do. He knows how to compete. I'd love to see Corey Seager advance past the first round. That'd be kind of cool. But I know it seems like the world is going to be rooting for Julio Rodriguez because he's baseball's.
But will the stadium be rooting for J-Rod because Seager is Seager going to be kind of the fan favorite tonight?
I don't know.
In the
I'm
building
interested to see. Yeah, I mean, obviously it's his former home team. I don't think that it was an acrimonious split. Usually when someone leaves in free agency, you're upset. But listen, the Dodgers have Trey Turner. I don't think they're upset about it. And the guy won the LCS and World Series MVP for them. I mean, it was a pretty significant part in their only World Series share of late. So I would hope and I would think he would maybe get some support. But that crowd's very like baseball split, right? There's going to be like 50% Dodgers fans, and then 50% of it is going to be corporate, and then fans from other teams. So I'm sure he'll get a pretty good ovation, though. He deserves it.
I would recommend everyone following Jared Sandler on Twitter, but especially going and tracking down his exchange with Evan Grant and then a whole bunch of other people yesterday about heartbreak when it comes to their dating lives. It was truly incredible.
Dude, I'm a dork now. I was a dork in high school and middle school. I had no clue how to talk to girls. I don't even know if I still know how to talk to girls to this day, but it led to some very depressing dating moments or, going to bed thinking that Eden Seacrest might have a crush on you, only to realize that you're so hard in the friend zone, you have no chance.
Oh, sorry about that, buddy. But it's all worked out for you. Thanks, man.
Yeah, see you later, dork.
Oh,
See you guys.
There's Jared Sandler.
He said he was a dork. He said he was a
He
dork.
said that. I did definitely not say that. Coming up next, let's switch our focus to basketball.
Oh.
Luka is not involved with recruiting players. Do you want him to be? Do the Mavericks need him to be? Talk about it next right here on The Fan.
All day.
Block. And Luka, he will launch it, and he will hit it! It is party time in Dallas, Texas, and the dude throwing the party is Luka Doncic.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I was reading an article on Hoops Hype about how Luka is not actively involved in recruiting players for the Mavs. Is that the way it should be, or do you wish he was actively involved in that? But real quick, this is amazing, and the Rangers are going to be back up on the clock in just a minute, but Dusty Baker is being interviewed along with Shane McClanahan, the pitcher for the Tampa Bay Rays. He's going to be the starting American League pitcher in the All-Star game tomorrow versus Clayton Kershaw. And somebody asked Dusty Baker about McClanahan, and Dusty Baker said, "I've never seen him pitch." So
it's a great answer.
That is a great answer.
And he hasn't pitched against the Astros in his career.
Yes.
By the way, I had to look him up, as in I knew who he was, but just because we're having the draft right now, he was the 31st overall pick in the 2018 draft out of South Florida, University of South Florida.
Okay.
That was Cole Winn, who we took in that draft.
Oh, which we still have high hopes for Cole Winn, but this guy's already starting the All-Star game.
Yeah, he's 10-3 with a 1.7 ERA and 110 innings pitched. How about and 110 innings pitched? He has 147 strikeouts.
Good Lord.
He has a whip of .79.
He has 19 walks. That is unfreaking real. All right.
Once again, and Corey has said this, and I've said this, and I think you have said this. I know that you don't do this because you want to keep salaries down, because you don't want to do this, because then that goes to the premium salary. What if you did pay whoever the Rays, let's just say
I feel this way for sure.
All right, you're their pitching coordinator. We now give you, I don't know what a pitching coordinator makes, honestly. Let's just say $150,000.
Okay, I'll give you $1 million.
Yeah, I'll give you, well, even if it's $150,000, which I think is more what they probably
get paid.
I'll give you
$500,000.
$500,000 to be our pitching coordinator over my
head of scouting. I will double or triple whatever your rate is.
Why not just steal all the Rays and Braves and Dodgers? Like, you don't even have to steal their best.
I don't know.
Maybe they're second best. And then you just pay them what, like, hey, here's your promotion. You're ours now.
Yes, I don't know.
Your assistant pitching coordinator, you're now our pitching coordinator.
If you set aside $20 million, you could get all of the best people at everything when it comes to these developmental levels, or most of them. And so I would make that happen. Now, on the basketball front. So I was reading this article, and I don't think it's the end of the world, but I just saw this little blurb. Luka was talking with Tim McMahon, and they said they seek his input, but he's not involved in personnel decisions, which I get. But then the other part was he's not a guy that has shown a desire to be a recruiter. And so I guess my question was, I get it. You don't necessarily want your star player to be your GM. We've seen the pitfalls of that in the NBA. But do you want your star player to hop on the plane and be your recruiter if you're like, hey, we're really trying to get whoever that hits the free agency market? Now, I know it's different for the Mavericks because they might not have salary cap space for the next 10,000 years. But if they did, I feel like that would be a great person to go out and recruit.
Yes. Obviously, LeBron is great at it, right? I mean, LeBron saw this. I don't know when he saw it, but I mean, credit to him. I don't know when he's like, hey, you, good friend, smart. You want to be an agent? We're going to run the league. Agents run the league. You're my buddy. I'm creating an agency. You're going to be the guy. And not only will I be the best player in the league, but I'm going to have a premium agent who gets all these other premium players, and I can control a lot with having an agency also in the NBA. So I'm okay with him being, hey, I'm going to play my best. I'm going to give you what I think. But I also I just wonder this. Are the Mavericks going to be fooled and then be kicked right in the nads because they think they have another Dirk Nowitzki who's never going to leave them?
Right.
And then I'm not saying Luka's not leaving after next year if we don't win in the playoffs. But I do think Luka is more likely 2 to 3 years down the road, if we don't create a really great contending team, that he's going, I'm not signing another extension with you guys. I am going to go to Miami or LA or New York or whatever.
Can you tell me a little bit more about that? One of the reasons I just want to know more, like you and I have talked off the air, so I know why you feel this way, but he does talk about his level of admiration and love of Dirk Nowitzki. So I see the idea of where the Mavericks could think, well, he'll be just like Dirk then. Why do you think that is not necessarily the case?
Well, because at 14 years old, he signed with the premium Euro team. I mean, he signed with Real Madrid. He saw what it's like to play for the Lakers of the Euro League.
Right.
And so he's not, we'll never be that, no matter how great we are. And so I think that we have to show him, yeah, you know what? We're not the Lakers. We're not Real Madrid when it comes to the hype and everything that you get over there with that team. But we are a champion. And even though we can't win it every year, only one team wins it. We've won it with you, and we can do it again. And we're really close. Every year, we're really close. Last year, we were really close. But if there's a 2 or 3 year span where we're one and done, I think then he goes, man, I want to play for either a champion or I want to play for the Real Madrid of the NBA. So that's the way I see it. So did we just pick?
Yeah. Sorry, I got distracted.
Tell me about it. I'm excited. I was talking. I wasn't watching.
It was the selection of Brock Porter. But just real quick, I understand your point, and whenever you say he might not stay, I think that's the idea, as opposed to everyone is the same as Dirk, is Brock Porter, MLB.com, he's a pitcher from St. Mary's Prep. He was ranked as their 11th best prospect, and he goes at pick number 109.
Who was he? Was there ranked? MLB.com?
MLB.com
11th
has Brock
overall.
Porter as their 11th ranked prospect.
Oh, wow. I see this. So this is the deal. So this is who knew that he would fall this far, but talking to my agent, said now they can offer like $1 million to their second round pick when that slot is $560K. It might be even if he's the 11th, they might take the $2 million savings and just go, we're giving you $2.5 million to make sure that you don't go to whatever college he's signed.
And I
with.
will say, like, that still gives you $400,000. Like, I know you need to up it, but if this kid thought he was going to be a first round pick and he's like, they made this pick for a specific reason. You told me before the day started, and this was just like hypothetical,
right?
Is maybe there's a group of like 5 players who, hey, a lot of people identified these, and they would be high school kids, right? Because otherwise, why did that college kid fall? There's no financial reason for that. So they would be high school kids, and you're trying to essentially buy them out of college. And maybe they had their list of 5 players or whatever, and they're like, hey, this is what's going to happen. I'll tell you a personal story when I was covering it, and I don't know if this is similar to yours at all, is one of the schools I covered was Prestonwood Christian Academy. And there was some thought that Cameron Rupp could be a first, second pick. But then word started to leak out that he would absolutely not take anything less than $500,000 as a signing bonus. And so once you got past a certain round, people don't take that kid anymore. And they're like, well, why am I going to draft him? I'm not giving him $500,000. And then they were like, well, we never said you have to give us $500,000. But by that point, it was too late. And he had kind of tumbled down the charts. Well, what if everybody said, well, Brock Porter won't sign for less than $1 million? All right.
I bet this. I'm going to bet this because I hear what you're saying. But knowing this, I bet there was a pre-made deal after last night ended and Brock Porter didn't go in the first 2 rounds, that Brock Porter's agent and the Rangers said, we're willing to give you $2 million, but you need to let every other team know right now
going to school?
that's saying, if you don't give us $2 million, we're not signing and we're going to school. So then in the 3rd round, falls out of the 3rd round, even though he's the 11th best pick. I've typed in his name, and going into the 3rd round, here it is from Detroit Free Press, from CBS Sports, best player available day 2, Brock Porter, Clemson commit. And so why didn't he go early in day 2 in the 3rd round? I bet that teams knew we don't have $2 million to play with here. We don't have the money that he's wanting. And the Rangers are like, we do in the 4th round because we got over $2 million of savings with the 3rd overall pick.
Do you want to know something that could potentially make you feel even better about this theory.
Tell me about it.
I do believe Brock Porter's agent is Scott Boras.
So they worked out a deal. They worked out a whole deal that as once Holiday and Jones went 1-2, and they probably called up 6 or 7 guys that were considered third overall picks, including Kumar Rocker. And once they got the discount, and now that it's his own client, guess who gets to see all the money? Scott Boras sees all the money. He gets 5%. If you know, Boras is a 5% guy. Most agents are 4% guys. But he's like, no, I get 5%. And then you have to invest 15% of your money into my company, where we also, disperse money. You're going to make money off of that, but we also do that. I mean, there's a lot of things that Boras does that is, you can look at it as cool or like, God, you got to do all that just to have him as your agent. Yes. But he sees all that money. Now, all of a sudden, this 4th round pick that's a $560K slot becomes $2.5 million. I don't know exactly what he's going to sign for, but I bet.
But that's the idea.
Yes. Is that all of a sudden that money I gave up, I got the 3rd pick, but I'm really not seeing that almost $8 million bonus? Don't worry. We've worked out a deal with another one of your clients we like that will give you that other $2 million to your client.
Yeah, and because you look
hell of a deal by both parties, Boras and the Rangers. Now the Rangers end up with, I don't know what, I can click real quick. I can go round 1, at least where they had Kumar Rocker ranked.
But I bet it's lower than 11.
I bet it is too.
That's going to be the wild part of it.
They had him ranked 38.
Okay.
So right now, it's all hogwash, but you do get the 11th and 38th player from pick 3 and then from overall pick 109. So pick 3 and 109 end up getting you pick 11 and 38 if you just want to look at the rankings from MLB.com, which, look, it'll all play out. We'll all find out. But heck of a job by the Rangers to get the 11th best player with pick 109, Brock Porter, high school pitcher, right-handed high school pitcher, 6'4", 210 pounds.
And they will have pick 139 as well. And I think it's going to be another high school kid, and they will have at least a chunk of that $2.4 million that they saved off of Rocker to try to make a run at buying another kid out of going to college.
By the way, congratulations to Jet Williams. I didn't say that.
Rockwall Heath, right?
He was a first-round pick by the New York Mets. I believe 14th overall.
14th overall.
So
correct.
Congratulations. I know that's a big day for his family, and they're in this Metroplex. He was kind of the local kid who got drafted in the first round. And then I know there's a kid from Prestonwood Christian, I believe left-handed pitcher who signed with Oklahoma State, who I heard was going to be probably a late 2nd to 4th round pick. So I don't know if he's gone off the board or not. Help me out, Tolos, if you know the Prestonwood Christian kid who's supposed to be a high pick.
And in terms of Jet Williams, real quick, is my son even told me about that because Rockwall Heath played Garland in the baseball playoffs and beat the ever-loving crap out of them. And he was like, oh, they got this kid that's supposed to go in the first round. I was like, yeah, I know.
Rockwall Heath beat Garland?
Yeah, they beat the crap out of them. It was like 20-0 and 10-1 or something like that. But he was excited because he got to see a kid who, hey, people think he's going to go in the first round of the Major League Baseball draft. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, for your home for all things happening in all of the sports at all times. Coming up next, we will talk with those good folks from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Are you tired of your current home but finding something
Chevrolet in Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan is, in case you missed it, hopefully missed that, is in case you missed it, Crosstalk with the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Kumar Rocker signs for about 5.2 million. The slot for that was just under 7.6 million. So here's how it goes: is you have a savings of about 2.4 million. With their third pick in the 4th round, the Texas Rangers selected Brock Porter, who was the number 11 prospect on MLB.com. Likely that they will be trying, obviously, to buy him out of going to college. I still think you're going to see that exact same strategy play out with their 5th round pick, which should be coming up in this crosstalk. Also, gentlemen, how is you today?
Yeah, I've learned something. Yeah, I've learned something about this Brock Porter kid. Can I read?
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah,
sure.
Getting a 7 around the baseball. He's a first-round talent. Signability was a concern, and he had a high number and leverage. So some teams took him off their board. But they said, my guys said, really good fastball, really good changeup for a high school kid, feel for 2 breaking balls. He checks off a lot of boxes, is what we're saying here.
So the approximate slot value for him is $560,000, and he probably made the rounds is that I'm not signing for that. Well, now if you're the Rangers, you have $2.4 extra million. You can say, hey, we can give you $2.5 million.
Let's make it rain, baby.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's and my guys are asking about that. I said, hey, did the Rangers just 2-for-1 deal here? And my guy said, yes, that was probably discussed prior to the draft.
I think it could even be 3.
I heard Mike talking about that. Mike's a baseball insider.
Well, that's what
played the game or something like that.
That's what happens in the MLB draft, which is very confusing to other drafts. Is sometimes you get to a pick and you're like, yeah, we're picking 14, but we're going to take the 40th best player here because we have another deal made later in the draft, and that agent has let other teams know, don't take him, because what you say is, even if you say don't take him, you might not say that. You might just say, well, we're not signing for anything less than $2 million. And all the teams are like,
and the Rangers
we're already to
money.
the point in the draft where the slot is less than $2 million. So you're just like, take them off the board because we've gotten to the point of that point. And I know, for example, for me, I found out later that a lot of teams thought I wouldn't sign for anything less than $500,000.
That's what happened with Cameron Rupp.
And it wasn't the case, but that's what everybody thought, or a lot of
big money
teams
bad.
thought.
Did anybody ask you?
No, but they just assumed because of college, because of different things. Because
you put off that vibe, like you're going to Tech.
That vibe, man.
I think so, because everybody was surprised I chose Tech, but my girlfriend was there, so really that was the main reason that I chose Texas Tech.
If they just did some simple homework, they'd have known.
And so, but then it came to the point where, and I'm going to have on Jim Stevenson. You might enjoy this at some point later this week. Broadus is Jim Stevenson was the scout who drafted me, and then came to my house and signed me a week later, and he's going to be on the show. He's a Houston Astros scout right now.
God, I hate that guy.
He said, give me past Tuesday. He said, after Tuesday and the draft's over, I should have time to come on and we'll talk about draft and how it all went down with you and how I got you signed and everything. But then my dad was at a summer league game later that year. I was out at Burlington, North Carolina. And the Yankee scout came to him that he knew well, and he said, man, I was surprised your son signed. We had him as a no draft if we got to a point where we couldn't give him $500,000. And he's like, $500,000? Where'd you come up with that? And they're like, well, you weren't giving us a number. Your son wasn't giving us a number. So we kind of looked at it as like, hey, if we don't draft him in the first 3 rounds, we got to take him off our board.
Little did they know you were a love of the game guy. You know, you'd have done it for free, Baskey.
I would have not done it for free.
No, absolutely not.
Mike, I noticed you had the old school.
Have you worked with Mike?
I noticed you had the old school Ranger hat on.
Yeah.
Do you have one of your dad's old hats?
No. You know what my dad has? It has to be worth quite a bit of money. One of his first years in the major leagues, they made custom Texas Rangers boots that are blue with the Rangers logo. Yeah, cowboy boots that are blue with the Rangers logo that they just gave to pretty much the players, maybe a few, employees or something. But I mean, they're a rare boot that he still has.
I
bet those are worth quite a bit to get a blue of Texas Rangers 1970s cowboy boots.
I got the next pick for you.
Okay, we did
As anticipated, it was a high school player out of
Heggie, you called it.
Out of Woodward Academy in Georgia. It's Chandler Pollard. Now he's
Who's
ranked,
his agent?
That's a great question.
He's
ranked 110 on the list. So again, you're ahead of the ranking curve. I wonder if he's somebody that people thought was a strong commit, but this makes sense to me. I think they're going to take part of that rocker money, mostly give it to the 4th round pick, but maybe kick a little bit over to Pollard as well to try it again, buy them out of going to college. So
trying to get a scouting report on it right now.
Okay,
I'm trying.
Chandler Pollard right there.
And
now,
just a reminder to everybody who likes prospecting, the 5th round.
49ers like prospecting?
Yeah, they do. The 5th round is about a 20% chance of ever making the major leagues.
Oh, Mike.
Hey, I'm not saying he won't become the greatest player in baseball history, but out of the 30 guys
I'll
taken
say
in the
that.
5th round, you're looking at 20% of them. What's that?
You
how
would
many
say
guys?
out of how many guys?
30 guys.
Heggie's good with numbers.
26.
Same high
6
school?
guys in the 5th round will probably make the major leagues. So when you're doing this, just know that's kind of about where you're at.
Hey, can I ask a question? I know, I'm sorry, I've asked a lot of questions here today.
Hey, that's great.
But, Mike, when you were working yesterday afternoon, you and I were texting back and forth.
Yeah.
Jared Sandler was involved. When you heard the rocker, and I'm sorry I didn't listen early to the show, I was unavailable, but what was your initial thought about that? When you,
Totally shocked.
Yeah, I mean,
But
when
not
you
in a
when you
negative
text-
way.
when
I think
you
everybody
text
was
me,
totally
you weren't-
shocked.
Yeah, when you text me, you didn't like give it an F-bomb. You didn't
Yeah.
do one of those.
I was disappointed Holiday went 1 just because
that was surprising to some guys.
Yeah, just because
Yes.
I knew Jones couldn't get to 3.
Yeah,
Right.
that was everybody's wish.
Right. And so I was like, okay, when Holiday got taken 1, I knew the Rangers were going to be put in a situation where I thought they were going to take a high school batter, but I just didn't know who. And then when Kumar Rocker, when it kind of got reported on Twitter a minute or two before it got reported on the air when I was watching, I just thought, okay, whoever took Kumar Rocker, we were going to be interested in and go, hey, this was a guy who was considered a can't miss, going to be a good big league starting pitcher. And then injuries took him away from what everybody thought he could be. And so I don't know what he's going to be. I know I was in 06, I was with the Diamondbacks in AAA in Tucson. And that year in the draft, you don't follow it too much in AAA, but you have an idea. And they took a kid who we couldn't believe. They're like, yeah, he needs Tommy John surgery, so he's not going to pitch for a year. And we're like, these dumbasses took a kid that needs Tommy John surgery right out of college. His name was Max Scherzer. So
that worked out pretty.
I mean, who knows? Kumar Rocker, is he going to be Max Scherzer? I don't know. But I just remember being a 28-20, and we're all talking in AAA going, God, I can't believe the scouting department front offices are taking people who immediately he needs Tommy John or just had Tommy John surgery.
Oh, do we have a scouting report?
Yeah, Chandler. A guy's name's Chandler Pollard.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Really good athlete, easy plus runner, strong arm, lighter bat. Mike can probably translate all that for us, right?
Same high school as Delano DeShields.
No problem.
Probably.
Really good athlete, easy plus runner, strong arm, lighter bat.
Maybe like a Leody Taveras type, if you're talking, because Leody, he does have a little bit of pop in his bat, but you're probably looking at more of a guy that you think is more of a on-base guy, good defensive guy, steal base, set the table type of guy rather than a, hey, we think he can drop 25 bombs, or more when he possibly develops into a major leaguer.
Take this for what you will. Perfect Game has him graded as a 9.5 on their out of 10 prospect system. So a 9.5 would lead you to believe that's pretty damn high right there. Have you guys spent any time outside today other than just going to your car? And if so, does it feel oppressively hot?
It does. I went for my walk this morning.
Proud of you.
It was warm. It was very, very hot. So it does feel hot.
I really want to play golf on Wednesday just to feel like, what does it feel like to play golf when it's 110 degrees outside?
I drive by these courses and I see everybody, and they're still packed, and everybody's playing.
But
and
that's a cheap time. You can get a good rate playing in the heat.
I'm feeling for these
that's
guys.
a good point.
Yeah,
There you go.
Hey, Mike, you were around for 1980s, right? Were you?
Yeah, I mean, I was a kid.
You were around for the 1980s?
I was born in 77.
Okay. So you weren't old enough to know how bad and hot it was. I mean, you're not that
In like
old.
1987.
Yeah. So, no, like I saw, with I'll tell you what, you wake up in the morning, that Dan Brunoff, his forecast will just jar you. You know, like you look at the next 10 days and you're like, my gosh. But yeah, like in 1980, the hottest it ever was, it was 113 degrees. We might hit that this week, they're saying. Hottest ever recorded temperature in Dallas, 113 degrees. We might get there.
Ooh. What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
We're closing those shades behind you. I know that for sure. If you close those shades, it makes it cooler in here.
I also want to know when the debut of your new segment is. Were you around for this decade? And you just ask the guys like.
Well, I knew you guys weren't around. I knew Mike. I didn't know exactly how old Mike was. He was 3 years old at the time. His dad will remember. He's probably pitching that day, and it probably wasn't pleasant.
He was in Minnesota in 80.
Oh, he was having a good day then, yeah.
But he did say one day in 1980, I believe they came back here and they put a thermometer.
Shut the bleep up.
They put a thermometer on the.
That doesn't work.
On the.
No, it doesn't, but it was worth the try.
Mound.
Yeah.
And I think it was 147 at Arlington Stadium on the mound because nobody was at the game yet, and all the sun hitting off of the metal bleachers, sending it to the field.
The metal bleachers?
Stop it. You got to get back on time. What's on your show today?
Pure gold as always. Thank you so much for asking. 2:30 G-Bag.
Who are you?
We'll also have, go bleep yourself. We'll also have Sandman joining us at 3 o'clock. He was offended that we were considering not having him on, so we had to have him on. Got the top 10 at 4:20, and we might bust out this new Broadus segment at 6:20, I guess.
Were you around for this decade?
Were you around for the 70s, the 60s, the 80s? Were you there?
It's going to be salty today. I like it. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece. Corey is back with us tomorrow, so tune in 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 The Fan.
We're taking over your You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation. Oh, it feels so good to be back in the safe space. I'm looking across my radio table at Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. We've got Peyton Russell in for Lucius Alexander, hoping to have Lucius Alexander back.
Get well, Lucius.
In the Pimp Cup with us tomorrow. Gavin Dawson, the General, on vacation as we kick off 5 hours of a full G-Bag Nation with you. Our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners, hashtag Tolo. As well as the Twolos, you can always watch us, twitch.tv/Dallas FanCam. You can also watch us on YouTube. Listen on the Odyssey app, wherever you might be. We appreciate you riding along, cruising along with us here on the G-Bag Nation. Zach Wolchuk rocking with you. So much to get into here on your home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys. 877-881-1053 to join the conversation via the truckwreck.com text line. How shocked were you? Because I think the rest of the entire Rangers fan base, Rangers media, was completely stunned by the selection of Jack Leiter. The Rangers went over the series against the Seattle Mariners, so they're stumbling a bit into this All-Star break. We have Corey Seager participating in the Home Run Derby. He is going to be participating tonight. Does that make you more inclined to watch the Home Run Derby this afternoon or this evening? And then the Mavericks, winless in Summer League basketball. Does that concern you? I don't think it does, but we got to watch some Jaden Hardy. You guys got to talk with him on Friday.
Yeah, we did.
So much to crank open the show with. We'll have G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. We'll talk with Jared Sandler an hour from now as he's been making the rounds on all 3 of our shows. But gentlemen, how the heck are you doing as we kick off this Monday?
Man, never better. Never better. It's great to see you. You look slim and trim. You got your fresh cut. That's how you know. This is how you know, Broaddus, that Wolchuk has a Baby Dolls appearance right around the corner. It's because
the hairstyle?
It's just the it's not the style. It's a little bit shorter than usual.
It's just the hair trim and the beard trim. He's looking svelte. He's dropping weight by the second. The confidence is on the ascend. And Wednesday, 5 to 7, Wolchuk takes on Baby Dolls one last time before he takes on California.
Do you think he goes with a different wardrobe? He'll throw the T-shirt and the sport coat on you every once in a while.
That's a sexy look right there.
You think we're going with like a polo shirt and a...
Yeah, I think he's doing a little bit more dry fit stuff now because that body, now these shirts are hugging the body in places that make you say, wow. Yeah. And that's a positive wow.
I like
Looks
how,
great.
So the 469 just texted in and called me the new guy. So that's,
you are the new guy. I had your face on a milk carton earlier today.
First of all, the new guy. As I've been taken away on Rangers assignment so often, I'm now the new guy. And yes, if I said Jack Leiter, I apologize. He's now reunited with his old buddy Kumar Rocker, which was the Ranger selection. We're going to break that down here in just a moment. But it is true, Wednesday from 5 to 7, I will be at Baby Dolls. But mainly the fresh cut was for Baby Dolls, but I wanted to get it done before Oxnard. We're 8 days away.
Yeah.
From 8
days, boys.
Oh,
very, very exciting.
So we got Jerry's State of the Union press conference tomorrow, right?
I think,
not tomorrow.
A week from Tuesday.
I'm sorry, Tuesday, but a week from tomorrow. Yeah.
That's going to be incredible.
Yeah.
I cannot wait until we fly away.
I just kind of I always worry about Jerry and that thing.
Oh,
no Rich
that he's going to just say
by
too
the way,
much,
too.
or what's the concern of Jerry here?
Yeah,
just stepping in it a little bit.
I just kind of wonder, what's going to happen with that whole thing. Yeah, you never. That's the great thing about how training camp always starts. Like it used to be that Rich Dalrymple would stand up there and give you all the rules, and then Jerry would say, okay. And then, next thing you know, it's like there are no rules.
They never announced Rich's replacement, did they?
No. I'm hopeful that Scott Jagolnik is that guy.
I'd love that.
Yeah.
But we're starting to try and build that relationship.
They've got some they got good people over there. But I'm a fan of Joe Trahan, and I like Scott.
They're all very nice. Yeah. I mean, you're taking us under your wing. You're introducing us to all these
people.
Oh
man, they're super. They're
really good guys.
Yeah, and it will be different though. It will be a different, without Dalrymple being there.
We'll talk Cowboys coming up throughout the program, no question about it. But takeaways very quickly, and we'll get into some audio here in just a moment, and we'll be talking more about the MLB draft as this unfolds. I know, Broaddus, you've been talking with some of your buddies, your scouting buddies from around Major League Baseball, and we've got more Rangers stuff that we'll be unpacking throughout the show. They'll be making selections throughout the day. They've already made 2 picks here this afternoon in the 4th round. But yesterday they took Kumar Rocker through 3rd overall. Absolutely stunning. Last week I was filling in. Eric Nadell was out, so it was Jared and Hixie doing play-by-play, so I did pre and post. And I was sitting in listening to Chris Young and Kip Fagg, who's the head of scouting and player development, and they were talking about some of the things that they were looking for. Kumar Rocker was not mentioned. In fact, they didn't want to talk player specifics, but it was just assumed the Rangers are going to end up taking a position player, and they're going to end up taking one of these high schoolers, and we were kind of thinking most likely, Jones and Holiday are going to be off the board.
Yeah.
Holiday is a guy, if he's there at 3, they're probably going to take. I think he might have been the apple of their eye. But the assumption that he was going to be there at 3, probably unlikely. Maybe we're going to have to fall in love with a guy like Elijah Green, but they go with Kumar Rocker, and it brought us in Eric, maybe, I know we talk heavily about the NFL draft. I think at times we overthink some of this, and I was wondering if we were falling in line with this with Kumar Rocker. I was watching an ESPN special about this last week, and Kumar Rocker has been playing in a league with the Tri-Valley
Pioneer League, right?
Yes. And it's not exactly great baseball that he's playing in, but he's pitched well. And it seems like he's healthy from the surgery that he had last year.
Mm-hmm.
And the concern and the risk about this is how private they've been regarding this arm injury.
Yeah.
But if the Rangers deem, okay, medically he's fine, why not take him? I mean, my gosh, if you compare Leiter and Rocker together again, you've got a year ago. If anybody's going to say you can get these 2 arms together on the same organization, they're going to laugh in your face. We're all partying together. We're in Club Rangers right now.
I think the only way the Rangers would have gone off Rocker is if Holiday was there. That's the one. I just getting the vibe from people talking in the organization. They really, really loved Holiday. And so then once he's gone, then that made their decision very easy. And when they got the medical clearance on Rocker, it just made that decision even more easy for them to make. And there hasn't been a lot of conversation about, because, take that back. Rocker was asked about it, but there's been no comment about it.
Mm-hmm.
If you listen to him, he's like, well, I can't, get in that. And it kind of made me wonder. I think Eric and I were talking about this on the way into work, and Jarrett and I were talking about it a little bit too. Was there something maybe of a missed surgery or misdiagnosis or not fixed right? And Rocker has maybe a situation where he's got an insurance claim or something like that against a doctor. I'm being super reckless right now.
I like it. Be reckless.
But I'm wondering why he didn't come out and say, it's fine. Everything's fine. But obviously it is. I mean, he's pitching. But I wonder, there's been very, very little comment about the surgery itself and what happened and all that stuff.
And in his defense, it's probably more so an agent thing than
Yeah.
Wouldn't you think? And having been on the other side of this, as a scout and, working and running a draft with the Eagles like you did, that's probably more so the agent coaching him up and saying, hey, just don't talk about it.
Well, that's what I wonder because, everybody's asking the question. I think Levi Weaver asked the question about it last night and, he like, hey, I can't get into that.
Yeah. So,
it made me wonder, wait a minute, is there something going on here where, that he's got a pending case against a doctor or something like that?
Oh, that's it. So here's Kumar Rocker just very quickly. He was asked yesterday after being selected via Zoom with the Rangers media, how are you feeling right now?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm ecstatic. I'm so thankful they took the opportunity to pick me. I mean, I love their club. I love their colors. It's a great fit.
I love their colors.
The aesthetics, man. Red and blue are my color. It was kind of a match made in heaven. It was meant to be.
No question. But the and Chris Young talked about this when asked about the medicals, and this will be cut 3, but the process of being comfortable with that shoulder and with the surgery and his health report.
Well, we're extremely comfortable with the medical review that our team has done, our medical team. Obviously, Kumar has been under the care of one of the leading orthopedic surgeons in the world. In great supervision throughout his rehab. He's been pitching healthy. We're very comfortable with the medical review, and that's why we drafted him.
He was their guy.
He was.
You know, I mean, they clearly said, hey, they fell in love with him. And listening to Chris Young, and I talked about this when I joined you from the ballpark last week for my 420 segment. You know, when they asked, and some of the stuff gets generic. You know, when you talk with GMs, they'll kind of give you the same jibber jabber. What are they looking for? What are the boxes that you look for when from a guy? You know,
this guy's super competitive. That's what they talk about,
right? But yes,
that makeup is huge.
Kumar Rocker, the competitor, right? The drive that he has, the makeup. He's going to utilize everything that this Rangers organization has at his disposal to be the best that he can possibly be. Mm-hmm. And that's everything Chris Young's looking for. And clearly they thought that he's worth the risk. They also thought that there's tons of risk involved when you're looking at a Tamar Johnson, when you're looking at Elijah Green, some of these other high school guys.
Let me read you, okay, because I reached out to some of my guys, and Eric and I didn't get a chance. We had so much going on at the card show that we just couldn't get to it. But I asked some guys about some of the potential, like Green and Johnson and guys like that, because I thought that's the direction the Rangers were going to go.
I did too.
So let me just read what their scouting reports were. Like, I was told Green has the highest ceiling, but the highest bust risk. There's teams that worked him out, and they didn't trust his instincts. He's a physical specimen, but I don't think he could see the ball very well, the pitch recognition. This is Green I'm talking about. And his swing needs work. Johnson is a save for a high school kid. He can really hit, and his makeup is great. He's just small and will probably be a second baseman or a left fielder. Brooks Lee, probably the best college bat in the draft. A little unorthodox, but he can hit and should be decent second baseman, third baseman. Not the best fit for the Rangers, but arguably the best player available. Prada is a bat. He's the catcher from Georgia Tech. He is a bat, first catcher that will move through the minors quickly. He's not a great catcher, but he can really hit top 5 pick. So as you can see, there's no sure. I mean, there's everybody there has that little bit of, oh, well, hey, this is but this guy could be this, or this guy could be that, or he doesn't fit because he plays a position that the Rangers are already invested heavily in. So, yeah, I mean, going out and getting a guy like Rocker, it makes a lot of sense when you start to think about if you go through the prospects that were potentially there on that board.
That and then the financials that clearly played a role in it, as Bassick was talking to us about during Crosstalk.
Yeah. The Rangers are going to save about the $2 million of their bonus pool, so that's going to allow them, basically to get better players than what they would have probably been able to get originally, right?
And we've seen that with Brock Porter with that selection.
Yeah, 100%. So, I mean, it's a risky move. I loved it because it was just like, it was a big surprise. It was like, you could tell everybody during the draft was a little bit shocked by it. And it's like, okay, this is one of those things that it's a national thing. It might have been the lead story of the draft.
It was.
Like, because Kumar Rocker's such a big name, and then it was such a surprise that it's like, oh my gosh, this is kind of crazy. Nobody expected it, and good for him that he's the 10th pick last year. He has the surgery, then he comes back only to be the 3rd pick. Like, how amazing is that for him? And the storybook idea of getting him and Leiter together, and if they're both end up being dominant, but now you've raised your chances on having at least one of these guys be a stud pitcher for you here in the future. But obviously them together, if they can end up rising together, I mean, that's going to be a really, really fun deal. But I just love that it's like, hey, the Rangers are making big time headline news. It's risky, but it's fun, but it makes sense at the same time because of the fact that you need the arms.
No question.
I mean, not only in the farm system, but also most importantly on the major league squad.
And where will he start off? You know, Evan Grant asked Chris Young about this immediately. Is he possibly able to start at the major league level right away? It was a no. It was a very certain no.
Yeah, don't do that.
Where do you start him in the minors? Does he go to Frisco from the 2-1-4? You could start him at single A. I know they started Jack Leiter at double A. I think they will start Kumar at double. I think they're going to pair him with Leiter, and they're going to put the two of them together at double A.
I don't see a frail body out there.
Oh,
I played against his dad when he was
6'5",
Auburn. His
245.
dad kicked our ass
Did
at
he
Auburn.
eat-
Oh my
did he
gosh.
eat your lunch personally?
Oh, I mean, we won the game 7-6. He didn't eat my lunch. I wasn't good enough to block a guy like that. But
fair enough.
that's what I'm saying. That competes with a guy like this, that body type. You know, I mean, that is a durable looking dude
Well, the
out there.
velocity was the issue.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, the shoulder and all that.
was
If
the
that- if-
scariness, and he's
Yeah.
got that back when
Yeah.
he's been pitching at Tri-Valley. And the question, how has he looked with the Tri-City Valley Cats pitching in the Independent Frontier League? He went 1-0, 1.35 ERA, 4 walks against 32 strikeouts, a rate of 14.4 strikeouts per 9 innings. Not bad. I mean, he's looked good in that league. So I think that he's done a good job of answering some health concerns. Clearly, he did enough for the Rangers to say, you know what, this is our guy. We're not overthinking this. We're taking him 3rd overall.
Well,
and then being able to work out the money
There's
also
some
was
people.
help.
There's some people that would say the Rangers did overthink this.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, I'm just
because it's
In
a risky
negative
move,
way.
Yeah,
man.
I mean, with all
But you could have argued the same thing with the high school kids.
No, that's right. But to me, the you look at with Rocker and coming off the injury and all that, he's there are some questions. There are some questions.
Oh, there are.
But I think when you start to compare where he is as relation to all what the information I just gave you about those other kids, hell, I've seen Rocker light him up at Vanderbilt. I've seen him against good competition, the SEC, mowing guys down.
Makes a ton of sense
And-
now with the Brock Porter selection. The fact
Sure.
they're both Boris clients.
Yeah.
Maybe we can have a Juan Soto conversation as well. He's also a Boris client. Saw Buster Olney.
Can that thing be $500 million? It's going to have to be, right?
It's going to be a lot of money. Saw Buster Olney throw out the Rangers as the 2nd most likely team to land Juan Soto.
Well, I saw John Heyman put them at number 1 on his likely
Are we
destinations.
printing money over there now?
We can dream.
I don't know, man. It
We
doesn't.
can dream.
It seems a little
Well, if
crazy.
you guys
to
are
me.
listening, keep printing.
Yeah,
Let's go.
Please do. All right, coming up next, we'll have the G-Bag of the Day at 2:30. But also, do you still get hyped for Madden, the video game, 877-881-1053? Madden's looking a little foolish with some of these latest ratings. We'll tell you about that next on The Fan.
Stick around. We've got
Are losing their minds right now. It's a sad day. It's a sad day. I think, Walchuk, if you were a Steelers fan, like if this was like something that was involving the Cowboys, I think you would be there to witness it, just to say that you were there, a memory that you'll never forget.
Ben's coming back?
And you can, you can just get emotional with other fans. Ben is not coming back. Praise God. I don't think they would let him.
Okay.
Can you imagine what Ben Roethlisberger even looks like right now? Because like when he was a professional athlete and he's supposed to be like halfway in decent shape, and he was like one of the most homeless, bloated, frumpy looking dudes you'd ever seen.
Don't do this.
Yeah, what does that scale say right now, you think?
But like,
Does it start with a 3, you think?
Yeah, what does like no S to give retired Ben Roethlisberger turn into physically? I think we should all be concerned about him and his health and just sort of his family. Like, honestly, I'm going to throw one up for him right now. But one of the signature features.
Do you see divorce in his future?
Is he married?
I think his wife loves him way too much. He is married.
But do you think that she's like going to see like what he's going to become?
She's put up with him this long, right?
Yeah, but she got a check every Tuesday.
That's true. That check's not clearing anymore.
Yeah.
Hopefully he did some stashing away. But
soda, Ben.
Here
we are.
Yeah, and we're going to get to your soda situation here in a second because I have a
He
question.
lasts a week.
He would.
One of the signature features at Heinz Field was the 2 massive ketchup bottles that sat atop the scoreboard and just kind of like poured out a virtual serving whenever the Steelers reached the red zone. And it was an iconic thing at Heinz Field. Well, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago. Heinz Field is no longer Heinz Field. It's Acrisure Insurance, whatever the hell
that's
field.
right.
They really should have gone with French's. Or some, another condiment based.
A competing. Yeah. That would have probably been even more devastating,
Hellman's,
honestly.
mayonnaise.
Can you guys tell the difference?
So good.
Can you guys tell the difference? No, Hellman's would be sponsored by the Mavericks, right? Doesn't that make the most sense? Just on like the amount of Caucasian players that the Mavericks present to you.
At first, they went way over my head. Once you explained it, I thought that's actually brilliant.
Actually makes a ton of sense. And I think they're in need of a new little jersey endorser now with the way their last one just tanked, right?
I actually had a friend text me and say, "What do you think about Tyler Hero? Wouldn't he be the perfect fit for Luka?" And I was like, "Man, you think just like Mark Cuban does."
But yeah, just like that's a good point. Aesthetically, he makes all the sense in the world, except for the fact that it's not Euro, it's Hero.
Sure.
Nonetheless, yes, the Heinz Field ketchup bottles are being taken down. And so Steelers fans are just all over. Oh, that was the question I wanted to ask you. Can you tell the difference maybe from a taste test point or visually, if I don't have the bottles there, I sort of blindfold you or whatever, and you try a French fry dipped in Heinz and a French fry dipped in like Hunt's ketchup. Can you tell the difference? Do you think you can tell the difference?
Sounds like a good Mythical Morning episode.
Absolutely. Maybe they've already done this.
I don't think I could.
Right. So others could. Like Whataburger ketchup, you totally could.
Ketchup,
right.
Yeah, other than that, I think if you just say straight ketchup for straight ketchup, I don't think I can tell the difference between Hunt's and anybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Heinz, Hunt's, whoever else is involved.
Understood. It is the G-Bag Nation. G-Bag of the Day coming up in 4 minutes. Segment brought to you by Rubin and Associates. We've all probably felt this at one time or another. The feeling of dread to start the day due to credit card debt or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Rubin and Associates can help you find a way out. Call Rubin and Associates now at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com. Get your freedom and your life back. Madden is, I guess it's coming out very, very soon. It's not out yet, but the ratings have been released. And one of the things that people are lamenting is the wide receiver ratings. And I mean, I know Walchuk, you were the same way. It was like midnight at GameStop with the buddies. It's released. Boom. It's an all-nighter. And we're playing Madden.
Did you guys really stand in line?
Yes. Yeah.
Seriously?
You pre-order it for a reason. I didn't pre-order it to get it the day after it comes out. I pre-ordered it so that I could be there. It was, I mean, honestly, it was, there was
just looking at us like, well, you idiots.
That's the pageantry involved with it. That's the excitement. Hey, you and the boys, okay, what time? We're going to link up. We're doing this thing together. I mean, it doesn't feel like you're in line when you're in line with your bros.
As a teenager?
I mean, right?
We're doing spend the nights.
Yeah.
How many hours did we spend maybe waiting on one copy?
Probably it was like 30 minutes. It
It
wasn't like
wasn't like
you need a flash pass at 6.
Oh, wait a minute. I was thinking you guys stood in line for like a day overnight.
No. They were quick.
Oh, okay.
They had it
I'm
ready
sorry.
to rock.
So like they're handing it to me at midnight. I'll see it like 11:45.
Oh, I thought this was one of those things like you're waiting to go to a Duke game where you're having to camp out to get this thing.
Fortunately, it wasn't like that. It was, we knew, hey, we're going to get there. We're going to get it. They were ready to go. They'd unbox them and it was boom. Here you go. Here you go. Here. It was all pre-ordered and we were ready to rock.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
I was thinking maybe you had to get out there, lawn chairs, hang out.
It wasn't too bad.
Yeah. Okay.
But now, I mean, down, crack a couple coldies, hang out with the boys, talk about whose ass you're going to kick that night in Madden, and then go prove it to them.
Now you can do the download online. You don't even have to go to the store and buy it.
That's right.
You know, these kids have it easy.
Yeah, these kids do have it way easy, man. I used to have to ask my mom for a ride to GameStop to meet up with the homies.
But I think the game's terrible now. I really do.
Did she drop you off at the Taco Bell 2 blocks over?
No.
So you walk over?
Well, she did, but then she still drove up and still waved to make an ass of me.
Roll down the windows as you're walking up.
Right.
Yell.
Broadus, Eric's a Bueno guy. We rock the Bell.
Yeah,
You and I can go to Bell. Eric's going to go to Bueno.
I'm a Bueno guy. What can I say? I have self-respect. Okay, let's move on here and let's slide into why people are upset. And it's because first of all, Devontae Adams, 99 club. Congrats to him.
That's
Cooper
fair.
Kupp, even though he had one of the most legendary receiving seasons ever last year, he's
91.
a 98. Not quite Devontae Adams. And then it's Tyreek Hill, 97, Hopkins, 96. That's not the point. The point is when you look at the top 10 highest rated receivers in this upcoming Madden, you find Amari Cooper sitting there at 10, but nowhere above him at all is there the name Jamar Chase. Meaning Jamar Chase is not only not a top 10 receiver according to Madden, but they have Amari Cooper, Keenan Allen, Scary Terry McLaurin, and Mike Evans all ahead of him. And maybe some of those, Mike Evans, maybe, I don't know. But I think we all realize like Jamar Chase is top 5 at this point. And so everybody's basically going really Amari Cooper over Jamar Chase. Madden, what is wrong with you? And I think it's a fair question to ask. And also Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel not in the top 10 in terms of ratings for the wide receivers. And I know he's a little bit gadget. Is he a running back wide receiver? No, because he's going to be listed as a wide receiver.
Of course, but I'd like to also, if I want to play with him as a running back, why can't I do that?
Well, he calls himself what does he call himself? A wide back? Does he call himself a wide back?
Might be a wide back.
He wants to do less of that running with the ball thing.
I wanted to think web back.
No,
Stephen Jones said that once.
Yeah, that's right.
Really threw me for a loop.
Tavon Austin.
Yeah. He said, didn't he say he was going to get 20 carries?
He web-backed his way to 20 carries for the season. All right now it's time to head into the Pimp Cup, and here's Peyton Russell presenting today's G-Bag of the Day.
That's right, guys. Well, G-Bag of the Day is brought to you by CBD American Shaman, shoptexascbd.com. And, guys, we pick up where we left off on Friday, where Eric and Broadish, you guys vote for this. Bobby Belt calling Troy names of actors. Is that what it is?
Yes, he's bald shaming him, which is one of the few shamings we can still do these days. Well, with the way our world has progressed, I think you can still make fun of the baldies, maybe the redheads. Couple of, even the fat shaming is getting a little bit frowned upon.
Well,
you need to stop.
I feel like in this clip, Troy gets a little fed up. Let's take a listen.
No, I don't dislike Pantera. Okay. Yul Brenner, you've slandered my character, and I just Paul Schaefer in there. Do you have any?
And the CBS Orchestra.
Do you have any cowboy? Wow. Do you think we're underselling any cowboys or? I don't know if you have one. I just wanted to, before the end of the segment, work in the Paul Schaefer.
No, you're good. You're good.
Yeah. On the board for us is former Georgia defensive tackle Bill Goldberg.
Okay, so here's the thing. All right, so here's the thing. This was a Bobby bit. Okay, I'm not allowing you guys to go in there like Demolition and Tag Team.
All right, ready. All right. Thank you. Sorry, I'm sticking up for you, George the Animal Steel.
Thank you. No. Okay, R.I.P. to George. I like the Goldberg reference.
That was nice. Thank you for that shout out, 2014 Gavin Dawson.
Thank you. Okay, all right, I do. Okay, I will absolutely give you that reference right there. There it is.
That's really, really good, man. Bobby Belt. Everybody knows his references are on point, right?
Bobby is
sick.
He's a champion troller.
He is. My favorite is when he hosts with KG. Because KG sometimes, man.
KG gets frustrated with him.
Oh, he gets so.
And Bobby knows it.
No, it's the best.
And Bobby knows it. He knows it. I love it, though. I think to me, like, Bobby, he's just so creative.
He is.
I mean, you would think when I first met Bobby, I'm like,
he's so damn smart.
Yeah. I was like, he is so damn dry. He is so dry. And then all of a sudden, the more you work with him, the more you're like, no, this dude is like super, super sharp.
Oh, yeah. He's on point. Yeah. He's on point. And you're going to be rooming with him in Oxnard.
I can't
it's gonna
wait.
Be great. That means
Week from today.
Broadus won't be sleeping for 10 straight days. Volchuk, can you believe that?
Right. You're going to come sleep in our room.
Nah, man, we're good.
We're going to have spend the nights.
Yeah, let's
and
do
in the
that.
morning,
we should do a little swap sometimes. Like, hey, I want yours, you want mine.
Like wife swaps?
That kind of deal. Yeah, a little wife swap. All right, who's next, Peyton?
So this next one, Eric grabbed this before the show. It was from y'all's Friday show, Eric and Broadus. And he just labeled it Broadus Gets Duck Sauce, and this is what it was.
I want to come up with something like what a burger joint or a steak joint or something like that.
A secret sauce.
I would, yeah. I
The
would.
duck
If
sauce.
It takes a little extra to kind of put it all together.
Ooh, duck sauce. That's a good
Yeah,
mention
there you
there.
go.
You know the duck sauce.
Absolutely know the duck sauce.
Yeah, give that a
So
search.
I would say my base, if you just said base, it's ketchup.
Okay, the base is ketchup. So here are America's top 10
Why are you
condiments.
laughing over there?
Really freaks you out the first time you see it. Number 10 is honey mustard. I love a good honey mustard. Eric and I are in
I
agreement.
hate working with you two. I really do.
Wendy's.
And I know the shows are going along really, really well.
Wendy's is delicious when it comes to the honey mustard. Number 9, I'm surprised that this is so low.
Well, Chuck, why are you fighting through this? Why are we doing this?
Number 9 is sriracha. I thought sriracha would be a little bit higher.
Love sriracha.
I'm a big sriracha lover. I've made
Sure
Eric
you
cry.
are.
My message. I'm thrilled about today. I don't care how this game goes tonight. I'm so happy. Number 9 is sriracha.
Zach just wanted to get through the top 10 list, man.
Game didn't go well.
When did you know? When did you know that I did? You get pulled off sides too?
No.
Or
No,
I forced that.
He's the one who threw out the duck sauce, and then I just threw it your way, and you were like, "Yeah, I know all about
there's
duck sauce."
there's legitimate a sauce called duck sauce.
No, there is.
I mean, and it's actually really good. And
It's
then all of a
delicious.
sudden, like we're driving home after the show, and
You found
Slappy over here goes, "Hey, let me read you what duck sauce is." And he read it, and I go, "You SOB, you did that to me." He goes, he started laughing again.
It was so fun, man. That was my favorite moment.
Because I got
of the
pulled
entire
off
week.
sides the first time. I found out the real definition of the duck sauce.
Yeah, Walchuk got
Because
duck
I thought the
sauce
same thing as
before.
you.
Yeah.
Delicious orange sauce.
At times, it can be orangey.
Oh, jeez.
When it's at its worst. Peyton, continue.
Yeah, no duck sauce on this show. But so this next one is this older man finds out he's going to prison. He's talking to his son, and this is how the conversation went.
Yeah, that's ugly, bro. But you gotta stand up, man. If you gotta go stand up, you gotta go stand up. I mean, there ain't nothing you can do but dust yourself off.
Oh my God, man. This is up, man. I'm up, man.
Yeah.
Never again, bro. Never again, bro. Never, bro.
Bro, you're gonna be good, dog.
Right, though, bro. Right, man. It's just that, man, I can't, bro. Ain't nobody going to prison in 2020, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on. I played, man. I'm almost 30 years old.
Almost 30 years old.
Gosh, what a bad feeling that would be. That would sting.
How do you explain that?
I don't think you do. I think you just own it, then you go behind bars and let the
You got to stand up though. Right?
You don't
deal
do the
it-
crime
do
if you can't do the
Stand
time,
up.
That's what they always tell me.
Well said,
up.
Peyton. Well said. Anything else,
Got
pal?
Play-Doh we're working with back there.
I'm sorry, the pal wasn't necessary there.
Yeah, come
Just
on, dude.
anything else? I'm sorry.
Jeez. No, that's all we got. So
philosopher.
let's just vote and get duck sauce or something.
Get duck
I want
sauce.
to walk back to pal. I do apologize. Okay, man, I guess I'm still gonna vote for Bob. I think Bob did a nice job there. I think the duck sauce is holding its own, but I'll go with Bobby.
Am I next?
Yeah, you are.
You know what? Let's make it 2-0. Bobby.
Wow. Uh-oh. Old
Don't,
Chuck.
don't do it, Walchuk.
I'm also unfortunately going to vote for Bobby.
Okay. Well, then this is basically a moot point. What do you think, Broadus?
I know he's not voting duck.
You boys are a bunch of cowards.
Oh,
every one of you are a coward,
dude.
Me? You feared like that I would come back at you guys. I'm ashamed of every single one of you.
What? Okay. I take it back. I'm
Wow,
going
that
duck
hurt.
sauce, baby. 2-1.
Oh.
You gonna tie it up?
Well, then you have to create a poll.
That's fine.
Yeah, do you know how to do that, Eric? Do you know how to do the
do
polls
that?
and
I don't
stuff?
think any of us have the G-Bag Nation.
We'll just do it on that Eric Chiafalo Sports.
Bobby wins. Bobby wins. But
Oh,
Bobby
you
wins.
coward.
But Bobby wins. But I'm voting for duck sauce.
Wait, can you do
Make
Heck
that a
yes,
drop,
I can do
please.
that.
Hey, make that a drop.
My damn
please.
show too.
Broadus saying I'm voting for duck sauce. All right, Broadus, it's actually time for Krusty's Corner. Where are we headed?
Yeah, we need some breakout candidates in NFL. Let's get to that next.
Coming up tomorrow morning. gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Alrighty. It's that time of the show where we throw things over to the greatness that is Brian Broaddus for Krusty's Corner, and here he is, Krusty.
Appreciate that. Why'd I look to my left and Cheech is just no headset, no mic, just kind of like...
Because I'm having to respond back to Bobby Belt, who's group texting us saying that I'm a backstabber.
Well, you are.
Because I didn't vote for him now basically twice in a row. Because I didn't vote for him like he was G-Bag of the Day champion, but not because of me.
I mean, technically we're tied, and we need the Tolos to break the tie, but we just made Bobby's
a champ.
An honorary champ.
Bobby's a champ.
Yeah, tie goes to the runner.
Really, I think Ducksaw should win.
No, yeah. No, I think you're right, too. I think even if Bobby was voting, he would vote for the duck sauce.
Bleep you, Bobby.
It's okay.
Hey, you know something about my partner coming into work today?
Yeah.
I noticed he had tennis shoes on today.
Oh my gosh, we buried the lead.
But he had two different kinds of socks.
That's true.
What
That's
happened
true.
there?
Well,
We're just not used to wearing socks.
I might be a crazy person. Tell me if I am. Hagee says I'm not, but I don't know if I can really rely on my allies here.
Wait, who said you're not?
Hagee?
Yeah, it's not a good.
Yeah.
source.
Wait, you're talking about the fashion plate Hagee?
No, well, I just said, am I an insane person? Because I bought shoes for the first time this weekend in probably the first time I bought shoes in about 6 or 7 years. And so my feet have been paying the price for it. Like the bottoms of my feet have been killing me. And so I had no choice but to get some new sneakers. And because my Crocs that I'm used to wearing Crocs with no socks.
Yeah.
And then today is like my first day wearing my new tennies. And
tennies.
I'm like getting ready to walk out the door. And then it's like, oh gosh, I need socks. And like, I'm not even used to wearing socks right now. So I'm wearing two makeshift socks. But you know, that's fine. I think it's aesthetically pleasing enough. Minus the fact that one of them's actually inside out. I'm just realizing that. But
Is
either
it
way,
inside
these
out?
shoes
I
are.
thought it was two different socks.
No, it is. But one of them's also inside out. So that's how that goes.
So,
but the shoes are killer. They're very comfy.
The shoes are killer.
Thank you.
It's funny. The first time I met Eric, I really thought this would be a well-dressed individual. And I couldn't have been more wrong.
He's Frank Buck.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't give a you know what.
That's right. You can call me Frank moving forward.
Frank.
That's fine.
He's Uncle Buck.
Uncle Buck. All right. Can't wait to travel with you two cats, by the way.
This is going to be so good.
It's going to be great.
Going to be some fun. You guys got to hang out with us. We'll be all over this thing.
Just make sure Walchuk doesn't sneak his fart spray onto the plane, because otherwise you're going to be in a world of trouble.
Guys, we're checking bags. I'm so scared. I'm not going to bring anything. Okay? We're not checking bags.
Yeah. Walchuk's going to get grinded.
Dawson will be all
Good
over me about
Lord.
that checking bags bit. All right. This is from our friends over at ESPN. Mike Renner, who writes for Pro Football Focus. He published this thing. He ranked the NFL's second year breakout candidates for 2022. He's got 15 of them. That's what he's talking about. These are guys who can become stars.
Ooh, should we play a little guessy?
Well, this could be a hard guessy because did I do something wrong?
Honestly,
well,
just the fact that
funny.
you said guessy just puts a smile on all of our faces.
It's amazing. Just roll.
Do I have
with
to
it.
look that up now too? Guessy.
No, that was just cute and adorable.
God.
Just a lovable Krusty.
All right.
Yeah,
you're cute.
But don't underestimate the football ability of me and Walchuk here. Like I'm going to take that as disrespect.
No,
Okay. All right.
I mean,
Let's do it. All right. Let's do this then. Let's do this. And we're going to go until I say you guys are not football experts.
Okay. Well, all right.
And that might be after the second guess.
Let me throw something at you.
Oh, now we have qualifiers.
Look at this.
You know how many questions you asked during crosstalk? Our quarterbacks listed on this.
Yes. If you listened, I said 15 players who could become stars from quarterbacks to pass rushers.
Okay.
Thanks for paying attention to the show.
I apologize that my
Baseball
listening
guy.
skills are subpar.
Okay.
So then we have to have the Zach Wilsons and the Trevor Lawrences of the world.
Okay. There you go. Trevor Lawrence is number one.
Okay.
Trevor Lawrence is number one.
Zach Wilson.
Well, I think Zach Wilson was not supposed to be on the list, but then right before they published it and we sent it to the editors, the Zach Wilson news came out about what he does with his friend or with his mom's friends, and they were like, "Okay, we got to get this guy in the top 10."
Yeah. But no, I don't see him in the top 10.
Okay, thank you. Good. Let's see here. Okay, let's mow through this thing. So we got Trevor Lawrence's one.
Okay, why don't you do this? Why don't you try and guess who the Cowboys one is? Because there's a Cowboy on this list. Let's play the Cowboy game.
Second year guy.
second-year guy.
Parsons is already broken out.
Osa Odighizuwa.
I like that one, actually.
No.
I think he's a great breakout candidate.
Jabril Cox.
No.
It better not be Kelvin Joseph.
It's going to be Kelvin Joseph. Watch this.
Kelvin Joseph, number 9.
Okay, did they pay attention to what happened this offseason?
Number 9. No, this is just on the field. This has nothing to do. Off the field, he is on the opposite of whatever would be the breakout candidate list.
He broke out of something to get onto the field.
Well, no, he might. I mean, it's possible, I suppose. Just how much do we think Kelvin Joseph is going to play?
Well, let me just read.
I don't know how much you can trust this guy.
Let me see what Mr. Renner said here. Here we go. What's that?
Just like the way you're. No.
Football guy. Mr. Renner said, while first-round cornerbacks Greg Newsome II, Eric Stokes are excellent breakout candidates, and Patrick Surtain II already qualifies as having broken out, there's a reason to believe that the Cowboys' second-rounder is in for a big sophomore campaign. It took Joseph a while to see the field as a rookie in 2021, but it was worth the wait. Are we watching the same guy here?
This is pretty incredible.
Is this? Are we making up stuff now?
Has this Renner fella, 877-881-1053, has this Renner fella ever watched a single second of Dallas Cowboys football?
On only 97 coverage snaps, he allowed 7 catches on 15 targets for 49 yards with 2 pass breakups. What makes Joseph all the more intriguing is the unknown. He played 757 snaps his entire college career. Top recruit in Louisiana, Joseph started at LSU, played 222 snaps in 2018 before being suspended for the Tigers bowl game and subsequently transferring. He landed at Kentucky where he allowed 271 yards in his lone season with the team. As one of the youngest players in the 2021 draft class, Joseph won't turn 22 till November. All suggest that his arrows should be pointing upward. Was he nice to Joseph here, or is it one of these things where we all know the situation?
Well, he was nice to him, and I think when Kelvin Joseph played, I thought he did look good. I mean, the issue is, I think all of us feel he's very lucky to still be on this team. I think if he were playing for a different organization, most teams probably would have parted ways with what happened and what transpired. Is that fair? I don't know. Maybe we're being too critical. I think most fans probably feel as though we're not being. And I don't know. The truckwreck.com text line, Tolos, let me know how you feel. Would you have parted ways with Kelvin Joseph if you were the owner and general manager of the Cowboys after what happened? I know he wasn't necessarily at fault, but he was there. That's the company he keeps.
The front office was not happy that they were let known.
Right.
Be known.
But,
everyone trying to say
look, we've been out there at OTAs and mini camps. And
they got blindsided. No, the front office got blindsided here.
He wasn't practicing much.
No.
We haven't seen him involved a ton. I think it's a fair question. How much is he going to be playing this year?
Chief, is he more potential bust or breakout?
He could be on any one of these lists, but I think.
Gosh,
but I'll tell you this actually,
fence rider.
The more I think about it, though, the fact that he's on the team. I mean, it's not like because he got in trouble, he's lost talent in his body. There's still a lot of talent in that body.
Still a lot of talent in that body, Jared.
Maybe not as much as Shohei Ohtani, but there's still plenty of talent in the body of Kelvin Joseph. And if he's still going to be on the team, they still want him. He's still a second-round pick. Trust me, he's going to play. And so unless he just doesn't pan out, but the talent's all still there. You didn't cut him. The dude's going to play, so it makes sense. He's a second-round pick for a reason. So it makes sense that you would have him on the – I mean, you could see him on either one depending on your perspective, but he didn't get cut. He's on the team. He was a second-round pick. He's still got a ton of talent. So I guess I could understand. We haven't really seen anything from him in the NFL. Like you talked about those numbers, talk about a small sample size. You've seen this guy for 5 seconds in the NFL. So you're still kind of going off of the evaluation you had in college, which was, man, if it wasn't for off-field stuff, this guy's a first-round pick.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you'd like to think a second-rounder you had high expectations for. I don't know. I mean, year to year, I think we're wondering about, do you still have Anthony Brown? Do you still have Jordan Lewis? You kind of know what those guys are. I do think Anthony Brown despite public perception, had a good year last year.
Absolutely, I do.
I think
agree
he really
with-
did.
I totally agree with you on that.
And I think Jordan Lewis every year will have a game or two that he flashes and performs well. But you are looking for a Kelvin Joseph, a Nishawn Wright. You just drafted Deron Bland. You're looking for some of these young guys to step up and show you that they can take over these roles in the future. So, yeah, you'd love for him to end up being a breakout player. But some of this stuff is, I don't know. I mean, much like you were saying the scouting report before the Cowboys took him, it does seem like trouble always finds this kid. And I don't know that that's going to change.
I worry more about his health than I do the off-the-field stuff. Does that make sense? I think that's maybe the off-field stuff will eventually be the thing that holds him back completely. But I worry about his health. I don't know how mentally tough this guy really is. You know, and that bothers me. Because I think there's stuff that he's going to have to fight through, and I don't know if he can. That's what scares me about this guy. Because I think you guys nailed him. Chief, I think you're right. He's a super talented kid. But the thing that might hold him back is he tough enough to put everything behind him and then be healthy enough to see it through.
Right.
Because he could be a big time player. Man, but this is another one. You know, Sam Williams. There was questions about Sam Williams.
Right.
Coming out. That Dan Quinn guy. This is another Dan Quinn guy.
And we were excited from what we saw Sam do, and I'm excited to see what he can do with pads on at camp. We'll monitor that. Of course, we'll be all over it for you. Just 8 days away from Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. All right, coming up next, your home of the Rangers. The draft is going on as we speak. The latest on the Rangers picks with our pre- and post-show host Jared Sandler next to the Fan.
Blasting out 100,000 watts of FM. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers, home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Zach Wolchuk with you, along with Brian Broaddus, Eric Chiafalo, and we got Peyton Russell in for Lucius Alexander. Hoping we get Lucius back in the Pimp Cup with us tomorrow. And Gavin Dawson, the general, on vacation. He'll be back with us next week before we head off to Cowboys training camp in Oxnard. We're just 8 days away, and we will have everything for you. The number 1 Cowboys coverage in the world right here on 105.3 The Fan. Also your home of Texas Rangers baseball. The Rangers now have made a few more picks today. They took Brock Porter, the pitcher out of St. Mary's Prep, in the 4th round. Chandler Pollard, the outfielder out of Woodward's Academy, the same academy that Delano DeShields actually went to in the 5th round. They got Tommy Specht, the outfielder out of Wahlert High School, and they just selected in the 7th round Luis Ramirez from Long Beach State, which has produced big leaguers Evan Longoria and Troy Tulowitzki, a couple of big names as well. He is also a pitcher, and as we speak, they just made another selection, taking Matt Broski, another pitcher. So there's 4 pitchers the Rangers have taken, this one out of Youngstown State. So we've got 4 college players and several high school players as well. So 2 outfielders, 4 pitchers. That is the current draft haul for the Texas Rangers. And joining us now to talk all about it, our pre- and post-show host, my good buddy, all of our good buddies, the one and only Jared Sandler. Jared.
He's in the building!
How are you sexy demon?
How's it going, guys?
It's going well. Before we ask you just the hard-hitting baseball questions, I really do want to know how this conversation went as you tried to break down the Rangers selections with your wonderful wife, Emily.
Well, I don't know. She just asked me how to spell amnesia. It's Amnesia. Yeah. I know she literally, she has no regard. She used to, whenever I was on the radio.
I forgot how to spell it.
Well, yeah, but she used to give me whatever. Now she just doesn't care. She just tries to talk to me. She doesn't understand. I told her, I tried to explain to her about slot values and stuff, and she just kind of looked at me. She was unpacking groceries, and she looked at me and then just kind of laughed and said, "I don't understand a word you said," and continued unpacking groceries. I was just so excited. She wants me to tell her these things. And so I tried to explain to her about Brock Porter and everything, and she then was lost within 2 seconds. Which, by the way, though, I will say, I do think that is, in any sport, if you cannot simply explain something like that, then that is a problem to some degree. And I do think baseball's draft is highly complicated, and it makes it tougher for the average fan to really engage with it, beyond just the other challenges like these guys aren't going to play for the big league team, for a few years. And also there's not nearly the following for college baseball or obviously high school baseball as there is college football and college basketball.
I will say this, at least it's better than the NBA salary cap. I mean, at least it's straightforward. And now I get it. I grew up in a time where you trade picks and you move around and, could you've gotten Kumar Rocker? Can you've gotten more picks for him? That kind of thing. I get that. But, man, at least they just draft the players and you kind of move along. And the money part of it, that's the thing that I never get. I never the NBA. I don't even try with the NBA salary cap with me.
I'll tell you, I don't know the NBA salary cap, I think in some regards is English, while the Major League Baseball collective bargaining agreement, as far as it pertains to the baseball operations side, might be like a gibberish language. Because then when you really expand, that's when it becomes, I think, super complicated. But you're right, the NBA salary, that makes it so hard, right? How many times are you guys in the days leading up listening or, trying to discuss the Mavericks options to this and that? But it's like, in order to truly break it down, you need to add like a 20-minute disclaimer of all the different things and the clauses and the this and this tax and this exception and stuff. I get why it happens, right? It all happens for a reason, and you should not create rules simply based on the ability to convey stuff to fans. But it does make it more challenging to have those conversations when you have to add caveats and disclaimers to everything you say.
Jared Sandler with us here on 105.3 The Fan via the Diamond Factory hotline. And I agree with you, and I do want to ask you about some of these players, but I mean, there's a couple of things that I've been thinking about as we've been leading up to this draft. One, to your point about the approximate pick value and getting all the financials, and teams aren't taking necessarily who the best player is. Sometimes they're taking the player that they're just confident that they can sign because they don't think they're going to be able to sign the other guy. I think that's just so weird. And then penalizing teams essentially by taking away a second and third round pick like the Rangers didn't have this year because they were aggressive in free agency and signed a Corey Seager and a Marcus Semien. I don't see how that's good for the game. Just wanted to get your general thoughts.
No, I agree, and Broadus, I'd love your perspective as someone who's been in a front office and had to make some of these decisions. But there are a lot of rules in baseball that I think deter organizations from trying to get better, and unfortunately, I think that rule certainly doesn't prevent Corey Seager from signing, and certainly doesn't prevent Marcus Semien from signing. But there are definitely teams who didn't feel like it made sense for them to engage in the money conversation if they were also going to lose a pick, because they really, their organization is based on the ability to have cheap, controllable players. And so those draft picks are valuable. Thankfully, we're not in Oakland. Thankfully, we're not in Tampa Bay. Thankfully, despite, what some people try to create the last few years, this is an organization that will spend money. They will try and lock up players for the long term. And, I think thankfully most major league organizations fall into that category, but I think that rule's stupid. And I think that rule's going away soon, but obviously not soon enough to help the Rangers. But I don't think that you should deter organizations from trying to get better. And that's what that rule sort of does.
Let's look into some of the selections the Rangers have made today, specifically Brock Porter, who I know you were on earlier with KNC, and then you were on with Sean and RJ. But Brock Porter, very exciting, largely considered the best high school arm in this draft. Some people considered him, if not the best, maybe behind Kumar Rocker, the second best pitcher in the draft. I'm seeing a lot of people on Twitter talking about, wow, this Rangers haul that they've been able to get, simply outstanding. You package him with Kumar Rocker, both Scott Boras clients. I mean, how much do you think that maybe had into play with Kumar Rocker taking less than slot value and then being able to pair the money that they saved with that to get a Brock Porter who maybe slid because other organizations were worried about being able to pay him and thinking, well, he might just decide he's going to go to college instead of coming to play for us?
Well, I certainly don't think that having the same agent as Kumar Rocker hurt the Rangers' line of communication. And Kumar Rocker, if in fact, the reports are accurate that he's, already agreed to terms at, value $2 million below slot, I don't think he did it so that the Rangers could go and get Brock Porter. He has less leverage this year than he did last year. But because it's the same agent, the Rangers probably have a little bit of insight as to, what the conversation is surrounding Brock Porter and other teams. And, you're right. This is a top talent, right? Gatorade Player of the Year. Baseball America, I think, had him as their number 7 overall prospect in the draft. You had, other publications that, had him with similar sort of superlative type characterizations. And he was committed to Clemson. And I guess for whatever reason, he scared off enough teams based on where they were going to draft him and slot value and all that he wasn't going to sign. But I spoke to someone with the Rangers earlier. I don't think that the Rangers draft him unless they have a high degree of confidence that they're going to sign him. Don't want to say it's a done deal until pen is actually to paper, but I don't think that they make that decision without, feeling that they're going to sign him. And so, the Rangers, I guess, as we were having these conversations yesterday, they were playing chess while everyone else was kind of playing checkers. I mean, for a team that didn't have a second and third round pick, they ended up with 2 first round talents. And maybe some people feel like Brock Porter is the more talented of the two. He's younger, and so, there's a little less known about him. But, I tweeted this earlier, and it's not just the Brock Porter pick, but even the stuff they've done thereafter. There are a lot of people around the league who are very impressed with what the Rangers have done. Now, what does that mean? It means very little in the long term because now these guys have to grow and develop and become major leaguers. So, don't want to put the cart before the horse. But all they can do is have the best draft that they can have. And while I know yesterday was a surprise to a lot of people, myself included, it does seem like they had a plan in place, which is pretty impressive when you don't pick again until the 4th round. They've been able to execute that, and it does seem like some of the draft picks that they have made today have really impressed people beyond just Brock Porter, like the Luis Ramirez pick. I mean, this is a guy who was one of the top pitchers in the country, but didn't pitch much in the second half of the season because of an injury. The Rangers obviously feel confident that he's going to be healthy, and because of that injury, they're probably able to sign him at a valuation that, or they're able to get him at a valuation that fits with their available funds. So they seem to really kind of be operating with a full plan as opposed to just each individual pick kind of being made in a vacuum.
Jared, I might put you in a bad spot here with this question, but okay, you don't have a 2nd or 3rd round pick, so could we think that this was a plan going forward to try and steal a player without having a 2nd and 3rd round pick that JD or CY or somebody in the organization came up with?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think that, especially with how quickly the reports started surfacing that they had reached an agreement with Kumar Rocker, I think that's done. There's no rush to do that before the draft ends usually, unless there is a plan that you are putting into motion. And so, yeah, I think so, Broadus. I mean, now, there was no guarantee that Brock Porter was going to fall to them, just like there was no guarantee that Adolis Garcia was going to clear waivers when they designated him for assignment last February. But the Rangers assessed the climate around the league, and they were pretty sure, based on where everyone was with their rosters, that no one was going to claim Adolis Garcia, and they were right. I think that they looked at the Brock Porter situation and sort of took an assessment. And again, maybe having the same agent as Kumar Rocker and the fact that Scott Boras represents now, it seems like, 70% of the league anyway. They had a line of communication, and maybe they were, led to believe that there was going to be a great chance that Brock Porter was available. And so, I think this was all a part of it, Broadus. I think it would be silly to at least not consider the possibility that this was a part of a bigger plan, the Kumar Rocker pick and the financial decisions there.
So they felt like that maybe that they had that opportunity. It's like, listen, if there's one way we can maybe pull this off, then let's do it. Let's maybe ask these agents and ask, with Rocker and stuff like that, with Boros, if they could. Maybe they like this kid like they had eventually 2nd round type grades on him. And all of a sudden they did enough to get behind the scenes not to get the kid drafted. They created they created a block is what they did.
It's very possible. And then, I've had people ask me, well, so did they draft Kumar Rocker specifically for that reason? I get the sense that if the Rangers really liked one of the other guys available at 3 to a degree greater than what they liked Rocker, then they would have gone that route.
Yeah.
Because you don't have the opportunity, you hope not to have the opportunity to pick 3rd for a long, long time. But if it was even or very close to being even, would you rather than have Kumar Rocker and then the 7th ranked player in the draft according to Baseball America? And, not that means anything, but just to give you an idea of how much talent people think Brock Porter has, you can have both of them. Or you go and you draft Termarr Johnson, who you kind of have on equal footing as Kumar Rocker, but now you're getting Termarr Johnson and whoever's kind of available there in the 4th round that isn't going to present any sort of signability issue. So, I don't think they can get Brock Porter if they draft Termarr Johnson. I don't think they can get Brock Porter if they draft Elijah Green, guys who might sign for over slot or at minimum slot value. And so, those are some of the decisions that, they prep for. And it thankfully, it very well could have played out that the pieces didn't fall and we might not, we'd be none the wiser, but thankfully it seems like it all played out nicely for them.
Rocker started Double-A, you think?
Yeah, I think so. That was a topic of conversation yesterday. They didn't throw Jack Leiter last year, but Jack Leiter had thrown 110 innings. Kumar Rocker's thrown about 30 this year. And so I don't see any reason why they would shut him down for the rest of the year. They'll sign him. They'll take their own medicals. They'll get a sense. They'll put a plan together. My guess is whether he starts a AA or ends a AA, I think that you're going to see him in Frisco this year. They might want to, give him a few starts at the complex in Arizona just to get him into their program and give him a little bit of an orientation, or maybe they send him A-ball. But, he's a year removed from Vandy. He pitched in Indy ball already. I got to believe that AA is, if not going to be the start, it's going to happen at some point once they get him going.
Should we as Rangers fans, Jared, have any hope whatsoever about potentially, maybe possibly getting Soto here to Texas?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I'd say this. If you had asked this question 2 years ago, the answer would be no, because I don't even know if the Rangers would have had a package that they could have possibly put together that would make sense. They definitely have a package they can put together that would appeal to the Nationals. Now, can they put together the best package? I actually think they probably could. Will they, though? Like, would they? They could say, yeah, we'll give you Leiter, Wynn, Young, Rocker, whatever. They could do that, and maybe that's better than any other package the Mets get or the Nationals get offered. But the question is, are they willing to put together the best package? And for a team that is not one piece away, I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm saying it's less likely. It's more likely for a team like the Mets to be willing to put together the best package and deplete their farm system, because their belief is that Juan Soto is exactly what they need to elevate their status to, there's never a World Series guarantee, but maybe favorites, right? And you put yourself in the driver's seat because the Rangers are multiple pieces away. And certainly depending, upon the growth and development of some of their young internal options, they don't necessarily have as clear of a roadmap yet. They're building one. And so that makes it a little more challenging. But at the same time, you're not just going to deny the opportunity to have a conversation about one of the best players in baseball right now, and a guy who's doing things that puts him in a category with, Ted Williams and Stan Musial in terms of what he's accomplished early in his career. And he's just 23 years old. It's not like he's 28. So conversations, I'm sure, will happen because they can happen now with what the Rangers have within their system. I just don't know if ultimately they're going to be the team that goes over the top to put in that final best offer.
Jared, you're the best, man. Enjoy the night with the Home Run Derby. We love you, and we'll talk with you after the All-Star break.
I will. I just want to say one last thing.
Yeah.
Brian Broaddus is the insider of all insiders, and I'm just going to leave it at that. There's no one who knows more about more than that guy, and it is incredibly impressive. Brian Broaddus, I salute you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
There he goes. The greatness that is Jared Sandler, our Rangers pre- and post-show host right here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. Will update you on all the Rangers picks as the MLB draft rolls on. But coming up next, we'll do a little best of the weekend and give you some of those highlights. Oh, the fun will ensue next on The Fan.
Listen.
Nation 877-881-1053 to join the conversation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. You think there will be less big company trucks on the road this summer because of gas prices? Think again, ladies and gentlemen. And those big trucks have insurance companies to protect them. So get the representation that will not settle for less. Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com. Did you guys notice I almost short-circuited there for a second?
I did.
Woo!
What was the part that gave you the hardest part there? Was it the opening line or what?
It's that second line. It kind of there's
wraps around.
There's a weird there's a weird space where it goes. It's like the same line, but then it skips. I don't know. It's a weird deal. I blame Peyton because that's just the easiest thing to do. We'll have an NFL conversation coming up in a few minutes. Let's dive right into best of the weekend. What was the best part of your weekend? 877-881-1053. I already said mine. Outside of just getting to be with my family, I got shoes for the first time in 6 years. I'm wearing new shoes for the first time in 6 years, ladies and gentlemen. And man, the soles of my feet are thanking me after lamenting me for the last 4.5. Okay, so one of the things I need to mention to you guys, I don't know if you guys saw this. You guys remember Ryan Switzer?
Yes, of course. Former Cowboy for a moment.
North Carolina, right?
North Carolina.
And he had a tattoo on the inside of his mouth.
Oh, he was one of those guys?
Yes, incredibly painful.
You remember what it said?
I'll do some research.
Yeah,
do
some research.
I think it said duck sauce on the inside.
Might have said his name.
Just Google Ryan Switzer's mouth. See what happens. He's a former Cowboy, but now he's a former NFL player because he's officially retired, and he plans on entering the coaching world. So I don't know what that means, but Cowboys, he played for the Steelers, wide receiver, kick returner, punt returner, that kind of deal. So maybe he ends up on a sideline near you.
It was Believe.
It was Believe.
Yes.
I believe that he was a bust. I was just using it in a sentence.
He was, though.
He was.
He definitely was a bust.
I could see him getting a college job with somewhere. Like he went to school in North Carolina. See Mac Brown bringing him back. These coaching staffs in college now, it's incredible how many guys. I mean, they have all these analysts and others that get to be on the field and stuff like that. I'm sure we'll see him at a big time college program here before long.
Right.
He seems like a guy though, when you watched him play, super tough, crafty in the way, found ways to get open. I think Wes Welker's a coach in the league. And I think it's with Dan Campbell. I mean, there's kind of
Detroit.
He was in San Francisco with the Shanahan.
That's where I knew that he was. I thought it was Detroit.
He followed Mike McDaniel to Miami, where he used to play.
That's right.
So now
Welker's
that's what I'm saying. On their staff doing something.
That's what he's saying. These kind of those slot type guys that how to get open. And this kid knew how to get open.
Teach some route running.
Well, Welker's one of the best slots of our time. Like when I think of just incredible, tiny little crafty slots coming up in the clutch.
I think Danny Amendola is still playing.
Actually, yeah, he is. He caught a touchdown for the Texans last year, and I was mind blown. I was like, are you kidding me? Amendola is still floating around out here catching touchdowns? And I take that back what I said about Welker, because he had one of the most egregious drops in Super Bowl history that prevented the Patriots, I believe, from winning one of those Giants ones.
Shout out to Big Mike. It was his dad's 60th birthday. Happy birthday to your dad. Dad, Big Mike.
Nice.
Shout out to him.
Very, very exciting.
My favorite part of the weekend was actually getting to hang out with the Tolos, who came out to us at AT&T Stadium for the Truckin' National event.
It was sweet.
It was pretty awesome.
It was awesome, man.
And we also got to see some crazy, crazy bodies.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there were some attire choices that were made.
I mean, for a second, I thought I might be at Baby Dolls.
It was mind-blowing. At one point, we saw a denim thong. I'm not kidding. Not kidding. Denim. Yeah, it was like jeans. It
was
looked like homemade.
Hoochie Daddy shorts for females.
Walchuk actually was like inches away from going up to her and asking if that was homemade, could she make one out of the pants that he had currently been wearing? He would have looked incredible.
That would have been fun.
God, you would have eaten those things up like you've never seen before.
You're saying they're homemade, though? You think but
denim's
seat,
not on the soda diet.
But was the seat taken out of it, but the pants were still part? I'm asking a question here.
Yeah,
I have no idea what you just asked.
The pants were still part of it.
Okay, so the leg part was still there.
No, the leg part was
This
not
was
there.
literally just, imagine jeans, but it's only the top 2 inches of the jeans.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And that's it.
You
There's
could
a lot
you
of
could tell
cheek
that they were jeans at one point.
Right.
formerly.
Right.
But then someone got extremely creative and resourceful and turned those jeans that covered everything into something that covered practically nothing. And we were here for it.
Cheeks exposed.
Now, from one former Metroplex athlete to another, how about the Utah Jazz finalizing the G League? The G League Grand Rapids head coach is Jason Terry. He's now going to be an assistant coach on Will Hardy's staff with the Utah Jazz.
Oh, good for Jet. Didn't he interview for the job, for the head coaching position in Utah?
He might have.
I think he might have.
Might have.
And now look at him. He gets the assistant head coaching job.
Yeah, they were impressed
Or just
by
the
him.
assistant, an assistant position.
Yeah, just an assistant position.
Got to start somewhere.
Wait, Jet, am I wrong? Was he doing like Mavs commentary and stuff?
Yeah,
Or was
he was doing stuff with Bally.
Yeah,
He was on
I
Pre and
kind of
Post.
remember. I'm thinking like, okay, he was involved with that stuff.
He might have pulled a Jaden Hardy and stood up KMC one day. Not that here I am.
Well, Jaden Hardy made good on that. Not with the content he provided, but just with his presence.
Did he pull a Kelvin Joseph?
He there was a little Kelvin Joseph to him with the.
He was impressive, like Jonah Heim, though.
Yeah, just electric personality. Those two guys are going to get along. There's no question about that. I have a stat of the day for you here from Kyle Porter of CBS. Rory beat or tied. Talking about Rory McIlroy. Rory beat or tied 97.5% of golfers he faced across all 4 majors this year, and somehow didn't win any of them. That was pretty outstanding.
They've never had a leader hit all the greens. I saw this, hit all the greens in regulation and still lose. Like he hit every green in regulation.
Amazing. Well, you're telling me you can't win games in the NFL and still lose?
Yes.
We played that.
We played that the other day.
Did you?
Yeah.
God, that's some great audio from Trent Dilfer. But shout out to Cameron Smith. How much of that tournament did you watch, Broadus?
Quite a bit.
Did you?
Quite a
I
bit.
knew you would. If we needed
Yeah.
to talk about it, you were going to be my guy because I didn't see a second of it.
No, I tell you what's so impressive about watching the Open Championship, and I think people at home, if you know, we're so accustomed to watching, if you're a big fan of golf and you watch on TV, you kind of like, they show the overhead shots and you know where the ball is going to go. Like you see it and it's like, oh, it's going into the mode area. Oh, it's going into, at the Open Championship of St. Andrews.
Yeah.
They hit it and it's like, you have no idea. It's like, it might, like they hit it into like the haze stuff, you know, the wispy stuff, and it's okay. But there's like, they show the target and there's so many natural valleys and hills and the ball is, I'd love to go there and play. Just if I could have one final round of golf. I can't play golf anymore.
So that would be your number one course?
What, you like the sad, muggy, just like the Scotland? It's basically like Seattle.
But you know what the problem? You know what the problem is, though. They're saying about that because of global. And I don't want to get. I'm sorry. I'm not.
Oh, here we go. Here's Broadus's politics of the day.
Stay with us. This will only last about 30 seconds.
Political
with me, it'll last
minute.
No, but there's stories about because of climate change and stuff like that. The amount of rain and stuff that they don't get now, that might affect these linkside courses.
The greenery?
Well,
because that's what I think about.
Stop being so offensive.
They don't water these things. Like literally, I was watching.
Oh, because it rains so much, they don't need to.
Well,
Oh,
yeah,
and it rains, it pours.
I was watching these golfers like
Captain Obvious.
They were standing in the fairway. They were standing in the fairway, and the guys were bouncing the ball. They were throwing the ball down, and it was bouncing up into their hand. That's how hard the fairways were at these places.
Did you hear the Cameron Smith audio afterwards? After he wins,
I'm totally down to hear it again because his accent, and then on top of what
Did
he
you already
says
play
here.
it?
No, we haven't played it on the show.
Okay, let's play. Let's fire this off.
Thank you for
I was
paying
going
attention to the
no,
program.
I did not hear it, but you know, I mean,
It's about the claret jug.
Sometimes, sometimes this happens, and I figured Broadus would love this. So here's Cameron Smith after he wins the British Open.
Tonight with the claret jug.
I'm definitely going to find out how many beers fit in this thing, that's for sure.
How many beers he can fit in it?
Hey,
I love it.
I'll tell you what. I saw a video. It's about the claret jug. By the way, when Jordan Spieth won, there's a bunch of guys in Dallas. My godson Jack got to drink out of the claret jug. But
what did he drink out of it?
Beer, whiskey, whatever you want to put in the damn thing.
Nice.
Yeah. But anyway, the Stanley Cup was making a tour. Did you see this one? It stopped at an ice cream store. And they filled it up with ice cream in the top, and little kids were eating like
it's epic.
I love that.
some of the kids in the ice cream store all grabbed spoons, and they were all eating ice cream out of the Stanley Cup.
That is beautiful. I'd like to do that with the three of us, okay? Actually, make it 4, because at 5, because Carter, the 5 of us gather around the Stanley Cup, and we just mow down this Bluebell oatmeal cream pie ice cream. How does that sound?
I can't wait to try. I need you
It's
guys
really
to
good.
save a little bit for me.
I'm going to be a bear in hibernation. I'm going to stock up on these things,
Yeah,
because I don't know if
please
it's a
do.
limited time only.
I would love to drink out of the claret jug. I think that would be fun. I think that would be fun.
I think these type of cups and jugs as trophies, these are just the best trophies.
Does the Stanley Cup get the most abuse of any trophy?
It certainly has this year.
Absolutely.
The Colorado Avalanche are not taking care of this.
The Stanley Cup has seen, Lord Stanley has seen a lot.
But the legendary stories of the Stars winning it. And they're partying, and it falls off a
It's
roof
in the
and
pool.
and all kinds of stuff.
See, that's the thing. If you're the guy that's responsible for the cup, do you just like turn your head? Do you just
I think you have to.
Do you just like, okay, I don't want to see you doing that.
Yeah. Mhm.
And they do it anyway.
Yeah.
Does he? I mean,
Don't ask, don't tell.
That's the 30 for 30 I want to see one day. The dude that
Why are you drilling a hole into Lord Stanley right now,
no, please
sir?
don't. That's where we draw the line.
Yeah. Whoa, what are you doing there? Stop.
Our buddy Palmer from Palmer's Hot Chicken texted, and he's played the course. He said it's the bomb.
So that's what I'm saying. You just hit the ball and hope. It's like playing pinball down there. Yes, you knock it around and hope for the best.
All right, let's talk chaos, ladies and gentlemen. Who's the one team that could cause chaos in their division? Talking NFL here. Who do you think could have maybe a Bengals-like shocker in 2022? Next, right here on The Fan.
Gavin Dawson here for Twin Peaks.
Barricades.com if you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals. Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at BuyersBarricades.com.
Thank you, Peyton. Doing an excellent job in for the great Lucius Alexander. Hoping to get Lucius back at the Pim Cup with us tomorrow as we wish him well as he's been out sick. Zach Wolchuk, Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. Together we are the G-Bag Nation. Gavin Dawson on vacation. He'll be back with us next Monday before we head out to Oxnard. We're 8 days away from going out to Cowboys training camp.
Woo!
Eric and I are just counting the
Have
sleep.
you guys checked the forecast for Oxnard before you go out there?
No. Should we?
If you want to feel good about your situation, you should.
Oh, I checked it recently, maybe like a week or two ago, and it was just like a high of 78 and a low of 65, just like perfect.
It's gorgeous.
Seriously, every day is like the same day. It's more like 70 to 72, and at night it's like 58 to
I'm
60.
so ready.
It's crazy. I mean, and honestly, I just looked at the forecast just because that's what old people do. But it feels like 113 out there. Folks, be safe, please. You know,
it is.
Drink water. Try and put yourself in.
Absolutely.
Yeah, but, you feel sad. I mean, I'm happy that we're all going out there, but I kind of feel bad because you leave people behind that you care about. You're like, God, I wish I could bring everybody out here and just let them breathe for.
Yeah. I've already
let them breathe for about 10 days, catch their breath.
Yeah.
Wear a hoodie for a couple of days just to feel human again.
Yeah.
I
can't wait to pack a couple of like wintry kind of clothes just because
a long sleeve shirt.
And I've already prepped myself of like having to I'm just going to kind of lie to my wife for 10 days and just tell her that it doesn't feel that good and it's not the best time ever because she's going to be back here just sweating.
She can't check a phone.
Yeah.
I'm just going to tell you.
That's the one thing that everybody, the first time they go out there, everybody overplays that. I mean, not overplays, but they talk about it so much that it drives people nuts back here.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you're on, like you're doing a stand-up, hey, Pat Doney asked you to come on. And the first thing you say is, Pat, this weather's incredible. And then everybody, then the weather guy's just gone before the sports and he's talking about it's 113.
Record high.
Yeah. And
for the month of July.
You feel like, we haven't even got to August.
No.
That's what's scaring me
brutal.
right now.
Absolutely brutal.
Scaring me a little bit. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to have weather talk. But
no, it's fine.
It's like Mickey.
Global warming and now
Mickey
this.
would always give us weather talk at the Cowboys. Mickey was the best.
Just beat you down. 877-881-1053 via the truckwreck.com text line. Also would love the YouTubers and the Twolos to join the conversation as well. But who do you think could be this year's Cincinnati Bengals? What's the team that could just create chaos in their respective divisions?
It's Cincinnati Bengals, bro. It's not Cincinnati bow ties.
Not the bow ties, not the bung holes as they used to be, because we got to respect them.
They're
a reigning division champion. They're a reigning AFC champion. They came out of nowhere. No one saw it coming, and they were able to win a division. Bucky Brooks of NFL.com went through and listed one team from each division that he thinks might have a chance to shake it up, cause that chaos, if you will, that maybe we're overlooking. Thinks their roster could be better than some think. Now, I don't know if realistically he believes each team in said division can do it, but he had to pick one. So I'm going to go through these. Let's kick it around, give our thoughts. We start in the AFC East.
I would pick I think you have to pick the Dolphins, right?
That's where Bucky Brooks goes.
Yeah.
And I think certainly they've done the job because everyone's probably going to go with the Bills to win that division.
And rightfully so. The Bills might be the best team in the sport.
100%. The Patriots are never a surprise with their history, right? The Dolphins would be. Because I think everybody's just so, including myself, just uncertain about Tua. The roster, really good with what they've done this offseason. They have built everything Tua needs to succeed. They've improved the offensive line. Is it great? I don't know. Terran Armstead, often injured. We know about Connor Williams. They're excited about him. And I think they're moving him to center, aren't they?
He's going to be their best center guard that they've ever had.
But Tyreek Hill, freak show. But it's got to be the Dolphins in the AFC East for a team that if they were to win it, nobody's picking them to do so.
Yeah, that's the team. And there's question marks about Tua. And then you have the rookie head coach, Mike McDaniel, who people are fired up about. But he's going to be calling the plays. And even though he was the quote-unquote offensive coordinator in San Francisco, he's never called plays before because Shanahan did that. So plenty of questions, but that's the team that you could see like, okay, that roster could do something special if Tua and the new rookie coach are, a decent duo.
Yeah, I think the Dolphins clearly. I mean, the Dolphins started off so badly last year. Then all of a sudden they went on an incredible. Everybody was like, they went from having the potential first overall pick to, why you guys keep winning games here?
Yeah.
What's the issue
here?
Like
1-7, and then they finished like 7-1 or something weird.
No, it was weird. The only loss they had was in week 17 against Tennessee. Other than that, they went on just a tear.
Who'd they beat on? Was it the Ravens? They beat on Thursday Night Football.
Yeah.
No one. Everyone's like, "What? Where did this come from?"
Yeah,
they were just doing like jailhouse blitzes every single play.
Well,
and
they
Lamar couldn't figure it out.
They lost to Buffalo, and it's weird. They lost game. They just couldn't offensively. They couldn't do anything, and then they beat the Texans, and next thing they beat the Ravens, and you're like, wait a minute, what just happened here? Then they had a really cool run where they had Jets, Panthers, and Giants right before their bye, and that kind of got them going the right direction again. Got some nice fixtures, and even they beat the Saints late in the year.
They did.
So
AFC North.
This to me is I think the Ravens are winning this division, so it's the Ravens for me.
See, I don't
know if that counts for this.
Yeah, I wonder. Because
would it have to be Pittsburgh for this particular category? Yeah,
which realistically, I don't think is an option. It is an option to pick. It is the only choice, but I just don't. Are we any of us buying the Steelers is really a team that
absolutely not
do it?
100% no.
I think the team you need to worry about, and we don't know the quarterback situation there.
The Browns.
Well,
they have much like the Dolphins. Like they got one of these rosters that you're like, wow.
Well, is Jacoby Brissett good enough?
No.
So you're saying that you're not going to get any Deshaun Watson at all?
Look, if Deshaun Watson plays, then clearly the Browns would be a team that I think most would say, yeah, they can contend. But let's say he's not. Is Jacoby Brissett good enough to keep you afloat?
I would only say that if Watson plays, that's your chaos team.
Right.
If he doesn't, then I think you guys are onto something with.
You're not a playoff team.
I would be interested to see with Trubisky.
That makes exactly one of us, and not just on the show, but I think in the entire country.
The Steelers will always have a good defense, but I'm just not into it. I'm not buying
their offensive line. Like I know they switched out a couple of names, but like it's not anybody that's any good. Their O line still sucks. They're going to turn around and hand it to Najee.
I love Deontay Johnson, but I'm not buying.
It's the least paid offensive line in the league.
Despite your love, Deontay Johnson, you don't think they're a playoff team. I think it's a fair take.
AFC South.
It's a Colts division to me.
I agree.
To me, like one of the biggest upgrades of the entire season at any position, anywhere, is going from Carson Wentz to Matt Ryan.
I'm going to say something crazy.
You're taking Jacksonville.
You're going Jags.
I think Jacksonville is probably going to be better. I'm not going to say they were 3-14 last year, but I think they're going to be better. I think Doug Peterson's going to find something there.
I'm with you. I think Jacksonville is the chaos team.
They are the chaos team. Absolutely, they are.
And that's where Bucky's going with. But I do think Jacksonville could be the shocker team.
Yeah, this is where too I kind of feel like though when you look at Jacksonville and Bobby and I were doing our like Cowboys seasonal thing, picked Jacksonville to beat Dallas.
Oh no, you didn't.
Jacksonville plays Dallas the week before a Philadelphia game that could be for the division.
Oh, you got that being a look ahead game?
Yeah.
I love a good look ahead game.
Yep.
AFC West.
This is
Raiders.
I guess if you're thinking chaos here,
probably Denver.
Is Denver the chaos team? I don't know how
because none of them are bad.
They're all good teams,
right?
Denver's the team that could really turn it around.
And then NFC East. A lot of text. We got a lot of text for Washington.
Commanders.
Yeah.
See, I can't get on board with Carson Wentz. I don't know. If you had to do chaos team between the Giants and Washington, I guess you have to go Washington just because they at least have some halfway decent roster, whereas the Giants are just, they're depleted right now. I think the future for the Giants is really, really scary because I like what they've done with their front office, their coaching staff, stuff like that. I guess despite Carson Wentz, I guess you still have to go with the Commanders.
Let me just rattle off the other three divisions, and I'll just tell you who Bucky says. You can give me your quick thoughts. NFC South, he's going with the Panthers as the chaos team. NFC West, the Cardinals. And then the NFC North, the Lions.
Okay, for the NFC North, that's fine because it's not going to be the Bears, and I don't think Vikings or Packers could be considered chaos. For the NFC South, I don't know. I think people are so down on the Saints that you can consider the Saints chaos, and I'm on board with that.
Sure.
They still got plenty of continuity, even though Sean Payton left. And then what was the other division there? Was that it? South, North, and we're good?
We're good.
Yeah. Oh, the Cardinals in the West.
Oh, the West.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they were a playoff team last year, But yes, I think they would be the chaos team because no one's going with Seattle.
No.
That's a rebuild.
I'm not tying myself to Drew Lock or Geno Smith.
No, absolutely not. All right, let's talk some Cowboys coming up on the other side. We're just 8 days away from training camp. Which Cowboys will have much bigger roles this season? Who are you going with? 877-881-1053. Talk about that next on The Fan.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation.
Let's do this.
Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation. You're home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers. We got some new Ranger picks to tell you about, but we're about to get into a Cowboys conversation. Which Cowboys do you think will have bigger roles getting ready for this 2022 season? 8 days away from Cowboys training camp, and we got the best coverage in the business right here on 105.3 The Fan. Zach Wolchuk along with Eric Chiafalo, Brian Broaddus. We got Peyton Russell in for Lucius Alexander. Gavin Dawson on vacation. He'll be back with us next week. We got Carter Freeman running the fan cam for you on YouTube and on Twitch, twitch.tv/Dallas Fan Cam. Really appreciate you hanging out with us on this Monday, wherever you might be listening. But certainly a lot of fan excitement, maybe some shock as well, when the Rangers selected Kumar Rocker, 3rd overall last night. Today, they've made several selections already. 4th round taking Brock Porter, the pitcher out of St. Mary's Prep. Many believed he could have been a borderline first rounder. He slides to the Rangers in the 4th. Another Scott Boras client, the reason he was able to slide, financial reasons. Isn't that right, Brian Broaddus? You've been scouting it out with your scouting buddies, getting us all the inside scoop.
Yeah, and that seems to be the direction. And I asked Jared about this, and I need to ask some other people over at the Rangers that without that 2nd and 3rd round pick, was there a plan in place to try and grab, say, 2 for 1, and then you had an agent that was willing to work with you on the deal, you know? And maybe it was a plan that Boros came up with himself and said, listen, hey, 3rd overall pick, Rangers, we know you really liked Rocker last year. You like Leiter more. So let's see if maybe can work something out. We've got this idea. And so you kind of go for a little bit of a 2 for 1 deal and create an opportunity to, grab a 2nd round talent there in the 4th round. If the Rangers, if you can make that, obviously they made the other kid, the high school kid, they made him like not appear to be like
right with Brock Porter.
With Porter, they made him appear like he was not very interested. His demands were super high and all that, and the Rangers happen to have the space and the money to be able to make this happen. So I'm interested one day to kind of grab a beer with somebody and kind of get the gist of how this all came together. Because
it is fascinating. I mean, that's the thing about the MLB draft and really just Major League Baseball. It's so different from the other big sports.
I hope I'm not getting anybody in trouble, but I think there was some major manipulation going on here.
You might not be wrong.
On whose side?
I think the Rangers.
Yeah.
I think the Rangers did a good job.
And then it's the agent's job to finagle with the other teams and try to, get them off the scent of maybe trying to select the player.
You have to create the illusion that Brock wasn't going to sign. That's where because this is where I asked this question. This is a question I asked one of my guys around the league in Major League Baseball. I said, is there a hook with this Brock Porter kid? Wasn't he higher than a 4th rounder? And my guy said, 1st round talent, signability concerns. See, right there, that's another team. Signability concerns, okay? Had high number and leverage, so some teams took him off their board. They created this type of thing, whether it's Boras or
just scare other
teams
away.
They scared every team away, But then
they're basically, hey, he's not going to play for you. He's going to go back to school.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the thing about he wasn't a high school kid, right?
No, he's going to go to college.
He's going to college.
He just graduated.
Right? So, but the scouting report on him was really good fastball, really good changeup for a high school kid. Feel for 2 breaking balls. He checks off a lot of boxes. So to me, there sounds like there was some manipulation in a good way if you're Texas Rangers fans. We give this front office a lot of grief. Maybe whether it's JD, CY, Boras, somebody came up with a plan to get the Rangers a 2nd round talent, maybe a 1st round talent was on in the 4th round.
Yeah. No, I mean I like it, and it's the way that the sport does it. So it's not necessarily a shock, but it's cool to see that our team's kind of involved here, and I liken it to like the NBA with these guys who, like Kevin Durant, can just say these are the only teams I really want to go to, and it shrinks down. That's when it's all good news for the player, bad news for the team that has the player, because it's like, hey, yeah, you can trade me to X, Y, and Z. Sure. I'm not playing there. I'm only playing for these 2 teams. And it scares the other teams away from making a trade, even if they have better assets or whatever it is to give up to get the player.
And Rocker agreeing to $2 million less on his deal that was slotted for the 3rd overall pick. Essentially, he gets 9th overall pick money, which was still more than he would have gotten if he had agreed to a deal last year when he was the 10th overall pick with the Mets. That allowed the Rangers $2 million more to offer to Brock Porter, who they took in the 4th round. They've also selected Chandler Pollard, who is an outfielder from the same high school that Delano DeShields went to. He's good on the bases, good runner, might need to work offensively a little bit. I think you got a scouting report from him, Bryce.
Yeah, this is another, again, reaching out to guys in the Major League Baseball. He wanted top 3-round money is what happened there. So he's over the slot sign is what they have there. Heard his parents have money, and he's a private school kid. Really, really good athlete, easy plus runner. Strong arm, but a lighter bat. I was talking about that, and that was a scouting report from a major league team about Chandler Pollard.
Went with outfielder Tommy Specht, another high school player, with their next pick, who's a left-hander. Luis Ramirez, Long Beach State, who has produced a lot of big leaguers. Evan Longoria, Troy Tulowitzki is where Luis Ramirez is from, and that's a player that a lot of scouts are very excited about for the Rangers. A big selection there through a no-hitter this year. Matt Broski was another selection for the Rangers. Griffin Chaney and Josh Hatcher, an outfielder and a shortstop there. So the Rangers overall have taken 4 pitchers, 3 outfielders, and a shortstop. So we'll keep updating you on that. But let's get into some Cowboys conversation. Some players who we think will have much bigger roles in 2022. And this actually comes from our buddy Katie Drummond from the Cowboys Wire. And, some of these names we've discussed at length, some of them are no-brainers, right? Like a CeeDee Lamb we know is going to have a much bigger role. He's now going to be the number 1 wide receiver. It goes without saying. The targets are going to be up. You're going to expect him to be Dak Prescott's best buddy. I mean, it still might end up being that, Dalton Schultz is the safety valve, could end up seeing the majority of the targets, but you'd like to hope that it is a CeeDee Lamb. So that goes without saying. But some of these other names, we're getting texted in a Tony Pollard quite a bit. Are there any names in your opinion when I bring up, hey, guys that need to have a much bigger role for this team to succeed?
Dorrance Armstrong.
Boom. Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, I think whoever lines up at right end needs to be a big-time player. And if it's Dorrance Armstrong and Sam Williams and those guys competing and battling, and if it's whoever it is over there, that needs to be, that position doesn't need to be one that they're struggling with. I'll say this: I think the right tackle. I think Terrence Steele.
Yep.
Terrence Steele can't be bad this year. He can't be the liability. He can't be this year's. When you start talking about our Connor Williams, he can't be that. He can't be the guy that's getting driven into Dak or not very good at the point of attack, or every time they show a replay on Fox or wherever, and right here, he get beat inside. No, that can't happen. They've made the commitment to him to play right tackle. They believe enough in him as the right tackle. So he can't be bad this year. He needs to have a better role in a better season.
I like that. I like both those. Terrence Steele, Dorrance Armstrong. I do think from the Dorrance Armstrong standpoint, you do have kind of a by committee, and that's kind of how I'm looking at the Randy Gregory replacement. Maybe one guy will stand alone when we get to midway point of the season or whatever, where it's like, okay, this is the guy that's really stepped up, and hopefully that is a Dorrance Armstrong, or even more ideally, maybe the rookie Sam Williams. But you have a lot of bodies there, and so I'm not overly concerned about the Randy Gregory replacement. I think especially if this team is going to have to rely on their defense, like to be what carries them. Well, I think the thing that's going to make this thing go one way or the other is the interior defensive line. So I'm looking at you, Osa Odighizuwa. I'm looking at you, Neville Gallimore. I'm looking at you, Bohannon, or the Vanilla Gorilla, the rookie. I mean, I just think that this defense is going to go as the interior defensive line goes, because you're probably going to take a step back when it comes to forcing the turnovers. But I think you're going to be able to get pressure on the quarterback despite the loss of Randy Gregory, with Tank, with Parsons, and then the cast of characters they have on the opposite side of Tank Lawrence. I think you're going to be fine there. But when it comes specifically to the run stopping and keeping the linebackers clean, because that was the weak point of your defense. And if you're going to take a step back with the turnovers forced, that's just pretty much guaranteed, because you were so dominant last year in that there's no way you'll duplicate it. Where do you make up for that? I think you can make up for that with being a more formidable run-stopping team that starts with the defensive tackles. And so I'm looking right at Neville Gallimore, who should be healthy this year, Osa, and those guys.
How about James Washington?
Okay, James Washington is going to need to have a bigger role, especially if you're without Michael Gallup.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole pup thing has terrified me.
Okay.
The fact that was even mentioned is a bit terrifying.
The pup thing is something that they're desperately working on right now.
Sure.
Burt Brown, those guys over there, they take no vacation. They know they have a week. They have a timetable, what they're trying to do. But they do not want this thing to be on pup.
Yeah. Because you need them. I mean,
if that goes pup, that's your first four right there.
Eric and I are not, we're not believers that Michael Gallup's a one. I don't see it with Michael Gallup as a wide receiver one. I like him as a two a lot. I think he's a really good two for you. I think CeeDee Lamb and Michael Gallup is your one and your two, and then you see what you have in James Washington, and you let Tolbert grow, the rookie, throughout the year. I think you have a good enough receiving core there to get you through. But you got to get Michael Gallup on the field, and you got to get him healthy. Because this is a lot to ask a rookie third rounder to come in and start for you immediately. There's no honeymoon here. It's, buddy, get out there and show us what you got. And if he's got to do it for the first 6 weeks for you because you don't have Michael Gallup, who you've just paid a bunch of money to because you were expecting for him to start, it hurts your offense. It really, really does. A name I'm looking at, because you're right, I think we're all feeling as though, for all the reasons we just mentioned, at least early on in the year, the defense is probably going to have to carry this team. Malik Hooker. Malik Hooker, he was in a bit of a rotation role last year. I think he's the only true free safety on this team, unless somebody emerges and proves otherwise. I think he's the only one that can play that true center field role for you. And he's looked good in the practices we've seen from him. I mean, he looks like he's come back and he's healthy.
And I know Bobby Belt has him on his short list of guys who could be like breakout sort of candidates for the Cowboys. I like that.
He's going to play a huge role for you.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think Malik Hooker's big. Yeah, absolutely. And can he stay healthy? That's a big, because he's on another 1 year deal?
Yes.
So, I mean, he's looking to maybe, if he can finally go through a year in a defense under Dan Quinn, who he's proven he's going to put you in a position to succeed.
Yes.
This could be a big, hey, pay me type season for Malik Hooker. Go out there, earn your money, bud.
Let's see. Actually, I'm looking at it. I think it might be a 2 year deal for our guy
for Malik.
Here. 2 year deal, $8 million.
There we go. Okay.
So
good.
But
good for the Cowboys.
Yeah, that is good for the Cowboys because he's definitely the guy that, I mean, he's still plenty young. It's really just been the injuries that have killed him. Last year he stayed healthy, and now he's a couple years removed from the Achilles.
I mean, he's coming out of Ohio State. I think we were all thinking, my oh my.
Yeah.
This dude's going to be a superstar.
Ed Reed style vibes, just in regards to the way he could be that center fielder. And so, and we know how much that Dan Quinn likes to do the 3 safety look. Hey, Jaron Kearse, you're going to act as kind of a linebacker. Here comes Donovan Wilson. Then there's Malik Hooker. I mean, that's one of the things that, I believe the Cowboys might have had the most big nickel packages, is what they call it, of any defense in the league last year. And it's because you have guys like Hooker, Wilson, and Kearse that can all play together. And that's a lot of fun if you're Dan Quinn, man.
Mm-hmm. And then we've got some texts about Pollard. Yep, of course, I agree. Pollard should hopefully have a bigger role.
They have to prove to me that they're willing to use Pollard. It's the same conversation we have every summer about Pollard. We all know how great Pollard is as a player. We know how explosive, how he can catch. what he can do. They have got to show us that they're willing to do that. They haven't. That's the thing. And everybody's like, oh, he has to have a bigger role. Sure, he does. We say it every year. You know, what do they say? Rinse, repeat. That's kind of where we're at right now with him. I'm hopeful. I think we're all hopeful.
We're all hopeful, but I'm with you. The thing for the Cowboys, though, is not that they've had much in the way of excuses. Now there is zero excuses for not having him being a focal point of your offense because you don't have so much talent that you're trying to spread the ball around or whatever it is. Like, this is a guy that he's the only home run threat you really have on your team. I mean, CeeDee Lamb should have that capability, but the only guy when the defense lines up that they're really scared of the guy that could take the 5-yard play and make it a 65-yard play, I mean, that's Tony Pollard.
Yeah, I think we're all hopeful that the Pollard stuff ends up being real, but it's one of those things we've heard it. To your point, Broadus, we'll believe it when we see it.
Exactly.
All right, coming up on the other side, I got your top 10 at 420 on this day in 2008. The Dark Knight was released in theaters. The top 10 superhero movies. What's your favorite? 877-881-1053. And do you agree with Jimbo Fisher's comments about this? Next on The Fan.
Two of the Cowboys' top insiders teaming up for one podcast.
All right, it's time for the Wooly Bully segment of the day. Great to have Zach Wolchuk back right here on your home of the Rangers and Cowboys. Wolchuk was on Ranger duty plenty, absolutely crushing it, filling in for Sandler on the pre and post. And now he's back in the G-Bag Nation, and oh, it feels so good. 8 days away from Oxnard, ladies and gentlemen, the best Cowboy coverage in all of the land will be right here on your home of the Cowboys. Gosh, I'm so fired up for that. Segment's brought to you by Rubin & Associates. We've all probably felt this at one time or another, the feeling of dread to start the day due to credit card debt or maybe a missed mortgage or car payment. Rubin & Associates can help you find a way out. All you have to do is call Rubin & Associates now at 1-800-LAWYERS or DallasTexasLegal.com. Get your freedom and your life back. Wolchuk, the floor is yours, sir.
Hey, Wolchuk, real quick.
Yes, Brian Broaddus.
Cam Smith has told us how many beers fit in a claret jug.
Oh, how many?
2 full beers.
2 full beers.
2 full beers.
What is that? How many ounces? Do we know?
Let's figure like
24.
24
You're
ounces.
doing like a can?
Yeah.
I'm thinking because, he was drinking in Europe. I'm not sure about cannage. I've only drank beer in a glass in Europe.
I have too. Yep.
So I can't tell you. I've never had a canned beer in Europe. By the way, we went over there in 2014 for that Jaguars Cowboy game.
Oh, yeah.
What a trip.
Oh,
the Cowboys play overseas again. You should go. That's a blast. But yeah, he said.
Did you get turned?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The thing about it is,
the
thing about it is the folks over there, they're so nice. And
they're just so welcoming, right?
Yeah, the whole
did
thing.
You just noticed that Eric laughed at his own joke?
Yeah, I know. But they're so. It was so much fun. We were doing shows in those pubs and stuff, like talking Cowboys and things like that.
Oh, really?
And it was a blast.
Oh, man.
Those things were packed. You wouldn't believe how many Cowboy fans are over there. I mean, there are fans coming from all over Europe.
I believe it. I mean, I'm sure that I think there's a massive UK audience.
Oh,
they're
huge.
texting him all the time to those podcast shows.
Yeah. There's big time UK. They do a great job over there.
I'd like to run back some of those Talking Cowboy shows where Broaddus is broadcasting live from a UK pub, and he might be feeling pretty good.
We probably could get some good audio.
I guarantee it.
I wasn't drinking.
Yeah.
Shut up, Mickey. Yeah, I was working with Mickey and Steve Dennis, so yeah, I was probably agitated a lot.
Oh no, that's funny. Okay, so we'll get into the top 10 here
with me.
We'll get into the top 10 at 420 here in just a moment. On this day in 2008, The Dark Knight, one of my all-time favorite films, was released in theaters. We'll do the top 10 superhero movies, and we are in the superhero era in just a moment. 877-881-1053. Text in your favorite superhero film. We've already had Tolo Cam text in. They love Black Panther character-wise. Dark Knight, the movie, but storyline, Logan might be their favorite. Logan, very underrated. Big fan. But I do want to ask you guys this. SEC Media Days is going on. We had Big 12 Media Days last week. Jimbo Fisher was talking about expanding the college football playoff. Usually around this time, this always gets brought up. He said, quote, I think it's got to be at least 12, but I wouldn't be against 16. And he went on to say, quote, at the end of the day,
as long as the Aggies are in there, I'm happy.
When you got 4, there's 2 or 3 other teams, legit, maybe 4 in a great year. But if you got 16, there's going to be 30, 35 teams that would legitimately have a chance to get into that playoff. If you've set up TV ratings based on 30 teams, that's going to help TV and revenue. Now, I wonder, are you guys for or against expansion?
I think he's out of his mind to think that there's oftentimes 8 teams that would deserve it. I mean, haven't we seen?
We've seen blowouts with 4 every year for the most part. There's been one good game that I can remember. It was that Rose Bowl with Oklahoma and who was Georgia. That was the only good game I can think of that we've had.
Yeah, it's and I'm all for, more football and stuff like that, but like we know there's 2 outstanding teams, a third that's a no-brainer to get in, and then it's the 4th where we're trying to decide. But the 8th team is going to get rocked by the 1 seed if you do 8 teams, and 16 doesn't make any sense. I think if you're going to expand it at all, maybe you do it to 8 just to please whoever it is. And maybe there's a revenue situation that it makes sense for you financially, but like otherwise, 4 and then 8 max.
Why did Cincinnati look better than Michigan last year playing in those bowl games? Everybody was worried about Cincinnati. Cincinnati's going to be, Cincinnati can't play with any of these teams. Cincinnati can't do this. How much did we hear that? Michigan looked like ass.
They did look like ass.
Not the good kind either.
No, not the kind with the
denim.
The denim,
yeah.
Not that kind. But everybody was worried about Cincinnati. Oh, Cincinnati. If Cincinnati would have started that game better against Alabama, they kind of settled down. I mean, Alabama can toy with anybody the way they play. Michigan looked terrible. And everybody was like, I just remember, give me more teams. I don't care. I'll tell you what, I'm interested in, and I've said this a bunch, give me the 40 teams that are going to play in the super conferences. Give me those teams playing against each other, and whoever wins out of that 40 team bunch, that is going to be a true national champ, right?
Sure.
There. And okay, I say national champ, but you're not. Again, you're probably playing but you're playing all the best programs in the country. So I don't think it's ever going to be perfect, but more college football games, sure, why not?
Look, I'd probably be more invested in watching those games if it were a college football playoff versus some meaningless bowl game. There's no question about that. So from his statement about revenue and TV rights, I get it.
They're going to the college football is going to be the NFL. That's what they're going to be. They're going to figure out how. Think about these owners and what they make now. These teams getting $363 million a team. College athletic, they see that. These college directors see that, and with all this NIL stuff coming up, they're going to have more money than ever to go get the best players. You got to figure out ways to make money. And it ain't just showing up and playing, directional university 2 times a year or something like that. You got to figure out, TV is going to ask you, Georgia, I need you to play Alabama. Florida, I need you to play USC. LSU, I need you to play Michigan this week. When we get that, all these universities are going to make money.
Sure.
That's what the bottom line is. And these coaches' salaries, they're going to be screaming about this NIL money. Get ready for that. That's the only chance that these other schools have a chance to compete. Texas A&M, the endowment funds at those schools are in the billions.
Right.
Their alumni can afford to pay. Alabama, LSU, those schools in the Southeast, they can't. They don't have the financial ability. Alabama does make $100 million a year in football alone. But think about this. Think about Alabama in a 40-team thing making $300 million.
Yeah.
Instead of just $100 million.
No. And ultimately, I do think expansion's going to happen, especially if we end up getting these super conferences.
Sure.
I think that's inevitable.
We will all stop down and watch college football all day.
Yes, we will.
If it's, hey, let's start on the East Coast. Notre Dame is going to play against Florida.
Yes, we will.
Boom.
But I don't know that the quality of the games will be good.
The quality games will be good if they have money to buy NIL kids.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing Jimbo's looking for. He wants some
Hell
sanctions
yes.
put on the NIL.
He wants sanctions?
Yeah, he wants there to be some unified.
Why does he think he had the number one
unified
recruiting class this year?
No, you're not going to put that. That genie's not going back in the bottle.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen.
These kids are not going to not take money.
Yeah,
they're not. And you know what? If you're a parent and you have a 5-star player, the first question I'm asking you is, what's the NIL package for this?
Sure.
And if you come in weak,
sorry, we're going to go listen to Florida State next.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I don't have time for you if you're going to come in weak.
Texas Tech's calling.
So the way that these teams are going to have, these colleges are going to have to compete, especially the teams that don't have high endowment funds, they're going to have to do it through TV. And you know what it's going to do? It's going to help them for their other sports programs. Think about the travel that's going to now happen for women's basketball or men's track or, girls beach volleyball. Think about the travel that they're going to, if they get in these conferences.
UCLA is going to Penn State.
Yeah, you are going to have it's not just football. Football could be the cash cow like it has been forever for these colleges.
No, I mean UCLA and USC, it's nuts now having to go play.
If you're telling me I have to go all the way across the country now to play games because
that's a good point.
I'm in basketball, I better have some money.
Absolutely.
To do this, or I better have a sponsor of United Airlines or Delta or American, whatever.
All right, let's slide into our top 10 here at 420. The top 10 superhero movies of all time in honor of The Dark Knight being released on this day in 2008. We got some texts in as I went back to Logan, Avengers Endgame. We did get some love for Air Bud, and we got some love for Remember the Titans because Gary Bertier was a bloody American hero.
Amen.
And I agree with that. 254 going with Bright from Netflix, underrated movie.
I don't remember that one.
I never saw it, but I do remember it coming out. All right. Honorable mentions, we got Spider-Man, Into the Spider-Verse. Pretty darn good, if you ask me. The Dark Knight Rises and Spider-Man Homecoming, which I just think is too new, so it hasn't made its time to move up the list, but it's going to be top 10 very soon. The one just missing the outside of the top 10, number 11, Avengers Endgame, the final and most recent Avengers film.
But there's a lot of Avengers games, right? All their stuff, right?
Well, yeah, there's the Avengers.
Endgame, Infinity War.
There's Age of Ultron, there's Infinity War, and then there's Endgame.
Are we just counting them as one?
No.
Or we got to count them all?
No.
Count them all.
No,
Separate
I'm not taking.
entities.
I didn't take a jab at Texas Tech. I meant that as a compliment. 806. Don't be so sensitive. I completely love Joey Maguire, and I think that Texas Tech is a program on the rise.
Joey Maguire is one of my favorite movies of all time. I know it's not a.
Jerry Maguire.
Yeah. What did I say?
Joey. Joey's the head coach's name at Tech.
Tomato.
Yeah, I wasn't taking a shot at Tech at all when I mentioned them. I was referencing a Texas school.
No, we love Tom Cruise.
There was no need to be sensitive.
Huge Renee Zellweger fan.
Number 10 is Iron Man, which started the MCU. Absolutely incredible. Number 9, Deadpool.
Oh, man, Broadus, you haven't seen Deadpool. I know you haven't seen Deadpool.
I haven't seen a lot of these.
I know you haven't, but that's one you need to put on the list because that's an awesome movie.
Okay, I've seen the Batman movies though.
Okay,
that I have seen.
Good for you.
Respect.
Yeah. Number 8, we've got Captain America: Civil War. It's one of my favorites out of all the MCU films.
Problems in the ranks, is that the deal?
There really was though. Yeah. Iron Man and Captain America were feuding.
Captain America.
Tony Stark, huh?
Yeah.
It's Captain America. Captain America is the one that you find the most attractive of all the Marvel characters.
I don't know that I'm going to go that far
because I think it's Thor. I mean, I'm all in with Thor.
Have you seen the most recent one?
I saw the Thor movie recently. Yeah,
he was in incredible shape.
Yeah,
I believe it.
Number 7, Logan.
Yeah.
I think it's got to be in the top 5. I think Logan slept on.
Okay.
Number 6, Captain America: Winter Soldier. Also very good. Number 5, Guardians of the Galaxy.
I liked it.
Personally in my top 3.
Well, if we're going just soundtracks alone, it's number 1, is it
Absolutely number 1. Number 4, we've got the Avengers, which is the first of the Avengers.
The first one, okay.
Yes.
Good. All right, gotcha.
Number 4, or I just gave you
number
4.
3, yeah.
Number 3, Thor Ragnarok, which was the one prior to Love and Thunder. Did you see Thor Ragnarok?
No, I did not.
Okay.
But
Thor
he did
Ragnarok
see Love and Thunder.
Was better than Love and Thunder.
Okay.
But I enjoyed Love and Thunder. A lot of people are crapping on it. I thought it was good.
Love and Thunder was kind of funny.
I enjoyed it. Ragnarok's actually funnier.
Oh, wow.
I think you'd really like Ragnarok. You should go back and watch it.
Okay.
Number 2.
After you watch Deadpool.
Yes. You'll love Deadpool. Number 2, we have Avengers Infinity War.
Okay.
Which is fantastic.
Got to sacrifice all I'm reading.
But number 1, The Dark Knight.
Wow. So Batman Begins got shown the door.
Yes, but I mean, The Dark Knight's definitely better.
I understand that, but Batman Begins should be a top 10, should it not?
I'm not going to argue with that. I love Batman Begins.
Okay.
I'm a Batman guy through and through, but The Dark Knight, clearly the GOAT.
I'm reading about this one. What's this one called? This number 10 called Kick-Ass? What movie was that?
Oh, Kick-Ass is a good film.
They're saying it's like a superhero movie.
It is. It is a superhero.
It's a comic book fan becomes one day decides to become a superhero.
Yes.
Even though he has no powers, no training, or meaningful reason to do so.
Yes.
Okay.
It's a comedy superhero film.
Okay. So it shouldn't be in the top 10.
No.
By the way, I feel like this is apropos. Walchuk, yes, I am bringing my Batman PJs to Oxnard. Oh, I love it. I love you.
It. I absolutely love it.
There it is, your Wooly Bully top 10 list of the day around the NFL. Next in the nation.
Coming up tomorrow morning on Sean and RJ. Sean is back. And how did our Ranger Corey Seager do in the Home Run Derby? It's a Tuesday morning, The Fan.
Buyer Safety is a local personal protective equipment retailer offering the highest quality safety products, educational training, and PPE for industries ranging from healthcare and food service to construction at unmatched prices. Visit them online at buyersafety.com.
If you don't talk about the heat, then you don't feel it as bad. Well, at least that's what they say. Wouldn't it be nice if the same could be said about gas prices? It comes up in every conversation.
crew can be found at 1053thefan.com.
In Texas, we're proud to be the flag bearer for Freedom. Classic Chevrolet gives you the freedom to choose from one of the largest selections of Silverados in the nation. Reserve yours now at Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Alrighty, you know what time it is. 4:40-ish. That means it's time to go around the NFL.
Let's go around the NFL. G-Bag style on 105.3 The Fan.
First down, who wants the ball?
Well, first of all, I need to let the people know that Around the NFL and the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Metter Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram.
Damn right it is.
I'll take first down.
Oh, my gosh, you kidding me?
I got the balls, boys.
He's open for a little check down.
I got the balls.
Dalton Schultz style.
So I got the ball. Let's do Leonard Fournette again. Even though if you've been listening to the G-Bag Nation all summer, you know that we already went around the bodies with Leonard Fournette. And I thought he had a nice redemption story as well a few weeks later where he was seen lifting weights because at OTAs and minicamps, he decided he didn't want to participate. He was there, not really participating, and clearly a much heavier, more bloated version of himself. And now the numbers are out. Rick Stroud covers the Bucks for the Tampa Times. Said that, quote, the last time we saw Leonard Fournette, he was about a donut shy of 260. He certainly didn't look like a guy who could play every down. And Leonard Fournette traditionally plays at about 228 pounds. So you're looking at 32 pounds overweight, according to Rick Stroud, who is respected. I just don't understand why this is coming out now when we already talked about this. We've already been there, done this. And we saw the video a couple of weeks ago where he's on Instagram and he's lifting weights and it looks like he rededicated himself. First half of the offseason, he went veteran, I'm kicking the feet up. He knows his body. He knows how. He's like, hey, I need 6 weeks to get myself together. And it sounds like that's what he did. The funniest part about Leonard Fournette trending at 260 pounds is the fact that it was actually Eddie Lacy who became nationally trending on Twitter after the fact because I guess people start talking about Leonard Fournette being an overweight running back. And then, of course, immediately everybody just starts bringing up, oh, do you remember Eddie Lacy? And, of course, we all remember Eddie Lacy.
Well, see, that's when we were creating the worst running back in the NFL. We used Eddie Lacy's diet for our worst running back in the league.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. Because you could go back to 2012 and read old Eddie Lacy tweets where he says, now all I need is for someone to bring me some Chinese food, ... and I'll be set. And then also, a little bit while later, this Chinese food I'm about to get, though, with a bunch of greater than signs.
I wonder if he liked to put the duck sauce on his chow mein.
Oh, yeah. I got Eddie Lacy being a big duck sauce guy. And actually, he provided his own duck sauce at that size, running around during training camp.
I don't know if he had to run around for that.
That was just happening to him right there naturally. So congratulations, Leonard Fournette. You're being fat shamed all over the internet, and unfortunately, Eddie Lacy got taken out for no good reason other than people were talking about overweight running backs.
Brian brought us a second down.
Commissioners throughout the professional sports league, remember they took pay cuts during the pandemic?
You don't say.
But some were handsomely rewarded as their overall compensation reached new heights.
Oh.
The executives that have benefited from the influx of bonuses, incentives, and benefits package. That would be our own Roger Goodell. In 2020, Roger Goodell took a significant pay cut amongst the financial uncertainty due to the pandemic, right?
Yeah.
So he took a salary of $0 in 2020. Yet he pocketed $63.9 million that year from bonuses and other benefits.
Oh, that's quite the benefit package right there.
Yeah, and from 2019 to 2020, Goodell made $128 million. The earnings were fueled by NFL's $113 billion media deals with CBS, NBC, Disney, Fox, and Amazon. Goodell also benefited from a new collective bargaining agreement approved in 2020. So Goodell, it's amazing. This guy's made in 2 years made $128 million.
Jeez.
Is what he did.
He might as well retire.
To me, I mean, if you're the commissioner, I guess it's one of those things that they say, listen, we're going to give you all these millions, but you're going to have to stand up there and take all the crap that everybody.
And now he's just embraced it.
He has.
He loves it.
It's like, you know what? Fine. I'm the bad guy. Fine. poop on me.
Yeah.
I'm not, but you're going to hand me a $63 million check.
Well,
at
it's
the end of
worth it.
I think we'd all do that, wouldn't we?
Absolutely.
We would. You'd sit there and just
And
take
deep down-
all the just the abuse that he gets.
Right. And human nature, I feel like we want to be liked. I know I want to be liked, but you can't be by everybody.
Yeah.
And he certainly has embraced being the villain. And for that paycheck, I don't blame him. It's well worth it. Third down here on around the NFL, G-Bag Nation style. J.K. Dobbins, running back of the Baltimore Ravens. Here is Ian Rappaport giving the latest news on J.K. Dobbins. Then I'll get into my favorite thing in the social media era, which is now professional athletes dunking on reporters who they deem are reporting false information. So here's the report. Ian Rappaport earlier today on NFL Total Access. What's going on with J.K. Dobbins?
First of all, it sounds like the recovery is going well. He is pushing as hard as he possibly can, and there really hasn't been any setbacks. That said, just based on the timing of his injury, my understanding is he's no sure thing to make week 1. In fact, based on an estimate I was given by someone I trust, there's certainly a possibility that he is not ready for week 1, perhaps even could get on the field a couple weeks after that. It's not to say his rehab is going bad. It is not. It was just a serious, complex injury. It was an ACL, it was a meniscus, there was damage to the lateral side. There was a lot. And for the Baltimore Ravens, what they have done is protected themselves. They signed Mike Davis in free agency. They drafted a running back. They also have Gus Edwards, who seems like he should be on track for week 1. His is going well as well. It's just no one is going to push Dobbins to get back before he is ready. So they want to make sure when he is on the field, he is 100% cleared and good to go.
So fantasy football players everywhere were like, oh my gosh, what's going on? Unlike Brian Broaddus, who's the crusty that doesn't play.
That's right.
We're thinking, oh no,
Right.
I don't know if we can take J.K. Dobbins as early as we want, and he's not going to be available for week 1. What are we going to do? Well, J.K. Dobbins quote tweets this report from Rap Sheet, says, okay, I'm tired of being quiet. Come to me for your source at Rap Sheet, because I might not even go on, pup, because that's how good my rehab is going, and I'm damn sure going to be ready for week 1. Clap back, J.K. Dobbins.
You know what's
That's
funny?
awesome.
Rappaport and all those information guys and gals have kind of been off since the end of the season, since the draft or whatever, OTAs, whatever. And here's like his first big report right out of the blocks. And a player's like, shut the hell up.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're like, you take time off. Like, all right, here we go, man. I got a little story here. And then the player, I honestly think you're going to see more of this. I think you're going to see more guys fire back at me or anybody else that reports stuff about these players.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, like Dalton Schultz, he's blocked me on Twitter, but
maybe I'm blocked by him.
I just feel like that you're going to see a lot more players say you're full of S as we go forward here.
That's the only blocking we'll be seeing Schultz do for the next 12 months. Hey, I do also want to throw this out there.
I'm not blocked by
You're not
him.
blocked? Okay, then
Just
you are
Jordan
like
Lewis.
99.9% of the rest of the world when Dalton Schultz has an opportunity to block you.
Gavin
Okay, that's
Dawson's
it.
got to be, right?
Yahoo's reporting that Deshaun Watson has already made the decision to sue the NFL, by the way, in federal court if he's suspended a full season with the help of the NFL Players Association.
Oh, okay.
So that's going to throw things. That's why the NFL might not give him such a hard sentencing,
No,
if
they
you will.
should do it.
Because
They should do
then
it.
they're suing and they don't want to deal with it.
No, I want to see the suing back and forth. I sue you, you sue me, everybody's suing each other. Coming up next, the latest news of the day. Who did the Rangers take today for the NFL draft? Are you more interested in the home run derby with Corey Seager? You're going to be locked in tonight. We'll talk about that. Plus, Cowboys have a field issue in Oxnard. We'll ask Brian Broaddus about that next on The Fan.
Text away your thoughts to the guys right now on the truckwreck.com fan text line at 8. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation. It is the 5 o'clock hour, which means we are getting closer and closer to the expressway. 35 minutes of uninterrupted radio content for you. That's coming up at 5:20. We will go around the rim. Plus, we will have LA Live with Eric Chiafalo as we have Peyton Russell in for Lucius Alexander. Hoping to get Lucius back with us tomorrow. Zach Wolchuk alongside Eric Chiafalo and Brian Broaddus. Together we are the G-Bag Nation. Plus, we've got you, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners, #Tolo, rocking with us all afternoon. Hopefully you're having a great Monday. Let us know how you're doing. 877-881-1053. Appreciate the Twolos as well. We got Carter Freeman rocking the fan cam for you. You can watch us on Twitch, twitch.tv/DallasFanCam. Also on YouTube, Gavin Dawson, the General, on vacation. He'll be back with us next week before we head out to Oxnard, just 8 days away from training camp. 214 wanting to know, why does the entire station go to Oxnard, California? Well, we want all of our shows out there live from Cowboys training camp because we are the home of Dallas Cowboys football. We want to provide you with the best Cowboys coverage, best Cowboys content anywhere that you can find on the planet, and that's exactly what we provide you. So that is why we're all going out to Oxnard, and we'll be there in just over a week. Can't wait for it. It's going to be amazing. We are also the home of Texas Rangers baseball. Corey Seager will be participating in the Home Run Derby tonight. Are you more interested in that? Will you be locked in on the Home Run Derby? 877-881-1053. We got to go through what the Rangers did in the Major League Baseball draft. They completed that today. As that's been going on, they added a few more players, but they also went with Kumar Rocker yesterday, shocking the baseball world with the 3rd overall selection. Chris Young talking with the media yesterday. This will be cut number 4, Peyton, but when did you know Kumar was going to be the pick?
No, I think this is something that's led up to the even the last few days, even into today to somewhat, just understanding what the board would look like in front of us, who would go in front of us, and assessing how we viewed the draft from there on. And so our team has spent an unbelievable amount of time. We've kept a very open mind. We didn't know what Kumar would look like coming out of surgery. I think he answered a lot of questions. And then in terms of our medical team and the review they were able to do and the advice they were to give us, I think we're very thrilled with this selection tonight.
And if I said NFL draft, I apologize. Major League Baseball draft. Mine's just been on the NFL. We're so close to training camp. But Chris Young on the Kumar Rocker pick. Personally, we've broken it down all afternoon. I'm excited about the Kumar Rocker selection. A year ago, if anybody were to say, hey, you're going to end up with both those Vandy pitchers, Leiter and Rocker, people would say, you're crazy. You're out of your bleeping mind, right? I get it. There's been a lot of weird skepticism. People have been super quiet about the arm injury. But the Rangers clearly felt, hey, the medical checked out. He's our guy. We love him. We're going to go ahead and take the risk here. And if it pans out, boy, could they have hit a home run.
It was a shock to all of us, obviously. The idea that you could get Leiter and Rocker together on the same team, it's just fun. I think it's exciting. It was risky, certainly the riskiest pick of the top 10, maybe the riskiest pick of the entire first round of the draft. But to me, this is fun. This is a lot of fun. And hopefully they're 100% right about the way they are checking out the medical stuff, because that's really the big question. Right, is where is he at medically, because he doesn't really want to talk about it. And that's what's weird. Usually it's like, yeah, had the surgery, super successful, feeling great, awesome, ready to rock and roll, even if it's like not even true. But he's like kind of no commenting the situation, but at the same time, he's pitching well. So, I mean, I guess you have to trust the Rangers on this, and they need arms. We continuously talk about it. Now they got to be able to develop these guys, and that's something that I know Baskey has lamented a little bit with KNC. But to me, this is a ton of fun, and the idea that we could wake up in a couple of years and Leiter and Rocker are the 2 first arms in your rotation. I mean, it's pretty incredible.
To a man, they were talking about how competitive this kid is and how he battles out there. And trust me, I played football against his father when he was at Auburn. That is a mean man, and if he has that spirit of his father, which I think he does, This is the type of thing that you absolutely love as a scout, that type of competitive nature. The scariest thing you can do when you're sitting in a war room is fall in love with a player and then have the doctors tell you can't take him. That's just heartbreaking, because you know that it's right. And then what happens is that somebody else ends up with the guy, say their doctors give them a different medical report, and then all of a sudden happened with us in Green Bay with Larry Allen. Every time I saw Larry Allen play for the Cowboys against us, I wanted to throw up, because the doctor said he's got a rotator cuff problem, he can't play. So when the Rangers got the news that Rocker's health was fine, the medical was fine, that had to be a huge relief for them, because they absolutely love the makeup of the player. They love how competitive he is. That's a big-bodied guy, too, standing out on that hill.
Yeah, he looks like a monster.
I remember days of Krusty when I was watching like the Rangers or the Astros, and the Astros were in the National. They had a guy named J.R. Richard, big, just imposing body that stood out there and just pumped fastball after fastball past you. You know, we've seen that with some of these big old guys like that, just how intimidating they can be. And, you know, and it's great. It's nice that they, and, you know, I think that I'm looking at it even more now that they were able to kind of go for the 2-for-1 deal here.
Right.
You know, when you want to rip on someone's front office for not being creative and they didn't have a second or third round pick. So all of a sudden now you got to get a little creative. Well, if you got to manipulate the system a little bit to make it work so you can get your guy and another guy you like that teams had off the board because they were scared that they wouldn't be able to sign him, that's the kind of stuff that turns your franchise around.
So to Broadus's point, and maybe you're just now getting out of work, you weren't sure, what do you mean 2-for-1? So,
or you're just waking up from your weekend bender.
Possibly. And maybe you're working nights.
From time to time.
Yeah. Maybe you're just now getting up, getting ready for work. Or, it's the weekend bender. We've all been there. But the Rangers ended up taking Brock Porter, the right-handed pitcher who was the 2021-2022 Gatorade National Player of the Year.
Thank God it's Brock and not Bob. I trust him more to be a good player being Brock Porter than Bob Porter.
So he was 9-0. He had 3 no-hitters in high school. He had a 0.41 ERA, 115 Ks over 58 innings. Was absolutely fantastic at St. Mary's Prep in Michigan. 6'4", 208-pound righty. And he was the best high school pitcher in the country, best high school pitcher in the draft. And this is a guy that was a borderline first rounder. You got a scouting report on him, Broadus. And I think that the main thing on him was what was scaring people away is he was considering, all right, if I didn't get the amount of money that I wanted, I was going to go play college ball, which we see oftentimes. So Kumar Rocker ends up signing his contract for $2 million less than the 3rd overall pick was slotted to make. That provided the Rangers with extra financial money to spend on Brock Porter. And the thought process here is they're both Boris clients.
Yeah.
So maybe the Rangers were able to work out a deal behind the scenes that said, hey, we know how much we can offer Brock Porter. Go ahead and tell other teams, we're not interested if you pick us, but we are interested with the Rangers.
Yeah, and you mentioned that, my guys in the league were talking about Brock Porter, first-round talent. Signability was a concern. See, we talk about that. That's going to turn some teams off. He had a high number and leverage, so some teams took him off their board. Really good fastball, really good changeup for a high school kid, feel for 2 breaking balls. He checks off a lot of boxes. So if you're telling me that, hey, I don't have a 2nd-round pick, hey, I don't have a 3rd-round pick, I'm sitting in the 4th, and maybe we kind of worked around some things to get a guy that's got some upside to him, give the Rangers some check marks for what they were able to do.
Absolutely.
Tip the cap if that's the case.
And this makes me feel good reading the tweet from Jared from just a couple of hours ago when he says he says just spoke to a few different folks, some in other organizations and others who cover the draft, and the general consensus ? The Rangers draft haul is incredibly impressive, not even taking into account they were without a 2nd and 3rd round pick. And one was quoted as saying the Rangers are easily one of the winners of the draft.
And the remaining players they selected today, shortstop Chandler Pollard in the 5th round out of Woodward Academy in Georgia. That's where Delano DeShields went. He had 59 steals over 61 attempts, leading the state, ranked 6th in the nation among Prepster's 6'2", 175 pounds. He can play the infield. He can play the outfield. They also took outfielder Tommy Specht, who's 18 years old. He opted out of his senior season in high school and instead played for the Clinton Lumber Kings of the Prospect League. And he ended up having a .439 batting average, hit a couple of homers, 2 triples, 5 doubles, 14 RBIs, helping the Golden Eagles to a Class 3A state runner-up finish. They took right-hander Luis Ramirez. This kid, Jared was talking with us earlier, if it weren't for him getting hurt, probably would have gone much higher in the draft. Rangers might have gotten a steal there. They also took another righty, Matt Broski, 5'10", 190-pound pitcher, was named Horizon League Pitcher of the Year. First team All-Horizon League selection this season as a junior at Youngstown State. They also went with shortstop Griffin Chaney, who was a 5-year letter winner at Georgia State University, posted a career .301 batting average, 22 homers, with 21 of those coming in his final 2 seasons. And outfielder Josh Hatcher, who's 23, played 4 seasons at Mississippi State before he transferred to Kennesaw State University, where he batted .391, 15 homers, 59 RBIs, and a school record 25 doubles this past spring. So it seems like, and we got to wait several years to figure it out, but man, from all indications, from what we're just seeing from people in the know that have covered this draft, people are excited about what the Rangers were able to do. And I do believe Kumar Rocker will probably join Jack Leiter, start in Double-A. Not sure exactly when that will be, but that seems to be the likely indication there. Do want to ask, and Eric and I will be making our debut in Oxnard, but Broadus, you're very familiar with it. I saw an article that was talking about, the Cowboys and where they hold training camp, and a lot of the NFL teams now, in fact, most of them outside of the Cowboys, are holding it either just outside of their own team facilities or just at their own team facilities.
Yeah.
Cowboys still do it where it's half in Oxnard and then they'll come home and do the rest in Frisco. But they were talking about how poor that field is.
It can be.
In Oxnard.
Can be.
Is that a cause for concern?
When you get by the end of camp, it becomes painted dirt because there's a lot of wear and tear. When you talk about all the bodies on that field, remember Jason Garrett and that staff. We haven't been out there because of some of the COVID stuff here recently, but when we went out there with Garrett, you're very mindful. There's 2 fields, and the grass there is very thin. It's a beautiful field. When you walk on it the first time, you're like, boy, it's like a putting green. But as the camp wears on, especially you get in some of those high areas where receivers are cutting, defensive backs are doing drills, you can get some problems there. Now, there will be they have, because of the marine layer, they have moisture in the air and it gets on the field. So, and Mike McCarthy likes to practice in the morning, but they can get the dew off the field. And so it's got a little bit of some softness to it, but the weather overall is just beautiful to practice. I mean, when I was just watching, the NFL Network was running through all where everybody's practicing, and I'm looking at all these teams. I'm thinking about how hot it is right now across the country. And there's teams like the Saints that are at their Saints have an indoor place. A lot of these teams do have indoor places and stuff, but man, there's some of them that don't, and they have to practice outside and stuff like that. The Falcons and various places. I think the Falcons maybe built a new facility themselves, new indoor place. But just to have to go through that, I mean, every practice in Oxnard is outside, and the weather is just, you don't have to survive the practice. You just don't. I mean, you don't have to worry about it. Sometimes you're just thinking like, I'm so hot, I'm so tired, I got to survive the practice, and you don't think about your drills and stuff like that or what you're doing. But yeah, that field is a little bit of by the end of it, it's tore up pretty well, and there's a lot of green paint that sits on that field too.
Not something I considered, but I guess something we'll be keeping an eye on as we go out to Oxnard. We'll be out there in 8 days. All right, coming up next, the Expressway, 35 minutes of uninterrupted radio. We'll go around the rim plus LA Live with Eric Chiafalo taking the reins on that. We'll do that more and next on The Fan.